Sword Spirit Chapter 357 to Chapter 410. As soon as this thought appeared in Lu Xian's mind, he could no longer hold it back. Reactivating the sword crystal was extremely important to him. The first time he activated the sword crystal, Lu Xian obtained the Tai origin technique and the ancient demon enchanting technique of the body refinement stage, as well as the blinking sword technique, which was of a rather high grade for him at that time. Now that he had advanced to the spirit refinement stage, there was a gap in his cultivation technique. If he could not obtain the Tai origin technique of the spirit refinement stage, then Lu Xian would have to change to another cultivation technique. Lu Xian, who already knew the power of the Tai origin technique, was naturally unwilling to cultivate a cultivation technique of a lower grade. Not in a hurry to touch the sword crystal, Lu Xian first continued to cultivate, raising his state to the peak. This time, the inner demon did not appear again, which made Lu Xian heave a sigh of relief. Inner demons were something that every martial artist was extremely afraid of, because they directly targeted the martial artist's heart. Other than relying on a strong will to resist, there was no other way. And the disappearance of the inner demon also meant that the nether blood curse on the mental side had been eliminated, leaving only the hidden injuries in Lu Xian's body. Yuan power continued to circulate, and the 5-eye spirit pills that Lu Xian had consumed were almost fully activated, and the injuries in Lu Xian's body were also healing rapidly. After about half an hour, Lu Xian's state had been raised to the peak. Opening his eyes, Lu Xian whispered, "It's time to activate the sword crystal." Soon, Lu Xian's mind sank into his dantian. The small and mysterious sword crystal was still constantly rotating, emitting traces of a mysterious aura. The last time Lu Xian activated the sword crystal was unintentional. It was Ryuka's servant who punched his dantian, stimulating the sword crystal and successfully blasting off a few pieces of the crystal. This time, it was Lu Xian who initiated it. Although there was no external attack, he could completely trigger it with his own strength. Having reached the spirit refinement stage, his body had already condensed the natal energy, which was stronger than ordinary Yuan power, and should be enough to shake the sword crystal. Under Lu Xian's conscious control, a trace of natal energy began to gather near his dantian. For this unknown natal energy in his body, Lu Xian gave it a new name, Tai power, because it was condensed through the Tai origin skill. As the Tai power gathered more and more, Lu Xian took a deep breath, then held his breath and focused, controlling the dark golden Tai power, and suddenly, and bombarding it towards the spinning sword crystal. Boom! It was as if a soundless bombardment suddenly sounded in Lu Xian's dantian, a sound that only he could hear. The spinning sword crystal suddenly shook when it was suddenly hit. Under Lu Xian's nervous gaze, a few thin pieces of crystal quietly fell, as if a layer of the sword crystal had been peeled off. Success! Lu Xian was overjoyed. His mind was racing, and he did not know what he could gain from this. Before he could think about it, the few pieces of crystal that had fallen off melted in an instant. Then, Lu Xian felt an intense pain in his mind, a sense of déjà vu came over him. Countless tiny memory fragments flashed across Lu Xian's mind, and without his consent, they were forcefully shoved into his memory. Pain. Extreme pain. Lu Xian bit his lower lip hard to resist the bursts of pain. Even though he had been prepared, the pain was still so painful that he almost fainted. However, he forced himself not to cry out. After all, Du Xiaomao and the others were outside, and Lu Xian did not want others to see his abnormality. Fortunately, the strength of his soul was no longer comparable to that of the past. After practicing talisman Taoism for a period of time, his soul strength had been greatly improved. After breaking through to the spirit refinement realm, his soul strength had also been strengthened. Under the intense pain, Lu Xian almost forgot the time. It seemed to be only a moment, but it also seemed to be a few hours. When the pain from the soul gradually disappeared, Lu Xian felt that he had regained control of his body again, and his back had been soaked with sweat. Opening his eyes, Lu Xian gasped for breath and could not help but smile bitterly. If it wasn't for the benefits of opening the sword crystal, I really don't want to bear this pain. It's like dying. After taking a few deep breaths, Lu Xian felt a lot better. He calmed his somewhat messy breath, and a trace of expectation emerged in his heart. He could clearly feel that there were some more things in his memory, and he did not know what he had obtained this time. With a thought, Lu Xian quickly pulled out the memory obtained from the sword crystal fragments. The memory fragments obtained this time were obviously more than the first time, and what he was most concerned about was the follow-up cultivation method of the Tai origin skill. After all, this was the most fundamental thing. Lines of memory quickly flashed in Lu Xian's mind, and soon, he found what he wanted. When reading this piece of memory, Lu Xian could not help but have a flash of joy on his face. Tai origin skill, spirit refinement realm cultivation method. As expected, after opening the sword crystal this time, he really obtained the follow-up cultivation method of the Tai origin skill, the complete spirit refinement realm cultivation method. With this follow-up cultivation method of the Tai origin skill, Lu Xian could completely cultivate all the way to the peak of the spirit refinement realm, all the way to the origin realm. Of course, the prerequisite was that Lu Xian's talent and the external resources were enough to support him until he reached the origin realm. After seeing the complete Tai origin skill, Lu Xian could not be bothered to look at the rest of the cultivation method, and could not wait to read it. Although he had broken through to the spirit refinement realm, Lu Xian did not know anything about the follow-up cultivation method. With this cultivation method, it was enough for him to open up a clear path. The Tai origin skill, spirit refinement realm cultivation method, was the introduction of the cultivation method. The so-called spirit refinement realm is a combination of the power of the primordial spirit and the power of the soul. Both are indispensable. Therefore, this cultivation method is divided into two parts. One is the spirit refinement realm cultivation method, the other is the spirit refinement realm cultivation method. Lu Xian was shaken to the core even though he had only seen the general outline. Spirit refinement realm cultivation method. Lu Xian clearly remembered that Elder Su once told him that all the martial artists in the Sky Sword continent cultivated the spirit refinement realm cultivation method. The cultivation method for the power of the soul had long been lost. Who would have thought that the Tai origin skill actually contained the spirit refinement realm cultivation method? If the Tai origin skill, spirit refinement realm cultivation method, was said to have made Lu Xian overjoyed. This was a lost cultivation method. There was no need to explain the importance of the power of the soul to a martial artist. For example, the most basic perception was based on the existence of the soul. An ordinary spirit refinement stage martial artist's perception range was at most 100 feet. This was because their soul power was limited. Without the spirit refinement realm cultivation method, they were unable to actively cultivate it. They could only rely on the growth of their cultivation to automatically improve it. A spiritual talisman master's perception range would be a little wider, because they could also stimulate the growth of soul power when they were practicing talisman Dao. However, it was also limited. Increasing soul power through inscribing spiritual talismans was the dumbest way. But now, Lu Xian had the spirit refinement realm cultivation method. Moreover, it was the spirit refinement realm cultivation method from the Tai origin skill. Even in the context of all the spirit refinement realm cultivation methods, it would be an extremely high-end existence. As long as he continued to cultivate, his soul power would continuously grow until it reached the limit of a spirit refinement stage martial artist. When his soul power increased, it would be twice as easy for him to cultivate the Tao of symbols. After all, for a soul symbol master, soul power was the foundation. Forcefully suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Lu Xian continued to read. The spirit refinement realm is a general term. It is similarly divided into two parts. The first is the spirit refinement realm. By absorbing the Yuan spirit energy between heaven and earth, one's body will be condensed into the Yuan power of heaven and earth. This will allow the martial artist to mobilize the Yuan power of heaven and earth to multiply. This is the most commonly used method for martial artists. It is extremely fast in raising one's strength and is a shortcut. The second is the body refinement realm. By absorbing the Yuan power of heaven and earth, one will continuously refine the physical body, causing the martial artist's body to become even stronger. Those who successfully cultivate this method will have a body comparable to metal and stone. With just the strength of the body, a single punch will be able to shatter mountains and crack the earth. Their physical body will be able to withstand flying swords. However, cultivating the body refinement realm is extremely difficult. Furthermore, it requires the support of heavenly treasures and constant carving. Only then will one be able to achieve great success. The body is the foundation of a martial artist. This is the path of the strong. For those with special bloodlines, walking the body refinement realm will yield twice the results with half the effort. Lu Xian was stunned. The spirit refinement realm was also divided into spirit refinement realm and body refinement realm? Didn't the body refinement realm pass before the spirit refinement realm? Moreover, according to the general principles, the strength of a single punch from a martial artist who had achieved mastery in body refinement was sufficient to collapse a mountain and split the earth. How could this be possible? Even if it was a martial artist with innate divine strength, the strength of a single punch would only be a few tens of thousands of kilograms. The enormous strength of a few tens of thousands of kilograms was more or less sufficient to shatter some rocks, but to shatter a mountain, that was absolutely impossible. Just how much strength was needed to shatter a mountain? Hundreds of thousands of genes of strength? Or a force of several million pounds. Moreover, his physical body could resist flying swords. Didn't that mean that a martial artist who was purely in the soul refinement realm wouldn't be able to injure a martial artist who was in the body refinement realm? Although he had some doubts about the situation described in the general principles, Lu Xian still couldn't help but feel his breathing quicken. If he could really reach the grand accomplishment stage of body refinement and achieve the situation described in the general principles, then how much would his strength increase? They could completely ignore some of the enemy's attacks. By relying on their physical bodies to resist, their combat prowess would increase exponentially. Just thinking about a cultivator who was not afraid of attacks was scary. Perhaps I should give it a try? Lu Xian licked his lips and said. In any case, there was no harm in giving it a try. Even if he couldn't reach the realm described in the general principles, if he could increase the strength of his body, even if it was just a little bit, it would be excellent. Moreover, didn't the general principles say that people with special bloodlines could achieve twice the result with half the effort in body refinement? His Azure Dragon bloodline was undoubtedly one of the special bloodlines. Thinking of this, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. This time, opening the sword crystal was really a great harvest. Just the Tai origin art alone was priceless. It actually had the ability to simultaneously refine the body, soul, and soul. After calming himself down, Lu Xian looked at the last sentence of the general principles. Also, remember not to be greedy. It is better to specialize than to learn miscellaneous things. Body refinement, and soul refinement. If you reach the grand accomplishment stage of any one of them, you will be able to look down on the entire heaven domain. The last sentence of the general principles flashed quickly in Lu Xian's mind. He couldn't help but feel doubtful. This was because this sentence mentioned a term that he had never heard of before. Heaven domain, wasn't it the Sky Sword continent? Why was there another heaven domain? Heaven domain. Was it the name of the Sky Sword continent, or was it some other place? Lu Xian couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Both of these scenarios were possible. The things contained within the sword crystal were obviously not things that should exist now. The ancient demon enchantment technique, the long-lost forging soul technique, and the path of body tempering and spirit tempering were all things that only existed in legends to the current cultivators. However, all of them had appeared within the sword crystal. There were only two possibilities. One was that the sword crystal was an item that had existed since ancient times. The second possibility was that the sword crystal came from another place. It was highly possible that it was the heaven domain that was mentioned in the general principles. Thinking of this, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a little fascinated. Just the Sky Sword continent alone was already incomparably huge. If the heaven domain really existed, how powerful would it be to be able to possess such a divine item like the sword crystal? After calming himself down, Lu Xian stopped letting his imagination run wild. Right now, he should just focus on increasing his strength. He definitely didn't want what he saw in the heart demon to happen. As for the spirit tempering, body tempering, and forging soul techniques, Lu Xian temporarily put them aside. Although these techniques were precious, they wouldn't be of use in a short period of time. Right now, he didn't have that much time to cultivate them. Passing through the memory of the Tai return to origin technique, the rest of the memories that the sword crystal had entered Lu Xian's mind flashed by quickly. The second memory was also a technique. Runes, spiritual talismans, formation diagrams. Each and every word continuously flashed in Lu Xian's mind. In an instant, Lu Xian recognized what this technique was. It was a set of talisman techniques. Lu Xian's heart started thumping again. The first time he opened the sword crystal, he was given an ancient enchantment technique. The second time he opened the sword crystal, he was given an ancient spiritual talisman technique. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lu Xian quickly read through this set of ancient talismans. There were actually all kinds of talismans, from 1-star talismans to 10-star talismans. Moreover, there were quite a few ancient spirit diagrams. Lu Xian was the first to see the diagram of an energy-gathering formation. As long as one had this diagram, a spirit array master with sufficient strength would be able to lay down an energy-gathering formation. Its great value was self-evident. Lu Xian was not familiar with talismans above 4 stars. However, Lu Xian had more or less dabbled in talismans below 4 stars. Naturally, he could tell that the set of ancient talisman techniques in his mind was clearly different from the talisman techniques that were currently circulating. It was more complicated, more ingenious, and exactly the same as the ancient enchantment technique. The same talisman, when drawn using this ancient talisman technique, would definitely be more powerful than drawing with ordinary talisman techniques. Of course, the difficulty would also be higher. Without a powerful soul force, it would be impossible for a spirit talisman master to draw such a complicated talisman. However, this was not a problem for Lu Xian, because the Tai return to origin technique just so happened to include the soul forging technique. The soul forging technique, when paired with this set of ancient talisman techniques, was simply a perfect match. No wonder there's a saying in the general principles. Body refining, spirit refining, and soul refining, if any one of them reaches great success, it would be enough to laugh proudly. Lu Xian murmured. Looking at this set of ancient talisman techniques, he finally had a true understanding of the talisman Tao. He also understood why when a spirit talisman master became a 4-star spirit talisman master, their combat ability would be greatly improved. When a spirit talisman master fought, he relied on his powerful soul force. When his soul force was strong to a certain extent, he would be able to engrave talismans in his own soul. During a battle, there was no need to inscribe talismans on the spot. He only needed to mobilize his soul force, and he would instantly be able to use the talismans. It was similar to the origin energy in the body of a spirit refinement realm martial artist. The strength of one's combat ability was closely related to the strength of one's soul force. The stronger the soul force, the stronger the talismans that could be inscribed in the soul. The more times one could use the talismans, the stronger the power one could achieve. It's really hard to choose. Spirit refining, body refining, and soul refining, these 3 martial paths are all extremely strong. I don't want to give up on any of them. Lu Xian licked his lips and said. Now, he finally understood the meaning of the last sentence in the general principles. These 3 martial paths were too strong. When one reached the peak of each path, they would be an incomparably powerful existence. There was no need to mention the spirit refining Tao. The vast majority of martial artists walked this path, and it was also the path that improved their strength the fastest. Body refining was also very strong. Just by relying on the strength of the physical body, it was enough to rival a martial artist who walked the spirit refining Tao. As for those who walked the soul refining Tao, they were basically spirit talisman masters. Relying on powerful talismans, their attack power was probably the best among the 3 martial paths. After thinking for a long time, Lu Xian finally made up his mind. He nodded heavily and said, "That's good. Focus on the spirit refining Tao and cultivate the body refining Tao and talisman Tao at the same time. This way, it may play a complementary role." His decision was undoubtedly the right one. Countless treasures were needed to strengthen one's body, and Lu Xian's Azure Dragon bloodline was no exception. Both the talisman Tao and the way of spiritual enhancement required great talent. At least for now, Lu Xian's talent in the way of spiritual enhancement was far greater than his talent in the talisman Tao. This set of ancient spirit talisman technique can be passed on to Little Han. There is also the soul refining Tao. With Little Han's talent in talisman Tao, she may be able to go further. Lu Xian secretly pondered. After this incident, he also understood that it was useless to be strong alone. Most of the time, he may not be able to help everyone. The only way was to help them improve their strength. Of course, this kind of thing would not be easily passed on by Lu Xian. He would only consider it if it was someone he could trust. I have already obtained a set of cultivation method and an ancient spirit talisman technique. This last part of the memory, could it be a set of martial technique? Lu Xian was secretly looking forward to it. The things he obtained this time were almost exactly the same as the first time he opened the sword crystal. It was also a set of cultivation method and an ancient book of talisman Dao. Last time, he obtained the yellow level upper grade blinking sword technique. This time, he should get a more powerful martial technique, right? Looking through the last part of the memory, Lu Xian suddenly had doubts in his heart. This is Dragon Sword Technique? At that moment, what appeared in Lu Xian's mind was undoubtedly a set of martial arts techniques. However, it gave Lu Xian a sense of déjà vu. It was very similar to the inherited martial arts technique he obtained from the Falling Sword Peak, the Dragon Sword Formula. Dragon Transformation 7 Swords, Black Level Middle Grade Martial Technique. There are a total of 7 moves. The first move, Dragon Hides in the Abyss. The second move, Seeing the Dragon in the Field. The third move, Dragon Battles in the Wild. The fourth move, Divine Dragon Swings its Tail. The fifth move, Soaring Dragon in the Sky. The sixth move, Riding 6 Dragons. The seventh move, Proud Dragon Regrets. Lines of memory quickly flashed through Lu Xian's mind. The information about this set of martial technique was also known to him. It was not called Dragon Sword Technique, but Dragon Transformation 7 Swords. Although it was still a black level middle grade, this was the standard used by the sword crystal in the past. It was not the standard used by the Sky Sword continent. According to the current standard, this set of martial technique was at least a black level upper grade martial technique. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lu Xian continued to read. After a long time, he finally finished reading the Dragon Transformation 7 Swords. As for this set of martial technique, he already had a good understanding of it. This set of martial technique is indeed closely related to the Dragon Sword technique. It could be said that the Dragon Sword technique is a simplified version of the Dragon Transformation 7 Swords. It takes 4 of the moves and simplifies them. Lu Xian nodded slightly and thought to himself. However, this could not be better. Although the Dragon Transformation 7 Swords was more complicated than the Dragon Sword technique, not only did it have 3 more moves, even the same moves had a certain degree of change. Lu Xian still had the foundation of the Dragon Sword technique. Practicing this set of Dragon Transformation 7 Swords could be said to be twice the result with half the effort. In a short period of time, there would be a great increase in his strength. After all, this was a black level upper grade martial technique. Such a powerful martial technique would be enough to be the treasure of the Wind Sword School. Even for the mysterious Ice Pavilion, a black level upper grade martial technique was an extremely precious existence. Normal disciples would not be able to practice it. Perhaps only direct disciples like Zhao Bing'er were lucky enough to get 1 or 2 sets. It should have been a long time. It's time to go out. Lu Xian checked his own condition. Other than the hidden injuries from the nether blood curse that could not be healed, the injuries from the battle with Xiao Zhaohong had mostly healed. His strength of the first tier of the spirit refinement realm had also been completely stabilized. Moreover, he had also obtained the follow-up cultivation method of the Tai regression skill, the ancient spiritual talisman technique, and the powerful Dragon Transformation 7 Swords. Just as Lu Xian was about to get up and leave, he suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. This was because he realized that in his memory, there seemed to be a small piece that was extremely blurry. It seemed that because he was too excited just now, he had missed this small piece of memory. Could it be that, this time, the sword crystal brought him something else? Thinking of this, Lu Xian's heart that had just calmed down with great difficulty was immediately stirred up again. The sword crystal was really too mysterious and powerful. When the sword crystal made a move, there was never any trash. Every item was extremely powerful. For a moment, Lu Xian was not in a hurry to leave. He sat down again and began to check this piece of memory that he had almost missed. When Lu Xian checked this piece of memory, an extremely amazing and powerful sword instantly flashed through his mind, an almost perfect sword. This sword strike had simply surpassed the scope of a martial technique. Even calling it an art couldn't describe the brilliance of this sword strike. This sword strike came from the west, and it was completely natural. No words could describe the might and beauty of this sword strike in the slightest. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Lu Xian could hardly believe that there was such a perfect swordsmanship in this world. When he first came into contact with the sword crystal, Lu Xian thought that the blinking swordsmanship was already powerful enough. As he continued to grow, the cloud-shocking swordsmanship, the dragon sword skill, and the dragon transformation 7 swords had once again broadened his horizons. He also felt that there was no limit to swordsmanship. In this world, there had never been a strongest swordsmanship. However, at that moment, Lu Xian had a feeling that the attack he was witnessing right before his eyes was truly a perfect one. Be it now or in the future, he was afraid that he would not be able to find a more perfect swordsmanship than this. Just when Lu Xian was completely immersed in the near-perfect sword move, a deep voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The first move of the 9 heaven sword moves, Heaven and Human Oneness. This is the most basic and important move of the 9 heaven sword moves. As soon as the voice was heard, Lu Xian was instantly awakened. The sword move in front of him had completely disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. If Lu Xian had not been sure that he had not seen wrongly, he might have thought that it was just an illusion. The first move of the 9 heaven sword moves, Heaven and Human Oneness? Lu Xian murmured and repeated what he had just heard. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that the name of the move and the artistic conception of the move were indeed very consistent. The move was in line with the heavenly way. Otherwise, how could it be so perfect and integrated? Oh no! I was so focused on admiring it just now that I forgot to comprehend it. Lu Xian suddenly slapped his head and said in annoyance. This move, Heaven and Human Oneness, was definitely one of the supreme swordsmanship. As long as he could comprehend a little bit of it, his understanding of swordsmanship would definitely improve. However, he had missed such an excellent opportunity. Although Lu Xian could still vaguely recall the style of the move, it was extremely vague. After all, such a powerful move could not be learned at a glance. Wait, this move is actually stored in my memory? Lu Xian suddenly exclaimed in joy. Just now, he checked his memory again unwillingly and found that this move had been firmly stored in the depths of his mind. Without a doubt, this was definitely not Lu Xian's own memory. After all, he had only taken a glance at it, so it was impossible for him to remember it so firmly. The sword crystal had forcefully instilled it into his mind through memory fragments. Lu Xian could not help but feel his breathing quicken when he understood what was going on. That sword move was already imprinted in his memory, which meant that he could comprehend it at any time, and he could even use that sword move. Previously, the inheritance of the dragon sword technique of the fallen sword peak had merely demonstrated the dragon sword technique over and over again, which required Lu Xian to memorize, comprehend it himself. However, the first move of the 9 heaven sword moves, Heaven and Human Oneness, had completely skipped the memorization stage and was directly imprinted in his mind. It could be said that it was twice the result with half the effort to comprehend it. This was what people meant when they read a book 100 times. Even if they had memorized it, it would be even easier to comprehend it. I must comprehend this move as soon as possible. It will definitely become my strongest trump card. My chances of surviving in the mystical ice mystery land will also be greatly increased. As long as I comprehend this move, even if I meet Xiao Zhaohong again, even if I can't defeat him, I can at least remain undefeated. Lu Xian quickly made up his mind. Right now, every bit of improvement in his strength was extremely important to him. Lu Xian, who had originally planned to end his cultivation, calmed down at this moment. No matter how much time he had to spend, he had to comprehend this move as soon as possible. Lu Xian quickly played the first move of the 9 heaven sword moves, Heaven and Human Oneness. For a moment, the move that had disappeared previously appeared again. It was as powerful and stunning as ever. However, this time, Lu Xian did not just admire it, but also started to comprehend it. After all, if he wanted to use this move, it was not enough to just memorize it. He had to understand it as well. Heaven and Human Oneness was a higher level of integration than oneness of man and sword. Oneness of man and sword was just the integration of man and sword. After the initial success of the sword intent, one could barely achieve this level. However, for heaven and human oneness, not only did one have to integrate man and sword, one had to integrate with heaven. The difficulty was not comparable to oneness of man and sword. The first move of the 9 heaven sword moves kept flashing in Lu Xian's mind. Every time he looked at it, Lu Xian's understanding in his heart deepened. While looking at this move, it also spurred Lu Xian to constantly understand the true meaning of heaven and human oneness. As time passed, Lu Xian's aura was constantly changing. It was not getting stronger, but getting weaker. The process of the aura constantly weakening was also the process of Lu Xian's continuous comprehension of heaven and human oneness. When his aura completely disappeared, it would be the time when he truly comprehended heaven and human oneness. When one was in heaven and human oneness, one's entire body would be integrated with the heaven and earth. Outsiders would not be able to feel Lu Xian's aura. It was not that there was no aura, but it was to say that ordinary martial artists could not feel it at all. Perhaps only the true martial arts almighty could feel it, but those existences were extremely rare. Lu Xian still hasn't come out. Could something have happened? Qin Xiaohan looked at the entrance of the cave worriedly. After all, Lu Xian's injuries were too serious. She couldn't help but worry. Not only was he seriously injured by Xiao Zhaohong, but he had also used a forbidden technique. It's okay. Wait a little longer. He is just broken through to the spirit refinement realm and needs some time to consolidate. Don't be impatient. Du Xiaomao comforted Qin Xiaohan. But in fact, she was also faintly worried because she could feel that Lu Xian's aura was constantly weakening. She didn't know what had happened. Du Xiaomao knew a lot about forbidden techniques. Some of the after effects of forbidden techniques could directly kill people. Fortunately, no matter how weak Lu Xian's aura was, it always maintained a faint trace. Du Xiaomao didn't have the intention to check. This kind of thing could only be endured by Lu Xian himself. Lu Xian's comprehension of heaven and human oneness was very fast. In the end, heaven and human oneness was also a sword technique. However, Lu Xian's talent in swordsmanship was very high. Moreover, this sword technique was firmly imprinted in his mind. After a full hour, Lu Xian still didn't move. In the Xian'ai secret realm, there was no day or night. It was always a vast expanse of whiteness. Naturally, there was no change of day and night. Du Xiaomao's perception had been locked on Lu Xian. Suddenly, she only felt that Lu Xian's aura was constantly weakening. Before she had time to be surprised, all of a sudden, Lu Xian's aura disappeared, as if he had disappeared from the cave. Du Xiaomao suddenly turned pale with fright. There was no aura. Didn't this mean that Lu Xian had already? Thinking of this, Du Xiaomao's heart suddenly sank. She had promised Zhao Binger to help take care of Lu Xian as much as possible. Although she couldn't be blamed for the accident, it was still not good. Looking at Qin Xiaohan's worried face, Du Xiaomao didn't say anything for a while. Just when she was about to go and check in person, a very strong sword intent suddenly burst out from the cave. This sword intent was definitely the highest sword intent Du Xiaomao had ever seen in her life. The sword intent in the middle stage could never reach this level. Could it be the sword intent in the advanced stage? Moreover, didn't Lu Xian suddenly lose his aura? Why would such a strong sword intent suddenly burst out now? The sudden change of the situation made Du Xiaomao's heart full of doubts. But at least she could rest assured that it seemed that Lu Xian was not dead, and his strength had been greatly improved. In the cave, Lu Xian, who had his eyes closed to feel the oneness of man and nature, slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the strong sword intent that he had released, a smile flashed across his face. So, this is the oneness of man and nature, this is the sword intent in the advanced stage. In the process of comprehending the first movement of the 9 heavenly sword, Lu Xian not only successfully comprehended the oneness of man and nature, but also stimulated the sword intent to go one step further, leaping from the peak of the middle stage to the advanced stage. The oneness of man and nature was about the heart. The heart was integrated with the sky, and naturally, it was the oneness of man and nature. The sword intent in the advanced stage was also about the heart. Although the two were not the same thing, they had the same effect through different means. The sword intent in the advanced stage, there is no sword in the hand, but there is a sword in the heart. Killing people only requires a look. Lu Xian said to himself. The key point of the sword intent in the advanced stage had been completely understood by him. The sword intent was really wonderful. The sword intent in the advanced stage was about the oneness of man and sword. Although it was powerful, it still needed a sword. The sword intent in the middle stage had reached the stage where everything in the world was a sword. Even if there was no sword, anything could be used as a sword. The sword in the advanced stage no longer needed a sword. The sword in the heart was the most powerful sword. Moreover, Lu Xian had a vague feeling that there was a stronger sword intent above the advanced stage. But for him, it was still too far away. He could not even touch it, let alone understand it. The harvest this time was really great. The sword intent had reached the advanced stage. And at the same time, he comprehended the first movement of the 9 heavenly sword, the oneness of man and nature. Although Lu Xian was itching to try the power of this sword, it was not the right time. This sword was his absolute trump card, and he could not easily reveal it. The voice said that the oneness of man and nature is the first movement of the 9 heavenly sword, and it is also the most powerful and basic movement. I wonder how powerful the later movements of the 9 heavenly sword will be. After comprehending the oneness of man and nature, Lu Xian couldn't help thinking about the 9 heavenly sword that suddenly appeared. The first movement was already so powerful, the later movements would definitely be more powerful than the previous one. In the past, the sword crystal had always given him a set of martial arts skills, but the 9 heavenly sword only gave him one movement. From this point, it could be seen how powerful the 9 heavenly sword was. Shaking his head, Lu Xian stopped thinking about it. When he became stronger, he would definitely be able to get more powerful martial arts skills. Now was not the time to bite off more than he could chew. Standing up, Lu Xian started to walk out of the cave. Seeing that Lu Xian walked out safely, Chen Xiaohan, who had been worried, was finally completely relieved. She quickly walked forward and asked, "Lu Xian, are you okay?" Lu Xian smiled and said, "I'm fine, except for some internal injuries that can't be healed. Now my strength has returned to its peak state." The internal injuries of the nether blood curse would only be an obstacle to Lu Xian's future cultivation, but it would not affect his current strength. Du Xiaomao also walked forward slowly and looked at Lu Xian. She asked curiously, "That sword intent just now, is it the sword intent of the great accomplishment stage?" Lu Xian was slightly stunned. He did not expect that the sword intent that he released in excitement would be noticed by Du Xiaomao. However, he did not hide it. The sword intent of the great accomplishment stage was not like the oneness of man and nature, so there was nothing to hide. He immediately nodded and admitted, "Yes, it is the sword intent of the great accomplishment stage." It really was the sword intent of the advanced stage. Hearing Lu Xian admit it himself, Du Xiaomao's eyes flashed with admiration. The sword intent had little to do with one's cultivation. Although the higher one's cultivation was, the deeper one's understanding of the sword Tao would be, and the more powerful the sword intent would be. However, as long as one's comprehension was high enough, it was completely possible to comprehend a powerful sword intent when one's cultivation was low, just like Lu Xian. "I didn't expect you to reach the advanced stage of sword intent at the first level of the spirit refinement realm. This kind of comprehension is enough to make countless people feel ashamed. As far as I know, in the entire ice pavilion, there is not a single disciple who has comprehended the advanced stage of sword intent at the spirit refinement realm." Du Xiaomao looked deeply at Lu Xian. "No wonder that person thinks so highly of you. To reach this level at the first level of the spirit refinement realm, if you join the ice pavilion, it won't be long before you surpass me. It was just a coincidence. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Senior Sister Du. If it wasn't for Senior Sister Du's timely help, I'm afraid I would have been dead by now," Lu Xian said. Du Xiaomao shook her head. "Luck is also a part of strength. What do you plan to do now? I heard from Xiao Zhaohong that Han Feng is also chasing after you. I suggest you come with me. Even if you meet Han Feng, he wouldn't dare to do anything to you." Hearing this, Lu Xian slightly pondered. Following Du Xiaomao was indeed an excellent choice. At least his safety was guaranteed, and he didn't need to worry about Han Feng chasing after him. However, Lu Xian looked at the still unconscious Xianxia. If he wanted to wake Xianxia up, it would only be possible if he found a spirit medicine with strong vitality. There was no need to think about the outside world, so Lu Xian could only search in the ice secret realm. If he followed Du Xiaomao, even if he found such a priceless spirit medicine, Lu Xian wouldn't be so shameless to ask for it. It seemed that he could only search for it himself. Thinking of this, under Du Xiaomao's gaze, Lu Xian slowly shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister Du, but I want to search for the spirit medicine alone. My strength just improved again. Even if I can't beat Han Feng, at least I can stay alive. Staring at Lu Xian for a long while, Du Xiaomao sighed slightly. He was really a man of affection and righteousness. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but they fly separately in the face of disaster. Moreover, Lu Xian and Xianxia might not have such a relationship. She had seen many people abandon their lovers to escape alone at the critical moment of life and death. She did not expect that Lu Xian would rather risk his life to help Xianxia find the elixir. If that is the case, I will also respect your choice. But you, Xiaomao, Xian, you. Xiaomao, you. Xian, you. With. I know, but with it. With, Xiaomao, I said. With. Tell me. I'll try my best to help if I can. Du Xiaomao nodded and promised. Lu Xian looked at Qin Shaohan and said, the Xian Ice Realm is extremely dangerous. Although I have confidence in dealing with Han Feng, I can't deal with some unknown dangers. So, I want to ask senior sister to help me take care of Xiaohan and escort her out safely. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Du Xiaomao smiled, so it's about that. No problem. I will do my best to help you protect her. She had even accepted Xiaolong and Yufeng, so she naturally wouldn't reject Qin Shaohan. Qin Shaohan was a 4-star talisman master, which was equivalent to a spirit refinement realm martial artist. Hearing the two of them decide who she would belong to in a few words, Qin Shaohan was furious. Grabbing Lu Xian, Qin Shaohan stared at him angrily and said, Lu Xian, how can you leave me behind? It wasn't easy for me to meet you. I don't want to be separated from you. I want to follow you. Lu Xian said helplessly, don't be ridiculous. Following senior sister Du is safer than following me. Plus, how could I not care about you? Didn't I entrust you to senior sister Du? No. The Xian Ice Realm is so dangerous. If you die, what will I do? I'd rather face the danger with you. Even if I die, I want to die with you. Plus, one more person means one more strength. I was able to find the supreme grade primordial stone and meet senior sister Du in time. This means that my luck is not bad. You have to bring me along. As she spoke, Qin Shaohan couldn't help but start crying. She really didn't want to be separated from Lu Xian for even a moment. In a short day, she had experienced several life and death crises. When she was being chased by Gao Jian and the others, she had thought that she was going to die. However, Lu Xian appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of her like the strongest barrier. At that moment, she decided that she would never be separated from Lu Xian again. But later, the appearance of Xiao Zhaohong and the others almost made Qin Shaohan despair again. This time, it was Lu Xian who exchanged his life for a chance to escape. She thought that she would never see Lu Xian again in this life. But Du Xiaomao's appearance successfully saved Lu Xian. The moment she saw that Lu Xian was still alive, Qin Shaohan felt as if the whole sky had been lit up again. The feeling of regaining something that was lost was absolutely unimaginable if she hadn't experienced it herself. Now, Lu Xian actually wanted to leave her again. This was something that Qin Shaohan couldn't accept. She was afraid that she would never see Lu Xian again. She didn't want to experience this pain again and again. Even if she died, she was willing to die with Lu Xian. Directly throwing herself into Lu Xian's embrace, Qin Shaohan murmured, Lu Xian, do you still remember? When you killed your way into the Saber sect to save Sunny, I once asked you, if I was the one in danger, would you also come to save me without hesitation? I'm very happy that you said that, but I don't know if you're coaxing me or not. It was only now that I believed that what you said was true. You clearly knew that you weren't a match for those people, but you still risked your life to save me. At that moment, I was really happy, very happy, so happy that I wanted to die. Don't leave me, okay? Let me accompany you to face the danger. I believe that if it was Cindy or Chenzi, they would also make the same choice as me. At the end, Qin Xiaohan had already turned into a soft sob. After listening to Qin Xiaohan's heartfelt words, Lu Xian's heart was also incomparably touched. At that time, he didn't think too much about it. He only knew that he had to go save her, no matter what danger he had to face. If he didn't go, even if he was lucky enough to survive, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease for the rest of his life. Reaching out and gently hugging Qin Xiaohan, Lu Xian softly said, "Then you have to listen to everything I say. Don't be willful anymore. This is the last time. Okay. I'll definitely listen to you." A trace of surprise flashed across Qin Xiaohan's face. Her face was red as she kissed Lu Xian's cheek in front of everyone. "You guys, be careful." Du Xiaomao, who was at the side, couldn't stand it anymore. This Lu Xian's talent was not bad, and he was also affectionate and loyal. However, the relationship between a man and a woman seemed to be a bit messy. Qin Xiaohan didn't care so much. She was already very satisfied to be able to follow Lu Xian. He could even give up his life, so why should she be reserved? However, she still bowed deeply to Du Xiaomao and said, "Thank you, senior sister Du, for taking care of me. However, I still want to follow Lu Xian." After all, Du Xiaomao had just promised to protect her. Now that she refused, it felt like she had stripped Du Xiaomao of her face. Fortunately, Du Xiaomao didn't care about that. She waved her hand and said, "Since you insist on doing this, then pay attention to protect yourself. By the way, Lu Xian, although Han Feng and the others are chasing after you, if you meet a disciple of Profound Ice Pavilion, I hope you can try to be as lenient as possible. These things have nothing to do with them. Moreover, it is very likely that you will also join Profound Ice Pavilion in the future." Lu Xian nodded and said, "I will. As long as they don't provoke me, I won't take the initiative to attack." Hearing this, Du Xiaomao immediately nodded with satisfaction. After all, she was still a disciple of Profound Ice Pavilion. Naturally, she didn't want to see too many disciples of Profound Ice Pavilion die. Lu Xian was now comparable to a disciple in the 6th tier of spirit refinement. It was not difficult for him to kill a disciple in the 5th tier of spirit refinement. It could be said that if Lu Xian insisted on attacking, except for Du Xiaomao and the other 2 disciples in the 6th tier of spirit refinement, no one would be a match for Lu Xian. "Lu Xian, do you want us to help you find the spiritual medicine?" Xiaolong and Yufeng also stood up and asked. After all, they were from Wind Sword School. At the moment, Xia Chenxi's life was unknown, so they also wanted to do their part. "No need, Xiaohan and I are enough. The people who are chasing me are very strong, and there are more than one of them. If you encounter them, it will be very dangerous. It is safer to stay with senior sister Du. However, if you find a suitable spiritual medicine, I hope you can help me keep it. I can exchange it with items of equal value." Lu Xian rejected the good intentions of Xiaolong and Yufeng. Being able to protect Qin Xiaohan was almost his limit. If there were 2 more people, they would only be a burden to Lu Xian. Moreover, he had other considerations for bringing Qin Xiaohan along. Lu Xian needed to find time to teach Qin Xiaohan the ancient spiritual talisman technique and the soul forging method that he had just obtained from the sword crystal. These things were extremely important to Qin Xiaohan. If he died in the Mystery Ice secret realm, it would be a waste of these precious techniques. Xiaolong nodded and did not insist. With Lu Xian's current strength, he indeed did not need them. The reason why he stood up was just to show his stance. "Since that is the case, we will leave first. Be careful. I hope that after the Mystery Ice secret realm ends, we will still be able to see you." Du Xiaomao looked at Lu Xian and said. Immediately, the group left. In order to protect Lu Xian, she had wasted a lot of time here. After watching Du Xiaomao and the group leave, Qin Xiaohan looked at Lu Xian and said, "Lu Xian, let's go. We need to find the spiritual medicine and wake up Chenxi as soon as possible." However, Lu Xian shook his head and said, "There is no hurry. Follow me to the cave." Hearing this, Qin Xiaohan's face suddenly turned red. She pinched the corner of her clothes and said shyly, "Lu Xian, you are not really thinking of doing me here, are you?" Although she had just expressed her feelings, it seemed to be a little inappropriate now. However, Lu Xian looked at Qin Xiaohan in a daze and did not come back to his senses for a while. Seeing that Lu Xian was staring at her like this, Qin Shaohan misunderstood again and said, forget it, forget it. Anyway, we might die at any time. Before that, I will give myself to you. It can be considered as fulfilling one of my wishes, lest I have any regrets. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian finally understood what Qin Shaohan meant. He could not help but reveal a trace of a smile. He knocked Qin Shaohan's head and said, little girl, what's in your head? I am talking business with you. Hurry up and come over. After pulling Qin Shaohan into the cave, Lu Xian waved his hand and set up an illusory array, concealing the cave. If one didn't deliberately look for it, it would be very difficult to find this place. What is it? Qin Shaohan asked the question in her heart. Do you still remember the ancient enchantment technique that I taught you last time? Lu Xian asked. Of course I remember. If it wasn't for the inspiration from the ancient enchantment technique, I would definitely not have become a 4-star spiritual talisman master so quickly. But don't worry, I didn't tell anyone about the ancient enchantment technique, not even my father. Although he felt that my improvement was too fast, he only attributed it to my talent. Qin Shaohan thought that Lu Xian was worried that the ancient enchantment technique would be spread, so she quickly explained. Yes, this is not a small matter. You must remember not to spread it. If outsiders know about it, even some of the top forces will take action to snatch it. Lu Xian nodded with a solemn expression, and this time I will teach you something else. This thing is much more precious than the ancient enchantment technique. You must keep it a secret. If it is spread, let alone the profound ice pavilion, even the 5th grade sects above the profound ice pavilion will be jealous. Qin Shaohan was immediately frightened by Lu Xian's words. She didn't doubt that Lu Xian would lie to her. Something that could make even the 5th grade sects take action to snatch it, it must be very precious and powerful. How about, you don't tell me? The less people who know about it, the lower the risk of it being leaked. Although I will definitely not say it, I am also worried about accidents. I don't want you to be in danger because of me. Qin Shaohan said. Although she knew that what Lu Xian was going to teach her was definitely something extraordinary, and she also greatly desired it, she still didn't want Lu Xian to be in danger because of her. Lu Xian shook his head and said, it's fine. As long as you don't say anything, unless someone uses a soul-searching technique to forcefully search your memories, it's impossible for it to be leaked. And such an expert isn't someone we can come into contact with right now. They wouldn't be so bored as to specifically search your soul. Pausing for a moment, he continued, moreover, this item is very important to you. With it, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Wait a moment, I will record it into a jade slip. After memorizing it, you can destroy it. After saying that, Lu Xian took out a jade slip, closed his eyes, and completely inscribed the ancient talisman technique into the jade slip. Lu Xian didn't understand the ancient enchantment technique, so if he wanted to pass it on to Qin Shaohan, he could only do it this way, because it was directly imprinted into his memory. It took a full quarter of an hour for Lu Xian to finish inscribing all of the ancient enchantment techniques. He then handed the jade scroll, which contained the precious inheritance, to Qin Shaohan. Don't be in a hurry to understand it, just memorize it. Lu Xian instructed. After receiving the jade slip, Qin Shaohan's heart was filled with anticipation and nervousness. She didn't know what Lu Xian was talking about in such a serious manner. Thinking of this, she immediately immersed her mind into the jade slip. After a cursory glance, Qin Shaohan turned pale with fright. This item was simply too precious. Opening her eyes, Qin Shaohan forcibly suppressed the shock and excitement in her heart. She looked at Lu Xian and asked, this is the ancient talisman technique, it's of the same origin as the ancient enchantment technique. With your talent and the foundation of the ancient enchantment technique, it shouldn't be difficult to learn this set of talisman technique. Lu Xian said. As expected. I only took a cursory glance just now, and I already saw many powerful runes that I've never heard of before. Moreover, they are extremely complicated and extremely difficult to inscribe. Qin Shaohan calmed herself down and said. Now, she already felt a little regretful. If she knew that it was such a precious item, she definitely wouldn't have looked at it. Lu Xian's words weren't the slightest bit exaggerated. Once it was spread out, it would really cause various forces to fight over it. hurry up and memorize it. There's no need to say anything else. I can only be at ease when your strength increases. Lu Xian urged. Chen Xiaohan nodded and didn't say anything else. She wholeheartedly began to memorize this precious ancient talisman technique. Meanwhile, Lu Xian took out another jade slip and inscribed the soul tempering method from the Tai origin skill. The ancient talisman technique needed to be supplemented by the soul tempering method in order to achieve great success. Otherwise, if one's soul power wasn't strong enough, it would be impossible to inscribe some of the powerful talismans. The ancient talisman technique was extensive and profound, and some of the talismans contained within it were incomparably complicated. Even if Chen Xiaohan tried her best to memorize it, it would still take a lot of time. During this time, Lu Xian checked on Xianxia's condition. At this moment, Xianxia's complexion had already returned to normal. Even her breathing was incomparably even, as if she was only asleep. Although he couldn't wake her up, at least her life wasn't in danger. This made Lu Xian heave a sigh of relief. Seeing that Chen Xiaohan wouldn't finish for a while, Lu Xian also sat down cross-legged and began to check on this newly obtained part of the Tai origin skill. Other than the soul tempering method, the Tai origin skill also contained the soul tempering method and the body tempering method. The first thing Lu Xian checked was the soul tempering method. For the majority of cultivators, this was the foundation. The soul tempering realm was a process of constantly purifying the soul power. Over and over again, one would condense the life origin force, causing the life origin force to become more and more pure. Thus, the yuan qi of heaven and earth would become more and more powerful. With the continuous purification of the life origin force, the life origin force would also be constantly compressed, becoming more and more solid. Every time it was successfully compressed, the realm would rise by a small level, which was from the 1st to the 10th level of the body tempering realm. There were 3 major hurdles in the soul tempering realm. They were the 4th level of the soul tempering realm, the 7th level of the body tempering realm, and the 10th level of the soul tempering realm. With every hurdle, the increase in strength would be more obvious. The soul tempering realm was therefore divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. The first 3 levels were the early stage of the soul tempering realm, the middle 3 levels were the middle stage, the last 3 levels were the late stage, and the last 10 levels were the peak stage of the soul tempering realm. With one more step, one would enter the higher realm, the origin realm. A first level of the soul tempering realm might be able to fight a third level of the soul tempering realm, but a third level of the soul tempering realm to fight a fourth level of the soul tempering realm was much more difficult. Because of this, Lu Xian could easily kill Gao Jian, who was at the 5th level of the soul tempering realm, but he couldn't deal with Xiao Zhaohong, who could break through to the 7th level of the soul tempering realm at any time. Although Xiao Zhaohong looked like he was only at the 6th level of the soul tempering realm, he was already comparable to the late stage of the soul tempering realm. When one stepped into the peak stage of the soul tempering realm, the 10th level of the soul tempering realm would be the most difficult and also the most important hurdle, which was to break through to the origin realm. When one reached the 10th level of the soul tempering realm, the life origin force in the body would already be very solid. If one wanted to advance further, one would have to unify the life origin force in the body and condense it into the Yuan Dan, unify the life origin force and condense the Yuan Dan. This was the origin realm, the change from quantity to quality. Countless warriors at the peak stage of the soul tempering realm were stuck at this step. After reading the spirit refinement section of the Tai return technique, Lu Xian slowly let out a sigh of relief. There was no shortcut in the path of the soul tempering realm. The only way was to continuously cultivate and continuously condense the life origin force. If there were any tricks that could be taken, it would be to provide more yuanli and heavenly treasures. Using powerful resources, one could forcibly increase their cultivation level. This was also the reason why some large sects had a lot of experts, while low-level sects had very few experts. It was because they did not have so many resources for them to squander. No wonder the Profound Ice Pavilion is so desperate for the resources in the Profound Ice Hidden Realm. The consumption of resources in the soul tempering realm has increased dramatically. Lu Xian muttered to himself. The body refinement stage did not need much yuanli. The yuanli that was drifting between heaven and earth was enough, but the soul refinement stage could no longer be satisfied with the yuanli between heaven and earth. They needed more treasures of heaven and earth and more pure yuan stones, especially things like high-grade yuan stones and top-grade yuan stones. For spirit refinement realm martial artists, the effect of a top-grade origin stone in promoting a breakthrough was obvious. For some martial artists who were stuck in the bottleneck of a breakthrough, if they could get a top-grade origin stone, under the infusion of powerful origin force, it would easily stimulate the almost full origin force in their body to actively compress it. As long as there was a primer and the martial artist himself added fuel to the fire, it would be easy to succeed. Resources, what a good thing. Lu Xian rubbed his head. At the soul tempering realm, it was difficult to advance without resources. However, he didn't need to think about breaking through now. All the resources he had obtained before had been used up. Even the 3 peak grade life origin stones in Qin Xiaohan's hands were used to break through to the soul tempering realm. Now that he thought about it, his behavior was really wasteful. 3 peak grade life origin stones were used to break through to the soul tempering realm. Lu Xian memorized the Tai regression method for the spirit ascension realm and put it aside. He began to check out another path of martial arts, the path of body refinement. Compared to the soul tempering realm, Lu Xian was more curious about the body tempering realm. After all, the soul tempering realm could be seen everywhere. However, it was the first time he heard about the body tempering realm after reaching the soul tempering realm. In the understanding of almost all warriors, the body tempering realm was just the preparation stage for the soul tempering realm. After that, no one mentioned the body tempering realm again. The body tempering realm is the path of the strong. If you don't have great perseverance, if you don't have sufficient resources, if you don't have excellent talent, don't take this path. The first sentence of the Tai fusion skill tempering realm opened with 3 words in a row. It directly advised warriors who couldn't meet these 3 conditions not to practice the body tempering realm. The difficulty of the body tempering realm was probably beyond Lu Xian's imagination. Lu Xian pondered for a while. He had perseverance, and his talent should be good. As for resources, it was a little difficult. He wasn't from a big family or a big sect, so he didn't have that many resources for his use. However, resources could be obtained through hard work and opportunities. While thinking, Lu Xian continued to read. The body tempering realm is divided into 3 steps. The first step is to strengthen the muscles and bones of iron. This is to absorb origin energy and temper the body so that it can resist ordinary weapons. Most ordinary martial artists can do this. Lu Xian secretly nodded. This was good. The so-called strengthen the muscles and bones of iron should refer to the body tempering realm. The body tempering realm required one to go through bone washing, muscle forging, pulse condensation, viscera training, blood changing, tempering marrow, and breaking through acupoints. After passing the body tempering realm, ordinary metal and stone would no longer be able to harm a martial artist's body. The second step of the body tempering realm is to open all of the acupoints and open all of the body's acupoints. This will enhance the body's strength to its peak in preparation for the third step. Countless martial artists are stuck at this step and are unable to advance. Especially those that cultivate both soul and body tempering. The difficulty is doubled, and only those with exceptional talent can advance an inch. Seeing this second step, Lu Xian was incomparably surprised. Open all of the acupoints? Although the body tempering realm also had acupoints that could be broken through, the number of acupoints that could be broken through was different. The stronger one's talent was, the more acupoints they could break through. But in any case, it was impossible for someone to break through all of their acupoints during the body tempering realm. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Lu Xian quickly looked down. He wanted to know what this body refining method was all about. If he could really reach the level of opening all the acupoints, it would greatly increase the strength of a martial artist. Every acupoint had a corresponding effect. After breaking through the acupoints, the effect could be increased to the limit. For example, Lu Xian had already broken through the ermine acupoint, which greatly enhanced his hearing. The best time for a martial artist to break through the acupoints is the body refining stage. The acupoints of the body refining stage are not closed, so it is the easiest to break through. Therefore, the martial artists who walk the path of body refining, the early strength is definitely not comparable to the martial artists who walk the path of spirit refining. Lu Xian nodded lightly. Even if breaking through the acupoints could increase the strength of a martial artist, it was not as powerful as breaking through the body refining stage and reaching the spirit refining stage. Martial artists who specialized in body refining would inevitably suppress their strength at the body refining stage and constantly break through the acupoints. They would not step into the spirit refining stage. No wonder it was said that the spirit refining stage was a shortcut. The improvement of strength was indeed much faster than that of body refining martial artists. Thinking this in his heart, Lu Xian continued to read. Just now, he only talked about the method of pure body refining martial artists. He did not know how a martial artist who cultivated both body and spirit refining would do it. For those who cultivated both body and spirit refining, the difficulty of breaking through the acupoints is far greater than that of pure body refining martial artists. Limited by talent, before reaching the spirit refining stage, each martial artist must break through a limited number of acupoints. Even the most talented martial artists cannot break through all the acupoints of the body refining stage. Therefore, all martial artists who cultivated body refining must go through the stage of breaking through the spirit refining stage. This is also a barrier that hinders countless martial artists. After reaching the spirit refining stage, the acupoints of the body are closed. If you want to break through the acupoints, you can only use one method, called the breaking acupoint opening method. Seeing the breaking acupoint opening method, Lu Xian could not help but be shocked. Could it be that he needed to self-explode his acupoints? After the acupoints self-explode, they would be completely destroyed, causing a very strong internal injury to the body. How could he break through the acupoints? Once the acupoints are sealed, it is impossible for a martial artist to rely solely on the yuan power in his body to break them open. Only with the help of an external force can the acupoints be forcefully blasted open. The instant the acupoints are blasted open, the sealed acupoints will once again be opened. Therefore, the martial artist needs to make use of this split second to instantly channel his powerful yuan power into the acupoints to stabilize and nourish them at the same time. Only in this way can the acupoints not be destroyed. This process requires the assistance of various natural treasures. So, this is the breaking acupoint opening method. Lu Xian murmured. This method could be said to be extremely violent and extremely dangerous. It could be described as forcefully opening the closed acupoints. And the slightest mistake could lead to collapse of acupoints that could not be repaired. Indeed, it was like the first sentence of the body tempering method. Without great willpower and sufficient resources, one could not cultivate both. The moment the acupoints were broken, the incomparable pain would be unbearable for most people. Not to mention, one had to seize this opportunity to break through the acupoints. Moreover, with the martial artist's own yuan force, it would be impossible to protect the acupoints at the moment the acupoints were broken. Only by using treasures and under the effects of the treasures, would there be a possibility of protecting the acupoints. Some of the smaller acupoints were fine. Even if the acupoints failed, the loss would not be too great. However, for the larger acupoints, the 36 death acupoints and the 72 vital acupoints, each loss would have a great impact on the martial artist. In serious cases, it was not impossible to directly die. Seeing this, even with Lu Xian's will, he could not help but be a little shaken. Cultivating both the body tempering method and mind tempering method was simply dancing on the tip of a knife. It was a work of life and death. Fortunately, 27 of his 36 death acupoints had been broken through, leaving only the last 9. If there was enough opportunity, he might be able to give it a try. Lu Xian now understood the second step of body tempering method. However, he only saw the difficulty and did not see many benefits. He did not know what the mysteries of this third step were. The third step of body tempering method, condensing divine runes. The first 2 steps of body tempering method are only the foundation. Only when you step into the third step can you be considered to have truly embarked on the path of body tempering. Lu Xian's heart tightened. The key point was here. It seemed that this divine rune should be the true essence of the body tempering method. The basic divine runes are divided into 5 elements, namely the gunmetal divine rune, 2nd wood divine rune, 5th earth divine rune, 9th water divine rune, and 3rd fire divine rune. Different attributes of divine runes have different effects. Metal divine runes focus on attack, would Divine Rune focus on recovery, Earth Divine Rune focus on defense, Water Divine Rune focus on endurance, and Fire Divine Rune focus on eruption. Each Divine Rune is divided into a total of 9 stars. The initial Divine Rune is a 1-star Divine Rune, and the strongest is a 9-star Divine Rune. When the 9-star Divine Rune is condensed, the power of a punch can break the sky, the power of a kick can destroy the earth, and as long as the soul is immortal, the body is indestructible. Of the 5 major Divine Runes, one can become a powerhouse, and when all 5 are activated, one can reach the peak. The 5 major Divine Runes, containing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each had different effects. Only by condensing the Divine Runes could a martial artist truly display the advantages of their body. Whether it was attack, defense, or recovery, for a martial artist, they were all extremely useful. This short paragraph caused Lu Xian's heart to tremble. His entire person was excited. Was this the power of the body tempering method? Just by relying on the strength of the body, one could actually break the heavens and destroy the earth. The soul was immortal, and the body was indestructible. Although he did not know whether this paragraph was exaggerated or not, since it came from the Tai origin returning art, the credibility was extremely high. Even if it was slightly exaggerated, it wouldn't be too outrageous. For a moment, he couldn't help but be fascinated. Forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart, he quickly continued reading. The following body tempering method recorded in detail the method of condensing the Divine Runes. In order to condense the Divine Rune, one must first open the corresponding acupoints. The 5 elements corresponded to the 5 internal organs of the human body. The lungs were metal, the liver was wood, the spleen was earth, the kidney was water, and the heart was fire. When a martial artist opened all the corresponding acupoints of the 5 internal organs, they would be able to start condensing the corresponding Divine Rune. For example, after opening all the corresponding acupoints of the lungs, one would be able to start condensing the corresponding Divine Rune. However, condensing the Divine Rune wasn't a simple matter. The amount of heavenly treasures required to condense the Divine Rune was extremely great. One must find the corresponding heavenly treasures and extract the energy within them. Only then could one condense the Divine Rune. And for every star of the Divine Rune, the amount of heavenly treasures required would increase exponentially. Without sufficient resources, it would be impossible to reach the grand completion realm and condense the 9-star Divine Rune. With regards to this, Lu Xian had already expected it. Since the 9-star Divine Rune was so powerful, it naturally wouldn't be easy to condense it. In that case, there's no need to open all the acupoints in order to condense the Divine Rune. As long as I open the corresponding acupoints, it'll be fine. After reading the entire physique refinement technique, Lu Xian silently pondered. In this way, he was somewhat eager to try it out. The difficulty of condensing all 5 major Divine Runes wasn't small. But if one only condensed one Divine Rune, the difficulty would be greatly reduced. Presumably, those martial artists who specialized in physique refinement would also do the same. They would first increase their strength in one area before moving on to the other. Other than the 5 foundational divine inscriptions, there are also unique divine inscriptions such as the Sun Wind Divine Inscription, the Thunderquake Divine Inscription, etc. However, to condense these divine inscriptions, one would need a great deal of luck. Regardless of one's physique refinement, or one's soul and physique refinement, it's recommended to focus on a single divine inscription. The Tai origin arts physique refinement technique ended here. However, Lu Xian still felt that he hadn't had enough. The level of exquisiteness of this physique refinement technique wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Tempered Soul Dao and Tempered Soul Dao, as expected of one of the 3 major divine runes. In comparison, the Tempered Soul Dao was slightly simpler. It only required one to unceasingly increase the strength of one's soul. However, the Tempered Soul Dao required the assistance of the Dao of Talismans. Only talismans would be able to display the strength of one's soul force. Not continuing to read the Tai origin arts physique refinement technique, Lu Xian slowly calmed his heart. He had suddenly received so much information, opening up a new door for him. He also needed to carefully consider his own path. All 3 martial Daos were exceedingly powerful. If possible, Lu Xian naturally hoped that he would be able to reach grand completion in all 3 Daos. However, dreams were beautiful, reality was cruel. Ordinary people would find it hard to reach grand completion in just one Dao. Lu Xian didn't believe that he would be able to cultivate all three Daos at the same time. The tempered soul Dao is something I must cultivate. At the very least, I need to strengthen my soul as much as possible. Lu Xian first made a choice. The soul was the foundation of a person. Even the physique refinement technique stated that as long as the soul was alive, the body would not be destroyed. Once the soul died, then the body would truly die. The tempered soul Dao requires even more specialization. At the very least, based on the current situation, the tempered soul Dao is more suitable for me. This is also the fastest Dao to increase my strength. Although the tempered body Dao is powerful, it consumes too many resources. I need luck. If I have enough luck, I must give it a try. Lu Xian quickly sorted out his thoughts. He didn't lose himself just because he saw how powerful the tempered body Dao was. It wouldn't be too late to give it a try when he had accumulated enough resources. While Lu Xian was quietly cultivating, Chen Xiaohan finally finished memorizing the ancient talisman technique that Lu Xian had given her. However, she only memorized it. If she wanted to understand it, she would need a lot of time. Opening her eyes, Chen Xiaohan sighed, I didn't expect the ancient talisman technique to be so profound. I have seen many precious books in the Demon Enchanting Hall, but the talisman Dao recorded in those books can't compare to the ancient talisman technique at all. However, although the ancient talisman technique is good, it is too high of a requirement for one's soul force. If one's soul force is insufficient, they won't be able to inscribe some of the stronger runes. Unfortunately, there is no method to increase one's soul force. Lu Xian had already expected Chen Xiaohan to say this. He smiled faintly and said, don't rush to a conclusion. Take a look at this first. With that, he passed the soul tempering method that he had previously recorded to Chen Xiaohan. Chen Xiaohan's heart skipped a beat when she received the jade slip from Lu Xian. Could it be that Lu Xian has another method to increase one's soul force? No longer guessing, she immersed her consciousness into the jade slip. The tempered soul Dao instantly appeared before her eyes. Heavens! There really is a soul tempering method. Chen Xiaohan could not help but cry out in surprise. Compared to the ancient soul talisman technique, this soul tempering method made her even more shocked and delighted. Although the ancient soul talisman technique was precious, it was only a higher level version of the ordinary soul talisman technique. Even without the ancient soul talisman technique, Chen Xiaohan would still be able to continue walking down the path of talisman Dao. However, this soul tempering method could completely transform her. Soul force was the true foundation of talisman Dao. In the Sky Sword continent, soul tempering methods had practically been lost. At the very least, the Wind Sword School did not have a soul tempering method. Even the mysterious Ice Pavilion might not have one. Some of the top sects might have a few incomplete copies, but they were definitely secrets that would not be passed down. Yet, what Lu Xian had given her was a complete soul tempering method. This soul tempering method was enough to support her until she became a 10-star soul talisman master. Moreover, not an ordinary 10-star soul talisman master, but a 10-star soul talisman master who could inscribe ancient soul talismans. If it was an ordinary soul talisman master, even a 10-star existence, they would at most be able to inscribe an 8-star ancient soul talisman master. After all, ancient soul talismans were too complicated and mysterious. Without sufficient soul force, one would not be able to successfully inscribe them. Lu Xian, this soul tempering method is really too precious. You are so good to me. Chen Xiaohan was so emotional that she could not speak. Her watery eyes looked at Lu Xian with deep emotion. Lu Xian smiled faintly, as long as you are happy. What is mine is yours, no need to be so polite. Yes. Chen Xiaohan heavily nodded her head. Soon after, she recalled something and hurriedly said, just now, I saw some special runes in the ancient soul talisman technique. Among them was a curse rune that can place a curse on a weaker martial artist. Unless the target's strength surpasses the caster's, it cannot be removed. So what? Lu Xian was somewhat puzzled as he asked. He did not know why Chen Xiaohan had suddenly mentioned this curse rune. Therefore, you can place a curse rune on me. Once I leak this information, the curse will immediately activate and I will suddenly die. Qin Shaohan said excitedly, as if being cursed was something to be happy about. Hearing that, Lu Xian's expression immediately turned serious. What nonsense are you talking about? You even asked me to put a curse on you. Since I've handed it over to you, it's yours now. Whether you were the one who leaked it or not, I won't blame you. It's just a cultivation method. So what if it was leaked? How can it compare to your life? What Lu Xian said was completely from the bottom of his heart. If Qin Shaohan had really taken the initiative to divulge those things, then Lu Xian could only blame himself for having misjudged her. If she had been cast with a spell and was forced to divulge those things, then there was no way he would blame Qin Shaohan. He would rather divulge those things than see Qin Shaohan get hurt. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Qin Shaohan's heart was naturally filled with sweetness. It turned out that she had such a high position in Lu Xian's heart. It was even more important than these extremely valuable cultivation techniques. However, this was not enough to dispel the thoughts in Qin Shaohan's heart. Just like how Lu Xian would rather reveal the cultivation technique than let Qin Shaohan get hurt, Qin Shaohan would also rather be cursed than let Lu Xian be implicated by her. Taking advantage of Lu Xian's inattention, Qin Shaohan held her breath and concentrated. She mobilized her soul force and quickly formed a talisman with both hands. These small talismans quickly took shape and a complete talisman was completed in no time. Lu Xian was shocked, but he was unable to stop it in time. He watched as the rune flew straight towards Qin Shaohan. A mysterious wave of laws came, and the rune instantly imprinted itself on Qin Shaohan's body. You! Lu Xian was shocked and angry at the same time. He had already vaguely guessed what Qin Shaohan had just done. That's right, the talisman that Qin Shaohan had just formed was a curse talisman. Since Lu Xian wasn't willing to place a curse on her, she would curse herself. She had used her actions to show her decisiveness. The curse talisman was a special type of talisman. It didn't require a lot of strength to use. For example, the blood contract that Zhang Dongshuang had used before was also a special type of talisman. Qin Shaohan didn't seem to be affected by the curse talisman. Unless she revealed the ancient talisman technique and the tempering spirit technique, the curse wouldn't break out. No matter what, I won't let you be in danger because of me. Even if I have to die. Qin Shaohan looked at Lu Xian and said resolutely. Seeing the look in Qin Shaohan's eyes, Lu Xian sighed helplessly and said, "Why do you have to do this? I will definitely think of a way to help you remove this curse. If the cultivation method is leaked, I can still stop it. However, if your curse breaks out, then there's really nothing I can do to save you." Qin Shaohan giggled and said, "All right, don't worry. Didn't you just say that as long as you and I don't say anything, no one will know about the existence of the tempering spirit technique and the ancient talisman technique? Naturally, it won't be leaked." Since things had come to this, Lu Xian couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, the chances of the cultivation method being leaked were very low. For the time being, he didn't have to worry too much. Once he was strong enough, a mere curse talisman should be able to remove it. Let's memorize the tempering spirit technique first and then destroy the jade slip. 2 months will pass in the blink of an eye. We have to hurry and find the spiritual medicine to wake Xianxia up. Lu Xian didn't mention the cursed talisman anymore and urged. Although Xianxia's life wasn't in danger for the time being, it would be even more difficult to wake her up after she entered the profound ice secret realm. After spending close to 2 hours, Qin Shaohan had completely memorized the tempering spirit method. The stronger one's spiritual energy was, the stronger one's memory would be. To Qin Shaohan, since she was able to memorize such a complicated ancient spiritual talisman technique, it was not difficult for her to memorize another set of methods. When everything was done, Lu Xian carried the unconscious Xianxia and waved his hand to remove the illusory array. He walked out of the cave. After getting his bearings, Lu Xian took Qin Shaohan and walked in the opposite direction of Du Xiaomao and the others. Although he almost died this time, Lu Xian's strength had greatly improved. His realm had stabilized at the first level of the spirit refinement realm, and his sword intent had also broken through to the mastery realm. More importantly, he had learned the first style of the heaven sword 9 layers, oneness of heaven and man. If it was a one-on-one battle, even if he encountered an existence at the 6th level of the spirit refinement realm, Lu Xian wouldn't be afraid. The oneness of heaven and man sword was much stronger than the Dragon Transformation 7 sword. The Dragon Transformation 7 sword was a middle profound level martial skill. In the current era, it might be a high profound level martial skill. However, the Heaven Sword 9 layers didn't have a level, which was the same as the Tai Origin skill. Until now, Lu Xian still didn't know what level the Tai Origin skill was, but he was sure it was extremely powerful. Thinking about it, the Heaven Sword 9 layers must be at the same level as the Tai Origin skill. The only fly in the ointment was that Lu Xian had used the Nether Blood Curse once, causing severe damage to his body. Although his inner demons had been eliminated, the hidden injuries still remained. Shaking his head, Lu Xian did not think any further as he resolutely walked forward. No matter what, it was good to be alive. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Perhaps it was because Lu Xian's luck had been completely used up a few days ago, but during this half a month, he did not find any valuable natural treasures. In total, he only found 2 or 3 ordinary elixirs worth nearly 1,000 contribution points, and some high-grade yuan stones. Fortunately, he did not encounter any danger. The strongest enemy he encountered was merely a black ice demon, whose strength was equivalent to the 4th layer of the spirit refinement stage. To the current Lu Xian, this was naturally nothing and he killed it with a raise of his hand. However, Lu Xian did not do nothing during this period of time. He had already completely mastered the Dragon Transformation 7 swords that he had obtained from the sword crystal during this half a month, causing his battle power to rise to another level. Since he already had the foundation of the Dragon Sword secret art, practicing the Dragon Transformation 7 swords was naturally twice the result with half the effort. As for Qin Shaohan, she had Lu Xian's protection and did not need much from her. Basically, she was wholeheartedly comprehending the ancient enchantment technique and practicing the tempering spirit method. Qin Shaohan simply could not bear to part with these 2 newly obtained techniques and wished that she could learn them in one go. This was because she had completely realized that her strength was insufficient. She had originally believed that with her strength as a 4-star soul symbol master, she would not be a burden to Lu Xian. However, she did not expect that Lu Xian's rate of improvement would far exceed her imagination. After killing a black ice demon with her sword, Qin Shaohan glanced at the disciple who had left and smiled at Lu Xian. Lu Xian, this is already the 8th person you've saved during this period of time, right? Lu Xian smiled as he bent down to pick up the ice soul left behind by the black ice demon. I can't remember it clearly, but it's about the same. As he wandered around in the mystical ice secret realm, Lu Xian naturally encountered some martial artists, some from Profound Ice Pavilion, and some from the other 4 Grade 3 sections. The person that Lu Xian had just saved was a Scarlet Firmament Palace disciple who was being chased by the Black Ice Demon. Lu Xian naturally would not make things difficult for these disciples who had no enmity with him. On the contrary, whenever they asked for help, Lu Xian would lend a helping hand. Lu Xian did not hold any enmity even against the disciples of Xian Ice Pavilion. He was very clear about the difference between gratitude and grudges. Han Qing, Gao Jian, and the others wanted to kill him and steal his treasures, so he naturally would not show any mercy. However, the others did not offend him. Among the 8 people he saved, 3 were from Xian Ice Pavilion. With his strength, unless it was a black ice demon that was at the peak level, he could easily kill them. It was just a matter of convenience. Don't underestimate these disciples. To be able to enter the mystical ice secret realm, they are definitely elites in the sect. You have saved their lives. Who knows, you might be able to repay them handsomely in the future, Qin Shaohan said. Repay them handsomely? Lu Xian shook his head and smiled, I'm not counting on that. I just hope that good people will be rewarded with good deeds. Let me quickly find some precious spirit herbs and save Xianxia. And, don't delay any more. Let's continue. We haven't found anything good in half a month. Don't be anxious. You never know when an opportunity will come, Qin Shaohan nodded. Lu Xian did not say much. The 2 of them carried Xianxia and continued on their way. After advancing for a while, they arrived at an open area. Lu Xian quickly found a disciple fleeing in a sorry state. Behind him were 4 black ice demons. These black ice demons did not transform. Instead, they appeared with their original appearances. Lu Xian recognized them at a glance. When Lu Xian saw that person also saw Lu Xian. When he saw Lu Xian, he shouted from afar. "Help!" Following the cry for help, that person quickly changed his escape route and ran towards Lu Xian. Obviously, he hoped that Lu Xian could help him. He was almost at the end of his rope after being chased by these black ice demons. If Lu Xian did not save him, he would definitely die. Along the way, he met more than one person. However, every time he called for help, almost everyone chose to retreat. If the enemy was not strong, they might be willing to help him. However, there were 4 black ice demons. No one wanted to invite trouble. This time, he met Lu Xian. He did not have much hope. He was just trying to save a dead horse. After all, Lu Xian was his last life-saving straw. However, he was lucky that he met the right person this time. This was not the first time Lu Xian had encountered such a situation over the past half a month. The only difference was that there were more mystical ice demons chasing after that unlucky fellow. Before this, he had only encountered 2 mystical ice demons at most, but that fellow had provoked a total of 4. Of course, there was another important reason that made Lu Xian decide to help. He faintly felt that this guy's voice was a little familiar. However, it was obvious that he was not someone from Wind Sword School. He could not think of anyone he was familiar with other than people from Wind Sword School. Lu Xian did not slow down even though he had such thoughts in his mind. He took to the air right away and flew towards that person. After all, it looked like that person would not be able to hold on for much longer, and Lu Xian did not want to save a dead person. Seeing Lu Xian's actions, that person was immediately overjoyed. He did not expect that there would really be someone willing to save him. At this moment, he completely erupted. His speed that was originally raised to the limit increased by another 30%. His desire to survive was endless. As he ran, that person reminded, "Be careful, these 4 black ice demons are equivalent to existences in the spirit refinement realm. The strongest one is at least in the 3rd or 4th tier of the spirit refinement realm." Hearing the reminder, Lu Xian laughed in his heart. This guy was honest. He actually reported the strength of these black ice demons. If it was an ordinary warrior who heard this, he would probably immediately turn around and leave. As the 2 ran at full speed, the distance between them quickly shortened. When Lu Xian was less than 200 feet away from this guy, the broken ice sword had already been unleashed. Dragon soars in the sky, a powerful sword was instantly unleashed by Lu Xian. The sword essence of the great accomplishment stage exploded. A huge sword chi directly shot out and hit one of the black ice demons. Lu Xian's sword pierced right into the head of the frost demon, which was a vital point. The frost demon was unable to put up any resistance at all. The body of the frost demon instantly froze and crumbled, turning into pure yuanli that dissipated. However, Lu Xian did not have the time to absorb the pure yuanli, as he still had 3 frost demons to kill. Using the wind riding technique, Lu Xian instantly landed in front of the 3 black ice demons. He saved the disciple who was being chased and faced the black ice demons head-on. Tai power was mobilized. Powerful yuan qi quickly gathered. Dragon battle in the wild, 3 powerful swords were unleashed consecutively, stabbing at the 3 black ice demons. 2 of the black ice demons were also instantly killed. Only one barely managed to block the attack. This must be the strongest black ice demon that the guy mentioned. However, Lu Xian faintly felt that this black ice demon's strength was not at the 4th tier of the spirit refinement realm. At most, it was at the peak of the 3rd tier of the spirit refinement realm. The disciple was overjoyed to see Lu Xian unleash his might and destroy the 3 mystical ice demons that had been chasing him for such a long distance with just 2 moves. He felt that he was truly blessed to have encountered a strong opponent. The surviving black ice demon was not stupid. Seeing how strong Lu Xian was, it immediately thought of escaping. However, since Lu Xian had already made his move, how could he let it escape? The ice soul of a black ice demon at the 3rd tier of the spirit refinement realm was not cheap. With another move of the dragon in the abyss, Lu Xian's sword directly pierced through the back of the black ice demon's head. The shattered ice sword directly pierced through the back of the demon's head, instantly destroying its consciousness. In just a few breaths' time, the 4 black ice demons were all killed by Lu Xian's sword. The disciple that was being chased heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 4 dark frost demons vanish, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for lending a hand. I will never forget your kindness of saving my life." This voice was indeed familiar. Lu Xian immediately turned around to look at the person. Even though the man was in a sorry state from the chase and had a messy appearance, Lu Xian was still able to recognize him at first glance. "It's you? Lu Xian." The person immediately recognized Lu Xian and shouted in surprise. Obviously, he did not expect that the person who saved him was Lu Xian. He also did not expect Lu Xian to be so strong. After the two recognized each other, they were extremely shocked. Compared to Lu Xian's shock, the person he saved was even more shocked. He originally thought that it was some unknown genius disciple, but he did not expect it to be Lu Xian. Lu Xian was only slightly startled before he recovered. He looked at the person in front of him and asked, "Luo Ning, you also broke through to the spirit refinement realm? Also, why were you chased by so many profound ice demons and ended up in such a sorry state?" The person Lu Xian saved was the Skyblade sect's core disciple, Luo Ning. It was no wonder that Lu Xian found his voice familiar, but he could not remember who it was. This was because Luo Ning and Lu Xian had a fight in the Wind Sword School's inter-sect competition. Although Luo Ning was a Skyblade sect disciple, Lu Xian did not have a bad impression of him. He could be considered the only person in the Skyblade sect that made Lu Xian have a good impression of him. After all, during the sect competition, when Lu Xian was in a hurry to break through, Luo Ning did not make a sneak attack. Hearing Lu Xian's question, Luo Ning recovered from his shock. He was not in a hurry to answer Lu Xian's question. Instead, he smacked his lips and sighed, "I really did not expect that the person who saved me was you. I also did not expect that your strength has increased to such a level. 4 powerful profound ice demons of the spirit refinement realm were instantly killed by you." It was no wonder that Luo Ning sighed. The inter-sect competition of the Wind Sword School only happened a few months ago. When Luo Ning thought about it, it was still vivid in his mind. At that time, Lu Xian was only in the 8th layer of the body refinement realm. Later on, he broke through to the 10th layer of the spirit refinement realm during the battle. This speed was already shocking to Luo Ning. But now, Lu Xian could easily kill so many profound ice demons of the spirit refinement realm. This speed of improvement was not an exaggeration. Lu Xian smiled and said, "These profound ice demons are not as strong as you think. The strongest one is only in the 3rd layer of the spirit refinement realm." Luo Ning shook his head. "No matter what, I have to thank you for saving my life this time. While being chased, I met several groups of disciples, but as soon as I announced the strength of these profound ice demons, they all ran away. There were even some who turned and ran when I called for help. If it weren't for you, I would have died without a doubt." Lu Xian laughed out loud. "Consider it as me repaying you for not launching a sneak attack back then. Also, you're quite honest. You actually reported the strength of this group of mysterious ice demons in order to get someone to save you. If my strength was weaker, I might have turned around and left." Luo Ning relaxed his brows and smiled. "If the people who come to save me aren't strong enough, they'll just lose their lives for nothing. Naturally, I can't harm them. Otherwise, even if they survive, they won't be able to get over the mental hurdle." Lu Xian looked at Ronan seriously and said, "If you weren't from the Sky Saber sect, I think we would be good friends." Luo Ning's character and way of doing things suited Lu Xian's taste. Unfortunately, he was a member of the Heavenly Saber Gate. Because of Wei Sua's existence, Lu Xian and the Heavenly Saber Gate were enemies. Wei Sua couldn't absolve himself from the blame for Xiaoqianxi's death. Luo Ning paused for a moment, then said, "I also hope to become friends with you, if you're willing," and, after saying that, Luo Ning dragged out his words and quickly took out an essence stone from his storage ring. He said, "I think I will not be a member of the Heavenly Saber Gate very soon." Lu Xian's eyes quickly fell on this primordial stone, and he immediately exclaimed in surprise, "A top-grade primordial stone. That's right, it's the best quality primordial stone. It's worth 10,000 contribution points. As long as I can make it out alive, I will have fulfilled the requirements to enter the profound ice pavilion." Luo Ning seemed slightly excited. Which disciple of the 5 great rank 3 sects wouldn't want to join the profound ice pavilion? I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity to obtain a top-grade primordial stone. Lu Xian smiled faintly, then he thought of the profound ice demons chasing after Luo Ning. He asked, you being chased by them probably has something to do with this primordial stone, right? Luo Ning nodded his head and admitted, that's right. I killed a few profound ice demons and obtained 4 primordial stones. I didn't expect 4 profound ice demons to chase after me. In order to preserve my life, I absorbed the primordial stones as I fled. I used up 3 of the primordial stones, and my strength unknowingly broke through to the spirit refinement realm. It could be said that my success was due to this primordial stone, and my failure was also due to this primordial stone. I nearly lost my life. Opportunities are often accompanied by risks. At least you managed to preserve your life and even broke through to the spirit refinement realm. Lu Xian said emotionally. His process of breaking through to the spirit refinement realm was almost the same as Luo Ning's. It was also a narrow escape, and he also relied on 3 primordial stones. You're right. Unfortunately, I used up 3 of the 4 primordial stones, or else I could give them to you. Saying this, Luo Ning paused as if he had made up his mind. He handed over the primordial stone in his hand and said, even now, you can take this primordial stone. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to keep my life. Seeing Luo Ning's actions, Lu Xian was very surprised. A primordial stone was an extremely precious item. A primordial stone could help a spirit refinement realm warrior break through more easily. Not to mention, Luo Ning could join the profound ice pavilion with it. Lu Xian didn't think that Luo Ning would be willing to take it out. However, Lu Xian shook his head and said, keep it for yourself, I don't need it. I didn't save you to repay you. Saying this, Lu Xian thought of something and asked, do you have any rare spiritual herbs? If you do, I'm willing to trade with you. I will repay you in the future. Spiritual herbs? Luo Ning thought about it and took out some herbs from his storage ring and said, the spiritual herbs I got from the profound ice secret realm are all here. See if there's anything you want. If there is, take it. Glancing over the spiritual herbs, Lu Xian's face flashed with a trace of disappointment. The things Luo Ning took out weren't anything good. They couldn't even compare to the profound ice jade leaf lotus. They couldn't save Xianxia at all. No, looks like I'll have to look for them myself. Lu Xian shook his head and said. Luo Ning's gaze swept over Xianxia, who was in Qin Xiaohan's embrace, and asked, is it to save her? Yes, she was poisoned. The poison has been cured, but her life force is very weak. She needs strong spiritual herbs to replenish her. Lu Xian explained. Must I save her? Of course. Hearing Lu Xian's affirmative answer, Luo Ning pondered for a while and said, although I don't have it on me, there is a place that might have it. Where? Lu Xian's eyes lit up. Right now, he could only wander around the profound ice secret realm and try his luck. It would be best if he knew the exact location. It's the place where I got the 4 primal stones. It's the place where I obtained the 4 top-grade primal stones. It's a very hidden ice cave, and the ice origin energy inside is extremely dense. The deeper I go, the more it's like this. However, it's also very dangerous, because there might be many powerful profound ice demons inside. Those 4 profound ice demons just now came from there. Back then, I only entered a little bit from the outskirts, and didn't go too deep. You can imagine how powerful the profound ice demons inside are. Can you tell me the place? I want to go take a look. Lu Xian said without hesitation. Since the ice elemental energy was very concentrated, the chances of a powerful spiritual herb being born there would be higher. Luo Ning only went a little deeper and obtained 4 primal stones. There must be something even better inside. Lu Xian's current strength was enough to fight against a 6th-level spirit refinement cultivator. According to the current situation of the profound ice secret realm, the strongest profound ice demon should only be this strong. He was completely confident that he could find out the truth. I was fleeing in a panic, so I don't remember the exact location. However, I know the general location. I'll draw a map for you. Luo Ning said straightforwardly. He took out a jade slip and began to draw a map on it. Seeing Luo Ning drawing the map, Lu Xian's mood instantly became excited. Xianxia might be saved. Very quickly, Luo Ning finished drawing the map. He passed the jade strip to Lu Xian and said, "Be careful. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. As long as you're alive, there's hope. You'll have plenty of time to look for spiritual herbs in the future." "Many thanks. If I can really get the spiritual herb, I won't forget this favor." Lu Xian nodded heavily. Luoning smiled, "There's no need to say more. You saved my life, so this is nothing. However, I originally wanted to go with you, but it seems like I can't. With my strength, I'll only be a burden to you." Lu Xian said, "That's a different matter altogether. Let's not waste any more time. I'll make a move right away. You have a great treasure on you, so you'd better find a place to hide and wait for the Mystery Ice Secret Realm to end. You've already gotten what you wanted anyway." Luoning nodded, "I will. I also need to find a place to consolidate my cultivation." Lu Xian cupped his fists towards Luoning and left with Xianxia. He didn't think that saving Luoning would give him information about a treasure ground. "Oh right, Lu Xian, can you tell me how strong you are now? I'm a little curious." Luoning stopped Lu Xian and asked. After a slight hesitation, Lu Xian didn't hide it from him and directly said, "I can fight against someone in the 6th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm." Then, he turned around and left, leaving behind a shocked Luoning. Looking at Lu Xian's departing figure, Luoning murmured, "Is this guy really a freak? He could defeat someone in the Spirit Refinement Realm at the Body Refinement Realm. Now, he can fight against someone in the 6th level at the 1st level of the Spirit Refinement Realm. This is unbelievable. Maybe he really can go into the depths of the ice cave." After sighing, Luoning shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. He shouldn't compare himself to this freak. It was more important to find a place to consolidate his cultivation. Entering the jade slip with his consciousness, the map Luoning drew was reflected in Lu Xian's eyes. The map was rather crude. After all, Luoning was fleeing in a panic. It was already pretty good that he could remember the approximate location. The location of the ice cave. Starting from where Lu Xian was, if he kept heading east, he would see an ice lake. Then, Lu Xian would have to find it himself. Although the location of the ice cave was extremely hidden, it was near the ice lake. Lu Xian was extremely eager to find out where the mysterious ice cave was located. He wanted nothing more than to check it out right away and see if there was anything he needed inside. Despite traveling at top speed, it still took him almost an hour to get to the approximate location with Xianxia in tow. With his current speed, he could travel a great distance in an hour if he were to keep moving forward with a destination in mind. It could be imagined how far Luoning ran from the pursuit of the profound ice demons. If it wasn't for the few top-quality source stones he obtained, with Luoning's strength, he definitely wouldn't have been able to last this long. "And? There's someone!" Lu Xian exclaimed in surprise when he saw the huge frozen lake from afar. At the same time, he also saw a group of warriors. Thinking of this, Lu Xian's brows couldn't help but slightly wrinkle. He didn't want others to know the location of the ice lake. If he rashly went to search for it, he would definitely be exposed. Just as Lu Xian was thinking about what to do, that group of martial artists actually directly walked towards him, and the moment before Lu Xian arrived, this group of martial artists were also talking. The ice attribute energy nearby is quite dense. Maybe there's something good here. Everyone, search around here. The leader ordered with his hands behind his back. This ice lake's cold energy is very dense. I wonder if there's anything good at the bottom of the lake. Hiss. This lake water is too cold, it almost froze my hands. Don't think about going down, let's search around here. Eh? Senior brother Han, there's someone coming. I wonder if it's someone from our profound ice pavilion. A disciple was the first to notice Lu Xian's appearance and immediately warned the leader. Hearing this, senior brother Han immediately looked at Lu Xian, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's go and ask him. See if he has discovered anything. It's best if he's obedient, otherwise, humph." Hearing Senior Han's words, the group of martial artists immediately gathered together and walked towards Lu Xian at the same time. Naturally, there was no fear in their hearts. In the entire Mystic Ice Mystery Realm, there were less than 5 people who could be a match for Senior Han. This guy in front of them was obviously not one of them. Senior brother Han, this person. I feel that he is a little familiar, a disciple wearing the uniform of the Sky Saber sect said with some uncertainty. Oh? You know him? From your Heavenly Saber sect? Senior brother Han turned his head and asked. No, 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 no. His clothes look like wind sword schools. Yes. It's Lu Xian. As the distance between them continued to shrink, the man finally got a clear look at Lu Xian's face. He immediately shouted without hesitation. He's Lu Xian? Senior brother Han asked in return, then he immediately laughed. I can wear out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find him by chance. I purposely looked for him but couldn't find him. Now, he actually delivered himself to my doorstep. This time, even if he doesn't die, he will die. Without a doubt, this group of people was Han Feng's group. The one who had just recognized Lu Xian was the Sky Saber sect's Wei Suo. When Wei Suo saw Lu Xian clearly, Lu Xian naturally saw him as well. Among this group of people, he saw a few familiar faces. They were the people who had besieged Kong Wenbin and Xianxia previously. Qing Hong had already been killed by him, and senior brother Xiao was nowhere to be seen. It was likely that he had died in Kong Wenbin's hands. However, it was unexpected that Wei Suo, the true culprit, had survived. Shifting his gaze away from Wei Suo, Lu Xian looked at Han Feng, who was the leader. He did not recognize Han Feng, but it was obvious that the person who had become the leader of this group was undoubtedly Han Feng. From the bottom of his heart, Lu Xian did not want to meet Han Feng here. This was because he was anxious to find the ice cave and search for the elixir. At the same time, he was worried that Han Feng's group would find the ice cave. However, it was already too late. When he knew that the person in front of him was Lu Xian, Han Feng increased his speed and quickly approached Lu Xian. Retreat behind me. Lu Xian said to Qin Shaohan in a deep voice. This battle was unavoidable, and he just so happened to want to see exactly what level his current strength had reached. He had not encountered any opponents that were too strong along the way, and this Han Feng was a pretty good opponent. After receiving Xianxia from Lu Xian's hands, Qin Shaohan hurriedly took a few steps back and warned, be careful. At this moment, Han Feng had already arrived like the wind, and landed a short distance in front of Lu Xian. The corner of his mouth formed an arc, as he looked at Lu Xian with a smile that was not a smile and asked, You are Lu Xian? Since you already know, why bother asking? Lu Xian replied indifferently. Ha, you're quite bold. I believe that you should know who I am, yet you actually dare to speak to me as if nothing has happened. Could it be that, you're not afraid of death? Han Feng's gaze suddenly became fierce. Death? Of course I'm afraid, but I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to kill me. Lu Xian slowly shook his head and said. Lu Xian's words had angered Han Feng. He was a dignified expert at the 6th layer of the spirit refinement realm, and was definitely one of the top 3 amongst the disciples that had entered the mysterious ice secret realm this time around. This Lu Xian was merely at the 1st layer of the spirit refinement realm, yet he actually dared to spout such nonsense in front of him. Inhaling a deep breath, Han Feng suppressed the fury in his heart, and was not in a hurry to make a move. He had been searching for Lu Xian for a long time, and had even instructed all the mysterious Ice Pavilion disciples he had met along the way to inform him if they received any news of Lu Xian. How could he bear to kill Lu Xian like this? Indeed, in Han Feng's heart, killing a mere Lu Xian was no different from killing a chicken. Do you know that the Qinghong you killed is one of my people? Of course I know. Then you still dared to make a move. You're really tired of living. Han Feng was even more furious. He had originally wanted to make Lu Xian kneel and beg for mercy first, and then kill him in the end. However, he did not expect that Lu Xian would still be so stubborn. Me killing him has nothing to do with whose people he is. Moreover, so what if he's one of your people? Do I need to give you face? Lu Xian countered with a question. Kong Wenbin died in your hands, right? Han Feng was slightly stunned, and then he laughed disdainfully. You're talking about that trash that had his acupuncture points burst? That's right. Killing him was as easy as killing an ant. Then how do you know that he's my senior brother? Ha 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 ha. Han Feng laughed loudly. So what if he's your senior brother? Can you even compare to me? After a pause, Han Feng continued, not only will I kill him, I'll also kill you, and the two girls behind you. I'll let you know that the people that belong to me, Han Feng, are not to be trifled with. I hate people who attack the people around me the most, so Qinghong is dead. If you have the ability, come and fight me. Lu Xian held the shattered ice sword in his hand as he took a step forward and said in a deep voice. Is that so? But I've never been lenient towards my enemies. What you hate and fear the most, I just happen to like to do the most. An evil smile flashed across Han Feng's face. Wei Sua, go take down those two girls first. Hearing Han Feng suddenly call out his name, Wei Sua, who was prepared to watch a good show, was instantly startled. He revealed a troubled expression as he said, I am not his opponent, what a waste. He is only a little fellow at the first layer of the spirit refinement realm, yet he actually made you so afraid. Han Feng snorted disdainfully, then turned his head and said to another person, Huang Hui, you go and capture those two girls. Being called waste by Han Feng in front of everyone, Wei Sua's face immediately flushed red. He was incomparably ashamed and angry in his heart. In the Skyblade sect, everyone had to respectfully call him First Senior. However, when it came to Han Feng, he had become waste. However, he did not dare to refute. For a person like Han Feng, even if he was killed, it was not a big deal. As for Huang Hui, who was called out by Han Feng, he did not shirk away. How could he miss such a good opportunity to please Han Feng? He was in existence at the fourth layer of the spirit refinement realm. In his eyes, Lu Xian was only a warrior at the first layer of the spirit refinement realm. Not to mention Han Feng, even if he was alone, he could easily capture Lu Xian. Don't you hate people who attack the people around you the most? Right now, I am going to capture your little lover right in front of you. What can you do? Han Feng raised his eyebrows and sneered. However, Lu Xian did not pay attention to Han Feng. Instead, he looked at Huang Hui, who was walking towards him, and said coldly, I promised others that I would not attack the disciples of the mysterious ice pavilion. However, it does not mean that I will not kill. If you take another step forward, you will undoubtedly die. Lu Xian was grateful to Du Xiaomao for saving his life, so he promised her that he would not kill anyone from the mysterious ice pavilion. But now, Huang Hui wanted to make a move on Chen Xiaohan, which meant that he had thoroughly pissed Lu Xian off. Hearing this, Huang Hui stopped. However, he laughed and said, Who do you think you are? You said you wouldn't attack the people of the mysterious ice pavilion. I want to see what you'll use to kill me. As he spoke, Huang Hui once again took large strides forward, not taking Lu Xian's threat seriously at all. Since he dared to step forward, why would he be afraid of Lu Xian? Putting aside the fact that Lu Xian was only at the first level of spirit refinement, even if he was slightly more powerful, he would not be afraid. Since Han Feng was here, would he just sit and watch him get injured? If you dare to make a move, I'll cripple you first. Han Feng glared at Lu Xian. As long as Lu Xian dared to make a move, he would definitely stop him. With Han Feng's support, Huang Hui became even more courageous. After taking 5 steps, he did not see Lu Xian make a move. He mocked in disdain, didn't you say that I would die if I took another step? It's already 5 steps, why am I not dead yet? Die, then. Lu Xian's indifferent voice was heard. At that very moment, all of his powers burst out in an instant. Tai energy was mobilized wildly, and the energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings swept over. As Lu Xian waved his long sword, a huge sword aura instantly condensed, a trace of sword light quietly flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. The sword intent of the advanced stage was poured into this sword without holding back. The sword intent of the advanced stage was not in the hand, but in the heart. To kill, one only needed a gaze. Now, not only did Lu Xian have a sword in his heart, he also had a sword in his hand. How could the power of the combination of 2 swords be blocked by an ordinary martial artist? Dragon soars in the sky, it was the same move, Flying Dragon. However, Lu Xian did not use the Flying Dragon of the Dragon Sword art. Instead, he used the Flying Dragon of the Dragon Transformation 7 Swords. The Dragon Transformation 7 Swords was even more powerful than the Dragon Sword art. The sword aura was released from Lu Xian's shattered ice sword in an instant and rushed towards Huang Hui. Huang Hui, who was mocking Lu Xian, had the sneer on his face disappear instantly. It was replaced by a look of extreme shock. He could feel that the moment Lu Xian struck, he had already been locked on by Lu Xian's powerful sword intent. It was as if no matter how he dodged or blocked, he would not be able to block this sword. However, the desire to live was extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, Huang Hui had forcefully used this move. Break! Huang Hui roared. This sword was his strongest attack, a black-level middle-grade martial arts technique. You're courting death. Han Feng also roared angrily. His entire body shot out, heading straight for Lu Xian. He had originally wanted to toy with Lu Xian a little, but since Lu Xian was so disobedient, he had no choice but to kill him prematurely. In almost the blink of an eye, the three of them attacked one after another. Lu Xian was the first, Huang Hui was the second, and Han Feng was the last. However, Lu Xian had ultimately seized the initiative, and Han Feng had underestimated Lu Xian's strength. He had originally thought that with Huang Hui's strength, he would be able to withstand a few moves at the very least, but the reality was completely different from what he had imagined. Lu Xian's dragon soars in the sky collided with Huang Hui's attack at an extremely fast speed. If it was an ordinary martial artist, the attack of a first-tier spirit refinement cultivator would definitely not be able to compare with a fourth-tier spirit refinement cultivator. The density of the origin energy of both parties was on a completely different level. However, Lu Xian was different. Although the Tai force in his body was only at the first-tier spirit refinement level, its quality was far higher than the ordinary origin energy. With Huang Hui's strength and identity, he was still unable to cultivate the mysterious Ice Heart Sutra, and his Tai force was on a completely different level from Lu Xian's. Furthermore, Lu Xian was currently borrowing the power of the Great Accomplishment Stage Sword Intent. Even the Dragon Transformation 7 swords completely suppressed Huang Hui's martial arts technique in terms of level. Boom! The two attacks collided abruptly. Lu Xian's sword chi instantly destroyed Huang Hui's attack, and the remaining sword chi directly exploded towards Huang Hui. "Senior Han, save me!" Huang Hui cried out in horror. He instinctively turned around and wanted to escape. Even his strongest sword was instantly destroyed by Lu Xian. How could he resist? Han Feng wanted to save him, but he was powerless. He never expected that Huang Hui, who was at the fourth-tier spirit refinement realm, could not even withstand a single attack from Lu Xian. Qi. The powerful sword qi instantly pierced through Huang Hui's back. Countless streams of blood immediately spurted out from Huang Hui's chest. Huang Hui, who was about to escape, suddenly lost all strength in his legs and fell to the ground softly. What he said was actually true. This was the last thought that flashed through Huang Hui's mind, and he completely lost consciousness. Seeing that Huang Hui was instantly killed by Lu Xian, the crowd of mysterious Ice Pavilion disciples were all shocked and could not help but take 2 steps back. This Lu Xian was actually this terrifying. Even a fourth-tier spirit refinement warrior could not withstand a single attack from him. Now, no one doubted Lu Xian's previous threat. It was not Lu Xian's bluff, but he really did have the strength to do so. On the other hand, Wei Suo was gloating in his heart. How dare he call me trash? Only now did he prove how wise his decision was. He was only scolded as trash. Compared to Huang Hui losing his life like a fool, it was much better. After killing Huang Hui with a single attack, Lu Xian did not relax at all, because Han Feng's attack was about to arrive. As expected of a 6th-tier spirit refinement warrior, Han Feng's attack was far from what Huang Hui could compare to. It was comparable to Xiao Xiaohong's. However, the current Lu Xian was not the same Lu Xian as before. Not only had he consolidated his cultivation in the spirit refinement realm, but he had also comprehended the sword intent of the Great Accomplishment Stage and the 7 Dragon Transformation swords. As soon as Soaring Dragon made his move, Lu Xian's sword momentum changed, and he used the second move of the 7 Dragon Transformation. Swords, Dragon in the Sky. As soon as the shattering ice sword sealed, dense origin energy of heaven and earth instantly condensed in front of Lu Xian, and the image of a longsword instantly appeared. Dragon in the Sky was the only defensive martial skill in the 7 Dragon Transformation swords. Die! Han Feng shouted angrily, and the sword in his hand suddenly slashed down at Lu Xian, not holding back at all. The scene of Lu Xian killing Huang Hui was naturally seen by Han Feng without holding back. Although Lu Xian had killed Qing Hong and the others, Han Feng did not see it with his own eyes. Now, Lu Xian had truly killed his people in front of him. To Han Feng, this was absolutely an extremely great mockery and provocation. Thus, when he attacked, he did not hold back at all. He no longer wanted to play with Lu Xian, he only wanted Lu Xian to die. Boom. A powerful force, without holding back, exploded in front of Lu Xian. The huge force transmitted, and the image of the longsword in front of Lu Xian suddenly shook, then collapsed. Even Lu Xian suffered quite a bit of impact. However, the power of Han Feng's sword had already been completely cancelled out. The dragon in the sky of the 7 dragon transformation swords was not a joke. After retreating 3 steps, Lu Xian suddenly turned around. The shattering ice sword drew a circle, and swept out again. He actually took the opportunity to launch a counterattack, the divine dragon's tail of the 7 dragon transformation swords. The power of the divine dragon's tail was extremely great. In terms of killing power, perhaps this sword could not compare to soaring dragon in the sky, but in terms of power, it was absolutely the first in the 7 dragon transformation swords. Han Feng was shocked when faced with this sword attack that Lu Xian had suddenly unleashed. He did not expect that not only would he not be able to do anything to Lu Xian when he attacked with his full strength, he would even be able to counterattack. Is this guy actually this powerful? However, Han Feng did not have the time to think so much. After all, he was a martial artist at the 6th level of the spirit refinement realm. How could he be defeated so easily? Activating the mysterious ice force, he similarly swung out his sword, and did not avoid Lu Xian's attack in the slightest. Another explosion rang out. Both of them suffered from the rebounding force, and were forced back at the same time. Lu Xian took 9 steps back, while Han Feng also took 7 steps back. Although there was a gap between the two, it was not too big. Han Feng cultivated the mysterious Ice Heart Sutra, and was also at the 6th level of the spirit refinement realm. Lu Xian was unable to gain the upper hand by relying on the power of Tai. If he wanted to fight against a martial artist at the 6th level of the spirit refinement realm, the most important thing was still that extremely powerful move, Unity of Heaven and Man. As the two of them retreated, the crowd of Profound Ice Pavilion disciples were already shocked speechless. Even Wei Suo could not be bothered to gloat. Lu Xian's strength seemed to be far stronger than he had imagined. This was definitely not something to be happy about. Lu Xian being able to kill Huang Hui was not out of Wei Suo's expectations. Previously, Lu Xian was only at the body refinement realm, yet he was able to kill Qing Hong, who was at the 3rd level of the spirit refinement realm. Now that he had reached the spirit refinement realm, he was naturally able to kill Huang Hui, who was at the 4th level of the spirit refinement realm. Although the instant kill was a little shocking to Wei Suo, it was not unacceptable. However, Lu Xian was actually able to block Han Feng's attack after killing Huang Hui, and even seized the opportunity to counterattack. This was absolutely unacceptable to Wei Suo. If it was calculated like this, did it not mean that even Han Feng could not do anything to Lu Xian? Kid, I never expected that you're actually pretending to be weak to eat a tiger. Han Feng stopped retreating and spoke with a gloomy expression. With his strength, not to mention being pushed back by Lu Xian, it was already an extremely shameful thing for him to be unable to kill Lu Xian with a single strike. However, he didn't know that Lu Xian was already capable of receiving 3 attacks from Xiao Zhaohong before he consolidated his cultivation at the spirit refinement stage, let alone now. I've said it before, I hate it the most when others make a move against the people by my side. Since he wants to court death, then don't blame me. Lu Xian's tone remained unchanged as he spoke. Since he wanted to fight, then so be it. It was only a casual strike of mine earlier. Are you naive enough to think that you're able to defeat me? Han Feng sneered, with me holding you back, do you think you're able to protect the little girl behind you? This time, Lu Xian started laughing instead. He stretched out the sword in his hand to point at the group of Ice Pavilion disciples behind Han Feng and said, ask them, who else dares to come forward and accept death? Do you think that a single word from you will really make someone willing to die for you? Han Feng couldn't help but turn around to look when he heard this. As expected, the group of Ice Pavilion disciples behind him were all hiding, as they were deeply afraid of being named by Han Feng. If they disobeyed Han Feng's orders, then they would naturally suffer in the future. But according to what Han Feng said, it was extremely likely that they would die right now. Who would dare challenge Lu Xian's dignity after being able to instantly kill Huang Hui, who was at the 4th level of the spirit refinement realm? They clung onto Han Feng's leg for the sake of obtaining benefits, and not for the sake of losing their lives for nothing. How could a disciple that was able to cultivate to this extent be an idiot? Lu Xian's move of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys had already obtained an effect. For a time, Han Feng's imposing manner was actually completely suppressed by Lu Xian, and this sort of feeling caused him to feel extremely bad. He was the genius of the Ice Pavilion, an existence that was extremely likely to become a personal disciple. How could he be suppressed by trash at the 1st level of the spirit refinement realm from a mere 3rd-grade sect? So Han Feng had to turn this situation around. Only by suppressing Lu Xian would he be able to truly feel at ease. Han Feng turned around to look at Lu Xian, and a trace of a savage smile flashed past his face as he said, "Is there really no one? Then let me show you." Turning his head around once more, Han Feng said to the group of Profound Ice Pavilion disciples, "Whoever comes up and captures those 2 girls will be rewarded with a piece of supreme-grade origin stone." The moment he said this, the disciples who were cowering earlier couldn't help but become excited. A top-quality yuan stone was equivalent to 10,000 contribution points. To them, it was definitely not a small amount of wealth. If Han Feng wasn't a disciple of the mysterious Ice Pavilion's first senior brother, he wouldn't have been so extravagant. However, although their thoughts were active, the disciples still suppressed the greed in their hearts. Although a top-quality primal stone was rare, it was still rare. They were not that stupid to risk their lives for a piece of top-quality primal stone. Han Feng was faintly angered when he saw that all the disciples were actually indifferent. However, he also knew that this was a little too much. After all, Lu Xian's earlier move had completely shocked everyone present. 3 top-grade primordial stones. Han Feng began to increase the price. Although one's life was important, there would always be brave men with a great reward. It could be said that humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. The breathing of the Profound Ice Pavilion disciples started to quicken. 3 top-grade primordial stones was just to capture 2 girls. The strongest person, Lu Xian, was also restrained by Han Feng, so it might be worth the risk. Lu Xian's expression started to become serious. He didn't think that this Han Feng would actually be willing to pay such a price just to deal with him. Although Chen Xiaohan and Luo Ning both obtained a few top-grade primordial stones, they thought that it was easy to obtain them. If it wasn't a great opportunity, there was no way to obtain them. Even Chen Xiaohan and Luo Ning went through a near-death experience to obtain this amount of wealth. Lu Xian wanted to be the first to make a move. However, if he didn't truly shock this group of Profound Ice Pavilion disciples, they would charge at him together. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to protect Chen Xiaohan under Han Feng's restraint. Although Chen Xiaohan obtained the ancient spirit talisman technique, she had just started cultivating it after all, so the effects hadn't been displayed yet. Why does the Profound Ice Pavilion have a group of cowards like you? Middle-stage spirit refinement realm cultivators are actually afraid of a first-layer spirit refinement realm cultivator. He's still under my control. Han Feng became even more furious. This group of fellows simply disappointed him too much, and greatly damaged his reputation. If he were to give up just like that, wouldn't he be looked down upon by Lu Xian? 5 top-grade primordial stones. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This is the last time. If you don't go, then don't blame me for missing out on this huge amount of wealth. Han Feng's expression was slightly sinister. 5 top-grade primordial stones was a huge amount of wealth to him. If it wasn't for the sake of getting back at him, why would he be willing to take out such a generous reward? Senior brother Han, I'll go. Isn't he just a first-layer spirit refinement realm cultivator? With senior brother Han restraining him, I believe he won't be able to fight back at all. A disciple couldn't resist the temptation any longer and stood out. He had the strength of a 5th-layer spirit refinement realm cultivator. Amongst everyone present, he was only inferior to Han Feng. Lu Xian was able to instantly kill Huang Hui, but it didn't mean that Lu Xian could easily kill him. 5 top-grade primordial stones were sufficient for him to cultivate to the late-stage spirit refinement realm. This risk was worth taking. Who said that life was priceless? Life had a price, and it all depended on the price to see if it was worth the risk. When everyone chose to enter the profound ice secret realm, they had practically risked half of their lives. And if he didn't have an extremely great fortuitous encounter, then don't even think about obtaining 5 top-grade primordial stones in the profound ice secret realm. Very good, Duze. You really didn't disappoint me. After this, I'll recommend you to Senior Brother Lung. If you're able to obtain Senior Brother Lung's favor, then your future will be limitless. Han Feng finally revealed a trace of a smile. Money makes the world go round. This saying could be used in the mortal world, and it could also be used in the cultivation world. Duze, who just stood out, was instantly extremely excited when he heard Han Feng. If he was able to ride on Senior Brother Lung's coattails, a mere 5 top-grade primordial stones were nothing. Senior Brother Lung was the eldest senior brother of the Profound Ice Pavilion. His strength had already reached the origin returning realm, and he was Elder Nangong's most favored disciple. Even the Mystic Ice Pavilion's elder treated Senior Brother Lung with great respect. This was because there was a high possibility that he would be the next Mystic Ice Pavilion's pavilion master. As for the disciples who didn't stand out just now, they all felt that it was a pity. They regretted being too greedy for their lives. With Senior Brother Han holding them back, how could they be afraid of a kid who was only at the first stage spirit refinement realm? Humans were like this, they couldn't bear to see others gain benefits. Here are 5 top-grade primordial stones. Take them well and listen to me. I won't mistreat my own people. Han Feng directly threw the 5 top-grade primordial stones to Duze. He'd paid such a price, so naturally, he wanted to take the opportunity to win people's hearts. He wanted everyone to know that following him, Han Feng, would not be a loss. Seeing Duze happily put away the 5 precious top-grade primordial stones, Han Feng then continued to look at Lu Xian. The corner of his mouth drew a trace of a proud smile. You think no one dares to come forward? Although I alone am enough to kill you, before I kill you, I want you to see your little lover behind you die in front of you first. Me and a 5th stage spirit refinement realm cultivator, can you still block them? Ha 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 ha. Since there are still people who are willing to die, then don't blame me. Lu Xian's gaze was cold. No matter who it was, no matter how strong, he would never allow them to harm Chen Xiaohan. If he couldn't even protect his own woman, then he would be too useless. If he were to face Duze alone, it wouldn't be difficult for Lu Xian to kill him. But now, with Han Feng holding him back, it undoubtedly increased the difficulty. However, it was only the difficulty. Lu Xian might be able to do it. I'm not someone Huang Hui can compare to. It won't be that easy to kill me. After putting away the top-grade primordial stones, Duze looked at Lu Xian and snorted coldly. Since he took someone's money, he naturally had to get down to business. You are indeed arrogant. Then let me see what you have to back up your arrogance. Han Feng no longer wanted to waste his breath with Lu Xian. He raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it directly at Lu Xian. Wait for me to make a move. You directly pounce on those 2 girls. Don't kill them, capture them alive. Han Feng quickly transmitted his voice to Duze. All right. Duze agreed. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and started to slowly circulate the primordial force in his body. At this moment, Chen Xiaohan was also talking to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, don't worry about me. I still have 2 5-star spirit talismans. If I'm caught off guard, I'll definitely be able to heavily injure this fellow. Chen Xiaohan said with a determined tone. She herself had the strength of a 4-star spirit talisman master. If she could heavily injure Duze with a sneak attack, she might not lose. But Lu Xian shook his head. Don't worry. Just protect Xianxia well. Leave the rest to me. He naturally wouldn't let Chen Xiaohan take the risk. He didn't like to hand the outcome to unpredictable things. He could only be at ease if he personally controlled it. Die. Han Feng roared, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. The powerful speed of a 6th-level spirit refinement martial artist was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. An incomparably large amount of primordial force of heaven and earth instantly swept towards him. It instantly transformed into an extremely powerful sword and shot towards Lu Xian without holding anything back. As Han Feng made his move, the mood of everyone present all tensed up. Could Lu Xian block Han Feng's full-powered sword? Even if he blocked it, would he have the remaining strength to deal with Du Zhe? Would Du Zhe follow in Huang Hui's footsteps? These doubts continuously flashed in the minds of the Profound Ice Pavilion disciples. Their feelings could be considered to be incomparably complicated. As a member of the Profound Ice Pavilion, they naturally hoped that Du Zhe would succeed. However, jealousy haunted them, and they didn't really want to see Du Zhe obtain such great benefits so easily. Under the numerous nervous gazes, Du Zhe did not even dare to breathe loudly as he stared at Lu Xian's movements. As long as Lu Xian made a move against Han Feng, he would instantly make his move and attack Chen Xiaohan and Lu Xian. As for Han Feng saying that he wanted to capture them alive, Du Zhe didn't take it seriously at all. He wouldn't take the risk to capture them alive. He would directly use his full strength and kill them with one strike. Wouldn't that be more straightforward and safe? At that time, he could naturally say that he didn't control his strength well. Under the countless gazes, Lu Xian finally made his move. As expected, Lu Xian's attack directly met Han Feng's. After all, Han Feng's strength was at the 6th level of the spirit refinement realm. With Lu Xian's strength, he was completely unable to ignore him. Arrogant Dragon's Remorse, no matter if it was within the Dragon Sword technique or the 7 Dragon Sword transformation technique, this was an absolutely powerful move. At this moment, Lu Xian had used it to its limit, mobilizing the Tai force within his body without holding back in the slightest. His great accomplishment Sword Intent was also fully supported. It seemed that Lu Xian had not held back in the slightest and had used all of his strength to deal with Han Feng. He was completely powerless to stop Du Zhe, who was watching from the side. Now, a sliver of wild joy flashed across Du Zhe's face. He had originally been worried that Lu Xian would hold back in order to deal with him, but now it seemed that Lu Xian had completely used his full strength. In the end, he still chose to protect himself and give up on these two girls? Du Zhe sneered in his heart, but his movements did not slow down in the slightest. When Lu Xian attacked, he had already raised his speed to the limit and rushed towards Chen Xiaohan at full speed. The battle had already begun, and all the suspense was about to be revealed. No one dared to breathe too loudly. All of them held their breaths in concentration as they stared fixedly at the situation in front of them. Would Lu Xian be able to break out of this hopeless situation? Die! 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 Wei Suo clenched his fists tightly as he desperately shouted in his heart. His eyes were completely round and faintly red. Although he coveted the supreme-grade primordial stones that Du Zhe had obtained, he wanted Lu Xian to die even more. This was because Lu Xian's strength had completely exceeded his expectations, and the enmity between him and Lu Xian had long since been irreconcilable. Only when Lu Xian died at Han Feng's hands could he truly be at ease. Seeing Lu Xian attack him with his full strength, a sliver of a disdainful smile flashed across Han Feng's face. He did not deny that Lu Xian's attack was indeed extremely powerful, much more powerful than the previous attack. His own attack might not be able to do anything to Lu Xian, but Han Feng did not care. He did not want to directly kill Lu Xian. As long as Du Zhe could capture Chen Xiaohan, he would win, and he would be able to wantonly humiliate Lu Xian to fiercely vent the displeasure in his heart. When he thought of this, Han Feng circulated his cultivation method to the limit and once again pushed his attack to an extremely powerful level. Boom! Lu Xian and Han Feng's two sword moves abruptly collided, and violent origin energy undulations instantly spread out. At this moment, Du Zhe had already charged to a distance of less than 10 m away from Chen Xiaohan. Lu Xian lost. Even if he withstands this attack, he won't be able to protect the two women behind him. The crowd of Profound Ice Pavilion disciples shook their heads. In their eyes, the result was already decided. No matter what, Lu Xian did not have the strength to deal with Du Zhe. Even if he managed to retreat in time, with Du Zhe's strength at the 5th level of the spirit refinement realm, how could he not be able to take one move from Lu Xian? Lu Xian, who could not defend in time, could only be cut down by Han Feng's sword. You should have died long ago. Wei Suo's face revealed a trace of wild joy. He had been anticipating this scene for a very long time. He would forever remember the embarrassing scene of him being slapped over 10 times by Lu Xian in public during the inter-sect competition of Wind Sword School, and directly fainted from anger. Only Lu Xian's death could wash away this humiliation for him. And just when everyone heaved a sigh of relief and thought that the outcome was set, the situation of the battle instantly changed. Lu Xian's proud dragon shows remorse collided with Han Feng's attack. The facts proved that Lu Xian's attack was still slightly inferior to Han Feng's. After the collision, Han Feng did not move an inch, but Lu Xian was sent flying. In everyone's eyes, this was naturally a sign that Lu Xian was no match for Han Feng. However, Han Feng, who personally faced Lu Xian's attack, did not feel the slightest bit happy because he had gained the upper hand. Instead, he frowned slightly. The strength of Lu Xian's sword strike was far below his imagination. In his eyes, even if Lu Xian was no match for him, it was absolutely impossible for him to send him flying. This thought had just flashed in Han Feng's mind when Lu Xian, who was sent flying, actually moved again in the air. Logically speaking, no matter who it was, there would be a period of time where there would be a power vacuum, and they would be unable to quickly follow up and attack again. Han Feng had precisely grasped this point, forcing Lu Xian to use his full strength, and be unable to rescue Qin Shaohan. However, at this moment, Lu Xian, who was sent flying, actually seemed to have produced a force out of thin air. Forcefully turning around, he borrowed the momentum sent by Han Feng to directly charge towards Du Zhe. A trace of shock involuntarily flashed across Han Feng's face. How was this possible? Lu Xian's performance completely did not make sense. At this moment, he did not have the time to think so much, and directly shouted, "Du Zhe, be careful." After his warning, Han Feng's body abruptly moved, and he closely followed behind. As long as Lu Xian withstood one of Lu Xian's attacks, Han Feng, who would arrive afterwards, would be able to easily kill the defenseless Lu Xian in an instant. Hearing the shout, Du Zhe was startled. Was this Lu Xian really so powerful? After meeting senior brother Han's full-strength attack, he actually still had the strength to spare to attack me. However, he quickly calmed down, and laughed coldly in his heart. Did he really think that he was as easy to bully as Huang Hui? If he did not receive this attack of his, he would likely be looked down upon by others. In that moment, Du Zhe simply stopped his movements, and used all his strength to defend against the incoming attack of Lu Xian. The aura of his entire body was released, and the origin energy within his body was mobilized without the slightest bit of restraint. All of it was used by him. If he was not careful, it was extremely likely that he would die. Qin Shaohan, who had tightly gripped onto the 2 5-star spirit talismans, also looked at Lu Xian in astonishment at this moment. She did not think that Lu Xian would actually really rush over to rescue her. Did he not know that there was still the powerful Han Feng chasing him from behind? As long as Du Zhe could slightly obstruct him, Lu Xian would have no chance of escaping. Even though he was in the air and the situation was critical, Lu Xian's heart was incomparably calm. He knew that there was only one thing he needed to do now, and that was to kill Du Zhe in a single strike. There was no need to consider anything else. The reason why Lu Xian was able to erupt with power at the last moment was naturally because of the arrogant dragons. Remorse. The true essence of the arrogant dragon's remorse lay in the word remorse. The arrogant dragon's remorse meant that those who occupied a high position should also have a heart that was guarded against arrogance and rashness, so as to avoid regret due to failure. For this sword technique, even when attacking with all his strength, he still had to hold back a little bit of power to deal with unexpected situations. Lu Xian seemed to have attacked with all his strength, but in reality, he still held back a little bit of power. This little bit of power should not be underestimated. It was precisely because of its existence that Lu Xian was able to change his direction in an instant and directly charge towards Du Zhe without the slightest hesitation. As long as he could endure that instant of power vacuum, his entire strength would be restored. Of course, this move was only to give Lu Xian the possibility to react. If he truly needed to resolve the crisis, he needed to kill Du Zhe in an instant. Otherwise, he would have absolutely no time to deal with Han Feng, who was hot on his heels. The profound Ice Pavilion disciples, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, could not help but become anxious again when they saw the change in Lu Xian that exceeded everyone's expectations. Their gazes followed the rapidly advancing Lu Xian. But perhaps it was because they were too focused. So much so that no one noticed that at this moment, Lu Xian had actually disappeared. He did not disappear from their sight, but from their perception, man, sword, sky. As Lu Xian rapidly advanced, they actually mysteriously fused together. This kind of feeling was like when Lu Xian used the concept of wind and merged with the wind. However, the current Lu Xian was even more difficult than merging with the wind, because he merged with the world. In just a short instant, Lu Xian had already entered the realm of being one with the world. An extremely exquisite and breathtaking sword technique quietly flashed through Lu Xian's mind. He had seen this sword technique more than 100 times. What he needed to do now was not to watch it again, but to use this powerful sword technique. With Lu Xian's strength at the first tier of the soul refinement realm, killing a 4th tier soul refinement realm cultivator with one sword technique was already his limit. Wanting to kill a 5th tier soul refinement realm cultivator with one sword technique was no different from a fool's dream. However, this sword technique that came from the sword crystal, the first form of heaven sword 9 layers, being one with the world, made Lu Xian feel that this was possible. He had never personally used this sword technique before, but he knew that he could use it. He also did not personally see the power of this sword technique, but he knew that this sword technique was enough to kill Du Zhe. Heaven and man, as one. These 4 words came out of Lu Xian's mouth one by one. As the last word came out, Lu Xian's entire aura had already been raised to the peak state. Du Zhe was dumbfounded. He held the long sword in his hand, but he did not seem to know how to use it. It was as if he could no longer see Lu Xian. He only saw a sword, an unparalleled sword, as if it had flown from the 9 heavens to cut him down under the sword. He wanted to resist, but he could not. It was as if it was not a sword that was stabbing at him, but the heavens. It was not Lu Xian who wanted to kill him, but the heavens who wanted to kill him. How could someone at Du Zhe's level understand the truly profound state of being one with the heavens? Even if it was Lu Xian, if he had not directly obtained the memory of this sword technique from the sword crystal, he would not have been able to comprehend it at all. Du Zhe's foolish performance stunned the disciples of Mysterious Ice Pavilion. They did not understand why Du Zhe did not move. Although they could see that this sword technique of Lu Xian was extremely powerful, it was not to the point where he could not even dodge it. Only those who had actually faced this sword technique would know how terrifying it was. Someone wanted to remind him, but it was too late. This sword technique was the sword technique of being one with the heavens. It was extremely fast. Qi. The huge sword Qi directly pierced through Du Zhe's chest. From beginning to end, Du Zhe did not dodge, nor did he resist. He was killed by Lu Xian just like that. It was not until the moment of his death that Du Zhe recovered his senses. It turned out that there was actually such a powerful sword technique in this world. To be able to see such a powerful sword technique before he died, for Du Zhe, perhaps it was already an extremely good result. Seeing Du Zhe die in an instant, not to mention obstructing Lu Xian for a breath's time, he did not even have the slightest bit of resistance. Han Feng was incomparably shocked. His originally rapidly pursuing body suddenly slowed down. For a moment, he did not dare to approach Lu Xian at all. One sword from the west, the world bowed its head. Following Han Feng's abrupt stop, the entire scene seemed to have come to a standstill. The expressions of the crowd of Profound Ice Pavilion disciples were either staring with their eyes wide open or with their mouths agape. They all had different expressions, but the only similarity was that one could clearly see their astonishment from their expressions. Du Zhe had really been killed. He had been killed in a single strike, and the result was exactly the same as Huang Hui from before. The crowd of disciples who gradually regained their senses rejoiced in their hearts. Luckily, they did not have any greedy thoughts and took the risk for a few supreme-grade primordial stones. Lu Xian could even kill Du Zhe, who was at the 5th level of the spirit refinement realm. No matter who among them went up, they would definitely not be able to escape death. Qin Xiaohan's eyes practically glowed as she looked at Lu Xian. This was the man she liked. He was so strong, and she had never felt this sense of security before. To her, Lu Xian was the sky. As long as Lu Xian was by her side, the sky would not collapse. As for Han Feng, his gaze towards Lu Xian was filled with fear. How could this guy be so strong? After dealing with my full-powered attack, he was still able to unleash an almost unparalleled strike and kill Du Zhe. At this moment, Han Feng no longer dared to underestimate Lu Xian. If Lu Xian could kill Du Zhe in a single strike, it meant that he completely had the ability to fight against Han Feng. Turning around, Lu Xian's expression did not change in the slightest. He continued to look at Han Feng in front of him quietly. However, in the eyes of the crowd, this was undoubtedly an expression of indifference. Killing Du Zhe in a single strike was as simple as eating and drinking water. However, in reality, Lu Xian's current situation was not as good as they had imagined. Killing Du Zhe was also not as simple as they had imagined. The 9 levels of the Heaven Sword were too powerful. Even if it was only the first form, unity of man and nature, it had almost drained all of Lu Xian's strength. With his current strength, it was still somewhat difficult for him to control this strike. However, Lu Xian didn't dare reveal the slightest bit of unusualness. Once Han Feng noticed his current situation, then he would surely be greeted with a calamity. In his current state, he was completely unable to go against Han Feng. Do you think there's anyone who dares to come up now? Looking at Han Feng, Lu Xian spoke calmly. Previously, he had said that no one would be able to make it, and Han Feng had used a large sum of money to provoke Du Zhe into the arena. But now, even Du Zhe had died. Han Feng frowned slightly, but did not speak. Instead, he turned his head around and glanced at the disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion. This time, they did not avoid Han Feng's gaze, but all of their gazes revealed a message. No matter what he used to tempt them, they would definitely not take the risk. Not to mention 5 top-grade primordial stones, even 10 pieces of primordial stones were not as valuable as their lives. Even if they wanted to risk their lives, they had to have a chance to fight. In front of Lu Xian, there was no other possibility except death. Seeing that Han Feng was indifferent, Lu Xian smiled in disdain. He took a few steps to the side and went straight to Du Zhe's corpse. He immediately took off his storage ring. Within this storage ring, there were the 5 top-grade primordial stones that Han Feng had just given him. If it was before, Han Feng would definitely attack Lu Xian's arrogant actions. But now, he didn't dare. The more arrogant Lu Xian was, the more he didn't dare. Because he had no idea what cards Lu Xian had up his sleeves. Don't think that Lu Xian seemed to be very careless, but he had actually been paying attention to Han Feng's actions. The truth had proven that he had made the right bet. As long as he acted arrogantly, Han Feng would be even more fearful. For someone who had reached Han Feng's level, he was even more afraid of death than Du Zhe and the others. Du Zhe was willing to risk his life for a chance to step into the late stage of the spiritualist refinement realm. But Han Feng was definitely going to step into the late stage of the spiritualist refinement realm. Furthermore, he had climbed onto the thigh of Profound Ice Pavilion's Xianxia. He might even be able to step into the origin realm in the future. His future was limitless, so why would he risk his life? While Han Feng wasn't paying attention, Lu Xian secretly took out 2 pieces of top-grade primordial stones from his storage ring. He then placed his hands behind his back and pretended to be arrogant as he spoke to Han Feng. Now, do you still want to be my enemy? As he spoke, Lu Xian circulated the Tai return to origin technique at lightning speed, constantly absorbing the pure essence force within the top-grade primordial stones. It would be best if he could force Han Feng to retreat, but Lu Xian had to prepare for the worst. Only by recovering his strength would he be able to be completely at ease. Don't think that just because you got rid of Du Zhe, you can do anything to me. I am not someone he can compare to. Han Feng said with a gloomy expression. Lu Xian laughed instead. Indeed, I naturally don't have the confidence to kill you. But, in order to avenge Qinghong, you have lost Huang Hui and Du Zhe. This is really worth it. Of course, you can try again. Who knows, you might be able to kill me and avenge the 3 of them. But, can you withstand my sword just now? Pausing for a moment, Lu Xian's gaze kept wandering around Han Feng's body as he continued, maybe you can withstand it. But, where do you think my sword will stab you? Heart? Between the eyebrows? Or perhaps, I will chop off one of your hands or one of your legs. Or perhaps, a 3rd leg? Ha ha ha. Sensing Lu Xian's gaze repeatedly sweeping across his body, Han Feng felt a wave of uneasiness all over his body. It was as if what Lu Xian had said was about to become reality. When he thought of having his arms and legs chopped off, and even having his morals crippled by Lu Xian, Han Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. To him, it was a fate worse than death. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the truth was that a sliver of fear had already risen in his heart. Senior Han, we cannot let this Lu Xian off. We have already offended him to death. In the future, when his strength grows stronger, he will definitely find trouble with us. Seeing that Han Feng seemed to have thoughts of retreating, Wei Suo boldly reminded him. He really wanted Lu Xian to die. You shut up. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Han Feng glared at Wei Suo with an unfriendly expression as he angrily cried out. He had previously understood that it was precisely because of Wei Suo's instigation that Qing Hong and the rest would provoke Xianxia and draw over Lu Xian. It was fine if Han Feng did not take Lu Xian seriously before. Now that he knew that Lu Xian was so powerful, how could he still have a good attitude towards Wei Suo? Being reprimanded by Han Feng, Wei Suo could not help but shrink his neck and no longer dared to speak. He was afraid that if he really angered Han Feng, he would be killed in a moment of unhappiness. He was not someone from the mysterious ice pavilion. Turning his head, Han Feng stared at Lu Xian and said, "The might of that sword earlier is completely not something that a martial artist at the first level of the spirit refinement realm can unleash. I believe that you have exhausted quite a bit of your strength. Don't tell me that you can still unleash another sword? Whether I can or not, won't you know after you try?" Lu Xian did not explain, and directly replied. The yuan power that he had exhausted was currently being continuously recovered through top-grade yuan stones. As long as he dragged on for a little more time, even if he could not recover to his peak condition, he would still be able to recover a certain amount of fighting strength. Using top-grade yuan stones to recover yuan power could be said to be an extremely wasteful method, but the effect was extremely good. Luo Ning had relied on a few top-grade yuan stones to escape from the 4 mysterious ice demons earlier. Lu Xian's attitude caused Han Feng to be completely uncertain. He could indeed give it a try, but he didn't dare. If Lu Xian really did have strength remaining, and if he was really crippled by this sword strike, then it would be too late for regret. Lu Xian would not be able to make up for the loss of his life for the sake of taking revenge for a few subordinates. In a moment, the scene once again descended into a deadlock. Lu Xian no longer provoked Han Feng. He was happy to do so. The longer this dragged on, the more he was not afraid of Han Feng. Just as Han Feng wanted to find a way out of this embarrassing situation, a mysterious ice pavilion disciple at the very back suddenly cried out. "Senior brother Han, it's bad. The mysterious ice-cold current is coming. Quickly run." When these words came out, no matter if it was Han Feng or Lu Xian, they all quickly looked over. They saw that above the huge ice lake, a faint hazy mist had appeared. At this moment, this mist was rapidly sweeping towards them. It was the most dangerous and completely unstoppable mysterious ice-cold current in the mysterious ice secret realm. It really is the mysterious ice-cold current. Lu Xian, let's quickly retreat. Chen Xiaohan quickly ran to Lu Xian's side and said anxiously. She had seen the mysterious ice-cold current once, so naturally, she was able to confirm it with a glance. Yes. Lu Xian's expression was serious as he nodded his head. However, he did not retreat at the first moment. He had to be on guard against Han Feng. Seeing that the mysterious ice-cold current was coming, Han Feng was overjoyed. He was worried that he could not find a good excuse to get out of this situation. Now, the mysterious ice-cold current had undoubtedly given him an excellent excuse. Consider yourself lucky that the mysterious ice-cold current has actually come. This time I will spare your life. The next time I meet you, I will definitely not have this kind of opportunity. Han Feng looked at Lu Xian and coldly snorted as he spoke ruthlessly. Lu Xian laughed in his heart. How could he not know that Han Feng already had the thought of retreating in his heart? However, he did not point it out. He did not have the intention to fight to the death with Han Feng. At this moment, it was better to retreat as soon as possible. Let's go. Get away from this ice lake. Han Feng said to the mysterious ice pavilion disciples. Immediately, he flew up and directly flew into the distance. The mysterious ice pavilion disciples hurriedly followed. The mysterious ice-cold current came from the lake. Naturally, the further they went, the safer they would be. Seeing that Han Feng and the others had left, Lu Xian also pulled Chen Xiaohan and prepared to escape. However, at this moment, Han Feng also happened to look over. In an instant, Han Feng saw the 2 pieces of top-grade yuan stones in Lu Xian's hands. Damn it! This guy is really putting on an empty show of strength. Han Feng could not help but angrily shout out. How could he not understand what was going on now? If Lu Xian really had extra strength, why would he secretly use the top-grade yuan stones to recover his strength? He was obviously just scaring him, but he actually believed it. But now, the mysterious ice-cold current was attacking. Even if Han Feng wanted to find trouble with Lu Xian, it was too late. Lu Xian might not be able to kill him, but no one could withstand this mysterious ice-cold current. Wei Suo was once again overjoyed when he heard Han Feng, and he hurriedly said, Senior brother Han, let's head over there and guard that opening. We'll force Lu Xian back to where the currents of ice are. He'll die without a doubt if he goes in, and we'll be able to easily kill him if he comes out. Good. I didn't think that you would still have some use. Han Feng also accepted Wei Suo's suggestion. From the direction of the mysterious ice-cold current, only the direction that Wei Suo pointed out would be safe. The other places were all dangerous. Now, he wanted to force Lu Xian to run towards the dangerous place. Damn it. Lu Xian's gaze turned solemn. He did not expect that under his carelessness, he would actually expose the 2 top-grade yuan stones in his hands. At this moment, Han Feng and the rest were all running towards the only safe place. If Lu Xian wanted to safely retreat, he had to pass through that place. However, even if one used their toes to think, they would know that once Lu Xian went over, Han Feng would definitely attack him without mercy. There's no other way, I can only take a risk. Lu Xian gritted his teeth and said. He took Xianxia from Qin Xiaohan's hands and carried her on his back. At the same time, he held Qin Xiaohan's hand with one hand and the two of them quickly ran forward. That's right, Lu Xian did not choose to stay far away from the ice lake. Instead, he ran towards the direction of the ice lake. This way, he could get as far away from Han Feng and the rest as possible. The only danger he needed to deal with was the mysterious ice-cold current in front of him. Lu Xian naturally did not think that he would be able to survive under the mysterious ice-cold current. Therefore, he needed to quickly find a blind spot where the mysterious ice-cold current could not reach. Han Feng's place was an absolutely safe place, but it did not mean that other places would be in danger. However, because the direction of the mysterious ice-cold current was uncertain, any place could be affected. As Lu Xian ran, he poured all of his Tai energy into his Qingming acupuncture point. In an instant, he raised his eyesight to the limit. There were many places that he could not see clearly, but now he could see clearly. He was looking for the safest place. There's an ice boulder protruding from there. It might be a hiding place. After Lu Xian's gaze quickly swept around the area, he locked onto a place. Without hesitation, he pulled Qin Xiaohan and quickly ran towards that place. At this moment, the mysterious ice-cold current was getting closer and closer. It quickly swept from the center of the ice lake to the shore. Because of the turbulence caused by the mysterious ice-cold current, the mysterious ice-cold current appeared to be extremely unstable. It floated in the air and no one knew where it would sweep in the next moment. Lu Xian could only clench his teeth and gamble as he quickly ran towards the place he had chosen. You want to run? The eyes of Han Feng, who had already arrived at his destination, flickered. He hated Lu Xian to the bone. Not only had he caused him to lose face, he had even scared him at the last moment. This caused Han Feng to feel incomparably humiliated. Stealing his heart, Han Feng charged forward. He pushed his full power to the limit, sending out sword moves after sword moves. The martial techniques he used were all of the strongest. Han Feng's strength was at the peak of the 6th level of the body refinement realm, and the amount of yuan energy he could utilize was enormous. Especially at this moment, when the profound ice current attacked, the density of the yuan energy here had even reached a limit. Every move he made was able to bring about an extremely large wave of air. And this wave of air was blasted forward by Han Feng without holding back. He actually wanted to use his own strength to affect the direction of the frost current. If he wanted to completely change the direction of the frost current, it was naturally impossible with Han Feng's strength. But the frost current was originally extremely unstable, and he did not want to completely change the direction of the frost current. He only wanted to a certain extent, cause the frost current to deviate a bit. This was not necessarily impossible. One had to know that a butterfly's flap of its wings could cause a gust of wind. Perhaps Han Feng's actions had truly affected the frigid current of ice. The frigid current of ice, which was supposed to sweep straight towards Lu Xian, actually shifted slightly at this moment, and the direction of the deviation was exactly the direction that Lu Xian was rushing towards. The frost current was extremely large. As long as it slightly changed its direction, it would be able to greatly change the affected area. At this moment, after the frost current changed its direction, although Lu Xian and the others were not at the center of the affected area, they were still at the edge. Lu Xian, the frost current is coming towards us. Chen Xiaohan exclaimed. Lu Xian turned his head to look, and sure enough, the misty frigid current of ice was sweeping straight towards him. Hold on to me, we can only take a gamble. Lu Xian fully activated his Tai power, and the wind riding art was operated to the extreme. Luckily, when the frost current attacked, it also brought a gust of wind to Lu Xian. Taking advantage of this gust of wind, his speed was actually even faster. The protruding rock that Lu Xian had chosen was already very close. Whoosh, holding Chen Xiaohan's hand, Lu Xian flashed in without any hesitation. Just as he had expected, behind this giant rock, there was indeed a place to hide people. But it was a bit small, and might not be able to avoid the frost current. Just as Lu Xian was preparing to increase the range of this place, Chen Xiaohan's surprised voice sounded. Lu Xian, look over here, there's an ice cave. Ice cave? A trace of joy flashed across Lu Xian's face. He quickly turned his head to look, and saw that in the direction that Chen Xiaohan was pointing, there was a huge ice cave that could fit 3 to 5 people side by side. Seeing this ice cave, Lu Xian instantly remembered the place that Luo Ning had mentioned. It was close to the ice lake, and was extremely well hidden. Wasn't it this ice cave? Indeed, one can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Come, let's quickly go in. Lu Xian no longer hesitated. He pulled Chen Xiaohan and went straight into the ice cave. Not only could there be top-grade primordial stones and treasures of heaven and earth here, it was also the best place to hide from the frigid current of ice. Han Feng, who had been continuously using martial skills to affect the direction of the frost current, saw that the frost current had covered Lu Xian's figure, and immediately revealed a ruthless smile on his face. He muttered, "You dare to scare me, let's see if you will die this time." However, he did not dare to stay outside for long, and immediately returned to a safe place. Although the frost current had moved towards Lu Xian's direction for a moment, it would not disappear so easily. In a while, it might continue to sweep until it was exhausted. After waiting for a full half an hour, the frost current charged out of the ice lake in one go, and began to rampage in an even wider area outside. Only after confirming that the frost current had completely gone far away, did Han Feng and the rest dare to come out again. The might of the frost current had indeed caused them to be incomparably shocked. Not only was it powerful, when the frost current was near them, they could only feel an extremely cold aura being transmitted over, as if even their blood was about to be frozen. One could imagine what would happen to them if they were really enveloped by the frost current. As one of the greatest dangers within the frost secret realm, the frost current indeed lived up to its name. Senior Han, do you want to go and see if they are dead? Wei Suo stood up and asked in a probing manner. Although he had seen the frost current sweeping towards Lu Xian and the rest with his own eyes, he would not be at ease if he did not see it with his own eyes. Let's go and take a look. It's best if they are dead, it saves me the trouble. Han Feng coldly said, and immediately took the lead, rushing towards the place where Lu Xian had disappeared. This frost current really lives up to its name. With just a sweep, the landscape here has changed. However, the strange thing is that this ice lake has actually not been frozen. It is indeed a little unusual. A group of people sized up the area that had been swept by the frost current, and all of them exclaimed in surprise. It's a pity that the water of this ice lake is too cold, and we can't go down. Otherwise, we can take a look and see what secrets this ice lake has. I have felt it for a while. The water of this ice lake contains dense Aishuan power. We can bring some out. If we can drink this water normally, it would be beneficial for our cultivation. Forget it. The lake is so big, how much can you bring? Moreover, after we go out, without the natural environment of the frost secret realm, I'm afraid the Yuan power in the water will also be lost, and it will become normal water. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the place where Lu Xian had disappeared. Han Feng suspiciously sized up the place, and said, "If I remember correctly, this place was not like this before. It should be the influence of the frost current that directly froze this place. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that Lu Xian and the two girls have already been frozen in these ice rocks," a disciple said. "Do you want to break the ice and see if they are actually inside?" Wei Sua asked. He was not satisfied that he did not see Lu Xian's corpse. Hearing this, Han Feng glanced at him and said, "Sure, you can slowly break it. After a month, maybe it will break." Haha, what an idiot. How can he still be alive after being frozen like this? The Frost Secret Realm only lasts for a total of 3 months. It has already been more than half a month. Who has the time to waste here? What a fool. After being ridiculed by this group of profound Ice Pavilion disciples, Wei Sua's face alternated between red and white. He did not speak anymore. He still had to follow them. Otherwise, he might die at any time in this Frost Secret Realm. Han Feng impatiently waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about Lu Xian. Let's go around. When the frost current attacks, it often brings many good things. Same rules, leave everything to me. Don't think about hiding anything. After we get out, when I become a direct disciple, everyone will be rewarded." He did not bring this group of disciples to be good people. He needed their strength to find treasures and accumulate wealth so that he could become first and become a direct disciple. With a group of subordinates, he could save a lot of time. If he was alone, it would take a lot of time to search this huge ice lake. However, with so many people moving around, the time needed was greatly reduced. "I think we're trapped." In the darkness, Lu Xian said. Following which, a light shone again. It was Lu Xian who took out a sunlight stone from his storage ring. At this moment, he and Chen Xiaohan were within this ice cave. Fortunately, the two of them had found this ice cave. The might of the mysterious ice-cold current was much stronger than they had imagined, as it had actually sealed this entire place in ice. If they had only hid behind the huge rock, it was likely that they would have been turned into ice sculptures, just like what Han Feng and the others had imagined. "What do we do now?" Chen Xiaohan asked. With Lu Xian by her side, she was naturally more dependent on Lu Xian. "This ice layer is quite thick. I'm afraid we can't break it in a short period of time. However, there is no rush. Since we have found this ice cave, we might have to explore it. If we can find the elixir to wake up Xianxia, that would be the best," Lu Xian said after studying for a while. At this moment, several black figures suddenly appeared in Lu Xian's field of vision. They were the profound ice demons that had come from the depths of the ice cave. At this moment, no one knew if the Xian ice demons were alarmed by the Xian ice current or attracted by Lu Xian's radiance, but they still came. "Hide behind me." Lu Xian pulled Chen Xiaohan behind him and looked at the Xian ice demons with his sword in one hand. There were a total of 5 Xian ice demons. Lu Oning had told him before that there were Xian ice demons in the ice cave, so Lu Xian wasn't surprised. Moreover, he felt that the aura of these Xian ice demons wasn't strong. The strongest one was only at the first or second stage of the spirit refinement realm, so they weren't a threat to him. Seeing a human, these Xian ice demons didn't hesitate and directly rushed forward to kill Lu Xian. Lu Xian naturally didn't say much. The only way to deal with these Xian ice demons was to kill them. With the startling wind sword, a gust of wind mixed with a sharp sword intent directly attacked the Xian ice demons. Aha! A few ear-piercing screams sounded. 3 Xian ice demons that were only equivalent to the body refinement realm were instantly killed. With Lu Xian's current strength, killing these guys in front of him was as easy as blowing off dust. Seeing how powerful Lu Xian was, the 2 surviving black ice demons at the spirit refinement realm didn't even think before turning around and running away. The black ice demons had already developed intelligence. Although they weren't very intelligent, they knew how to seek fortune and avoid danger. However, there was no way Lu Xian was going to let them escape. He activated the flying incantation and dashed forward at full speed. He continued to attack with the thunderclap sword, and a huge thunderbolt struck out in an instant. A loud explosion was heard, and the 2 frost demons were both killed. Their bodies dissipated into the primordial energy of the world, leaving behind 2 small ice crystals. Without wasting anything, Lu Xian walked over and picked up the 2 ice souls. At the same time, he sensed the surrounding yuan power. He discovered that the yuan power concentration in this ice cave was much higher than the outside world. Putting aside the secrets of this ice cave, just this place alone was a treasure land for cultivation. Lu Xian, have you realized that this ice cave doesn't seem to be formed naturally? Instead, it seems to have been dug by someone. Look at these marks. They were clearly left behind by an attack. Qin Shaohan, who was behind Lu Xian, reminded him. Yes, indeed. Lu Xian scanned his surroundings, and discovered that it was just as Qin Shaohan had said. The ice walls of the entire ice cave were densely packed with attack marks. If they were naturally formed, they would definitely be incomparably smooth. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian continued, however, to dig such a large ice cave with an unknown depth would definitely require a lot of time. If it were a disciple of the profound ice pavilion, they would definitely not have the time to waste here. Therefore, there is only one possibility for this ice cave to be dug. After saying that, Lu Xian looked at Qin Shaohan. Qin Shaohan immediately understood, you're saying that the one who dug this ice cave was the profound ice demons? Lu Xian nodded, that should be the case. Only they, who live in the profound ice secret realm all year round, have a lot of time to do this. Moreover, there are many profound ice demons. As long as they spend some time, they might be able to do it. But, why would they want to do this? Qin Shaohan asked, puzzled. Feel it, the concentration of the yuan energy in the surroundings is clearly higher than the outside world. You can imagine that the concentration of yuan energy in the depths of the ice cave is even higher. The profound ice demons have already developed intelligence, and their bodies are formed from pure ice yuan energy. They have an extreme thirst for ice yuan energy, so they must have discovered this. That's why they spent so much effort to dig this ice cave. Lu Xian deduced. After hearing Lu Xian's words, Qin Shaohan also understood slightly and said that Luo Ning said that he obtained a few top-quality yuan stones here. Since the concentration of yuan energy here is so high, maybe there is an extremely large yuan stone mine in the depths of this ice cave. Your theory is extremely likely. If that's the case, then we'll be rich. Hearing Qin Shaohan's words, Lu Xian couldn't help but lick his lips in excitement. The value of a yuan stone mine was self-evident. Although many spiritual material mines were extremely valuable, none of them could compare to a yuan stone mine. After all, to a cultivator, yuan stones were the most fundamental thing. This profound ice secret realm had such a high concentration of yuan energy that it could even produce existences like the profound ice demons. There must be an unimaginably large ice yuan stone mine, or even more than one. If there was one in the depths of this ice cave, then it would be a huge fortune. Then let's hurry down and take a look. The concentration of yuan energy here is extremely high. Who knows, there might be a natural treasure that can save Xianxia. Even if there isn't, if we can obtain a large amount of yuan stones, we can find a chance to buy them when we get out. Qin Shaohan said joyfully. Yes. Lu Xian nodded his head heavily, follow behind me. If I'm not wrong, there are many profound ice demons in this ice cave. If their guesses were correct, then this ice cave might be a huge nest of the profound ice demons. Moreover, the deeper they went, the stronger the profound ice demons would be. After handing the sunlight stone to Qin Shaohan, Lu Xian walked in front and began to advance cautiously. Soon, Lu Xian's arrival alarmed another wave of profound ice demons. However, this wave of profound ice demons was even weaker than the previous ones. There wasn't even a spirit refinement realm profound ice demon. The reason why there were spirit refinement realm profound ice demons was because they went out to observe the situation. After all, the profound ice cold current was quite powerful. A few mystical ice demons at the body tempering stage were nothing to Lu Xian. He easily killed them. However, he did not gain anything from them. Lu Xian was no longer interested in the yuan energy emitted by these mystical ice demons. No wonder Luo Ning was able to enter a certain distance with his strength. The profound ice demons at the entrance of this cave are really weak. Lu Xian thought to himself. However, he didn't dare to let his guard down. After all, this was an unknown place. As they advanced, when Lu Xian killed the fourth wave of profound ice demons, Qin Shaohan shouted again. Lu Xian, look at the ice wall in front of you. There's a small hole. There seems to be a yuan stone inside. Hearing this, Lu Xian shifted his gaze over. Indeed, there was a small hole in the ice wall in front of him. It looked like a storage compartment. Quickly walking over, Lu Xian's face flashed with joy. It really is a yuan stone. However, it's just a few high-grade yuan stones. Their value isn't too high. At least it proves our guess. There must be even better ones inside. Luo Ning was able to get 4 top-grade yuan stones. Our harvest definitely won't be lower than his. Qin Shaohan said excitedly. A few high-grade yuan stones weren't much, but this meant that there would definitely be better ones inside. These high-grade yuan stones are probably for the body refinement realm profound ice demons to cultivate. The spirit refinement realm profound ice demons probably use top-grade yuan stones. After discovering the yuan stones, Lu Xian's fighting spirit was undoubtedly higher. Thinking about how he would be able to obtain a lot of yuan stones later, and it was very likely to be top-grade yuan stones, anyone would be excited. 1 top-grade yuan stone was enough to enter the profound ice pavilion. If he could obtain a large amount of top-grade yuan stones, he might be able to obtain first place in the profound ice secret realm and obtain the status of a direct disciple of the profound ice pavilion. The difference between a core disciple of the Wind Sword School and a direct disciple of the profound ice pavilion was like heaven and earth. After killing another wave of profound ice demons, Lu Xian obtained a few more high-grade yuan stones. Although a high-grade yuan stone couldn't compare to a top-grade yuan stone, a high-grade yuan stone was still equivalent to 100 mid-grade yuan stones. In the past, to Lu Xian, a few hundred mid-grade yuan stones was not a small amount. But now, it was so easy to obtain. The profound ice pavilion was right. In this profound ice secret realm, there were countless riches. As long as one had the opportunity, it was possible to obtain a large amount of wealth. The first pavilion master of the profound ice pavilion was able to successfully establish the profound ice pavilion because he obtained a large amount of wealth in the profound ice secret realm. And now, this ice cave was undoubtedly an opportunity that belonged to Lu Xian. If one wanted to discover this ice cave and obtain the benefits, the right time, the right place, and the right people were all necessary. In the profound ice secret realm, there were frequent eruptions of profound ice-cold currents. It was hard to say when the entrance of the cave would be frozen. For people like Han Feng and the others, even if they walked to the entrance of the ice cave, they would be blocked by the profound ice-cold currents and would not have a chance to enter. And although Luo Ning had this opportunity and could be considered to have obtained the right time and the right place, his strength was not enough. He only obtained a few top-grade yuan stones and was chased by the profound ice demons. He even had a narrow escape. This was because he lacked the right people. After walking for so long, Lu Xian also discovered that there were no other dangers in this ice cave. As long as one had the strength, one could keep moving forward and continuously kill profound ice demons. In this way, he could relax a lot. At least he didn't have to worry about any unknown dangers. He also didn't have to worry about Qin Shaohan and Xianxia. As long as Qin Shaohan followed behind him, there wouldn't be any danger. After killing 5 batches of profound ice demons in the refinement stage, Lu Xian finally encountered profound ice demons in the spirit refinement stage. The concentration of yuan qi here was much higher than at the entrance of the cave. These profound ice demons were only at the first or second level of the spirit refinement stage. Without much effort, Lu Xian killed them. This time, not only did he obtain a few ice souls, what made Lu Xian even happier was that he finally found top-grade yuan stones. And there were 3 of them. The 3 top-grade yuan stones obtained from the profound ice secret realm were enough for Lu Xian, Qin Shaohan, and Xianxia to enter the profound ice pavilion. Lu Xian couldn't help but be excited. Luo Ning must have snatched the top-grade primal stones from these spirit refinement realm profound ice demons. However, he didn't have the strength to kill these profound ice demons, so he was chased by a group of profound ice demons when he snatched the primal stones. But Lu Xian wasn't worried. He completely had the strength to kill a profound ice demon in the mid-stage of the spirit refinement stage. Not only did he safely obtain 3 top-grade yuan stones, he also had the ability to continue moving forward. There was a possibility that he could obtain even more top-grade yuan stones. Lu Xian, I've been paying attention to this ice cave just now. I've noticed that the terrain of this ice cave is continuously descending. In other words, we're continuously heading downwards. The speculation about the primordial stone mine is most likely true. Chen Xiaohan said with certainty. This ice cave seemed to be extremely deep, and the terrain kept descending as they walked. It was obvious that it led underground. Yuanli was abundant here, and he could obtain valuable primordial stones from time to time. Lu Xian didn't have to worry about exhaustion. As long as there weren't any powerful enemies, he could keep going. Lu Xian didn't know how many mystical ice demons he had killed, and the strength of the mystical ice demons was increasing steadily. The mystical ice demons that he had encountered had reached the 4th layer of the spirit refinement realm. Of course, the rewards were also great. Other than the ice spirits, Lu Xian had obtained almost 50 supreme-grade primordial stones. 50 supreme-grade primordial stones was definitely a shocking amount of wealth. In the beginning, Lu Xian and Chen Xiaohan were excited every time they obtained a supreme-grade primordial stone. However, they gradually became numb to it. When something precious became a number, it wasn't that precious anymore. I've just encountered 5 mystical ice demons at the 4th layer of the spirit refinement realm. If I go any further, I'm afraid I'll be surrounded by mystical ice demons at the 5th layer of the spirit refinement realm. I'm going to make a breakthrough here. Lu Xian stopped and said. He didn't know how deep this ice cave was, and Lu Xian wasn't sure if his 1st layer of the spirit refinement realm cultivation was enough. The safest way was to make a breakthrough before moving forward. Don't worry. I'll protect you. Chen Xiaohan nodded. Lu Xian's strength was the most important now, and it was also the guarantee for the 3 of them to go deeper. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian brought Chen Xiaohan back a certain distance. He then sat down with his legs crossed and took out 2 supreme-grade primordial stones. The concentration of the Yuanli here was 3 times that of the mystical ice mystery realm, and the mystical ice mystery realm was 3 times that of the outside world. In other words, the concentration of the Yuanli here was 9 times that of the outside world. It was even stronger than the intermediate energy gathering formation in the mystic ice pavilion. It was definitely a great place for cultivation. Furthermore, Lu Xian had so many supreme-grade primordial stones to help him. The last time Lu Xian made a breakthrough to the 1st tier of the spirit cultivation realm was more than half a month ago. During that time, he experienced a lot of battles, especially when he truly used the 1st form of the 9 heavenly sword levels, oneness of heaven and man. That gave him a lot of insight. He already had enough insight to make a breakthrough to the 2nd tier of the spirit cultivation realm. All he needed was a lot of accumulation. As the Tai fusion skill was activated, the Yuanli in the ice cave and the Yuanli in the supreme-grade primordial stones flowed into Lu Xian's body continuously, filling up every meridian and acupoint. Under the effects of the Tai regression method, the Yuanli continued to be refined and condensed into wisps of Tai power. Making a breakthrough to the spirit ascension realm was a process of continuous purification. When Lu Xian converted all of the Yuanli in his body into Tai power and further compressed it, the 2nd tier of the spirit ascension realm would be complete. Just as Lu Xian was cultivating in peace, a shadow walked over from the darkness in front of him. Chen Xiaohan's heart trembled, and she did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly put Xianxia aside and quickly walked forward, staring closely at the black shadow walking over. As expected, it was a profound ice demon. At the sight of Chen Xiaohan, the mystical ice demon immediately let out an unpleasant cry and hurriedly pounced over. Fortunately, Chen Xiaohan was not a flower in a greenhouse and had never experienced battle. Not to mention that Chen Mo had intentionally nurtured her battle prowess back in the enchantment hall. She had also experienced a few battles in the mystical ice secret realm before she met Lu Xian. Chen Xiaohan did not immediately use the 5-star spirit talisman scroll that Chen Mo had given her. Instead, she took a small step back and quickly formed a rune with her hands. Her 10 fingers moved so quickly that they seemed to turn into a series of afterimages. A complete rune quickly took shape. This symbol looked extremely complicated and it even gave off a mysterious aura. With a flick of Chen Xiaohan's hands, this symbol instantly dashed forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the formidable ice-type yuan power in the surroundings quickly gathered. the essence of a soul talisman master's battle was also the yuanli of heaven and earth. However, a martial artist relied on the vital yuanli within their body to activate it, while a soul talisman master relied on a spirit talisman. Condense! Qin Shaohan softly shouted. Under her control, the ice yuanli quickly condensed into an ice spear. Break! With another soft shout, the ice spear instantly pierced forward and directly charged towards the mystical ice demon. The spirit talisman that Qin Shaohan had used was called the Breaking Ice Talisman. It was a 4-star spirit talisman recorded in the ancient spirit talisman technique. Its power was much stronger than an ordinary 4-star spirit talisman and was comparable to a half-step 5-star spirit talisman. Although Lu Xian had been leading her during this period of time, she had not slacked off. She had been constantly using the tempering spirit technique to strengthen her soul, while at the same time continuously comprehending some of the powerful spirit talismans recorded in the ancient spirit talisman technique. Because the current Qin Shaohan's soul power was far stronger than an ordinary 4-star soul talisman master, she could even barely inscribe some 5-star spirit talismans. However, the success rate was not high and the speed was too slow. It was not suitable for fighting against enemies. On the contrary, 4-star spirit talismans were more convenient to use. Moreover, the power of the spirit talismans recorded in the ancient spirit talisman technique was generally higher than the spirit talismans that were currently circulating. If Qin Shaohan's soul power was a little stronger, she could completely imprint this breaking ice talisman into her soul. Then, she would not need to inscribe it when fighting against an enemy. She would only need to use her soul power to instantly release it. Once it saw Qin Shaohan's attack, the mystical ice demon immediately stopped moving. It also used ice yuanli to condense an ice shield in front of it. However, the power of Qin Shaohan's attack far exceeded the mystical ice demon's expectations. That seemingly sturdy ice shield was directly smashed by Qin Shaohan's ice spear. The ice spear shot straight towards its head. Qin Shaohan had long known that the mystical ice demon's weak point was its head. Qi! The ice spear pierced through the mystical ice demon's head without holding back, directly killing it. A mystical ice demon with the strength of a 4th-tier spirit refinement cultivator was actually killed by Qin Shaohan so easily. Talisman masters of the same tier had a higher attack power than martial artists. Moreover, Qin Shaohan had used the runes of an ancient talisman technique. Seeing the mystical ice demon's body disappear, leaving behind only a piece of ice soul, Qin Shaohan could not help but reveal a trace of joy on her face. She had just wanted to test if she could defeat this mystical ice demon with her current strength. She did not think that she would actually be able to kill it. This tempering soul technique and ancient talisman technique are indeed worthy of their reputation. A 4-star talisman can actually kill a 4th-tier spirit refinement cultivator. Qin Shaohan exclaimed happily. With her strength as a 4-star talisman master, she could normally only defeat an early-stage spirit refinement cultivator. A 4th-tier spirit refinement cultivator was equivalent to a mid-stage spirit refinement cultivator. I am not a burden. I can also protect you. Qin Shaohan proudly looked back at Lu Xian, who was cultivating. She clearly enjoyed this feeling. She did not want to be protected by Lu Xian all the time. In reality, Lu Xian had sensed everything that Qin Shaohan was doing. Although he was cultivating, he did not dare to let his guard down. However, seeing that Qin Shaohan was able to defeat the mysterious ice demon, who was at the 4th tier of the spirit refinement realm, Lu Xian felt a little relieved. It seemed that giving the soul forging method and the ancient talisman technique to Qin Shaohan was the right choice. As long as Qin Shaohan had sufficient strength, he would feel more at ease. Maintaining a trace of perception to understand the situation in the outside world, Lu Xian calmed his heart and continued to condense his natal inner force. If a martial artist wanted to break through to the spirit refinement realm, they had to convert all the inner force in their body into natal inner force and then compress it before they could successfully break through. But Lu Xian had broken through many acupoints in his body. It was not easy to fill them with natal inner force. Now, he finally understood the difficulty of cultivating both refined body and refined spirit. Refined body required one to continuously break through acupoints, while refined spirit required one to convert all the origin energy within one's acupoints into life origin energy. In this way, the more acupoints a martial artist broke through, the more difficult it would be for them to break through. Indeed, only those with outstanding talent and rich resources would be able to cultivate both. Fortunately, Lu Xian had a lot of resources now. Not to mention the high concentration of the surrounding yuan qi, just the 50 top-grade primordial stones he had obtained were enough to support his breakthrough. Piece after piece of top-grade primordial stones were consumed. The Tai energy in Lu Xian's body began to increase. The last time he broke through to the spirit refinement realm, Lu Xian had consumed a total of 3 top-grade primordial stones. And this time, Lu Xian's consumption was almost 10 times that of the previous breakthrough. However, this was also because Lu Xian had not accumulated much of his natal inner force on a regular basis. At this moment, he needed to fill his natal inner force to the brim in one go. For ordinary warriors, they would train slowly on their own and condense their natal inner force bit by bit. They would only use precious materials such as top-grade natal stones to stimulate and compress their natal inner force at the final juncture of a breakthrough. But now Lu Xian naturally did not have so much time to waste. It was better to use top-grade primordial stones directly. Although it was a bit of a waste, he did not care. As long as he continued to advance, he would definitely be able to obtain more top-grade primordial stones. While Lu Xian was constantly accumulating energy, the mystical ice demon would also appear from time to time. Fortunately, Xianxia was here and could deal with it. As long as there was no mystical ice demon at the 5th spirit refinement realm, there would be no danger. Xianxia, who was calmly staring ahead and guarding against the next mystical ice demon, suddenly felt Lu Xian's momentum behind her suddenly increase, and at this moment, Lu Xian had already consumed more than 30 top-grade primordial stones. His breakthrough was simply burning money, but with such a huge consumption, the effect was also outstanding. In just a short period of time, Lu Xian had completely transformed the yuan qi in his body into Tai energy. Now his strength was already at the peak of the 1st spirit refinement realm. One more step and he would be at the 2nd spirit refinement realm. Enduring the swelling pain in his meridians and acupoints, Lu Xian continued to absorb the yuan qi. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Tai energy in the Guanyuan acupoint was the first to change. The Tai energy, which was already full to the limit, slowly began to fuse under the constant pressure. At first, only a drop of Tai energy fused, but soon, all the Tai energy began to fuse. The color of the power of Tai began to darken. When the first drop of power of Tai began to merge with Lu Xian, it meant that he had made a breakthrough into the 2nd tier of spirit ascension. What came next was a new wave of accumulation. The compression of the Tai force in the Guiyuan acupoint instantly caused the compression of the Tai force in the other acupoints and meridians. In an instant, Lu Xian's momentum kept rising. Every time the Tai force was compressed, his strength grew. Time was not urgent, so Lu Xian did not stop. He first compressed all the Tai force in his body, then continued to absorb the remaining primal stones. He wanted to take this opportunity to raise his strength to the peak in one go, so that he could face the unknown enemies. In the ice cave, no one knew how long Lu Xian kept increasing his strength, and Xianxia also kept improving through the battles. Whether it was talisman Taoism or martial Taoism, they both needed to be practiced persistently. The more they used them, the more they understood the essence of martial Taoism and talisman Taoism. As the last primal stone in Lu Xian's hand turned gray, Lu Xian had used up all the primal stones he had, including the large number of primal stones he had obtained in the ice cave, and the 5 primal stones he had obtained from Duzhe. Making this decision also meant that Lu Xian had really made a gamble. 50 primal stones were enough for all 3 of them to enter the Xian Ice Pavilion, but it might not be enough to get first place. For Lu Xian, if he could not get first place, there was no difference between 50 primal stones and 3 primal stones. If he wanted to get first place, he had to go deeper into the ice cave and get more treasures. Now his strength had almost reached the peak of the 2nd tier of spirit cultivation, and he was only a step away from the 3rd tier of spirit cultivation. However, to break through, he still needed opportunities and a large amount of resources. Slowly standing up, Lu Xian's body made a cracking sound, but his bones had become harder. He controlled the momentum of his body, and Lu Xian's huge momentum instantly disappeared. Feeling the momentum behind her disappear, Xianxia turned her head in surprise and asked, "You've broken through?" Yes, now that my strength has reached the peak of the second layer of the spirit refinement realm, if I were to encounter Han Feng again, even without using that sword, I have the confidence to fight him head-on, or even defeat him. Lu Xian nodded his head and said confidently. With his current strength, he could finally do whatever he wanted in the Profound Ice secret domain. Of course, this was only for the disciples who came from the outside world. He was not confident about the unknown dangers in the Profound Ice secret domain. That's great. Let's go deeper. I've already killed quite a few Profound Ice demons, but I can feel that they're getting stronger and stronger. It's very likely that they'll be in the fifth layer of the spirit refinement realm. Chen Xiaohan said. The stronger Lu Xian's strength was, the safer they would be, and the more benefits they could obtain. Leave the rest to me. You must be tired after fighting for so long. Rest well. Lu Xian smiled and brushed his hand through Chen Xiaohan's hair. A warrior's battle consumed their physical strength, but a talisman master's battle consumed their soul power. If it wasn't for Chen Xiaohan's soul-tempering technique, which allowed her to continuously recover, it wouldn't have been easy for her to last so long. Chen Xiaohan blinked her bright eyes and stared at Lu Xian. I'm not tired. I'm happy that I can help you. It's good that you don't think of me as a burden. Silly girl. Lu Xian shook his head. He could feel that Chen Xiaohan's words were from the bottom of her heart. She was a strong-willed person, and while she liked Lu Xian, she didn't want to be looked down upon by Lu Xian. She hoped that she could truly stand by Lu Xian's side and fight alongside him. The two of them didn't say anything else. Bringing Xianxia along, the three of them set off again, continuing to explore the depths of the ice cave. This time, after walking for a long distance, they didn't encounter any mysterious ice demons. It seemed that all the mysterious ice demons along the way had already died in Chen Xiaohan's hands. At this moment, Lu Xian discovered that there was an extremely obvious bend in the road ahead. It turned and continued to dig downwards. This direction. Lu Xian recalled the terrain from before, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. This leads to the bottom of the ice lake from before. So it's like this. Could it be that there's really a secret under the ice lake? Chen Xiaohan also noticed this and couldn't help but ponder. Lu Xian pondered for a while and said, do you still remember the mysterious ice-cold current from before? That mysterious ice-cold current came from the ice lake. Moreover, every time the mysterious ice-cold current appeared, it would bring a lot of primordial stones and scatter them everywhere. Maybe, there's a huge primordial stone mine at the bottom of the ice lake. Yes, the water of the lake is extremely cold. It's not an ordinary ice lake at all. I'm afraid that only the cold energy condensed by the ice attribute primordial stone mine can create such an effect. Chen Xiaohan nodded. The truth seemed to be getting closer and closer to the truth. Speaking of which, Lu Xian and the others had to thank the mysterious ice demons. If it wasn't for the mysterious ice demons who persistently dug this ice cave, it would be impossible for them to reach the bottom of the lake. Digging such a large ice cave was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Due to the corrosion of the cold energy all year round, the surrounding ice walls were extremely hard. Moreover, the deeper they went, the harder it became. Just now, Lu Xian had tested it and found that the ice walls around him had reached an extremely hard level. An ordinary warrior below the third layer of the spirit refinement realm would not be able to easily break through it. It seems that the mysterious ice demons inside are stronger than we expected. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to dig such a large ice cave. Lu Xian's expression gradually turned solemn. The joy of breaking through to the second layer of the spirit refinement realm gradually faded. In an unknown place, they must not let their guard down. After passing through this corner, Lu Xian continued to walk down. Not long after, a new wave of mysterious ice demons attacked. There were a total of 4 mysterious ice demons. 3 of them were at the 4th layer of the spirit refinement realm, and the strongest one was at the 5th layer of the spirit refinement realm. Seeing that there was a human intruding into their territory, the group of mysterious ice demons immediately roared in anger and pounced forward. Chen Xiaohan did not make a move. She only protected Chen Xiaohan and stood behind Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian instantly released his aura and rushed forward with the shattered ice sword in his hand. Dragon raging in the wild, sword light flashed and 4 swords were unleashed, 4 brilliant sword lights shot towards the 4 mystic ice demons at almost the same time. With the support of the powerful sword intent, each sword was extremely powerful. It was like 4 roaring dragons rushing forward. 3 of the 4th layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm mysterious ice demons were instantly killed without any resistance. Only the 5th layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm mysterious ice demon avoided being hit in its vital points and used its body to block Lu Xian's sword. Although the mysterious ice demon did not die, it had greatly depleted its strength. Without giving it a chance to escape, Lu Xian activated his Thunderbolt Flash and instantly appeared not far away from the Frost Demon. He thrust his startling Cloud Sword and pounced forward with it. The tip of the shattering ice sword accurately pierced the demon's head. The entire body of the Frost Demon disintegrated right away, turning into pure frost power that dissipated within the ice cave. A 5th layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm mysterious ice demon's Yuan Qi was extremely dense. Lu Xian immediately circulated the Tai origin technique and quickly absorbed the pure Yuan Qi. The Yuan Qi that the mysterious ice demon emitted was extremely pure. The stronger one was, the more pure it was. It would be a waste not to take it. The strength of the 2nd layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm is indeed extraordinary. Your attack power has greatly increased. After absorbing this wave of Yuan Qi, Lu Xian said with satisfaction. If it was in the past, wanting to kill a 5th layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm mysterious ice demon wouldn't be this easy. If he had this strength when he met Han Feng, he wouldn't need to be afraid. He wouldn't even need to use Unity of Heaven and Man to instantly kill Han Feng. Without stopping, Lu Xian's group of 3 went deeper and deeper into the ice cave. There were no longer any mysterious ice demons in the 4th layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm. All of them were in the 5th layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm. This made Lu Xian secretly shocked. Fortunately, these mysterious ice demons were all gathered here. If they all went out, then the disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion and the 5 third-grade sects would be in trouble. There was no need to mention the disciples of the third-grade sections. The number of disciples in the Spirit Refinement Realm was limited. If they encountered these mysterious ice demons, there was no way they could survive. Even the disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion could only deal with the 5th layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm mysterious ice demons. Fortunately, Lu Xian's strength had increased a lot. It wasn't difficult for him to deal with a group of mysterious ice demons at the 5th layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm at the same time. More importantly, the harvest was huge. The supreme-grade primordial stones that he had spent before had all been earned back. Although he didn't deliberately calculate it, Lu Xian knew that he had obtained around 60 supreme-grade primordial stones. It was hard to imagine that this was the wealth of a disciple in the 2nd layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm. Even some late-stage Spirit Refinement Realm warriors might not be able to take out so many supreme-grade primordial stones. This made him even more excited. Just the number of supreme-grade primordial stones that had been spread out was already so many. One could only imagine how big the mine below was. If he could really find it, then he would truly be rich. At this moment, another wave of mysterious ice demons appeared in front of Lu Xian. After a casual glance, Lu Xian's gaze instantly locked onto the largest mysterious ice demon. Human. Human. Die. Under Lu Xian's shocked gaze, the mysterious ice demon actually spoke in a daze. Furthermore, it was speaking the human language. It was obvious that this mysterious ice demon's intelligence was higher than the rest of the mysterious ice demons. 6th layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm mysterious ice demon, Lu Xian instantly confirmed this guy's strength. Not only was his aura stronger than a normal mysterious ice demon, his intelligence was also very high. He was definitely in the 6th layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm. Xiaohan, back off. I'll deal with him. Lu Xian said quickly. Not only was there a mysterious ice demon in the 6th layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm, there were also a few mysterious ice demons in the 5th layer of the Spirit Refinement Realm. He had to be careful. Qin Xiaohan also knew that this wasn't the time to be pretentious. Although she really wanted to fight with Lu Xian, her strength was limited. Instead of causing trouble for Lu Xian, it was better to let Lu Xian fight with peace of mind. Before Lu Xian could make a move, the Xianbing demon in the 6th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm attacked first. It waved its hand and an extremely cold airflow rushed towards Lu Xian. It was a small Xianbing cold current, although it was not as powerful as the Xianbing cold current produced by the Xianbing secret realm, it was not to be underestimated. Even from a distance, Lu Xian could feel the extremely cold aura. He did not dare to be careless. He circulated the Tai force in his body and swung the shattered ice sword. The startling wind sword was unleashed and a gust of wind mixed with the sword will of the great accomplishment stage went against the small Xianbing cold current. Although the startling wind sword did not have the threatening cold air of the occult ice current, it had Lu Xian's invincible sword intent, which was equally powerful. In an instant, the cold current and the gust of wind collided. The Xianbing cold current lived up to its name. Even if it was unleashed by a Xianbing demon in the 6th level of the spirit refinement realm, its power was not to be underestimated. Even the wind seemed to be frozen. Fortunately, Lu Xian's startling wind sword was not an ordinary wind. The sword will contained in the startling wind sword instantly cut through the Xianbing cold current. However, the startling wind sword also dissipated. The first wave of attacks was a test. Both sides were evenly matched. Humans, strong, or die. The Xianbing demon stuttered again. Although its words were unclear, one could still make out what it was saying. Obviously, it did not take Lu Xian's startling wind sword seriously. Show me what you've got. Let's see who will die. Lu Xian did not care if it could understand him or not. He activated the wind riding technique and floated forward. With a swing of his sword, countless flashes of light from the sword instantly enveloped all of the mystical ice demons in front of him, including the mystical ice demon at the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm and the other mystical ice demons at the 5th tier. This sword was called Riding the 6 Dragons. It was the 6th form of the 7 dragon transformation swords. In terms of power, it was second only to the Proud Dragon's Repentance. Its majestic aura was even stronger than the Proud Dragon's Repentance. When the 6 dragons appeared, it was the most domineering move. Countless sword lights intertwined with each other like flying dragons as they charged towards the profound ice devils. Among them, there were even 2 swords that attacked the 6th level of the spirit refinement realm profound ice demon. It was obvious that Lu Xian was taking care of them. Seeing Lu Xian's attack, the 6th level spirit refinement mysterious ice demon seemed a little fearful and subconsciously roared, "Dragon!" This time, its enunciation was extremely clear and without the slightest hesitation. Lu Xian was slightly shocked in his heart. This guy can actually see the shadow of a dragon in my sword? This was not simple. It should be known that when Lu Xian had used the Dragon Transformation 7 swords to deal with Han Feng had not been able to recognize it. No. Lu Xian suddenly recalled that this profound ice demon was born in the profound ice mystic realm. How could it know about dragons? If it could speak human language, then it could be understood that it had fought with human martial artists before. However, a divine beast like a dragon was only a legend in the Heavenly Sword continent. How could a mere profound ice demon know about it? Could it be that this mystical ice mystic realm was related to dragons? Or could it be that when this mystical ice mystic realm was opened, a divine dragon had descended? For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Xian's mind. However, he quickly suppressed them. Now was not the time to think blindly. He had to first get rid of this group of profound ice demons. When the 6 dragons of time appeared, the 4 5th level spirit refinement realm mystical ice demons immediately felt the pressure. Especially the extremely powerful aura, in addition to Lu Xian's all-conquering sword intent, it made it even more difficult for them to resist. However, in an instant, an ear-piercing scream was heard. 2 profound ice demons were directly killed, while the other 2 were severely injured. Dragon raging in the wild, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Xian used another move. This time, his main attack was concentrated on the 2 surviving 5th level spirit refinement realm mystical ice demons. However, the 6th level spirit refinement realm mystical ice demon did not want to let Lu Xian have his way so easily. After condensing 2 streams of profound ice energy to break Lu Xian's 6 dragons of time, he took a big step forward. A huge wave of ice elemental energy swept over and directly attacked Lu Xian. Facing the incoming elemental energy attack, Lu Xian's eyes turned serious. He fully activated the concept of wind. His entire body instantly became erratic. At the moment when the elemental energy was about to hit him, his entire body dodged to the side. He was not injured at all. At this moment, the attack that he had condensed in his hand was completely unleashed, too. Streams of sword energy shot out and forcefully broke through the defense of the 5th-level Spirit Refinement Realm mystical ice demons. The sword light directly pierced through their heads. Dead, the 6th-level Spirit Refinement Realm mystical ice demon did not expect Lu Xian's movement technique to be so good. He was actually able to kill its underlings under its protection. The 6th-level Spirit Refinement Realm mystical ice demon was instantly enraged. With a roar, its entire body took a big step forward. Its huge arm suddenly smashed toward Lu Xian. At the same time, it brought along a huge wave of elemental energy, which increased its power by 30%. Lu Xian was shocked. This guy actually knew close-range attacks? Could it be that his body was also extremely tough? With the intention of probing, Lu Xian turned around. With a flash of sword light, the divine dragon swings its tail made a move. An extremely powerful sword strike unreservedly struck the arm of the mystical ice demon. Boom! A loud explosion could be heard. The mystical ice demon's body was instantly pushed back. However, Lu Xian was also pushed back at the same time. He was extremely astonished. This guy's body was really strong. If it was a normal mystical ice demon, even if they didn't die from this attack, they would at least have their arm chopped off. Not only was this guy unharmed, he was even able to push him back. This kind of strength was really not to be underestimated. Lu Xian, are you alright? Seeing Lu Xian being pushed back, Qin Shaohan couldn't help but ask worriedly. I'm fine. I was just testing this guy's strength. Seems like I can't fight it head-on. A 6th-level Spirit Refinement Realm mystical ice demon is indeed extraordinary. Lu Xian waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to worry. Because of the stability of the mystical ice hidden domain, the strength of the disciples that came in was limited. At the same time, the strength of the mystical ice demons in the mystical ice hidden domain was also limited. The disciples that were allowed to enter the mystical ice pavilion could only be at the 6th-level Spirit Refinement Realm. This mystical ice demon at the 6th-level Spirit Refinement Realm was probably a peak existence among the mystical ice demons. Lu Xian took a deep breath and circulated the wind-riding art again. His entire body rapidly moved forward. He didn't expect Lu Xian to be so fast. The mystical ice demon sent out another wave of yuan force, trying to stop Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian didn't want to fight it head-on. His body suddenly changed direction in midair and slashed at the demon's head. No matter how strong this guy's body was, it was still a mystical ice demon. Since it was a mystical ice demon, then it was enough to attack its vitals. Bang! Lu Xian's attack was blocked by the arm of the black ice demon, which made a dull sound. However, Lu Xian wasn't in a hurry. He continued to use the wind-riding art to circle around the mystical ice demon. He took the opportunity to send out another sword strike. This time, the mystical ice demon couldn't block it in time. Lu Xian's sword stabbed into its body. A ripping sound could be heard. This time, Lu Xian's sword directly pierced through its body. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian already understood. Although this guy's body was strong, there was a limit to it. The strongest part was undoubtedly its arms. As for the other parts of its body, they weren't as strong as its arms. Lu Xian's speed became faster and faster. The wind-riding art was worthy of being a profound level middle-grade martial skill. Moreover, it required one to comprehend the concept of wind in order to successfully cultivate it. In this ice cave that wasn't considered big, Lu Xian was as carefree as if he was in the wilderness. Just as he successfully tricked the mystical ice demon into attacking, the mystical ice demon's back was left wide open. Lu Xian's eyes lit up. A good chance, both of his legs suddenly stomped on the ground. The sword intent of the advanced stage burst out and he suddenly stabbed at the back of the mystical ice demon's head. Dragon soars in the sky. Chi! The broken ice sword directly pierced through the back of the mystical ice demon's head. The mystical ice demon that was constantly resisting suddenly stopped. The consciousness in its head had been shattered. It was already deader than dead. Withdrawing the sword, the mystical ice demon's body instantly fell to the ground with a muffled sound. The first mystical ice demon at the 6th level of spirit refinement had finally died under Lu Xian's sword. Fortunately, this guy's head isn't very hard. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Lu Xian let out a long breath. This was the first time he met such a strong mystical ice demon. Not only was it able to use essence force attacks, its body was also this strong. Lu Xian, this guy's body actually didn't dissipate. Chen Xiaohan said in shock. With Chen Xiaohan's reminder, Lu Xian finally noticed that something was amiss. He was also slightly shocked. A normal mystical ice demon's body would automatically dissipate after death. However, this mystical ice demon at the 6th level of spirit refinement didn't do so. Its body was still undamaged. After walking around this mystical ice demon twice, Lu Xian squatted down to study it. He couldn't help but click his tongue. A mystical ice demon at the 6th level of spirit refinement is indeed extraordinary. Its entire body has already solidified. Furthermore, its body contains extremely dense essence force. It can be said that its body is equivalent to primal stones. The ordinary parts are only low-grade primal stones. As for its strongest arms, they are equivalent to mid-grade primal stones. Its entire body has turned into primal stones? Chen Xiaohan said in shock. And, if I'm not wrong, this should be the cultivation path of the mystical ice demon. The initial and middle stages of the spirit refinement realm are unable to solidify. However, once it reaches the late stages of the spirit refinement realm, it will start to solidify. If this guy continues to cultivate for a period of time, its entire body will probably turn into something like a mid-grade primal stone. At that time, it might even advance to the 7th level of the spirit refinement realm. Lu Xian nodded his head and analyzed. Wait, I seem to have thought of something. Chen Xiaohan stopped Lu Xian from speaking. She rubbed her head and suddenly said, a mystical ice demon at the 6th level of the spirit refinement realm can already solidify into a mid-grade primal stone. What about stronger ones? Late-stage spirit refinement realm or even origin realm mystical ice demons? Lu Xian's body trembled. He looked at Chen Xiaohan in astonishment and slowly spat out a few words, extreme-grade primal stone. They seemed to have discovered some secret. After Lu Xian finished, the two of them remained silent for a moment. It is said that when the mystic ice hidden domain was stable, there were even stronger mystic ice demons. Origin realm existences were common, but now they have all disappeared. Their corpses are probably in the deepest part of this ice cave, which is what we guessed, a primordial stone mine. Lu Xian spoke slowly. Chen Xiaohan nodded her head lightly. No wonder there were so many supreme-grade primordial stones in the mystic ice hidden domain. These supreme-grade primordial stones were probably formed from the corpses of those powerful mystic ice demons. Lu Xian, I feel that this mystic ice hidden domain is heavily man-made. Especially the existence of the mystic ice demons, it is even more unbelievable. They rely on absorbing ice elemental force to cultivate. But after their death, their bodies disintegrate and turn back into ice elemental force to return to the mystic ice hidden domain. Those powerful mystic ice demons even turn into primordial stones to replenish the elemental force in the mystic ice hidden domain. This way, although there is a consumption of elemental force, it is a huge cycle to ensure that the mystic ice hidden domain can exist for a longer period of time. If it isn't intentional, it is really hard to understand. Chen Xiaohan pondered as she voiced out her thoughts. Lu Xian also thought of this point. But what puzzled him was, if it was to ensure that the mystic ice hidden domain could exist for a longer period of time, then without the mystic ice demons, wouldn't there be no consumption of elemental force? Let's not think too much. Let's continue deeper. If we can reach the deepest part, we might be able to find out the truth. Lu Xian kept the corpse of the mystic ice demon into his storage ring and said. These were all primordial stones, it would be a waste not to take them. The two of them didn't delay any further and continued their journey. Although they encountered a 6th-level mystic ice demon, it seemed like they were still quite a distance away from the deepest part of the ice cave. They didn't know if there were any stronger existences, which made Lu Xian feel slightly uneasy. Their footsteps constantly echoed in the ice cave. It seemed a little empty. Fortunately, with the sunlight stones, there wasn't much fear. The concentration of elemental energy here is almost 10 times that of the outside world. Lu Xian thought to himself. He became even more vigilant. Although the Profound Ice Pavilion only allowed disciples in the 6th tier of the Spirit Refinement Realm to enter for the sake of the stability of the Profound Ice Secret Realm, there was no rule that the strongest Profound Ice Demon in the Profound Ice Secret Realm was only in the 6th tier of the Spirit Refinement Realm. If there was someone in the 7th tier of the Spirit Refinement Realm, Lu Xian would not be surprised at all. Of course, he did not want this to happen. Soon, a few more mystic ice demons appeared in front of Lu Xian. They were also at the 6th tier of the Spirit Refinement Realm and a few at the 5th tier. Lu Xian already had quite a bit of understanding towards the 6th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm Black Ice Demon. He didn't waste any time and rushed forward with his sword in hand, unleashing his full strength. Using the wind riding technique, Lu Xian first killed the 5th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm Black Ice Demons that were in his way. Finally, he used his full strength to deal with the last 6th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm Black Ice Demon. This Black Ice Demon was obviously stronger than the previous one. Other than its arms being very strong, even its head had started to condense. Lu Xian found an opportunity to attack the vital part of the Black Ice Demon. However, he could only injure it and was unable to completely destroy its intelligence. Fortunately, Lu Xian was not someone to be trifled with. When he found the second opportunity, he completely condensed the sword intent of the advanced stage. Together with the power of the dragon sword technique, he successfully pierced through its head and instantly destroyed its intelligence, killing another 6th level of the Spirit Refinement Realm Black Ice Demon. These Black Ice Demons are getting stronger and stronger. In the end, I'm afraid I will have to use that sword. Looking at the corpse of the Black Ice Demon on the ground, Lu Xian said in a low voice. Do your best. Don't take the risk. We have already gained a lot. If we really can't reach the deepest part, then we can only blame ourselves for not being strong enough. Chen Xiaohan advised. She knew that Lu Xian was very stubborn. Looking at the sleeping Xianxia in Chen Xiaohan's arms, Lu Xian sighed, if I can find the medicine to cure Xianxia, I will naturally stop. Unfortunately, other than some peak-grade primal stones, there are no other gains. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Lu Xian, Chen Xiaohan had no other choice but to follow Lu Xian. She kept praying in her heart, hoping that there wouldn't be too strong of a Black Ice Demon. In this ice cave, there were quite a number of 6th-layer Spirit Refinement Realm Black Ice Demons. Originally, Lu Xian thought that there would be at most 2 or 3, but along the way, he had already killed 5. Especially the last one, which was extremely close to the 7th-layer Spirit Refinement Realm. Its limbs and head were all extremely condensed, and normal attacks couldn't break through it. Lu Xian was forced to utilize the unity of heaven and man before he was able to slash through his head with a single strike. His strength was so strong that he wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Xiao Zhaohong, Han Feng, and the others. Moreover, because his body was extremely tough, he was even more difficult to deal with than them. Lu Xian, are you feeling all right? Chen Xiaohan asked hurriedly when she saw Lu Xian unleash that extremely powerful sword attack again. Lu Xian nodded lightly, I'm fine. With my current strength, I can barely use one with the world twice. The consumption isn't as big as the first time. However, to be safe, let's recover first. The Black Ice Demon from before is already extremely strong. If I'm not wrong, the next one we will meet is most likely a 7th-layer Spirit Refinement Realm Black Ice Demon. 7th-layer Spirit Refinement Realm? Chen Xiaohan was shocked. If a 6th-layer Spirit Refinement Realm was already this strong, how strong would a 7th-layer Spirit Refinement Realm be? Why don't we retreat? Luoning is right. Where there's life, there's hope. Right now, we have almost 100 top-grade primal stones in our hands. We might be able to exchange them for enough elixirs to wake Xianxia up. Looking ahead, Lu Xian said firmly, no matter what, we have to go and take a look. If worst comes to worst, I'll use the Nether Blood Curse again. This time, Chen Xiaohan really panicked, do you not want your life anymore? The Nether Blood Curse is a forbidden technique. You've already used it once, it has already left hidden injuries in your body. If you use it again, it will cause great damage to your body. Lu Xian shook his head, since I've already used it once, if I can use it again and help Xianxia find the medicine, it'll be worth it. No. I won't allow you to use it. Chen Xiaohan stood in front of Lu Xian resolutely, of course saving Xianxia is important, but have you ever thought about others? Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for Cinny, for uncle and sister, for me, right? After a pause, Chen Xiaohan continued, moreover, even if Chenxi knows, she definitely won't let you do it. Right now, the only one who can save Chenxi is you. Why do you have to bet everything on this? Lu Xian was silent. He was indeed a little too selfish. There were still many people who loved him in this world. Alright, I promise you, I won't use the nether blood curse. However, I still want to go and take a look. I've already come this far, if I don't go and take a look, I really won't be satisfied. Lu Xian finally compromised. Chen Xiaohan also knew that Lu Xian wouldn't give up so easily. After all, the depths of the ice cave represented a huge amount of wealth. As long as Lu Xian didn't have to go to the depths, there was no harm in going and taking a look. After recovering on the spot for a period of time, Lu Xian's condition quickly rose to its peak. The concentration of the origin energy here was already 10 times that of the outside world, so his recovery was very fast. As they walked forward, an even larger mystical ice demon instantly entered their eyes. Unlike before, the mystical ice demons that Lu Xian encountered were all in groups of 3 to 5. This time, there was only one, but the aura of this mystical ice demon was definitely stronger than all the mystical ice demons that Lu Xian had encountered before. 7th level of spirit refinement, Lu Xian instantly confirmed this fellow's strength. If it wasn't in existence at the 7th level of the spirit refinement realm, its aura definitely wouldn't be so strong. The mystical ice demon that was overseeing this place was indeed in existence at the 7th level of the spirit refinement realm. When Lu Xian saw this mystical ice demon, it naturally also saw Lu Xian. Lu Xian only felt his vision blur, and the mystical ice demon instantly disappeared. In its place was a human dressed like a warrior. Without a doubt, this was the mystical ice demon from before. Finally, someone else has come. Under Lu Xian's astonished gaze, the mystical ice demon that had transformed into a human warrior actually spoke. Although the mystical ice demons at the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm that Lu Xian had met before could also speak some simple words, their pronunciation was not as accurate and smooth as this guy's. What do you mean? Lu Xian subconsciously asked. From its words, it seemed that someone had come here before, and not just once. Hearing this, the mystical ice demon pointed to a door behind it and said, "It's your fate to be able to come here. Defeat me, and you can enter. If you can't, you can only die." Only then did Lu Xian notice that there was an inconspicuous stone door not far behind the mystical ice demon. If it hadn't pointed it out, Lu Xian probably wouldn't have noticed it immediately. A mystical ice demon that could speak, a mysterious door, and the mystical ice secret realm that was full of secrets made Lu Xian feel that all of this was not ordinary. Can you tell me what this place is? Lu Xian asked again. However, the mystical ice demon only shook its head. You don't need to know now. If you can defeat me, you will naturally know. If you can't defeat me, then only death awaits you. It's useless even if you know. Lu Xian, what should we do? Chen Xiaohan whispered in Lu Xian's ear. She also didn't expect this to happen. Lu Xian shook his head gently. Step back, leave everything to me. Then be careful. Chen Xiaohan said worriedly. It was hard to get off now. The mystical ice demon had already clearly said that if they couldn't defeat it, then they would have to die. Thinking about it, it must be to protect the secret of this place. Many people had entered the mystical ice secret realm, and there might have been people who had come here before, but they had never heard anything about this place. Since there are only 2 paths, I will naturally choose the path of life. Lu Xian said to the mystical ice demon in front of him. The mystical ice demon smiled. I also hope that you can survive. Otherwise, all this waiting would have been in vain. Come on, use your strongest strength and defeat me. The mystical ice demon did not attack first, but allowed Lu Xian to make the first move. Lu Xian did not waste any time. He took a deep breath and dashed forward. The dense yuan power in the surroundings quickly gathered around him, and a brilliant sword light slashed toward the mystical ice demon. Too weak. The mystical ice demon said indifferently. He raised his hand and unleashed a wave of yuan power, which collided with Lu Xian's sword light and instantly destroyed it. Lu Xian's heart trembled slightly. This guy was indeed much stronger than before. Although his previous attack was meant to test the mystical ice demon, it should not have been able to withstand it so easily. After his first attack failed, Lu Xian's aura suddenly changed and became extremely sharp. The sword of startling clouds pierced forward without holding back and directly attacked the mystical ice demon. This move is interesting. Seeing Lu Xian's sword of startling clouds, the mystical ice demon's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. He was no longer as casual as before. He suddenly took a step forward and clasped his hands together. A huge amount of yuan power instantly gathered and a strong pressure pressed down on Lu Xian. The mystical ice demon was indeed a 7th-layer spirit refinement realm cultivator. The 7th-layer spirit refinement realm cultivator had reached the late-stage spirit refinement realm, which was completely incomparable to a mid-stage spirit refinement realm cultivator. Just the pressure alone made it hard for Lu Xian to breathe, and the speed of his sword suddenly slowed down, as if it could not move forward at all. However, Lu Xian was no pushover. He let out a soft cry and unleashed all of his sword will of the great accomplishment stage. The startling cloud sword, which was already rather powerful to begin with, became even more powerful at that moment. It was able to forcefully break through the oppressive force of the frost demon, and the startling cloud sword pierced towards it as usual. Advanced spirit refinement realm sword intent? Not bad indeed. The mystical ice demon's expression became even more impressed, as if Lu Xian was not his enemy, but a friendly match. Explode. With a soft shout, the origin power surrounding Lu Xian suddenly exploded. Under the powerful impact, Lu Xian was no longer able to stabilize his body. As his entire body was pushed back, the sword naturally returned to nothing. Is the 7th level of the spirit refinement realm this strong? Lu Xian frowned slightly. The strongest move of the startling cloud sword art couldn't even hurt it. You're the most talented I've ever seen. You're only in the 2nd layer of the spirit refinement realm, but you're able to comprehend the advanced sword intent. Not bad. If you could reach the 6th layer of the spirit refinement realm, I wouldn't be your opponent. Unfortunately, your cultivation level is still too low. The ice demon said with pity. Although my level is low, it doesn't mean I can't do anything to you. Those 2 moves were just probing, Lu Xian said, not showing any weakness. Oh? Do you still have any tricks that you haven't used? Feel free to take a look. The black ice demon said with great interest. The Tai fusion technique began to circulate slowly, and the power of his bloodline was also mobilized. At that moment, Lu Xian could only feel his blood boiling, as if it was filled with endless power. Activating the windriding technique, Lu Xian's body floated forward. Although it seemed slow, it was actually extremely fast. Dragon soars in the sky. Lu Xian shouted, and his entire body was like a giant dragon. With the shattered ice sword in his hand, he charged towards the mystical ice demon. The power and aura of this sword was much stronger than the startling cloud sword art. The ice demon's eyes flashed with a hint of splendor when he saw this sword, and he couldn't help but take a step back. A long sword condensed from ice elemental energy instantly appeared in his hand, and he directly swung it down to meet Lu Xian's sword. The 2 swords collided, and the man and the demon were pushed back at the same time. Relying on the 7 dragon transformation sword art, Lu Xian finally managed to shake the demon. Someone in the 7th level of the spirit refinement realm was not invincible. 7 dragon transformation sword art, are you a descendant of the dragon clan? The mystical ice demon stopped his body and looked at Lu Xian in surprise. Lu Xian, who was just about to continue his attack, was shocked when he heard this. The 7 dragon transformation sword art came from the sword crystal. Lu Xian did not know if he knew this martial technique, but at least until now, no one could recognize its origin. Previously, the mystical ice demon, who was in the 6th level of the spirit refinement realm, was able to see the shadow of a dragon in this sword art. This had already shocked Lu Xian. He did not expect the mystical ice demon, who was in the 7th level of the spirit refinement realm, to be able to call out the name of this martial technique. How could he not be shocked? You know this martial technique? Lu Xian asked. The mystical ice demon did not answer. He only shook his head and said with a smile, no, you are a pure human. You must have fused with a trace of dragon blood from some inheritance ground and obtained this martial technique. Come, after you defeat me, you might be able to obtain a greater opportunity. Although the mystical ice demon did not answer Lu Xian's question, through their conversation and the attitude of the mystical ice demon, Lu Xian could clearly sense that this mystical ice mystic realm was not as simple as it seemed. He had a faint guess that this mystical ice mystic realm was the location of some kind of inheritance, and this mystical ice demon was the examiner of this inheritance. And behind that door was probably the real inheritance ground. Thinking of this, Lu Xian's heart was undoubtedly burning with passion. To a martial artist, fortuitous encounters and opportunities were undoubtedly the most attractive, and among them, inheritance was the most attractive. The mystical ice mystic realm had existed for so many years, but it had still existed. This meant that the inheritance inside had not been obtained by anyone. Just the various treasures that he had seen so far were already very valuable. One could imagine how powerful this true inheritance was. It was definitely the most powerful one that Lu Xian had seen so far, the inheritance of the Zhang family's ancestor, the inheritance of the Wind Sword School's Falling Sword Peak, could not be compared at all. However, it should not be the inheritance of the dragon race. Otherwise, this mystical ice demon would not have been so indifferent when it saw his dragon blood. But even if it was not the inheritance of the dragon race, it must be related. After letting out a long breath, Lu Xian threw all the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. Everything would be revealed after he defeated this mystical ice demon. Since it was an examiner, there was definitely no possibility of it going easy on him. If he wanted to defeat it, he could only rely on his own strength. Since that was the case, then he would take it down in one go. Lu Xian instantly made up his mind. His body that had been knocked back moved forward again. This time, he used the riding the 6 dragons. 6 rays of sword light appeared instantly. In an instant, Lu Xian's aura reached its peak. The 6 dragons appeared together, and the domineering aura of a king covered the sky and the earth. It suppressed the mystical ice demon without holding back. Swoosh, 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 continuous air-piercing sounds could be heard. The 6 rays of sword chi were like 6 giant dragons. Seeing that Lu Xian's sword was getting stronger and stronger, the mystical ice demon was even more shocked. A mere warrior in the 2nd tier of the spirit refinement realm actually had such powerful strength. He was even able to display the full power of the 7 dragon transformation sword technique. It was really rare. Unfortunately, it was only a guardian and had to follow the rules. Otherwise, it could have let this guy in. Although it thought this way, its movements did not slow down. The sword in its hand trembled and quickly drew a circle. In an instant, a large amount of energy swept out and instantly formed an energy vortex. It was like a bottomless pit, and an extremely strong suction force suddenly appeared. With the appearance of this elemental energy vortex, Lu Xian immediately felt that his attacks were no longer under his control. The sword chi that was originally aimed at the frost demon was forcibly absorbed by this elemental energy vortex. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Lu Xian shouted angrily. He no longer cared about the attack from before. His entire body suddenly turned around and his speed suddenly increased. He actually surpassed the 6 rays of sword light and slashed at the energy vortex with his sword. Boom! A loud rumble was heard as Lu Xian's sword, which was brimming with power, directly shattered the vortex of energy. The mystical ice demon did not expect Lu Xian's attack to be so ferocious. It was already too late for it to react. The 6 rays of sword light pierced its body without holding back. Thump thump thump, the mystical ice demon retreated 6 steps. Every sword strike caused it to retreat a step, and a large hole had already been opened in its chest. Not bad, you actually injured me. The mystical ice demon did not show the slightest bit of anger. Instead, it praised, if you want to defeat me, this is not enough. However, Lu Xian was even more surprised. This fellow's body was much stronger than the mystical ice demon, who was at the 6th level of the spirit refinement realm. It forcefully withstood Lu Xian's riding the 6 dragons, but only a large hole had been opened in its chest. It could not even pierce through it. Furthermore, the chest was not the mystical ice demon's weak point. Again! Lu Xian shouted. He did not stop attacking and once again advanced. It was still the same soaring dragon from before. Lu Xian could tell that the mystical ice demon had no intention of attacking him. Unless he showed that he could not defeat it, it would not kill him. The dragon soars in the sky, the dragon fights in the wild, the dragon hides in the deep, and even the most powerful arrogant dragon shows remorse were continuously performed by Lu Xian. He attacked the ice demon one sword after another, and the ice demon was unable to respond. While it was somewhat unable to break through Lu Xian's attacks, it was not afraid of Lu Xian's powerful physical advantage. It allowed Lu Xian's attacks to land on its body. Even when Lu Xian stabbed its head with his sword, it was unable to do anything to it. Is this the advantage of the body-tempering lineage? It indeed has the upper hand in battle. Lu Xian was extremely envious as he fought. A powerful body-tempering martial artist's body was comparable to metal and stone. They were not afraid of attacks at all. During battle, they could completely ignore small things. They simply had the upper hand. If the mystical ice demon was determined to kill Lu Xian, with Lu Xian's current strength, he might not be able to put up much resistance. He only needed to withstand a few attacks from Lu Xian. "I'm done, I can't hurt you." Lu Xian did not try again after a series of attacks were all ineffective. Hearing this, the mystical ice demon's expression immediately became solemn. "Are you going to give up? If you give up, then don't blame me for killing you." However, Lu Xian shook his head. "Of course not. I still have my strongest move that I have yet to use. However, can you let me recover for a while?" The mystical ice demon hesitated. Logically speaking, it should not give Lu Xian a chance. There were only two paths. One was to defeat it, and the other was to die. However, Lu Xian's talent was not bad. He was only at the second tier of the spirit refinement realm, and recovering his yuan power did not seem to be breaking the rules. After thinking for a while, the mystical ice demon nodded, "Then recover first. Don't think of running. If I want to kill you, you can't escape." "I know." Lu Xian nodded and sat down cross-legged, ignoring the mystical ice demon in front of him. If the mystical ice demon really wanted to kill him, there was no need for a sneak attack. The series of attacks just now had consumed a lot of Lu Xian's energy. He now understood that there was no hope of defeating this frost demon by relying on the seven dragon sword transformation technique. Only the sword that was able to become one with heaven and man could possibly defeat it. With a clear mind, Lu Xian recovered his origin force. At full speed. He no longer cared about the secrets of the abstruse ice secret realm, nor did he care about what was behind that door. Right now, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to defeat that abstruse ice demon. With the yuan power that was 10 times denser than the outside world, the yuan power in Lu Xian's body grew rapidly. In less than an hour, Lu Xian had recovered to his peak state. "Done?" The mystical ice demon asked when it saw Lu Xian stand up. "Done." Lu Xian nodded firmly. "Then come, use your strongest power. Otherwise, you will die." The mystical ice demon said indifferently. "Are you not afraid of death?" Lu Xian asked curiously. This mystical ice demon was acting strangely. Not only did it not kill him, it was actually looking forward to him killing it. Hearing this, the mystical ice demon was stunned, then it smiled, "I won't die. You will know in a moment. Now, you should worry about your own situation." Lu Xian didn't ask any more questions. He stood there with his sword in hand, closed his eyes, and instantly entered the wonderful state of being one with heaven and man. At this moment, Lu Xian couldn't even feel his own existence. He was the sword, he was the heavens. Looking at the current Lu Xian, the black ice demon couldn't help but be surprised. Why did this guy's aura suddenly disappear? Could it be the legendary unity of man and nature? How could this be? The mystic ice demon quickly denied his own conjecture. How could the state of being one with the heavens be comprehended by a little fellow at the second level of the spirit refinement realm? Only a true expert of the martial path could reach this state. As the black ice demon was making wild guesses, Lu Xian's eyes suddenly opened. There was no sharp sword intent in his eyes, only a bottomless depth, like a boundless starry sky. Unity of man and nature. With a roar, Lu Xian's entire body suddenly soared into the sky. At this moment, the man and the sword had completely become one. The man was the sword, and the sword was the man. More importantly, whether it was the man or the sword, they had perfectly fused with the heavens and earth. All resistance disappeared at this moment, causing Lu Xian's speed to reach an extreme. When this near-perfect sword was executed, Lu Xian only felt that his entire body was filled with boundless energy. Somehow, a trace of the heavenly Tao's power had actually been added to his body. Using the unity of man and nature realm to activate a trace of the heavenly Tao's power, this was the true strength of the unity of man and nature realm. With a sword in hand, the world was mine. Whoosh, the sound of rapid flight rang out. In almost an instant, Lu Xian had arrived in front of the black ice demon. The tip of the shattered ice sword did not deviate in the slightest as it directly pierced towards the demon's head. At this time, the black ice demon awoke from its shock. This sword strike had truly surprised it. It had never seen such a powerful and perfect sword strike before. Although this sword strike was made by a mere soul refinement martial artist, it didn't affect the mysteriousness of this sword strike at all. The only thing that was affected was the power of this sword strike. The subtlety of a sword strike simply didn't change with the strength of a martial artist. Moreover, the 4 words that Lu Xian had just shouted made its heart tremble. The unity of man and nature realm was actually the unity of man and nature realm that it had guessed. For a warrior in the second tier of the spirit refinement realm to be able to comprehend this realm that even the mighty figures of the martial way could not comprehend, what kind of talent did this require? No matter what kind of fortuitous encounter Lu Xian had, if he wanted to comprehend the unity of man and nature realm, his talent definitely could not be ignored. After existing in the Black Ice secret realm for so many years, it had seen many humans who had come here, but none of them could compare to Lu Xian in front of it. Even the guy who built the so-called mysterious ice pavilion could not be compared to Lu Xian. However, although this sword was strong, it was still difficult to defeat it. Lu Xian's biggest weakness was his realm. The second tier of the spirit refinement realm was too low. Even if he increased his realm by another small realm, it would be even easier to deal with it. At the crucial moment, the Black Ice Demon shouted loudly and unleashed the strength of the 7th tier of the spirit refinement realm without holding back. A huge sword light condensed from pure Yuan power met Lu Xian's attack head-on. At the same time, its body did not retreat, but instead, it advanced and threw another punch at the sword light. The first move relied on the strength of Yuan power, and the second move relied on the strength of the body. Facing Lu Xian's extremely strong sword, the Black Ice Demon did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Even if it cherished talent, as a guardian, it could not allow the slightest bit of leniency. The Black Ice Demon's attack fell into Lu Xian's eyes, but there was no fluctuation in his heart. In his heart, there was only his own sword. Boom! The unity of man and heaven collided with the Black Ice Demon's sword light. Without any suspense, the Black Ice Demon's attack was directly broken. Following that, there was another loud bang. The Black Ice Demon's fist suddenly smashed onto Lu Xian's sword. A powerful impact erupted. Even Qin Shaohan, who had been watching the battle from the back, had no choice but to retreat a distance. This level of attack was too strong. Ka ka ka. A series of shattering sounds could be heard. Under the collision of the two attacks, a large piece of the solid ice wall was shattered. The strength of the attack was evident. With the strength of the Black Ice Demon, even if Han Feng and Xiao Zhaohong were here, they would definitely not be able to win. If not for the unity of man and heaven, Lu Xian would not have the strength to fight against it. However, with the unity of man and heaven, Lu Xian's strength was completely comparable to an ordinary 7th tier of the spirit refinement realm. Unfortunately, this Black Ice Demon was not an ordinary 7th tier of the spirit refinement realm. How could a martial artist who focused on the path of the spirit refinement realm compare to someone who cultivated both the spirit refinement realm and the spirit refinement realm? Lu Xian's figure rapidly retreated, but the Black Ice Demon did not have it easy either. Its body was directly sent flying, and it only stopped when it was in front of the stone door. In this collision, the two were evenly matched. The unity of man and heaven that Lu Xian relied on was actually unable to do anything to the Black Ice Demon. What a strong sword! If you can use 3 swords in a row, I will definitely lose. The Black Ice Demon spoke slowly. Even with its strong body, it still felt a little weak after taking on Lu Xian's sword. Hearing this, Lu Xian smiled bitterly in his heart. How could he not know that it was not easy for the Black Ice Demon to take on his sword? He wanted to use a few swords in a row to definitely destroy the Black Ice Demon's defense. However, he was only at the 2nd tier of the spirit refinement realm. At most, he could use 2 swords in a row. How could he use a third sword? Lu Xian's expression suddenly turned solemn as he said, "Do I really have to defeat you to let me in?" After looking at Lu Xian for a long time, the Black Ice Demon sighed lightly. "If Master was here, perhaps she would cherish talent and make an exception to let you in. Unfortunately, there's only me now, and I have to do things according to Master's instructions." Lu Xian's heart sank slightly. It looked like there was no other way. He only had one chance to use the unity of man and heaven. If he could not defeat this Black Ice Demon, then he would die without a doubt. He naturally did not want to die. "I still have one last sword. This sword, I will definitely win." Lu Xian's expression turned solemn, and the spirit energy in his body began to slowly move, circulating in a strange way. This was already not the first time Lu Xian used it. Nether, blood, curse. Lu Xian spat out these 4 words one by one. In an instant, the nether blood curse finished circulating, and Lu Xian's aura suddenly rose rapidly. Although it was a little superficial, for the current him, it was a real increase. Although he had previously promised Xianxia not to use the nether blood curse, the current situation was beyond his control. In order to survive, in order to find the secret behind the stone door, Lu Xian had to take this gamble. This was already the second time he used the nether blood curse, and the increase he obtained was naturally not as good as the first time. But now, it was enough. Sensing the sudden rise in Lu Xian's aura, the Black Ice Demon's expression changed. "Forbidden technique. It's a pity that Master is not here. Otherwise, how could such a genius be forced to use the forbidden technique? It's too harmful." The Black Ice Demon secretly sighed in his heart, but then revealed a trace of relief. If he can obtain everything that Master left behind, even if the forbidden technique is a side effect, it won't be a big deal. A mere spirit refinement realm's forbidden technique can't harm him at all. Thinking of this, the Black Ice Demon no longer hesitated, and shouted, "Come, defeat me, and you can get what you want." Even without its reminder, Lu Xian was already prepared. The forbidden technique's duration was limited, and he had to use it wisely. One with the heavens. Once again entering the one with the heavens realm, Lu Xian felt different this time. With the increase in his strength, his understanding of the one with the heavens realm had become more thorough. If it was said that he wasn't sure if he could defeat this Black Ice Demon before, then there was no longer any doubt in Lu Xian's heart. Just like when he killed Duze, he clearly knew that he could do it even though he hadn't made a move yet. Swoosh! A magnificent and brilliant sword was unleashed from Lu Xian's hand. It didn't seem any different from before, but its power had greatly increased. Seeing Lu Xian's attack, a trace of admiration flashed in the Black Ice Demon's eyes. One with the heavens was indeed worthy of its reputation. He was finally going to be defeated. Not only did the Black Ice Demon not feel the slightest bit of regret for his failure, but he was also extremely happy. At least he did not miss out on such a genius. Of course, due to his mission, he still used his full strength. Just like the last time, a sword, a fist. The sword was broken, and the fist was shattered. The sword in Lu Xian's hand was like a meteor that crashed into the ground. The Black Ice Demon's incomparably tough head no longer had the slightest ability to resist this sword. In just an instant, the shattered ice sword successfully pierced through its head, and the sword intent of the advanced stage erupted without reservation. The Black Ice Demon's spiritual consciousness was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Take advantage of the fact that the effects of your forbidden technique are not over and quickly enter the stone door. There is a test waiting for you inside. The Black Ice Demon's last sentence echoed in the stone cave, and then its entire body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Hearing this, Lu Xian's heart suddenly moved. There was actually a test inside. At this moment, seeing that the powerful Black Ice Demon had finally died, Xianxia, who had been hiding in the back, quickly ran forward. "Lu Xian, how could you be so stupid? You still used the forbidden technique." Xianxia's eyes were red as she spoke. Lu Xian smiled helplessly. "I had no choice. If I didn't use the forbidden technique, I would have died. No matter how much damage I suffered, it was still better than losing my life." Xianxia also knew what had just happened, but when she saw Lu Xian consecutively use the forbidden technique twice, she could not help but feel a little sad. Every time the forbidden technique was used, the damage to one's body would be greater, and the impact on Lu Xian's future would be even greater. Let's not talk anymore. Let's quickly enter the stone door and see what's inside before the after effects act up. Lu Xian did not want to delay any longer, and directly said. Chen Xiaohan nodded her head, and together with Xianxia, they quickly followed behind Lu Xian towards the mysterious stone door. The stone door was not tightly shut. With a forceful push from Lu Xian, a small crack appeared on the stone door. At the same time, an extremely rich and pure ice-type yuan power instantly gushed out. Lu Xian took a deep breath of the pure yuan power and mumbled, "This yuan power is too dense. The stone door is like the difference between heaven and earth. The concentration of yuan power here is at least 20 times that of the outside world." In an instant, Lu Xian felt that the internal injuries in his body had healed a little. Of course, this was just his imagination. How could the internal injuries left behind by the forbidden technique be so easily healed? It was just an illusion that came from the comfort of his body. Boom! Lu Xian suddenly exerted force, and the stone door was completely pushed open. For a moment, Lu Xian's entire body was immersed in the rich yuan power of heaven and earth. An extremely strong sense of comfort came, and Lu Xian almost moaned out loud. Just this place alone was already a priceless treasure. It was hard to imagine what the true secret was. Without the need for Lu Xian to actively absorb it, the rich yuan power directly poured into his body. After using the unity of heaven and man twice in succession, the yuan power in Lu Xian's body was almost exhausted. With this endless yuan power for him to absorb, he instantly recovered. While maintaining the circulation of the Tai origin art, Lu Xian quickly closed the stone door again to prevent the yuan power from leaking out. At the same time, he observed the scene inside. It was a stone chamber, or rather, an ice chamber. That was because the entire chamber was made out of solid ice blocks. Gusts of extremely cold air were constantly emanating from the ice walls. The entire chamber looked as if it was filled with mist, giving it a hazy sense of beauty. It was like a fairyland. While Lu Xian had never seen a fairyland before, but according to the descriptions in some ancient texts, it was probably something like that. In this ice room, there were 3 other doors, but Lu Xian did not know what was behind these doors. However, he could clearly feel that the rich yuan power was emitted from 2 of the 3 doors. As for the other door, it looked ordinary and there was nothing unusual about it. However, in this kind of mysterious place, if there was nothing unusual about it, it meant that there was something even more unusual about it. Lu Xian scanned through the 3 unknown doors, and his eyes eventually landed on an ice platform. That was the only building in the ice chamber. If an ice platform could be considered a building, then it would be the only building in the room. To be more specific, what attracted Lu Xian's attention was not the ice platform, but a sword. A sword that was stabbed diagonally into the ice platform. The sword's appearance was not very exaggerated, and in terms of magnificence, it was not even comparable to Lu Xian's shattered ice sword. It was very ordinary. If not for the countless runes carved on the exposed part of the sword, Lu Xian would have thought that it was an ordinary weapon. Of course, since it could appear in this place, it was definitely not an ordinary weapon. Not to mention an ordinary weapon, even a metal weapon would be quickly damaged under this extremely strong cold air. Just as Lu Xian was staring blankly at the sword, a hazy stream of air suddenly emitted from the sword's body. Very quickly, this stream of air condensed into a human figure. Moreover, it was an extremely beautiful woman. In terms of appearance, she could compete with Lin Sini and was only slightly inferior to Zhao Bing. However, in terms of temperament, she was slightly superior to Zhao Bing. It was as if she was born with a noble and holy air, cold and elegant. Just as Lu Xian was guessing her identity, the woman's bright and beautiful eyes were already looking at Lu Xian. Her almond-shaped mouth slightly opened, and her vermilion lips moved slightly. In a rather gentle voice, she said, "Come here." Although it was only 2 short words, her tone was extremely comfortable. When he heard her words, a trace of astonishment flashed across Lu Xian's face. Then, he suddenly thought of something and could not help but ask, "You are the mystical ice demon just now?" The mystical ice demon did not have a gender, and its voice was even more neutral, so it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Lu Xian was really unable to connect the mystical ice demon with this elegant and refined woman in front of him. However, his intuition told him that this woman was the mystical ice demon that he had just fought with. When she heard this, the woman smiled slightly. "You are quite clever." "That's right, just now a trace of my divine sense was attached to that mystical ice demon." When he heard her personally admit it, Lu Xian finally understood. No wonder that mystical ice demon was not afraid of death, and even said that he would not die. He did not expect that it was just a trace of the woman's divine sense. Just as Lu Xian was about to continue asking, the woman seemed to have already guessed what he was thinking. She directly said, "I know that you must have a lot of questions in your heart. Since you were able to reach this place, your strength and opportunities are undoubtedly excellent, so I will naturally tell you everything. However, you have already used a forbidden technique. Since the effects of the forbidden technique have not disappeared, and the side effects have not acted up, I think that you should not ask so many questions and just listen to me." When he heard this, Lu Xian immediately swallowed the question that was about to come out of his mouth, and obediently nodded his head. He knew that the woman was right. "I used to have a name, but I no longer use it. You can call me Bing Ling." Bing Ling first told him her name, and after a slight pause, she continued, "There should be a lot of things that you want to know, so I will first pick the main points. I believe that you have already guessed that this is a land of inheritance, and what is left behind is my master's inheritance. If you can complete the next test, you will obtain a part of my master's inheritance." "Only a part?" Lu Xian could not help but ask. "That's right, my master will not bet all of his inheritance on one person. Even if you pass all the tests, you will only be able to obtain a part, and not the whole." Bing Ling lightly nodded her head and said, "Let me ask one last question. Who is your master?" Lu Xian finally asked the question that he had been suppressing in his heart for a long time. Using the entire mystical ice secret realm as the land of inheritance, such generosity was much more generous than the Zhang family's ancestor. It could even be said that they were on a completely different level. Bing Ling's master was probably a little too powerful. "I will not mention my master's name for now, and there is no need for you to know it now. You only need to know that my master's original form is an ice phoenix," Bing Ling said indifferently. However, when these words fell into Lu Xian's ears, it was like a bomb exploding in his mind. Ice Phoenix, this was a real divine beast. An existence on the same level as the Azure Dragon. Even if Lu Xian had repeatedly overestimated the identity of his master, he would never have thought of this. To him, the Ice Phoenix only existed in the ancient books, and only existed in legends. But now, he was actually standing in the land of inheritance of the Ice Phoenix. No wonder Bing Ling was able to see through his 7 dragon transformation swords, and that he had the bloodline of the Azure Dragon in his body. Since her master was an Ice Phoenix, it was obvious that she had a close relationship with the dragon tribe. "Alright, let's cut to the chase. I believe that you are more concerned about my master's inheritance." Bing Ling interrupted Lu Xian's reverie and spoke again. She pointed at a door in the ice room and continued, "Behind that door is the place for your test. The test is divided into 5 stages, and for each stage you pass, you will receive a corresponding reward. If you can pass all 5 stages, you will receive all the rewards. However, until now, no one has reached this level. The last person who reached this place was a few years ago, but she only passed the first stage. In the past thousands of years, the person who passed the most stages reached the 3rd stage. From what you have said, I know that he has established a sect called the Mysterious Ice Pavilion." Bing Ling's words were truly shocking. Just a simple sentence from her was enough to shock Lu Xian to death. It turned out to be the Mysterious Ice Pavilion. The person Bing Ling was talking about must be the first pavilion master of the Mysterious Ice Pavilion. The first pavilion master of the Mysterious Ice Pavilion had come here, successfully passed the 3 stages, and obtained a part of the Ice Phoenix's inheritance. In the end, he established the Mysterious Ice Pavilion and mastered the method to enter the Mysterious Ice secret realm. However, for some unknown reason, the first pavilion master of the Mysterious Ice Pavilion did not tell the people of the Mysterious Ice Pavilion about the secret of this place, and only allowed them to come here to search for opportunities. Moreover, the person who came here a few years ago and successfully passed the first stage also made Lu Xian very curious. He did not know who was the lucky person who obtained a part of the Ice Phoenix's inheritance. He believed that the person must not be an unknown person. However, Lucian did not ask about it right now. These were all trivial matters. The most important thing right now was the inheritance left by the Ice Spirit's master, the Ice Phoenix. Lucian did not know how well he could do. After all, even the first sect leader of the Ice Pavilion had only reached the 3rd level. What the Ice Spirit said was right. It was better for him to enter the test as soon as possible before the effect of the Nether Blood Curse disappeared. Once the Nether Blood Curse disappeared, his strength would be greatly reduced. You don't have to worry too much about the test. Looking at Lucian, the Ice Spirit smiled and said, "At least for now, you are the most talented warrior I have ever seen. Not to mention passing the 5th level, but passing the 3rd level should not be a problem. You can at least try for the 4th level." Lucian was slightly stunned and said, "I even spent a lot of effort to defeat the Black Ice Demon at the entrance. How can I reach this level?" Master does not look at strength when choosing a successor. If it was strength, with Master's identity, countless powerful warriors would come to join him. Master looks at talent and potential. In the past, everyone who was able to come here had reached the highest strength allowed in the mysterious ice realm. However, you are an anomaly. You are only in the 2nd LV of the Spirit Refinement realm, but you were able to defeat the Black Ice Demon at the 7th LV of the Spirit Refinement realm. Not bad. Think about it, if you had the strength of the 6th LV of the Spirit Refinement realm, would it have been so difficult to defeat the Black Ice Demon? The Ice Spirit's words woke him up from his reverie. Lucian was instantly enlightened. From the looks of it, the test that he had to face next might not be even more difficult than that of the Frost Demon. "Can I take the test now?" Lucian asked expectantly. "Don't you want to know what the rewards are?" The Ice Spirit looked at Lucian and asked with a smile. "What rewards are there?" Lucian realized that he was too impatient and quickly asked. Bing Ling said leisurely, "You have passed the 1st round. You will be rewarded with a drop of Ice Phoenix blood. You will have a trace of the Ice Phoenix's bloodline in your body. You should have the bloodline of the Dragon Clan." "I don't think I need to explain the power of the bloodline." Lucian nodded slightly. Although he had assimilated the essence blood of the Azure Dragon, which was much more effective than ordinary blood, a drop of the Ice Phoenix's blood was definitely very precious to ordinary warriors, as it could greatly improve their physical fitness and strength. After passing the 2nd level, you will receive the first 3 volumes of the Ice Heart Sutra. The Ice Heart Sutra is the cultivation method that Master has been cultivating. It is a heaven-class cultivation method. There are 9 volumes in total. Even if you only have the first 3 volumes, it is still comparable to a normal Earth-class cultivation method. Bing Ling continued to report the rewards of the 2nd level. Passing the 2nd level, you will be rewarded with the first 3 volumes of the Ice Heart Sutra. The Ice Heart Sutra is the cultivation method that Master is cultivating. It is a heaven-class cultivation method with a total of 9 volumes. Even the first 3 volumes are comparable to a normal Earth-class cultivation method. The Ice Spirit continued to report the rewards of the 2nd level. Passing the 3rd level, you will be rewarded with a drop of Ice Phoenix blood. It is much more precious than the rewards of the first 2 levels. Master's body is huge, so a drop of blood is nothing. However, the amount of blood is limited. Every drop of blood that is lost will require a lot of resources to replenish. It can be said that only by passing the 3rd level and obtaining Master's blood can you be considered to have truly received a trace of Master's inheritance. Lucian was secretly shocked. This was a drop of Divine Beast's blood. It was comparable to the Azure Dragon blood that he had obtained. For him to be able to reach such a level, the success of merging with a drop of Azure Dragon blood essence played a huge role. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Lucian hurriedly asked, "Senior Ice Spirit, my friend here is still in a coma due to excessive loss of life force. I wonder if this Ice Phoenix blood can save her." The Ice Spirit's gaze shifted to Xianxia. She then nodded and said, "This is a small matter. Of course, it is not a problem. You should know that the Phoenix's characteristic is to rise from the ashes. In terms of life force, there is no divine beast that can compare to the Phoenix. However, the Ice Phoenix blood is extremely precious. Countless experts dream of it. Are you sure you want to give it to her?" Looking at Xianxia, who seemed to be sleeping peacefully, Lu Xian nodded heavily and said, "Yes, if I can get the Ice Phoenix blood, I will definitely use it to save someone. Although the Ice Phoenix blood is precious, in my opinion, it is far less valuable than her life." The Ice Spirit nodded, then shook her head. While she was admiring Lu Xian's loyalty, she also felt pity for his choice. The Ice Phoenix blood was so precious, yet he gave it to someone else just like that. Alright, if you can get it, of course you can use it. Also, the reward is not just one drop of Ice Phoenix blood. In the fourth test, the reward is another drop of Ice Phoenix blood and the first 6 volumes of the Dark Ice Heart Sutra. The first 6 volumes of the Dark Ice Heart Sutra are comparable to top Earth class skills. Of course, this is according to the classification of skills in the heavenly realm. In the Heavenly Sword continent, it is roughly equivalent to a normal Heaven class skill. Heaven class skill? Lu Xian gasped. In the Heavenly Sword continent, this was definitely a top-notch skill. If the first pavilion master of the Dark Ice Pavilion could pass the fourth test and obtain the first 6 volumes of the Dark Ice Heart Sutra, the Dark Ice Pavilion would not be a 4th grade sect, but a 5th grade sect. For a sect, the most important thing was a cultivation technique. A powerful cultivation technique was the true capital for a sect to establish itself. As for the 5th test, the reward is the complete Dark Ice Heart Sutra. Other than that, you can choose any of the treasures left behind by the master. The complete Dark Ice Heart Sutra was a heaven-class skill even in the mysterious heavenly realm. There was no need to say how precious it was. From this reward, it could be seen that the most important part of the inheritance left behind by the Ice Phoenix was the Dark Ice Heart Sutra. As for the other resources, whether it was the Ice Phoenix blood or the Ice Phoenix blood essence, they were all external items. Only the Dark Ice Heart Sutra was a secret that was not passed down. With a heaven-class skill, a talented warrior could definitely reach an extremely high level. However, to Lu Xian, this seemed to be of little value. The Dark Ice Heart Sutra might be incomparably important to the disciples of the Dark Ice Pavilion, but to him, it was not necessary. He cultivated the Tai origin skill. Although Lu Xian did not know what level the Tai origin skill was, he could clearly feel that the level of the Tai origin skill was definitely not lower than the Dark Ice Heart Sutra. Is there nothing else? Lu Xian asked unwillingly. Bing Ling was slightly stunned. The reason why she told Lu Xian about these rewards in advance was so that Lu Xian could further stimulate himself so that he could pass more tests. She did not expect that Lu Xian was still not satisfied. Your appetite is really big. A heaven-class skill from the heavenly realm is not enough. Bing Ling smiled helplessly. After thinking for a while, she suddenly revealed a smile again. There is something that you should be interested in. After passing the 5th test, you can choose any of the treasures. Among them, there is the Azure Dragon Blood Essence. Master specially asked for it from the Azure Dragon in the past. You've used a forbidden technique, and it's a forbidden technique that burns your blood essence. If you can absorb another drop of Azure Dragon Blood Essence, although it won't be able to completely heal the hidden injuries in your body, it will be able to alleviate them to a great extent. Apart from that, you can use all the resources here. I'm sure you've seen the other 2 doors. One of them is filled with countless ice attribute spiritual materials, and the other door is filled with yuan stone veins formed from the bodies of countless profound ice demons. Azure Dragon Blood Essence. Countless spiritual materials and primordial stones. Hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Compared to the profound Ice Heart Sutra, these external items were more important to him. The Azure Dragon Blood Essence could replenish the blood essence in his body and further strengthen his bloodline power. It could even heal his hidden injuries to a certain extent. As for the endless spiritual materials, they could help him cultivate quickly. Cultivation had always been Lu Xian's shortcoming. If he could make up for this shortcoming, what would Xiao Zhaohong and Han Feng amount to? Looking at Lu Xian's excited expression, Bing Ling secretly laughed. This kid is really strange. He doesn't care about the precious heaven-class cultivation method, but he has a special liking for external items. Although external items are important, they can be obtained with time. As for the heaven-class cultivation method, no one will give it to you no matter how much you pay. Alright, you know the rewards of the 5 tests. Now, go and take the test. I have to remind you that this test also carries the risk of death. As long as you call for me, I will teleport you out. Remember not to be greedy and lose your life. Otherwise, there will be nothing left. Bing Ling warned him at the end. Lu Xian nodded his head and turned to Qin Shaohan. Shaohan, wait for me here. Be careful. Just do your best. Qin Shaohan warned him. Lu Xian did not say anything else. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly and walked straight towards the stone door that did not seem out of place at all. The stone door was not tightly shut. It opened by itself with a gentle push. It seemed to be an ordinary stone room. Other than being bigger, there was nothing unusual about it. On the opposite side of the stone door, there was another stone door. If Lu Xian guessed correctly, that was the location of the second test. As Lu Xian entered the first stone room, the stone door behind him closed by itself. Bing Ling's voice rang in his ears. This is the location of the first test. You can only move forward after passing the first test. Otherwise, you won't be able to open the door in front of you. The first test is the easiest for you. You only need to defeat a profound ice demon with the same cultivation level as you. Are you ready? I'm ready. Lu Xian nodded his head. At this moment, countless runes suddenly appeared on the ground of this ordinary stone room. It was a huge formation. Countless amounts of pure ice elemental yuan power quickly gathered at the center of the formation. As the yuan power increased, a shadow gradually appeared, and it was continuously solidifying. It was impressively a mystical ice demon. Lu Xian fell into deep thought. It seemed like all the profound ice demons in the profound ice secret realm were created through this formation. It was a little like the puppets created by some martial artists. However, this formation didn't use various materials but pure yuan power. It was indeed extraordinary. A profound ice demon quickly formed. Lu Xian sensed its aura and found that it was indeed only at the second tier of the spirit refinement realm. It seemed that the test left by the ice phoenix really only looked at potential. If a warrior at the sixth tier of the spirit refinement realm came here, then he would have to face a profound ice demon at the sixth tier. Not daring to waste any time, Lu Xian quickly moved forward and swung the broken ice sword. Dragon soars in the sky. Dragon soars in the sky was the move that Lu Xian used the most. Although it was not the strongest move, it was very easy to use. Its speed and lethality were not weak, and it did not consume much yuan power. It was the best for attacking. The frost demon roared and charged at Lu Xian without dodging at all. It suddenly threw a punch, and a strong gust of wind suddenly burst out. A powerful force swept towards Lu Xian. However, no matter how strong it was still only at the second tier of the spirit refinement realm. Lu Xian could even kill a profound ice demon at the seventh tier of the spirit refinement realm, so why would he be afraid of it? With a swish, the profound ice demon's punch was instantly broken by Lu Xian and one of its arms was chopped off. You do have some skill. Lu Xian was slightly surprised to see that he had chopped off the profound ice demon's arm. A normal profound ice demon at the second tier of the spirit refinement realm would not have a solid body, but this guy had a solid body. Its strength was obviously higher than a normal profound ice demon. After all, this was the Ice Phoenix's inheritance test. If an ordinary warrior were to face off against a mystical ice demon of the same level, coupled with their tough bodies, it would probably be somewhat difficult for them to do so. However, it was nothing for Lu Xian. His level had always been his weakness, but now, it had become his advantage. Without hesitation, Lu Xian stepped forward and swung his sword again. This time, it was aimed at its head. Although the profound ice demon's body was relatively strong, it could not be compared to a profound ice demon at the seventh tier of the spirit refinement realm. The sword light easily pierced through its head, killing it in one strike. First test, passed. Very good, you passed the first test. Bing Ling's voice sounded again, although you won easily, you shouldn't be too proud. Most of the warriors who came here can pass the first round. Consider it as an opportunity for those who came here. To be able to enter this place, luck and strength were both indispensable. In any case, the reward for passing the first trial was only a drop of ordinary Ice Phoenix blood, so it could be considered as a free gift. Lu Xian nodded his head and strode forward towards the stone door in front of him. Next up was the second test. According to Bing Ling, the person who came last time had only passed the first test and was stopped at the second test. It was likely that the second test would be much more difficult than the first. However, no matter what, he had to pass at least 3 trials to obtain that drop of Ice Phoenix blood essence in order to save Xianxia. If he couldn't obtain the Ice Phoenix blood essence here, it would be much more difficult to find the elixir to cure Xianxia in the future. The second door was also easily pushed open. This time, what appeared in front of Lu Xian was not a stone room, but a long corridor. This corridor was quite long. Lu Xian roughly estimated that it was at least 100 feet long. This 100-zhang corridor is the second test. Once the test begins, countless profound ice demons will appear in this corridor. What you have to do is to kill your way through and not leave a single one alive. However, you don't have much time. You only have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Within that time, all the profound ice demons must be eliminated. You also have to reach the end of the corridor. Bing Ling calmly explained the content of the second test. Lu Xian gulped slightly. The time it took for an incense stick to burn was more than enough for him to walk through the entire corridor. However, he had to kill his way through without leaving any survivors. That was a very difficult task. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to fly through the corridor with his movement skills. Are you ready? Bing Ling's voice sounded again, not giving Lu Xian any time to think. Wait, one more question. How strong are these mysterious ice demons? They are a small realm higher than the first test. The next mysterious ice demons will all be in the third layer of the spirit refinement realm. Bing Ling quickly answered. So they are only in the third layer of the spirit refinement realm. Lu Xian let out a long breath. Luckily, it did not take much effort to deal with mysterious ice demons in the third layer of the spirit refinement realm. It seemed like there was still hope for him to pass the test. No wonder Bing Ling said that the person who came last time was not able to pass the second test. If he was in the 6th layer of the spirit refinement realm, then he would have to face countless mysterious ice demons in the 7th layer of the spirit refinement realm. It would be very difficult. Even if Xiao Zhaohong, Han Feng, or the others were here, they would not be able to pass. Only someone like Lu Xian, who had a heaven-defying battle prowess that could kill enemies a few layers above him, would have a chance of passing the test. Without saying anything else, Lu Xian took a deep breath and answered with a determined look, I'm ready. As soon as he finished speaking, the familiar formation appeared again. More ice elemental Yuan Qi was attracted over. In an instant, countless figures began to appear in the 100-zhang corridor. Looking at the densely packed figures of the mysterious ice demons, even though Lu Xian was confident, he still felt his scalp tingle. At a rough glance, there were at least 300 of them, even if they were only in the 3rd layer of the spirit refinement realm. The combined strength of 300 mysterious ice demons was not to be underestimated. Apart from the 100-zhang corridor, where else in the entire mysterious ice secret realm could one see such a spectacular scene? As the countless mysterious ice demons solidified, Bing Ling's voice rang out, the test begins. The time limit of 1 incense stick will start now. As soon as the words came out, Lu Xian did not waste any time. 1 incense stick's time might not sound short, but in reality, it was only 100 breaths' time. On average, Lu Xian would advance 1 zhang in every breath's time. As soon as Lu Xian stepped into the 100-zhang corridor, the nearby mysterious ice demons immediately swarmed over. At least 7 or 8 mysterious ice demons pounced at him at the same time. Wind riding art. With a thought, Lu Xian instantly activated the wind riding art. He dodged the attacks of the mysterious ice demons and flew straight ahead. However, the mysterious ice demons behind him did not give up. They turned around and continued to charge at Lu Xian. As Lu Xian moved forward, the number of mysterious ice demons around him increased. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xian had charged nearly 10 zhang forward. There were already more than 20 mysterious ice demons around him. Not daring to advance any further, Lu Xian's figure came to an abrupt stop. If he continued forward, he would be surrounded by hundreds of mysterious ice demons. Even Lu Xian would not be able to handle it. Dragon battling in the wild. Lu Xian bellowed as the dragon battling in the wild of the 7 swords of dragon transformation was unleashed. Lu Xian seemed to have split into several clones in an instant, unleashing several flashes of the sword. Chi, 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 without the slightest deviation, every sword strike hit the head of a mysterious ice demon. The sword strike that contained the sword intent of the great accomplishment stage instantly destroyed the consciousness of the mysterious ice demons. The bodies of the mysterious ice demons that were hit instantly dissipated into yuan energy. Lu Xian's incomparably accurate sword strike was the result of his practice of the blink sword art. The blink sword art could be used in the blink of an eye. After one strike, Lu Xian did not pay any attention to it. With a turn of his body, he struck out with another sword strike. Time riding 6 dragons. 6 rays of sword light shot out at the same time towards 6 mysterious ice demons in front of him. The mysterious ice demons that were attacked immediately dissipated. Another 6 mysterious ice demons were killed. With 2 consecutive strikes, the mysterious ice demons around Lu Xian were reduced by more than half. This was all thanks to his outstanding lethality. He could even kill a mysterious ice demon in the 4th level of the spirit refinement realm, let alone a mysterious ice demon in the 3rd level. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. The shattered ice sword abruptly swept out like the tail of a divine dragon. With a powerful attack, the remaining mysterious ice demons were once again annihilated. In an instant, nearly 20 mysterious ice demons were either killed or injured, leaving only 2 that escaped the net. Without wasting yuan energy, Lu Xian flew up and casually struck out with 2 sword strikes. The last 2 mysterious ice demons were also killed. Bing Ling, who had been observing in the dark, could not help but nod slightly when she saw Lu Xian take out so many mystical ice demons so decisively. Lu Xian had used every single one of his attacks perfectly. Every single one of his attacks had hit its target and were fatal. After killing this wave of mysterious ice demons, Lu Xian did not dare to stay any longer. This was only a distance of 3 zhang, which was only 1/30th of the 100 zhang corridor. There was still a long way to go. At that moment, Lu Xian used the same trick again. He used the wind riding art to float forward again. After attracting a wave of mysterious ice demons, he killed them again. This way, he could save the most time and fully utilize his lethality. If he killed them one by one, he would only be halfway through when the time it takes for a jaw stick to burn would have passed. It's too exhausting. Halfway through, Lu Xian could not help but say to himself. Although he tried his best to conserve his yuan energy, using the 7 dragon transformation swords continuously still consumed a lot of yuan energy. This was his disadvantage. Although it was easy to kill the mysterious ice demons, he was only at the 2nd tier of the spirit refinement realm. The density of his yuan energy could not be compared to a martial artist at the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm. Fortunately, the mysterious ice demons that were killed all turned into yuan energy and dispersed into the 100 zhang corridor, causing the yuan energy there to be extremely dense. The Tai origin skill in Lu Xian's body automatically circulated and continuously absorbed the yuan energy from the surroundings. This was the only way he could replenish his energy to a certain extent. Kill. Kill. Kill, kill. Lu Xian simply forgot about everything as he continuously advanced and killed his enemies. There was only one thought in his mind: he had to pass through this corridor within the time it takes for a jaw stick to burn. The yuan energy in his body was rapidly depleting. Although the Tai origin skill's recovery speed was fast, how could it withstand such an intense consumption? 50 zhang, 60 zhang, 70 zhang. Under the obstruction of countless mysterious ice demons, Lu Xian moved forward bit by bit. The time it took for a jaw stick to burn also gradually shortened. From 100 breaths, to 50 breaths, to 30 breaths, one by one, the mystical ice demons were killed and dissipated. Lu Xian did not know how much time had passed. He could not even remember how many mystical ice demons he had killed. When the origin power in his body was almost exhausted, he finally saw the stone door in front of him. It was the stone door that led to the 3rd stage. Seeing this stone door, Lu Xian added a little more strength to his strength and roared, "Kill!" With his final burst of strength, the few remaining black ice demons were finally killed. Immediately after, Lu Xian used a surge of yuan power and instantly arrived in front of the stone door. He had passed through the 100 zhang corridor. The black ice demons were all killed. Congratulations, you have successfully passed through the 2nd test. Your speed is not bad. There are still 10 breaths of time left. It will take an incense stick's time to pass. Bing Ling's voice sounded. Lu Xian regained his senses and let out a long sigh. That was close. He would have failed in another 10 breaths of time. At this moment, he felt a sense of exhaustion. Killing so many black ice demons in such a short period of time was not an easy task. Fortunately, he had passed through. Can I rest for a while before continuing? Lu Xian asked. He knew that his time was limited. Once the aftereffects of the nether blood curse broke out, his chances of clearing the stage would be extremely low. He could even faintly sense signs of inner demons invading his body. However, given his current state, he was unable to deal with the upcoming tests. Drink it. Bing Ling's cold voice sounded. Then, a jade bottle flew towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian stretched out his hand to catch it and pulled the stopper. An extremely dense yuan power aura instantly came over. Inside the jade bottle, there was a liquid-like thing. Yuan liquid. Lu Xian exclaimed in surprise. Yuan liquid was an existence of a higher level than yuan stones. It was made up of pure yuan power. Only in places where yuan power was extremely dense would a large amount of yuan power be formed into yuan liquid. In terms of effect, it was countless times better than yuan stones. Even supreme-grade yuan stones had impurities. How could they compare to pure yuan liquid? Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Xian drank the small bottle of origin liquid right away. While it was a treasure that could only be found by chance, it could not compare to the benefits he would gain from passing the test. Good steel should be used where it was needed. The elemental liquid entered Lu Xian's body and quickly spread throughout his body. Lu Xian's depleted elemental energy was replenished almost instantaneously, allowing him to recover at lightning speed. After resting for less than 10 breaths of time, Lu Xian had recovered most of his strength. He could not help but sigh inwardly. This yuan liquid was really a great thing. If he had a small bottle of yuan liquid in battle, his endurance in battle would greatly increase. But now was not the time to think about this. Lu Xian stepped forward and pushed the third stone door. Next was the third test. After the third door, there was still an ordinary stone room. As Lu Xian was waiting for Bing Ling to explain the content of the test, Ling Ling's figure appeared in front of Lu Xian. Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Senior Bing Ling, what is the test for this test? The test for this test is to defeat me. Bing Ling looked at Lu Xian and said indifferently. Hearing this, Lu Xian was shocked. Defeating Bing Ling? How could it be possible? Previously, when he was fighting against the profound ice demon at the 7th layer of the spirit refinement realm, Bing Ling's consciousness alone was enough to force Lu Xian to use all his strength. Now that he was facing Bing Ling herself, Lu Xian felt that he had no chance of winning. Senior Bing Ling, stop joking around. Hurry up and tell me about the third test. Lu Xian forced a smile. He still did not dare to believe Bing Ling's words. I said, the test for this test is to defeat me. Bing Ling repeated her words again. After confirming that he did not hear wrongly, Lu Xian's expression gradually turned serious. It seemed that Bing Ling did not lie to him. But, how should he pass this test? Just as Lu Xian was in a dilemma, Bing Ling continued, your strength is indeed not bad, but compared to mine, it's still not enough. Judging from your previous performance, you probably want to ask for a life-saving medicine for that woman. Seeing that you're talented, I can make the decision to give you a spiritual medicine, but you'll fail the inheritance test. Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Give up this test and find a life-saving medicine for Xianxia? It sounded like a good idea. At least he could save Xianxia. However, with such a great opportunity right in front of him, would he be willing to give it up if he did not fight for it? Lu Xian tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He was in a dilemma. Was his martial arts more important, or was Xianxia more important? However, if he could not defeat Bing Ling, wouldn't both be empty talk? Furthermore, Bing Ling had mentioned that if he could pass the 5 tests and obtain the blood of the green dragon, it would be able to heal his internal injuries. Lu Xian knew that he had used forbidden techniques consecutively and his internal injuries were extremely serious. If he did not find a way to heal them, his future path of martial arts would be extremely difficult. He might even be stuck in the spirit refinement realm. This was something he did not want to see. Xianxia was important, but so were everyone else. If he did not have enough strength, how could he find Zhao Binger? If the eldest senior brother from the ice pavilion found out about my relationship with Zhao Binger, why would he let me go? Everyone around me would be in trouble as well. The scenes that he had witnessed in the inner demon kept appearing in front of Lu Xian's eyes. If he did not have enough strength, everything would become reality. However, could he really pass all the tests? Lu Xian asked himself. Questions after questions kept popping up in his mind. There was no way to solve them. No, at this moment, Lu Xian suddenly remembered something. The pavilion leader of the ice pavilion had passed the third test. In other words, he had defeated Bing Ling. More importantly, Bing Ling had said that with his strength, he could at least pass the third test. He might even have a chance of passing the fourth test. This meant that Bing Ling was not invincible. At this thought, Lu Xian's gaze became determined. Whether it was for his own martial arts or to protect the people around him, he would take the risk this time. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Bing Ling. However, I still want to fight for it with my own strength. Lu Xian looked at Bing Ling and said firmly. If that's the case, then make your move. Don't say that I didn't warn you. It's not too late to back out now. Bing Ling stared into Lu Xian's eyes and said. Lu Xian shook his head and said, sorry for the offense. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xian rushed forward and attacked with the strongest move of the 7 dragonization swordplay. The proud dragon shows remorse. Lu Xian did not use the oneness of heaven and man immediately because he knew that he only had 2 chances to use the oneness of heaven and man. The brilliant sword light slashed across Bing Ling's body. Contrary to Lu Xian's expectations, as the sword light hit Bing Ling's body, Bing Ling was instantly shattered, just like the dark ice demons. Just as Lu Xian was stunned, Bing Ling's voice sounded in his ears. You really did not disappoint me. Congratulations on passing the third test. This? Lu Xian was still in a daze. After all, it was too sudden. The third stage tests your heart of martial arts. There are many important people and things in this world, just like that female companion of yours. However, you must know that in this world, only powerful strength is the foundation that determines everything. Even if you are able to protect the people or things that you cherish, if you are not powerful enough, perhaps one day, you will still lose them. Bing Ling's voice sounded solemn. For example, if you had given up just now, I would not have given you the elixir. What you have to bear is just a failure in the test. Lu Xian's expression turned serious. He cupped his hands and said, thank you for your advice, Senior Bing Ling. I have learned a lot. The martial heart was the foundation of a martial artist. Without a firm heart, one would not be able to go far on the path of martial arts. Although he did not want to admit it, this was the way of the world. Only with great strength could one protect the things that one truly wanted to protect. Well, it's good that you understand. Now, go and open the 4th door. For the first 3 tests, only the temperament test was difficult for you. However, you have passed it safely. For the 4th test, I can't help you anymore. It depends on your real strength. Lu Xian nodded. He strode forward and opened the 4th door. It was still a stone chamber. There was nothing in it. The 4th test tests Dao. Bing Ling said, with your current realm, you can't comprehend Dao for now. However, Dao is the foundation of martial arts. For example, martial arts is a Dao. However, it includes countless Daos. The sword principle that you cultivate is one of them. There are 3,000 great Daos. When you reach the extreme of each Dao, you will reach the peak of martial arts. The Dao was indeed a mysterious thing. No one knew what the Dao was, but everyone was pursuing the Dao. Martial artists pursued the martial Dao, talisman masters pursued the talisman Dao, sword cultivators pursued the sword Dao, saber cultivators pursued the saber Dao, and body refiners pursued the Dao of strength. I understand. Please enlighten me, Senior. Lu Xian could faintly feel that this test was getting more and more difficult. It was indeed the inheritance of the Ice Phoenix. The first 3 tests were still common. However, at the 4th test, the difficulty suddenly increased. Dao was such a mysterious existence. Not to mention Lu Xian, even an Origin Realm expert might not be able to understand what Dao was. You cultivate sword Dao. Naturally, it tests your sword Dao. This stone chamber has a total of 100 steps. It includes 100 types of sword arts. You have to break all these 100 types of sword arts to pass the fourth test. It was easier said than done to crack hundreds of sword techniques. Putting aside the fact that Lu Xian only knew a few sword techniques at the moment, even if he were to read a lot of books and learn hundreds of martial arts techniques, it would still be nigh impossible for him to crack so many sword techniques. To succeed, he had to truly comprehend Dao. If he could truly comprehend sword Dao, not to mention hundreds of martial arts, even thousands of sword arts would be the same in his eyes. As the saying goes, no matter how one changes, one stays the same. There is no time limit for this test. You can slowly break through it. However, your body condition is not good. If you don't break through soon, I'm afraid you won't be able to pass the fifth test. Bing Ling sighed slightly as she said that. If Lu Xian had not used the forbidden skill and had enough time, he might have been able to pass all 5 tests in a row. It was a pity that nothing was perfect, and everything was left to fate. Senior Bing Ling, the first pavilion master of the Mystic Ice Pavilion, should have reached the 4th test. How many martial arts did he break? Lu Xian couldn't help but ask. Him? Let me think. He must have broken 18 martial skills and can no longer move forward. Bing Ling said faintly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Only 18 martial skills? In order to pass this test, one must break 100 martial skills. In other words, the first pavilion master of the mysterious ice pavilion had only broken 1/5th of the martial skills. The difficulty of this test was unimaginable. You don't have to worry too much. Passing this test has nothing to do with one's strength. The only thing that's being tested is your Dao. You'll find out when the test begins, Bing Ling said, trying to ease the pressure on Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded. Since he was already here, he might as well give it his all. After all, where there was a will, there was a way. I'm ready. Senior Bing Ling, please start the test. Okay. The stone chamber in front of Lu Xian changed all of a sudden. Countless runes of formations appeared, and the entire stone chamber was filled with a hazy mist. It was no longer possible to see what was going on in the chamber. At the same time, Lu Xian felt an inexplicable power suddenly attach itself to his body. He was actually unable to mobilize even the slightest bit of origin power. At this moment, it was as if he had lost all of his cultivation and was reduced to an ordinary person. No wonder it's said that this stage has nothing to do with strength. Under the suppression of the formation, everyone is unable to use their origin power. They can only rely on their own understanding of the Dao to break through the martial techniques. Lu Xian understood a little. At this moment, Bing Ling's voice sounded again, move forward. With every step, you will meet an enemy. Every enemy will use a different martial skill. You don't need to kill them and you can't kill them. As long as you break their martial skills, they will naturally disappear. Looking at the hazy fog in front of him, Lu Xian calmed himself down and stepped into the fog. Swoosh! A small patch of thick fog in front of Lu Xian instantly retracted, quickly forming a human figure. This person held an ordinary longsword in his hand, and there was nothing special about it at all. There was not even the slightest trace of origin power ripples on his body. This stage of the test was only about sword techniques and nothing else. Without giving Lu Xian any time to react, the person raised the sword in his hand and used a martial skill. For a moment, it was as if countless rays of sword light were stabbing towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian was shocked and took a step back. This sword skill was extremely exquisite. All the rays of sword light seemed to be covering his body. Seeing Lu Xian step back, the person immediately stopped attacking. However, he did not disappear either. He just stood there quietly, waiting for Lu Xian to break the move. So that was the case. Lu Xian was slightly enlightened. It seemed like he could give himself some time to think about how to break this move. He didn't need to succeed in a single attempt. Thinking about it, even a true swordsman might not be able to break a martial skill that he had never seen before in a single glance. Lu Xian recalled that sword move in his mind. He understood a little and immediately went forward again. As he took a step forward, the person in front of him attacked again. It was still the same move. Endless rays of sword light shrouded Lu Xian and were aimed at his body's vitals. It seemed like no matter how Lu Xian tried to dodge, he would be hit. Seeing this set of sword skill again, Lu Xian was even more enlightened. He didn't retreat but advanced instead. The shattered ice sword stabbed out like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. He might not be able to use any Yuan power, but the aura had nothing to do with Yuan power. Clang! A crisp sound was heard as Lu Xian's longsword directly collided with that person's sword. What was supposed to be an extremely dazzling sword attack came to an abrupt halt. Under Lu Xian's gaze, the person in front of him instantly disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared. The first martial skill had been broken. As expected. A smile appeared on Lu Xian's face. Since he couldn't avoid it, then he wouldn't bother. The person's sword move seemed extremely exquisite and flawless, but in reality, there were flaws everywhere. As long as Lu Xian's sword hit the heart of the sword, the endless rays of sword light would naturally disappear. Although he had only broken the first martial skill, Lu Xian felt that his sword intent had actually improved a little. Breaking 100 martial skills was not only a test of a martial artist's Dao, but it also helped a martial artist to comprehend the Dao. Through continuous exchanges, Lu Xian could constantly verify his own sword Dao. Without thinking any further, Lu Xian took another step forward. A familiar scene appeared. The endless fog condensed and a new martial artist appeared in front of him. The swordsmanship used by this warrior was not as flashy as that of the previous one. Instead, it was an extremely simple yet majestic sword. He swung the long sword in his hand and brought it down on Lu Xian's head, undefeatable. This thought quickly emerged in Lu Xian's mind, but he didn't retreat this time. After all, this sword move was very simple and didn't require much thought. Lu Xian immediately unsheathed the shattering ice sword and met the warrior's attack head-on. Lu Xian clearly knew that he was no match for the warrior, but he still chose to go head-on. It was truly unbelievable. Just as the two swords clashed, Lu Xian's strength suddenly changed. The hard force instantly turned into a soft force. The purpose of his sword was not to shatter the opponent's attack, but to divert the force. A suction force came from the shattered ice sword. The extremely powerful sword move that the martial artist had unleashed was actually attracted by Lu Xian. The two swords were tightly pressed together. At this moment, Lu Xian suddenly exerted force and swung the shattered ice sword. The martial artist could no longer hold the sword in his hand, and the sword was directly swung out. The second set of martial skills was broken once again. This time, Lu Xian used the technique of borrowing force to fight force, using little force to overcome a great force. This technique was learned by Lu Xian from the Black Iron Sword mantra. The Black Iron heavy sword was very heavy, and it was impossible to use techniques that were too ingenious. One could only use strength to the extreme. The heavy sword had no edge, so it was difficult to use skill. And strength was divided into hard force and soft force. In the instant that Lu Xian stuck to the sword, he used soft force to stick the martial artist's sword. Then, following the martial artist's strength, he suddenly pulled. Immediately, the martial artist's strength became Lu Xian's. Both sides couldn't use Yuan power. Under such a huge force, how could the martial artist hold the sword in his hand? In such a short period of time, Lu Xian's expression was as calm as ever, without the slightest hint of joy. This was only the beginning of the 100 martial skills. It was really not enough to reach the apex. Another step forward, and a third martial artist appeared. As soon as the warrior appeared, he swung his sword 3 times in a row, each more ferocious and faster than the last. There was a clear sequence of attacks, but by the time the warrior arrived in front of Lu Xian, all 3 of them were moving at the same time, without any difference in order. This sword technique was famous. This was commonly known as the fatal consecutive triple stab. It might seem ordinary, but it had an extremely high requirement for a martial artist to control their strength. If they could use their origin power, the power of the 3 swords would be extremely great. Just the powerful sword chi alone could force people to retreat or even kill them. To deal with this sword, there was no other technique. At the very least, in a situation where he couldn't use Yuan power, there was no way to forcefully break it. The only way was to fight it head-on. You have the fatal consecutive triple stab, but I also have the blink sword technique. This was the first time that Lu Xian used a martial skill and didn't rely on his own understanding of the sword to break the move. Swish swish swish, it was the same three swords, but Lu Xian's blink sword technique was even faster than him. The attack was launched later, but it arrived first. The three swords met the opponent's attack. For a moment, the three attacks collided at the same time. Suddenly, there was no clear winner or loser. However, Lu Xian's blink sword technique was extremely fast. He didn't give the martial artist any chance to adjust. Another sword attack was launched, and the tip of the sword went straight through the opponent's throat. The third martial artist who was attacked instantly dissipated. Seeing that Lu Xian was able to deal with it with ease, Bing Ling, who was secretly watching, couldn't help but nod. Lu Xian's performance was quite good. He could always find the right way to deal with it. Some martial skills needed to be broken with strength, while others needed to be broken with speed. I don't know how far he can go and how many martial skills he can break. Maybe even, he can break hundreds of martial skills. Bing Ling murmured to herself, if he can really break through all the martial skills, then his sword art will also reach an extremely shocking level. This test is originally used to temper and test people. Passing the third test and obtaining a drop of Ice Phoenix's blood essence, one could be considered as half an inheritor of the Ice Phoenix. Therefore, this fourth test could be regarded as a benefit given by the Ice Phoenix. If one had the ability, he could break through the fourth test and proceed to the fifth. Even if he couldn't pass, he could still go further on the path of martial arts. Naturally, Lu Xian didn't know what Bing Ling was thinking. Right now, he didn't think too much about it. He was only thinking about how to go further and break more martial skills. After breaking 3 martial skills, Lu Xian felt that his sword intent had improved further. This kind of pure exchange of swordsmanship would greatly improve a sword practitioner. Step by step, Lu Xian continued to break martial skills. Some martial skills could be broken by inspiration, but some martial skills needed Lu Xian to observe and think carefully before he could break them. Before he knew it, Lu Xian had already walked 10 steps away. That short distance of 10 steps was all it took for Lu Xian to break 10 sets of martial arts techniques. The martial arts techniques that he faced grew increasingly intricate and complicated. The most powerful set of martial arts techniques was able to unleash 108 attacks in an instant. Sword techniques of such a level could no longer be called sword techniques. Instead, they were called sword formations. 9 swords formed a small formation, and 9 small formations formed a big formation. 9 by 9, 9 into 1, the power was extremely strong. Lu Xian almost used all of his strength to break through. I can't go on like this. I'm only at the 10th step, but the sword skills I face are already so strong. How can I go through the next 90 steps? Lu Xian couldn't help but frown slightly. Before this, he was still wondering why the first pavilion master of the mysterious ice pavilion only managed to take 18 steps. Now, it seemed that even the 10th step was extremely extraordinary, let alone the 18th step. Have you reached a bottleneck? Let's see if you can break through this bottleneck. If you can, it will definitely be a qualitative leap for your powers. The ice spirit looked down at Lu Xian, who was deep in thought, with great interest. Lu Xian pondered for a moment, then took another step forward. The 11th practitioner appeared. As soon as this practitioner appeared, the long sword in his hand stabbed out repeatedly. Rays of sharp sword qi rushed towards Lu Xian. Although they were not supported by yuan power and did not give off a powerful aura, their power was not to be underestimated. Lu Xian could not find a way to break it in such a short period of time, so he could only respond with his own attacks. Immediately, the shattered ice sword struck out consecutively. Every strike accurately hit one of the opponent's sword qi, and the two cancelled each other out. However, the practitioner's attacks became faster and faster. Lu Xian immediately felt strained. As expected, it was too difficult to break these martial skills with brute force, unless he found a way to break them. Just as Lu Xian was struggling to hold on, the countless sword qi released by the practitioner suddenly condensed. Countless tiny sword qi instantly condensed into a ball, and a huge force suddenly rushed towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian immediately took 3 steps back. This time, he had failed to break the technique. As Lu Xian retreated, the practitioner did not attack again. He sheathed his sword and stood still, waiting for Lu Xian's next challenge. What a good move, Prairie Fire. The sword chi earlier was just a prelude, just for this last move. Lu Xian could not help but secretly praise them. These sword techniques, including the 10 sets of sword techniques he had seen before, were all extremely exquisite. They were at least at the profound level or above. This move, Prairie Fire with a single spark, was probably at the high level of the profound level. Although he agreed, Lu Xian's brows furrowed even tighter. The more exquisite the sword skills he faced, the more difficult it would be for him to break them. This was clearly not a good thing. Seeing Lu Xian retreating, Bing Ling, who was secretly observing, could not help but shake her head, still not comprehending it. Breaking 100 martial skills is only to help you comprehend the Tao. If you really want to break it with pure sword skills, it is easier said than done. She then sighed, that's true. Comprehending the Tao is too difficult for a mere second-level spirit refinement realm cultivator. Master probably didn't expect the person who came to take the test to be so weak. If it was an origin realm or even a virtualized realm cultivator, it would be much easier for them to pass. At least they would be able to touch the edge of the Tao. In the end, Lu Xian had made a mistake. In his opinion, since it was a move to break, then he should naturally use the same exquisite sword skill to break the enemy's attack. However, he had never thought that these hundreds of martial arts techniques were all collected by the Ice Phoenix. If she was interested in them, they would not be ordinary martial arts techniques. Lu Xian had only reached the 10th step, and he had only encountered some profound-level martial arts techniques. The martial arts techniques he would encounter later on would be even more powerful. Unwilling to give up, he tried again. Lu Xian was defeated again. Just dealing with the little sparks at the beginning was enough to take up all his energy. The last move, Prairie Blazing, was really unable to withstand it. At this moment, Lu Xian simply stopped advancing. Anyway, Bing Ling had said that there was no time limit for this test. It would give him enough time to think. The only thing he had to worry about was that the sequela of his nether blood curse might break out at any time. This stage is a test of the Tao, but what exactly is the Tao? What exactly is Sword Tao? Lu Xian thought hard. Although he pursued Sword Tao, in fact, he did not know what Sword Tao was. After all, he was only in the 2nd tier of spirit cultivation. How could he comprehend such a profound thing so easily? Every time I feel that my understanding of Sword Tao deepens a little, my sword intent will improve a little. Sword Tao, sword intent, are these two related? The essence of small accomplishment sword intent is to become one with the sword. The essence of middle sword intent is to turn everything in the world into a sword. The great accomplishment sword intent is to have a sword in the heart. I am now at the great accomplishment sword intent, but I can also feel that there must be a pinnacle sword intent above the great accomplishment sword intent. But what is above the pinnacle sword intent? One thought after another flashed through Lu Xian's mind. His eyebrows relaxed and frowned at times. Even Bing Ling could not bear to watch. She was really afraid that if Lu Xian continued to think like this, he would go berserk. To be honest, something like Sword Tao was not something that a person of Lu Xian's level should touch. Anyone who was able to comprehend the sword will of the great accomplishment stage at the early stage of the Ascension Divine Realm could be considered as an exceptional talent. Even in the Heavenly Sword Continent, with the experience and guidance of countless seniors, reaching Lu Xian's level was something to be proud of, let alone in the Heavenly Sword Continent. Slowly sorting out his understanding of Sword Tao, the lines in Lu Xian's mind gradually became clear. He did not force himself to think about the pinnacle sword intent, because he knew that it was not something that he could solve right now. It was just like how it was difficult for a martial artist at the body refining stage to learn a profound level martial skill. Without the corresponding strength, he should not touch things that he should not touch. I don't know anything about swordsmanship, but I do know about sword will. If my swordsmanship isn't enough to break these martial arts techniques, then I'll use my sword will to break them. Lu Xian finally found the one that suited him the best among the countless paths he could take. Comprehending the small accomplishment sword intent and becoming one with the sword is the process of turning complexity into simplicity. Becoming one with the sword will make one invincible. And the middle sword intent is another process of turning simplicity into complexity. Everything in the world is a sword. As for the great accomplishment sword intent, it starts to cycle again, and continues to turn complexity from complexity. Therefore, the whole process of pursuing sword Tao is to turn complexity into simplicity, and simplicity into complexity. When Lu Xian had sorted out everything, a sudden epiphany surged in his mind. Haha, I understand now. Lu Xian suddenly stood up excitedly. Since it was sword Tao, then it included everything related to the sword. Sword intent was also sword Tao. If he wanted to break through this barrier, the key lay in his sword intent. No matter if it was the 108 heavenly spirits and earthly fiends from before or the single spark makes a prairie fire sword that obstructed him just now, they were all extremely complicated swords. If he wanted to break through them, he only had to stick to his heart, and that was only the sword. After figuring this out, Lu Xian's heart was filled with confidence. He had already found a way to break through this stage. Without any hesitation, he took 3 steps forward and walked straight back to where he came from. Seeing Lu Xian stepping forward so confidently, Bing Ling was a little surprised. Could it be that this guy has comprehended it so quickly? That's impossible. How could a mere second-level spirit refinement warrior figure it out so quickly? The reason why the first pavilion master of the Mystic Ice Pavilion was able to reach the 18th step wasn't because he figured out a way to break through the stage, but because he relied on his own strength and knowledge that far surpassed Lu Xian's. After all, when the first pavilion master of the Mystic Ice Pavilion took the test, he had already reached the origin realm, which wasn't something a mere early-stage spirit refinement warrior like Lu Xian could compare with. With a skeptical attitude, Bing Ling continued to observe Lu Xian's performance. As Lu Xian returned to his original position, the warrior in front of him made his move again. The familiar sword art was used again. It was still the exquisite single spark makes a prairie fire sword. This time, Lu Xian didn't fight back with an attack. Not only did he not rush to make his move, he even closed his eyes. Under Bing Ling's surprised gaze, Lu Xian stabbed with his sword with his eyes closed. Now, there was nothing in Lu Xian's heart. What mystic ice hidden domain? What ice phoenix inheritance? He had forgotten everything. There was only a sword in his heart. It was this simple thrust of the sword that caused the extremely exquisite prairie fire sword of the warrior on the other side to be unable to continue. Lu Xian had broken through the prairie fire before the sparks had even been unleashed, so how could the prairie fire sword be used? Lu Xian's sword did not hit that warrior, but his body quickly dissipated. That was because his move had been nullified, and he naturally dissipated. This guy really succeeded. Bing Ling's beautiful face flashed with a hint of joy. She could see that Lu Xian had really found the right method this time. It wasn't like the previous 10 steps where he purely relied on his sword art to break through the move. Once he found the right method, Lu Xian's path forward was instantly very easy. The 11th step, the 12th step, the 13th step, the 18th step, Lu Xian took 8 steps in a row until he reached the 18th step. He had already tied the record of the first sect leader of Dark Ice Pavilion. However, the first sect leader of Dark Ice Pavilion had forced himself to reach this step, while Lu Xian relied on his understanding of sword principle to reach this step. It was completely incomparable. With 1 step, the 19th warrior appeared. However, the style of this warrior's swordsmanship changed abruptly. It was no longer as complicated as it had been before. Instead, it was a simple and straightforward attack. That was right. It was just one attack, and it was exactly the same as what Lu Xian had just used. Seeing this, Lu Xian revealed a slight smile. Have you already begun to simplify the complex? In that case, I'll make it complicated. Lu Xian did not back down at all. His sword technique changed as well. The ice-shattering sword instantly turned into countless afterimages as it pierced forward. The sword technique looked rather familiar. It was none other than the prairie fire sword technique that Lu Xian had seen before. Of course, Lu Xian hadn't completely mastered this move. What he had learned was only the appearance of this move. What he was really using was the mystery of the intermediate sword essence. Everything in the world was a sword. Countless sparks instantly annihilated this warrior's attack. Then, it was the prairie fire sword. The 19th martial art, break, suddenly taking a step forward, Lu Xian had now surpassed the result of the first sect leader of Dark Ice Pavilion. Moreover, he didn't just take 1 step. With the concept of the intermediate sword essence in his mind, Lu Xian casually waved his longsword. One after another, all the martial arts were broken. Under Bing Ling's surprised gaze, Lu Xian took another 18 steps. When he stopped, he was already at the 36th step. Lu Xian had broken more than a third of the 100 martial arts. Very good, very good. Maybe you really have the chance to break all the 100 martial arts. Bing Ling couldn't help but nod. Everyone's Tao was different. She didn't know how Lu Xian had broken so many martial arts, but she knew that Lu Xian had found his own Tao. The first sect leader of Dark Ice Pavilion had stopped at the 18th step because he hadn't found his own Tao. After the 36th step, the swordsmanship that Lu Xian had to face changed again. Although every set of swordsmanship was different, the concept behind it was the same. Therefore, Lu Xian could use the same method to break the swordsmanship. After taking 36 steps in a row, Lu Xian had some guesses about the next round of the test. It was obvious that while it was a test of the 100 schools of martial arts, it was divided into several major stages. Lu Xian was able to easily make it through the first 18 steps with his sword will at the initial stage, and he made it through the last 18 steps with his sword will at the intermediate stage. However, there were still 64 more steps to go, and Lu Xian had no idea how many more stages he would have to go. The medium sword intent was not enough to break the 37th warrior's swordsmanship. Fortunately, Lu Xian's sword intent had reached the large success stage. Although he didn't have a sword in his hand, he had a sword in his heart. Lu Xian kept defending the sword in his heart. He didn't care about anything else and continued to walk forward. The 36th step was not enough to stop him. This step meant that Lu Xian had crossed another stage. As he kept moving forward, Bing Ling felt even more happy. Lu Xian's performance was really satisfying. As the guardian of an inheritance, what could make her happier than finding a suitable inheritor? However, she also knew that the further he went, the more difficult it would be. Right now, Lu Xian was completely relying on his own power to break the swordsmanship. Once his power was exhausted, Lu Xian would need to make another breakthrough. The reason why there was no time limit for this test was also because of this. I hope you can make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to pass all 5 tests. Bing Ling looked at Lu Xian and said. The 37th step, the 38th step, with the sword intent of the large success stage, Lu Xian walked more than half of the distance. He didn't stop until the 81st step. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but the 82nd warrior had completely blocked Lu Xian's way. With the sword intent of the large success stage and the sword in his heart, Lu Xian tried 3 times in a row and failed 3 times. It seemed that this was the end for him. Finally. I'm stuck? Lu Xian let out a long sigh of relief. He knew that with his sword intent of the large success stage, he wouldn't be able to finish the last part of the test. How could it be so easy to pass the test left by the Ice Phoenix? Looking at Lu Xian, Bing Ling was also worried. After hesitating for a long time, she finally said, "You found the right path, but it's not enough to pass the test. Unless you can make another breakthrough, you will have to stop here." Normally, Bing Ling shouldn't remind Lu Xian to pass the test, but she was worried. She was worried that Lu Xian would be wrong and he would be wrong. So Lu Xian was reminded. Lu Xian Lu. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Bing Ling. Lu Xian cupped his hands in the air and thanked Bing Ling for her guidance. Although he knew that he was on the right path, he was more certain that Bing Ling could help him. Lu Xian didn't try to pass the test. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed and forcefully suppressed the countercharge of the Nether Blood Curse. He kept thinking about the scenes that happened along the way. Lu Xian took 81 steps in a row, witnessing 81 completely different sets of exquisite sword techniques. That definitely broadened his horizons and greatly broadened his horizons. Every set of swordsmanship of this level could be placed in the Wind Sword School or even the Ice Pavilion. If it wasn't for this place, Lu Xian wouldn't be able to see so many exquisite swordsmanship even if he went through the entire Ice Pavilion. Although it didn't increase his strength significantly, the accumulation was extremely precious. As the saying goes, thick accumulation leads to thin growth. Everything that Lu Xian experienced was the process of accumulation. I've completely grasped the sword intent of the Great Accomplishment stage. Even after the training of 81 steps, my sword intent of the great accomplishment stage has almost reached perfection. Now, I must comprehend the sword intent above the great accomplishment stage. I must make my sword intent reach its peak, otherwise, I won't be able to make any progress. Lu Xian thought to himself. He was very clear about the current situation. However, it didn't mean that he could do it. No one could help him. The only person he could rely on was himself. Sets of swordsmanship kept flashing in Lu Xian's mind. The profound meaning of the sword intent from the small accomplishment stage to the great accomplishment stage was also recalled and calculated by Lu Xian over and over again. Every cycle would deepen Lu Xian's understanding of the sword intent. He seemed to feel that the peak of the sword intent was right in front of him. He only needed to pierce through a thin layer in front of him and he would be able to reach it. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still a little bit away from it. This was the so-called so close yet so far away. It seemed to be so close, but it was actually so far away. The small accomplishment sword intent and the unity of man and sword. The middle accomplishment sword intent and the great accomplishment sword intent have a sword in my heart. But what is the peak of the sword intent? Lu Xian thought hard. He felt that this seemed to be the peak of the sword intent. Not only was it the unity of man and sword, but it was also the sword in his heart. It seemed that nothing was lacking, but he always felt that something was missing. Time passed bit by bit. Lu Xian's breathing became more and more rapid. More importantly, he felt that his thoughts were already a little chaotic. He could vaguely see a trace of hallucination. This would definitely not happen under normal circumstances. However, he was currently in the outbreak period of the nether blood curse. If he hadn't been forcefully suppressing it, the inner demons would have completely broken out. However, there was always a limit to the power of the will, and it was impossible to suppress it indefinitely. Just when Lu Xian was almost completely immersed in it, a stunning sword light suddenly flashed in his mind. It was the extremely powerful first move of the 9 heavenly sword tiers, the unity of man and nature. Looking at this sword again, Lu Xian couldn't help but be a little distracted. He thought in a daze, who on earth has such a powerful sword? At this moment, Lu Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He quivered and suddenly woke up. He seemed to have grasped a key point. No matter how powerful the swordsmanship was, it still needed someone to control it. It was the same for the almost perfect 9 heavenly sword tiers, the unity of man and sword, the sword in all things, and the sword in his heart. The only thing that was missing was the sword in his hand. The sword was the sword, a pure sword. Whether it was the sword in his heart, the sword in all things, or the sword in his body, they were all just swords. And the foundation of the sword was the sword in his hand. At this critical moment, Lu Xian had completely comprehended the essence of the pinnacle sword intent. The sword was the sword. I have the sword, and you don't have the sword. I win. This was the essence and mystery of the pinnacle sword intent. At the same time, an extremely powerful sword intent was instantly emitted from Lu Xian's body. The sword intent soared into the sky and was unstoppable. With the sudden comprehension of the pinnacle sword intent, Lu Xian's inner demons were once again suppressed by the powerful sword intent. He regained his consciousness. Lu Xian opened his eyes quickly and looked at the 82nd martial artist in front of him. At this moment, he was no longer confused, nor did he ponder. Instead, a confident smile appeared on his face. He was confident that he could overcome this hurdle with the help of the pinnacle sword intent that he had just comprehended. Comprehending it so quickly? Such a powerful sword intent is definitely the pinnacle sword intent. Comprehending the pinnacle sword intent in the second layer of the spirit cultivation realm. You are indeed a genius, Bing Ling said with joy. Although she had told Lu Xian that he only needed to make a breakthrough, she did not expect Lu Xian to make a breakthrough so quickly. Once the pinnacle sword intent was unleashed, the 82nd martial artist could no longer stop him. Walking forward again, Lu Xian looked at the martial artist in front of him and said excitedly, "Let's test my pinnacle sword intent on you first. Let's see if you can still stop me from now on." Now, Lu Xian had completely reached the state of returning to simplicity. The heart sword and all creation sword were just means. The real sword was what he saw, the sword in his hand. Although many low-level martial artists who had yet to comprehend the pinnacle sword intent believed in the sword in their hand, they were unable to comprehend the essence of the pinnacle sword intent. This was because the improvement of the pinnacle sword intent was originally a pursuit of the sword principle. If one did not experience the initial, middle, and advanced sword intent, they would not be able to comprehend the mystery of the sword in their hand. The so-called sword in the hand was just a saying. The real core was Lu Xian's understanding of the sword in his hand. Taking a big step forward, Lu Xian did not wait for the martial artist to attack and attacked first. It was the blink sword art. But was it really the blink sword art? No, the blink sword art was just a surface. What it contained was Lu Xian's understanding of the sword in his hand. Since both sides could not use their yuan force, for Lu Xian, the blink sword art was no different from the proud dragon shows remorse. The 82nd set of martial arts was easily broken by Lu Xian with one sword strike. Seeing the martial artists in front of him disappear, Lu Xian was even more determined. Without any hesitation, he took another step forward and faced the next set of martial arts. 83, 84, 95, 98. Bing Ling kept counting Lu Xian's steps. It seemed like the 100 martial arts were about to be broken by Lu Xian. Passing the 4th level was just around the corner. However, enlightenment was not so simple. Lu Xian defeated the 99 martial artists in one breath. He was only one step away from passing the level. However, this one step was 1,000 miles away. The last shroud of mist coalesced into the last warrior. All of the mist in the stone chamber had dissipated, and Lu Xian was able to easily see the stone door leading to the 5th test. However, that last warrior seemed to be an extremely sturdy obstacle, blocking Lu Xian's way. Yes, Lu Xian was stuck again. He was stuck at the last step. After 99 steps, when the 100 martial arts were about to be broken, he was still stopped. Just now, when he exchanged a move with the last martial artist, he found that he could not parry it at all. It looked like an ordinary sword strike, but it carried a different kind of mystery and beauty. The peak sword intent that he was so proud of was not a match for this sword. He advanced again and again, only to be defeated again and again. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move the last obstacle in his way. He's too strong. He's not on the same level at all. I feel that his sword is very ordinary, but it's that mysterious sword intent that broke my sword intent, Lu Xian mumbled to himself as he looked at the warrior in front of him after he was defeated again. After clashing several times, Lu Xian finally recognized the gap between the two of them. It was a difference of cultivation levels. It was not a difference of cultivation levels, but a difference of understanding of the great path. The feeling Lu Xian felt when he fought against Zhang Qing in the inner sect competition of Wind Sword School. He used the peak of the intermediate sword intent to crush the entry-level sword intent. However, Lu Xian was now in Zhang Qing's position. At this moment, Bing Ling's voice sounded, "You've really impressed me by reaching this step in such a short time with the strength of the 2nd tier of the spirit cultivation realm. Although this level is not a competition of cultivation level, the stronger your cultivation is, the wider your vision will be and the easier it will be to deal with it. The path you've taken is the reason why Master designed this level. I'm sure you've realized that your entry-level sword intent is enough for you to reach the 18th step. The intermediate level sword intent allows you to reach the 36th step, and the advanced level sword intent allows you to reach the 81st step. After that, you comprehended the mystery of the peak level sword intent in a short time and reached the 99th step directly." After a pause, Bing Ling spoke again, "The reason why you're stuck here is the same as before. It means that your comprehension of the sword principle is not enough. You just need to make another breakthrough and you'll be able to pass the 100th step easily." A hint of helplessness flashed across Lu Xian's face when he heard that. How could he not know what Bing Ling had said? The cultivator at the 100th step before him had completely suppressed him in terms of Tao. If he could successfully break through, he would naturally be able to pass. However, how could it be so easy to comprehend the sword principle? Although Lu Xian had been inspired by the 9th level of Heaven's Sword, his previous accumulations were also very important for him to be able to break through to the pinnacle of sword intent. And now, he had just broken through to the pinnacle of sword intent. If he wanted to improve in a short period of time, the chances were extremely small. But it was not impossible. As long as Lu Xian kept fighting with the people in front of him, he would be able to comprehend and accumulate more knowledge. Over time, he would naturally break through. But now, he did not have that much time. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian said seriously, "Senior Ice Spirit, I have just broken through to the peak sword intent, and I know nothing about the realms after the peak sword intent. I wonder if you can give me some advice?" Lu Xian wasn't sure if the Ice Spirit would teach him, but since the Ice Spirit had spoken several times before, the chances of it teaching him were very high. Sure enough, Bing Ling only pondered for a moment before she spoke again. Breaking through 100 martial skills is only to help you comprehend the sword principle. Now that you have reached the pinnacle of sword intent, there is only one last step in front of you. Tell me, what is the next step after reaching the pinnacle of sword intent? Bing Ling didn't say it out loud. Instead, she used hints to let Lu Xian think for himself. On the path of martial arts, no one could help you. Only by comprehending it yourself could you truly comprehend it. Comprehending the sword principle. Pinnacle of sword intent. The last step, these words kept appearing in Lu Xian's mind. Then, he suddenly said in shock, could it be that after the pinnacle of sword intent is the sword principle? Since his sword intent had reached the pinnacle, it was naturally impossible for it to be any higher. Therefore, he naturally had to seek another breakthrough. Since the breaking through 100 martial skills was to help him comprehend the sword principle, and now that he had reached the last step, there was no doubt that as long as he could break through the last step, he would truly comprehend the sword principle. You are promising. Not bad. After you have reached the pinnacle of sword intent, you will no longer be searching for sword intent, but the real sword principle that belongs to you. Bing Ling's satisfied voice was heard. One could imagine that there was a beautiful smile on her face. The sword principle is endless and there are many kinds of it. Although it is the same sword principle, everyone will comprehend it differently. Everyone will have their own unique sword principle. Some people walk on the emotionless sword principle, some walk on the emotional sword principle, some walk on the slaughter sword principle, and some walk on the guardian sword principle. As for which sword principle to walk on, you don't need to think about it, because your heart will help you make the best choice. Listening to Bing Ling's words, Lu Xian couldn't help but secretly nod. It turned out that after the sword principle was the sword principle. Moreover, there were so many kinds of sword principles. It seemed that the sword principle was also divided into different levels like the sword principle. Some people's comprehension of the sword principle was deeper, so its power would naturally be stronger. No wonder I didn't have the slightest strength to resist when facing the 100th warrior, and felt that he was being suppressed in every way. It must be the sword principle that he was using. For a moment, Lu Xian figured out all these things. However, it was useless even if he figured it out. Lu Xian thought that even if he was really a genius, it was impossible for him to comprehend the sword principle in such a short period of time. It was already shocking to comprehend the pinnacle of sword intent in the second LV of spirit cultivation. If he could successfully step into the sword principle realm, then he wouldn't be a human. It seemed that it was extremely difficult to pass the 100th step. Lu Xian frowned. After thinking for a long time, Lu Xian consulted Bing Ling cautiously. Senior Bing Ling, may I ask if I only need to pass the 100 steps, no matter what method I use? Bing Ling was slightly stunned, then she smiled and shook her head. Judging from your tone, it seems that you're not going to walk the right path, but the wrong path. You're right. As long as you can pass the 100 steps, it doesn't matter what method you use. If you can really break the 100th martial skill with your swordsmanship, then it means that you're very talented in the sword principle. Even if you can't comprehend the sword principle now, it's only a matter of time in the future. I see. Then I'm relieved. A relieved smile appeared on Lu Xian's face. Who knew how long it would take to pass the 100th step by comprehending the sword principle? Not to mention that Lu Xian's nether blood curse was about to break out. There were only 2 months left before the profound ice secret realm closed. Who would dare to say that they could comprehend the sword principle in 2 months? You're not really going to break it with your swordsmanship, are you? Bing Ling exclaimed in surprise. She had thought that Lu Xian was just asking casually. She did not expect him to be serious. Lu Xian avoided answering and said, Senior Bing Ling, just wait and see. Lu Xian straightened his clothes and walked forward slowly. He was not in a hurry to take the 100th step. Instead, he stopped in front of Bing Ling and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Seeing Lu Xian's reaction, a trace of doubt flashed across Bing Ling's face. After thinking for a while, a helpless smile flashed across her face. This kid, I'm afraid he'll really pass this time. Obviously, Bing Ling had already guessed how Lu Xian was going to pass the stage. It was true that Lu Xian had not comprehended the sword principle, but who said that he had to comprehend the sword principle to break the martial skill before him? That was because Lu Xian had something more advanced than the sword principle, which was the oneness of heaven and human beings' realm. If he could break through the last step with the help of the sword principle, then the oneness of heaven and human beings' realm, which was more advanced than the sword principle, could naturally do the same, although Lu Xian could only achieve the oneness of heaven and human beings' realm by using the first move of the 9 heavenly sword layers, and he could only use it twice at most. It was enough, because there was only one obstacle in front of him, right, as Lu Xian's state of mind calmed down, his eyes became more and more profound, like an endless starry sky. His eyes contained the world. Human, sword, and heaven instantly became one. This was the moment. Lu Xian stepped forward in an instant, his clothes fluttering in the wind, and his long sword struck. Oneness of heaven and human beings. As Lu Xian growled in a low voice, an extremely simple yet incredibly stunning sword attack was instantly unleashed. The martial artist in front of him reacted very quickly. Almost at the moment when Lu Xian struck, he also struck. It was still the same sword that he had used to block Lu Xian, a sword that contained the sword principle. However, at this moment, the sword that had rendered Lu Xian powerless was so powerless. The shattered ice sword pierced straight through and directly shattered the sword into pieces. The oneness of heaven and human beings' realm triggered the heavenly Tao. How could a mere sword principle compare to the heavenly Tao? If one were to say that Lu Xian's pinnacle sword was like an ordinary person encountering a martial artist in the face of swordsmanship, then that martial artist's sword was like a 3-year-old child encountering a true martial artist in the face of the oneness of heaven and man. After receiving the power of the sword, the body of the 100th martial artist quickly dissipated. The 100th sword technique, broken, although the last step was taken by Lu Xian, the hundreds of martial techniques that were blocking him were all broken. Seeing that there were no more obstacles in front of him, and the stone door leading to the 5th stage was clearly presented in front of him, Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. The 4th stage, passed, it was only now that Lu Xian had truly broken the record of the first pavilion master of Xian Ice Pavilion. If he was unable to break through this last step, there would be no difference between 99 steps and 1 step, as both would mean that he had failed the 4th test. However, Lu Xian had succeeded and successfully obtained the reward of the 4th stage, a drop of Ice Phoenix essence, and the first 6 stages of the Ice Heart Sutra. The first pavilion master of Xianbing Pavilion only relied on the first 3 stages of the Ice Heart Sutra to establish the huge Xianbing Pavilion and dominate a region. Now that Lu Xian was about to obtain the first 6 stages of the Ice Heart Sutra, it was extremely valuable. If Lu Xian gave this cultivation technique to Xianbing Pavilion would instantly have the potential to become a 5th-grade sect. Of course, Lu Xian wasn't that stupid. How could he give such a valuable thing to Xianbing Pavilion so easily? This was a heaven-class cultivation technique. Although there were only the first 6 scrolls, Bing Ling had just said that even the first 6 scrolls, according to the Heaven Domain's classification, would be a top Earth-class cultivation technique. In the Skysword continent, it would definitely be a heaven-class cultivation technique. However, although he wouldn't give it to Xianbing Pavilion for free, he would give it to Zhao Binger to cultivate. She would definitely be very happy. Lu Xian thought happily. Now, he could almost see Zhao Binger's happy expression when she received this cultivation technique. Yes, it would definitely be very beautiful. At that moment, Bing Ling's voice pulled Lu Xian's attention back to reality. Although you cheated a bit, you still passed the 4th test. According to the rules, you still passed the 4th test. Now, you can push open the stone door of the 5th test. As long as you can pass the last test, you will be able to get a complete set of the Ice Heart Sutra. Plus, you can choose any of the treasures. Bing Ling didn't go back on her words. As long as you could pass the 100 steps, you could use any method. Lu Xian calmed down a bit because he had passed the 4th test. Next, there was the last test. As long as he passed the 5th test, not only would he get the complete Ice Heart Sutra, he would also be able to choose one of the treasures left by the Ice Phoenix, including the Azure Dragon's essence blood. He reached out and pushed open the stone door leading to the 5th test, and a new stone chamber appeared before his eyes. Before the test began, the stone chamber was as calm as ever, with nothing out of the ordinary. The only difference was that there was a huge ice mirror not far to Lu Xian's right. Looking at it from afar, the light on the ice mirror seemed to be flowing, constantly changing. No one knew what it was used for. The first and second tests your talent. To be able to kill many warriors at the same level or even higher level in a short period of time, your talent is without a doubt. The third test tests your martial heart. To be able to persevere under the pressure of failure and the huge temptation, your martial heart must be firm. The fourth test tests your understanding of Tao. Although you haven't fully comprehended Tao yet, to be able to comprehend the peak sword essence at such a young age, it won't be a problem for you to comprehend Tao in the future. The last test tests your comprehension. Bing Ling's voice sounded slowly. She talked from the first test to the last test. Then what do I have to do in this test? Lu Xian asked. Bing Ling smiled and said, your enemy in this test is to defeat yourself. Defeat myself? Lu Xian was a bit surprised and didn't understand. The ice spirit didn't explain any further. Countless dazzling lights emerged from the floor of the stone chamber. Many mysterious runes circulated. It was obvious that a formation had been activated. Under Lu Xian's shocked gaze, a large amount of elemental energy gathered in front of him. A human figure quickly formed. His figure and appearance were exactly the same as Lu Xian. The aura emitted from his body was that of a second-layer spirit refinement cultivator. Even the shattered ice sword in Lu Xian's hand was imitated. This? Lu Xian was so shocked that he was speechless. He had never heard of such a miraculous spirit array before. The previous spirit array only randomly created some martial artists, but this person in front of him not only looked like Lu Xian, but also had the same strength as Lu Xian. Seeing this, Lu Xian could not help but secretly ponder in his heart. Could it be that this guy in front of me has the same martial skill as me? What about the sword crystal? And the 9th-layer heaven sword? While Lu Xian was in a state of shock, the ice spirit helped Lu Xian resolve his doubts. This is because you are in this spirit array. The martial artist created by the spirit array and your strength will have all your strength, including your cultivation level and sword intent. However, he won't be able to sense your martial skill. Fortunately, only then did Lu Xian heave a sigh of relief. It was not too difficult for it to sense his strength and sword intent and form a character that corresponded to his strength. If it could really sense all of his martial techniques, that would be too incredible. He doesn't have my martial skill. Wouldn't it be easy for me to defeat him? Lu Xian asked. The ice spirit smiled and said, this round's test is naturally not that simple. Although he doesn't have your martial skill, he does have a different martial skill. Next, you won't be able to use your own martial skill. You'll have to use the martial skill he uses to defeat him. Hearing this, Lu Xian could not help but frown. This guy's strength was on par with his, but he had to use his martial skill to defeat him. Wasn't that taking advantage of his weakness to attack his enemy's strength? Winning was easier said than done. If it was an ordinary cultivator at the second layer of the spirit cultivation realm, Lu Xian could rely on his strength that far surpassed others to defeat him. However, in terms of cultivation level and comprehension of sword intent, he did not have the slightest advantage. Instead, he was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of martial skill. Without giving Lu Xian too much time to think, the ice spirit continued, do you see the ice mirror next to you? In the ice mirror, there is a complete martial skill called the 9th heaven sword technique of the Phoenix. It is the martial skill your enemy knows. You have half an hour to learn this martial skill through the ice mirror. After half an hour, you will use this martial skill to fight against him. So this was the test of comprehension. Lu Xian nodded slightly. This test was not much different from the entrance test of the Wind Sword School. It was also to learn a martial skill within a limited time. However, this was obviously more difficult than the entrance test of the Wind Sword School. They were not on the same level at all. The entrance test of the Wind Sword School only took out a lower yellow level martial skill for you to learn. However, what Lu Xian needed to learn now was the ninth heaven sword technique of the Phoenix. Just from the name, one could tell that it was an incredible martial skill. After all, this was the land of inheritance of the Ice Phoenix. A martial skill that could be related to the Phoenix would not be ordinary. More importantly, not only did Lu Xian need to learn it, he also needed to use this martial skill to defeat his other self. The difficulty of this test was multiplied. Although he knew that this test was extremely difficult, Lu Xian did not give up. How would he know if he did not try? Since the Ice Phoenix made this test, it was naturally meant for people to pass. It was impossible that there was no hope. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian asked, "Senior Ice Spirit, I think he cannot display the full power of this martial skill, right? If that's the case, then there is no hope at all." "Of course not. The other you formed by this formation can only display 10% of the power of the ninth heaven sword technique." "Oh right, the martial skill he is using is the Dark Ice Heart Sutra, which is different from yours," Ice Spirit explained. Lu Xian nodded lightly. Fortunately, it was only 10% of its strength, so it was not impossible for him to fight. Of course, this was not easy. If he wanted to defeat it, then it meant that Lu Xian had to comprehend 10% of the ninth heaven sword technique strength within a short hour, or even more. Unless one's comprehension ability was extremely high, a set of powerful martial technique would usually require several months, years, or even decades to comprehend. An hour was really nothing much. "If there are no problems, you can start now. The fifth test will begin in half an hour," Ice Spirit said at last. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xian walked straight to the glittering ice mirror. He only had half an hour, so he must not waste any time. This ice mirror was quite mysterious. From afar, the surface of the mirror seemed to be continuously flowing with light. However, when one approached it, one's eyes would involuntarily be attracted by the light on the ice mirror. It was as if one had entered into another space. After looking at the ice mirror for less than 2 breaths, Lu Xian instantly felt as if he was no longer in the stone chamber. He had arrived at another place, entering the world inside the ice mirror. However, Lu Xian knew that he did not move, but his divine sense was attracted by the ice mirror. Since this place should be absolutely safe, Lu Xian did not worry too much. He stared at a figure in front of him. It was a woman dressed in a plain white dress. A belt perfectly outlined her slender waist. As she stood there, she gave off a feeling that she could be seen from afar, but could not be touched. Her entire body emitted a cold aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. Although Lu Xian could clearly see through the figure, he could not see the woman's face no matter how hard he tried. It was as if there was a mysterious veil covering her perfect face. Although Lu Xian could not see it, he felt that it was a perfect face. Perhaps this is the master that Ice Spirit mentioned, the creator of the mysterious ice realm, the Ice Phoenix? Lu Xian guessed. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the woman made her move. A slender longsword appeared in her hand. She raised the sword and made her move. One sword move after another was unleashed. Gradually, Lu Xian's mind was completely immersed. There was nothing else in his eyes except the dancing sword and the person dancing the sword. As time passed, Lu Xian could not even see the sword or the person anymore. He only saw a proud and wholly mysterious ice phoenix soaring above the 9 heavens, looking down on all things. Lu Xian had completely entered the state of comprehending the sword technique. This was a natural swordsman. No matter what sword technique it was, in their eyes, they could see the most essential side of it. It was clearly the woman dancing the sword in front of him, but what he saw was the soaring ice phoenix. This was the name of the martial technique, the 9th heaven sword technique, Phoenix soaring sword. The ice phoenix did not tell him anything. It only used the sword technique over and over again. However, as he watched the ice phoenix soar continuously, Lu Xian's understanding of the sword technique gradually deepened. He could not help but mobilize the yuan power in his body to imitate the sword technique. Passing this stage depended on one word: comprehension. As long as you comprehended enough, you would definitely be able to defeat the enemy in front of you. Just as Lu Xian was wholeheartedly comprehending the sword technique, a sharp pain suddenly appeared in his mind. Lu Xian's consciousness was instantly pulled out of the ice mirror world and returned to the stone chamber. At this moment, only a small part of the hour had passed. Pain. Lu Xian held his head with both hands, forcibly enduring the waves of intense pain that assaulted him. Under the intense pain, his mind even showed signs of blurring, and a faintly discernible hallucination flashed before his eyes. There was no doubt that the aftereffects of the nether blood curse were acting up. The aftereffects this time were even more severe than the first time. The first time it happened was when Lu Xian was cultivating, and the inner demon had silently invaded him. This time, however, it seemed to have directly pierced through his soul and forcefully erupted. Seeing Lu Xian rolling on the ground in pain, Bingling's expression changed. She knew that Lu Xian had been forcibly suppressing the aftereffects of the forbidden technique, but she did not expect that it would erupt at this critical moment. The time to comprehend the ninth heaven sword technique of the phoenix soaring technique was originally short, only an hour. However, half of the time had passed, and Lu Xian was forced to stop his comprehension because of this reason. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty for Lu Xian to pass the fifth round. In fact, Lu Xian had been careless. When he was fully immersed in the comprehension of the ninth heaven sword technique of the phoenix soaring technique, he naturally relaxed his suppression of the aftereffects. It was precisely because of this that the aftereffects suddenly erupted. Scenes of illusions flashed in front of Lu Xian's eyes. The demon in his heart had already quietly attacked. This time, it was more serious than the last time. Under the intense pain, Lu Xian could not even wholeheartedly resist the invasion of the demon in his heart. However, Lu Xian's willpower was extremely strong. Even at this moment, he still retained a trace of consciousness. He forcefully bit the tip of his tongue. Under the stimulation of the pain, Lu Xian recovered a trace of consciousness. He reluctantly sat cross-legged and quickly operated the Tai origin skill. Trying to resist the invasion with the power of the Tai origin skill. Bingling thought for a moment, and with a thought, an extremely exquisite jade bottle suddenly appeared in front of Lu Xian. This is a drop of ice phoenix essence blood. Originally, I was going to give it to you after all the trials, but it's better for you to consume it now. Use it to greatly suppress the demon in your heart. Bingling's voice sounded. Obviously, the jade bottle in front of Lu Xian contained an extremely precious drop of ice phoenix essence blood. Ice phoenix essence blood. I want to use it to save someone. Lu Xian gritted his teeth and said. He wanted to rely on his own strength to survive. Hearing this, Bingling was both angry and amused. At this time, even she couldn't bear it anymore, yet he still wanted to save people. She immediately said in a bad mood, "You have passed the third and fourth tests, so you can obtain 2 drops of ice phoenix blood essence. You can use 1 drop, and the other is enough for you to save people." Only now did Lu Xian remember that he had obtained 2 drops of ice phoenix blood essence. Since that was the case, he didn't say anything more. He knew that his current situation was extremely bad. Immediately, he reached out and grabbed the jade bottle in front of him. With trembling hands, he uncorked the bottle. As the jade bottle was opened, an extremely cold aura immediately spread out from within. For a moment, it was as if the temperature around Lu Xian had dropped again. Right at this moment, a red light shot out from the jade bottle. It was like a miniature ice phoenix, as if it was waiting for an opportunity to escape. The ice phoenix was a true divine beast, and its blood essence was intelligent. However, it wasn't an ice phoenix after all. It was just a drop of blood essence. Lu Xian made a move. A wave of yuan power swept out and instantly bound the drop of blood essence. Then, he directly imprinted it on the Yintang acupoint between his eyebrows. As the ice phoenix essence blood entered his body, a cold qi immediately spread through his body. Lu Xian, who was originally a little confused, couldn't help but become a little more clear-headed under the stimulation of this cold qi. However, even though Lu Xian had forcibly integrated it into his body, this drop of blood essence was not obedient. It condensed and did not disperse. Instead, it directly rushed towards Lu Xian's heart. After all, it was the blood essence of a divine beast. How could it be so easy to deal with? Previously, Lu Xian had almost died in order to integrate with the Azure Dragon essence blood. However, the current Lu Xian was not the Lu Xian of the past. Although the Ice Phoenix essence blood was powerful, Lu Xian's body had already integrated with the Azure Dragon Essence blood. Sensing the invasion of the Ice Phoenix Essence blood, Lu Xian's Azure Dragon Essence blood reacted instantly. It quickly blocked the Ice Phoenix Essence blood's invasion and tried to assimilate it. The Ice Phoenix Essence blood was naturally unwilling to yield. The two immediately started a silent battle in Lu Xian's body. The Ice Phoenix Essence blood was undoubtedly extremely cold, and the Azure Dragon Essence blood was also inclined towards cold. For a moment, Lu Xian's body became incomparably cold. He even felt that it was difficult for him to move. However, the battle between the dragon and phoenix also made Lu Xian's mind clear. He immediately gritted his teeth and no longer suppressed the eruption of the demon in his heart, allowing it to invade him. Although the demon in his heart was powerful, the Azure Dragon Essence blood and the Ice Phoenix Essence blood fought even more fiercely in Lu Xian's body. Lu Xian always maintained a clear state, so the demon in his heart could not cause any trouble to Lu Xian. The demon in his heart came quickly and left quickly. This time, the demon in his heart's bite was easily withstood by Lu Xian. After withstanding the demon in his heart's bite, it could be said that the after-effects of the nether blood curse were no longer a threat to Lu Xian for the time being. As for the hidden injuries in his body, they could not be cured in a short period of time. However, Lu Xian also discovered that trouble had come. The battle between the Azure Dragon Essence blood and the Ice Phoenix Essence blood was really fierce. Moreover, as time passed, the power of the Azure Dragon Essence blood was completely suppressed. The power of the Azure Dragon Essence blood was now completely Lu Xian's power, but the Ice Phoenix Essence blood was not. Therefore, the territory occupied by the Ice Phoenix Essence blood, Lu Xian only felt a chill, as if it was not his body at all. He could only feel it when it was still under the control of the Azure Dragon Essence blood. Logically, the Azure Dragon Essence blood was not inferior to the Ice Phoenix Essence blood at all. In fact, after Lu Xian had completely merged with it, it could easily suppress the Ice Phoenix Essence blood and assimilate it. Unfortunately, Lu Xian had used the nether blood curse twice in a row and burned the essence blood in his body. The power of the Azure Dragon Essence blood was already extremely weak. Naturally, it would not be a match for the Ice Phoenix Essence blood. After withstanding the demon in his heart's bite, Lu Xian had already completely recovered his consciousness. He thought to himself, "It seems like I need to do something." After thinking for a moment, Lu Xian quickly entered the state of one with heaven. The first move of the 9 layers of Heaven's sword, One with Heaven, appeared in an instant. However, this time, it was not used to attack the enemy. Instead, it exploded in his body. The target was that extremely powerful drop of Ice Phoenix Essence blood. Previously, when Lu Xian survived the crisis, he had relied on the sword crystal to help. He was not sure if the sword crystal would help him this time. It was still the most reliable to rely on himself. The One with Heaven sword accurately chopped down on the Ice Phoenix Essence blood. No matter how powerful the Ice Phoenix Essence blood was, it still could not put up any resistance in the face of this extremely powerful sword. In an instant, it was chopped in half. Its power was greatly reduced, but it still could not completely shatter and merge with it. Perhaps it was the appearance of One with Heaven's sword, but the sword crystal, which had been immersed in his dantian, was immediately stirred. Sensing the abnormality in Lu Xian's body, countless tiny sword chi was instantly emitted from the sword crystal. The Ice Phoenix Essence blood, which had been extremely arrogant earlier, immediately lost its temper when it came into contact with the sword crystal sword chi. The Ice Phoenix Essence blood, which had already been chopped in half, was directly shattered by the sword crystal's attack. It turned into traces of bloodline power and started to merge with Lu Xian's Azure Dragon bloodline. However, it was not completely assimilated. Instead, on the basis of the original Azure Dragon bloodline, a trace of the Ice Phoenix bloodline's characteristics was integrated. The dragon and the phoenix could compete with each other, but they could also harmonize. After merging with the Ice Phoenix Essence blood, Lu Xian's physique gained a trace of the Ice Phoenix's characteristics. Not only did his affinity with the Ice Yuan power increase greatly, his recovery ability also improved significantly. The Phoenix's recovery ability was famous for being powerful. Even if it died, it could be reborn from the ashes. If Lu Xian suffered a small injury now, it would not cause him any trouble at all. He could recover in an instant. Such a physique was comparable to some people who had achieved a small success in body refining. No wonder the Tai Origin Arts Body Refining Manual said that people with special bloodlines could achieve twice the results with half the effort if they walked the path of body refining. Moreover, the Ice Phoenix's blood essence did not only bring him these benefits. As a divine beast of the ice lineage, the Ice Phoenix had an extremely good affinity with the ice elemental force. Lu Xian also inherited the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. If he were to cultivate the Heart of Ice Sutra and comprehend the Ice Will, it would definitely have a miraculous effect. You actually succeeded in merging so quickly? Sensing that Lu Xian's chaotic aura had recovered quickly, Bing Ling was a little surprised. The divine beast essence blood was not that easy to merge, especially for a low-level warrior like Lu Xian. Moreover, he was a male and possessed the Azure Dragon bloodline. There would be a certain degree of conflict. Under the influence of various unfavorable conditions, Lu Xian had actually succeeded in merging with the Ice Phoenix essence blood in a short period of time. This really surprised Bing Ling. The Ice Phoenix bloodline was more suitable for women to inherit because the physique of women tended to be yin, so it was easier for them to accept it. On the other hand, men tended to be yang. Under the conflict of cold air, it was not so easy for them to merge. Although she did not know how Lu Xian had managed to merge with the Ice Phoenix essence blood so quickly, at least the immediate danger had been eliminated. Bing Ling also heaved a sigh of relief and successfully withstood the backlash of the Forbidden Technique's heart demon. However, she soon frowned again. Lu Xian had made such a scene at the critical moment. An hour had already passed since he had comprehended the Ninth Heaven Phoenix dance sword technique. Calculating it, Lu Xian had only looked at it for less than half an hour. How much could he comprehend in such a short period of time? How was he going to pass the 5th level? Lu Xian was still immersed in cultivation. After successfully fusing with a drop of Ice Phoenix blood essence, Lu Xian felt that his blood and qi were full of vitality. As expected of the immortal phoenix, just a drop of blood essence could bring such a strong vitality. The Azure Dragon bloodline was originally of the wood attribute and had a strong recovery ability. Obtaining the Ice Phoenix bloodline had undoubtedly strengthened Lu Xian's recovery ability. Moreover, he faintly felt that the hidden injuries left behind by using the forbidden technique seemed to have been slightly healed. Although it was not very obvious, it was indeed healed a little. Lu Xian would definitely not be wrong. This made Lu Xian slightly excited. It seemed that the hidden injuries in his body were not incurable. All he lacked was a powerful elixir. If he could pass the 5th test and choose one of the treasures left behind by the Ice Phoenix, he might really be able to completely heal his hidden injuries. However, Lu Xian immediately frowned. It was not so easy to pass the 5th test. He had only watched for less than half of the time and was forcibly pulled out of the Ice Mirror world. The Phoenix soaring the Ninth Heaven sword technique was indeed powerful, but the difficulty of comprehending it was also extremely high. After watching for nearly half an hour, he only had a vague feeling. Not to mention displaying 10% of the power of the Phoenix soaring the Ninth Heaven sword technique, even 5% was difficult. It was undoubtedly a pipe dream to rely on 5% of the power of the Phoenix soaring the Ninth Heaven sword technique to defeat the guy who possessed the same strength as him, but could only display 10% of the power of the sword technique. However, where there is a will, there is a way. Lu Xian would not give up so easily. He had a rather high comprehension ability in the way of the sword. Although he had only watched for half an hour, he had seen the essence of the Phoenix soaring the Ninth Heaven sword technique. There was a faint understanding in his heart. As long as he was given a little more time, he might be able to comprehend a little. At that moment, Lu Xian calmed himself down and did his best to recall what he saw. The image of the girl wielding the sword gradually became clear in Lu Xian's mind. Although Lu Xian remembered every single move of hers very clearly, but Lu Xian knew that this was not the main point. The higher the level of a martial technique, the less emphasis it placed on the moves. High-level martial techniques placed more emphasis on the intent, or even the Tao. For example, Lu Xian's Heaven Sword 9 levels, the first form, Unity of Man and Nature, was a martial technique that was close to the Tao. Moreover, it was the supreme heavenly Tao. As for this Phoenix soaring the Ninth Heaven, Lu Xian could faintly feel that this set of martial technique was also a martial technique that focused on the Tao. No wonder the fourth stage required people to comprehend the Tao. It was to make it easier for the examinee to comprehend this set of martial technique. Unfortunately, Lu Xian did not successfully comprehend the sword Tao. Instead, he used a trick to pass the stage. Fortunately, not only did Lu Xian see the girl's sword technique, but he also saw the ice phoenix soaring in the ninth heaven through the sword technique. This helped Lu Xian to comprehend this set of sword technique with half the effort and twice the result. He was able to comprehend the intent within it more clearly. As time passed, Lu Xian constantly recalled the ice phoenix soaring in the ninth heaven. The yuan qi in his body began to be mobilized involuntarily. Although it was obviously a little jerky and hesitant, he finally touched the edge. More importantly, he had integrated a drop of ice phoenix's blood essence. The two faintly resonated with each other. This made it much easier for Lu Xian to comprehend. Seeing that Lu Xian was comprehending the phoenix soaring the ninth heaven sword technique, Bing Ling did not make a sound. She just waited quietly. Whether or not he could pass this fifth stage depended on Lu Xian. No one could help him. However, no one could help him. As Lu Xian successfully comprehended a trace of the intent of the phoenix soaring the ninth heaven sword technique, the sword crystal that was just used actually moved again. A slight fluctuation of thought slowly came out from the sword crystal, as if it was calling Lu Xian. Lu Xian, who was trying hard to comprehend the phoenix soaring the ninth heaven sword technique, suddenly felt this fluctuation of thought. Suddenly, he was shocked. This sword crystal actually had a fluctuation of thought? Could it be that the sword crystal was alive? Moreover, this sword crystal contained the soul of a certain expert. Thinking of this, Lu Xian's expression suddenly changed. His guess was very likely to be true. Previously, he only thought that this sword crystal was a piece of memory crystal. After all, it contained too many powerful martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. If the sword crystal was really alive and even had consciousness and soul, would it possess him? Lu Xian had only seen this kind of thing in some ancient books. After all, things like possession could only be done by real martial arts masters. However, the sword crystal was too mysterious and too powerful. It even knew a martial arts technique like the Sky Sword 9 layers. Who knew if it was the memory crystal of a martial arts master? Then, now that the fluctuation of thought of the sword crystal was calling him, should he go and contact it? Lu Xian hesitated in his heart. After thinking for a long time, Lu Xian finally decided to contact it. After all, up to now, the sword crystal had been constantly helping him and had never harmed him. What made Lu Xian even more determined was that he felt that the fluctuation of thought of the sword crystal was getting weaker and weaker. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that the thought of the sword crystal would disappear. Immediately, Lu Xian explored his divine sense into his dantian and carefully touched the thought of the sword crystal. Just as Lu Xian touched the sword crystal, countless information was transmitted in an instant. It was like a set of martial arts techniques, just like when Lu Xian integrated the sword crystal fragments before, forcibly imprinted in the depths of his mind. In addition to this set of martial arts techniques, there was another message. This message was actually conveyed to him by the sword crystal. Practice hard, break the sword crystal. Sky sword. Sword spirit. Sleep. A series of intermittent information was instantly understood by Lu Xian. The sword crystal seemed to want to tell Lu Xian something, but it was obvious that it was not enough to convey so much information. It could only pick up some keywords. Unfortunately, even with these keywords, Lu Xian was still confused. The heavenly sword? Sword crystal? Sleep? What did it mean? The only thing he could understand was that the sword crystal wanted him to practice hard and break the sword crystal as soon as possible. If Lu Xian was born in the heaven region, he might be able to understand some things. Unfortunately, he was only a warrior in the Sky Sword continent. Compared to the unknown heaven region, he could only be considered as a native of the lower realm. Lu Xian wanted to ask about the sword crystal, but unfortunately, the thought of the sword crystal had already disappeared, as if it had never appeared. It was still slowly rotating in his dantian. If it was not for the fact that Lu Xian could clearly feel that there was an additional set of martial arts techniques in his mind, he might have thought that the aftereffects of the nether blood curse had not disappeared and it was just a hallucination. The sword crystal should not have any evil intentions. I still need to practice hard to break the sword crystal. Lu Xian finally came to this conclusion. However, even without the sword crystal's instruction, he would still practice hard to break the sword crystal. After all, every time he opened the sword crystal, he would gain a lot. More importantly, he still needed to obtain the cultivation method for the next stage of the Tai origin skill from the sword crystal. Since the sword crystal no longer had any thought, Lu Xian did not think too much about it. However, he did not know why the sword crystal suddenly transmitted this thought to him. Soon, his attention shifted to the set of martial arts techniques that the sword crystal had just transmitted to him. After retrieving the information of this set of martial arts techniques from his mind, Lu Xian only took a glance and his body instantly trembled. This was the Soaring Phoenix Ninth Heaven Sword technique. Where did this sword crystal come from? Why did it seem that there was no sword technique in the world that it did not know? When he opened the sword crystal for the first time, he got a set of blinking sword technique that was suitable for him to practice. During the assessment of the Wind Sword School, it gave him a set of improved Thunderlight sword technique. After he got the Azure Dragon Bloodline, it gave him a set of Dragon Transformation 7 sword technique. Now that he had just integrated the Ice Phoenix Bloodline, it gave him a set of Soaring Phoenix Ninth Heaven sword technique. Although Lu Xian did not know what level the Soaring Phoenix Ninth Heaven sword technique was, it was definitely not an ordinary martial arts technique since it was placed as a test by the Ice Phoenix in the 5th stage. With the name Phoenix, it was very likely that it was one of the martial arts techniques used by the Ice Phoenix herself. This kind of martial arts technique would not be taught to outsiders, but it just happened that the sword crystal knew it. This time, Lu Xian was really shocked, and it took him a long time to come to his senses. But then he was overjoyed. No matter why the sword crystal had this set of sword technique, for him now, it definitely solved the urgent problem. With a complete set of Soaring Phoenix Ninth Heaven sword technique and the fact that he had personally seen the Ice Phoenix perform this set of sword technique, it was absolutely easier for him to comprehend it. With his current strength, he might not be able to completely learn this set of martial arts technique, but he did not need to completely learn it. He only needed to learn 10% of it to pass the 5th stage. Seeing Lu Xian's excited face, Bing Ling was full of doubts. Why was this guy so excited? Could it be that he had successfully comprehended a trace of the Soaring Phoenix Ninth Heaven sword technique? The Soaring Phoenix Ninth Heaven sword technique was one of the martial arts techniques that made her master famous. How could it be so easy to learn? It was not easy to comprehend even a trace of it. Of course, Lu Xian did not know the doubts in Bing Ling's heart. He had now forgotten everything and began to comprehend this set of martial arts technique. Now, Lu Xian was almost 100% sure that he could pass the 5th stage of the test. Passing the 5th stage meant a lot to him. Not only could he get the complete Ice Heart Sutra, but he could also choose any of the treasures left by the Ice Phoenix. The resources behind the other 2 stone doors were also free for him to use. With these, he could not only greatly improve his strength, but also have the opportunity to completely heal the internal injuries in his body. It was really killing many birds with one stone. As time went by, Lu Xian tried his best to absorb everything about the Soaring Phoenix Ninth Heaven sword technique. One moment, he recalled the artistic conception of the Soaring Ice Phoenix, and the next moment, he checked the complete Soaring Phoenix Ninth Heaven sword technique in his mind. The speed of comprehension was shocking. After nearly 4 hours, the Soaring Phoenix Ninth Heaven sword technique had been completely memorized by Lu Xian. His comprehension of this set of sword technique had almost reached the limit. After all, he was only in the spirit refinement realm. It was impossible for him to completely learn such a powerful set of martial arts technique. But it was enough for him to pass the test, because at this moment, he could almost exert 15% of the power of the Soaring Phoenix Ninth Heaven sword technique. Lu Xian silently went through the formula of the phoenix soaring the Ninth Heaven sword technique again, making sure that he had grasped a bit of its essence before he opened his eyes and slowly got up. It's only been less than 4 hours. Don't you want to spend more time comprehending it? Although the time to observe the Ninth Heaven sword technique is limited, the time you have to comprehend it is unlimited. Bing Ling reminded him. Obviously, she did not think that Lu Xian could comprehend anything in 4 hours, unless Lu Xian gave up on this level. However, based on her understanding of Lu Xian, it should be more than that. Lu Xian shook his head and said, "It's enough. This sword technique is too profound. I'm not at the level yet, so I can't comprehend all its essence. Even if I have more time, I can't go any further." Bing Ling was taken aback for a moment and then said, "You mean, in less than 4 hours, you've already comprehended the ninth heaven sword art of phoenix soaring to the limit?" "That's right." Lu Xian nodded confidently. "I can exert about 15% of this sword technique's power now. It should be no problem for me to pass the 5th level." Bing Ling suddenly opened her mouth and could not help but reconfirm, "You mean, you have mastered 15% of the sword technique's essence? This is a heaven-level martial technique. Even if you only have 15% of its power, it is still a top profound level martial technique or even an earth-level martial technique." In other words, Bing Ling said that Lu Xian had mastered a top profound level martial technique or even an earth-level martial technique in just 4 hours. This was really shocking. However, she did not know that Lu Xian not only saw the scene of the ice phoenix soaring through the sky, but also obtained the complete ninth heaven sword technique from the sword crystal. It was equivalent to having a book, and the ice phoenix was the teacher of this book. Naturally, it would be twice the result with half the effort to comprehend it. Lu Xian was also very surprised. "It's a heaven-level martial technique? No wonder I feel that this sword technique is extraordinary. Even if I have only mastered 15% of it, it is still stronger than my 7 dragon transformation sword technique. A heaven-ranked martial technique. In the heavenly sword continent, it was definitely a top-notch existence." Other than the first stance of Lu Xian's heavenly sword 9 layers, this phoenix soaring 9th heaven sword technique could be said to be Lu Xian's strongest martial technique. After hearing Lu Xian's words, Bing Ling was already 80% convinced. Since Lu Xian said that it was stronger than his 7 sword transformation technique, even if he did not comprehend 15% of it, he had at least comprehended more than 10% of it. Furthermore, the guardian of the 5th stage was only able to unleash 10% of the power of the phoenix soars through 9th heaven. From the looks of it, the chances of Lu Xian passing the stage were not small. Thinking of this, Bing Ling was a little excited. After waiting for such a long time, could it be that a genius who could pass all 5 tests had finally arrived? However, she still cautiously asked, "Are you sure you want to challenge the trial now and don't want to cultivate for a while? Let me remind you, you only have one chance to challenge the stage. Once you fail, you will truly fail. It is not like the 4th stage, where you can continuously fail and improve." The main purpose of the 4th stage was to allow the examinee to comprehend the Tao. Naturally, it could continuously give them opportunities. However, the purpose of the 5th stage was only to test the examinee's comprehension. If one could not pass the stage in one try, it would mean that one's comprehension was insufficient and the examinee would be deemed to have failed the stage. "Yes, I will challenge the stage now," Lu Xian said firmly. "Alright, since you have made your decision, I will not say anything more. You only need to go and defeat the guardian. Remember, you are only allowed to use the phoenix soaring 9th heaven sword technique. You are not allowed to use any other martial techniques. Otherwise, you will lose the stage without a fight," Bing Ling said as she regained her previous calmness. Lu Xian did not hesitate. He gripped the shattered ice sword in his hand tightly and walked straight towards the guardian, who looked and had the same strength as him. When Lu Xian was within 30 feet of the guardian's aura suddenly changed and he instantly entered battle mode. He swung the long sword in his hand, which was identical to the shattered ice sword. He had actually made the first move. The first form of the phoenix soaring 9th heaven, phoenix coming ritual, an extremely powerful pressure immediately pressed down on Lu Xian. The purpose of this sword attack was not to kill the enemy, but to destroy the enemy's fighting spirit and defense. If it was someone who was not strong enough, they would immediately be unable to move, and might even abandon their swords and kneel on the ground. The strength of the pressure could be seen from a weapon that subdued the enemy without a fight. However, although this strike was powerful, Lu Xian did not fear it at all. With the phoenix coming ritual, "I can do it too," the shattered ice sword flew out quickly, and a similar pressure immediately rolled back towards the gatekeeper. Not only was its power not weaker than the sword the gatekeeper had unleashed, it was even stronger. It was the same move, but Lu Xian's understanding of the phoenix soaring 9th heaven sword technique was higher than the guardian's, so it was easy for him to suppress the guardian. Seeing Lu Xian use that move with her own eyes, Bing Ling's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of splendor. That guy was right. That kind of power had indeed reached 15% of the Phoenix soars through ninth heaven's power. However, she did not know if his understanding of the later moves was as refined as Feng Lai's. The Phoenix soaring ninth heaven sword technique was divided into 9 forms, and each form had a different meaning. Being able to comprehend one form did not mean that one could comprehend all 9 forms. Lu Xian had already broken the first move, and the guardian did not hold back. The strength he possessed was exactly the same as Lu Xian's, so it was impossible for Lu Xian to defeat him with strength alone. Only by using a deeper understanding of the Phoenix soaring ninth heaven could he truly suppress him. The Phoenix coming ritual abruptly stopped its attack and twisted its sword. The second form of the Phoenix soaring ninth heaven was unleashed, 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix. If the Phoenix coming ritual was merely a deterrent, then the second form, 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix, was the real killer move. The killer move was not a Phoenix, but 100 birds. As the move was unleashed, the surrounding atmospheric energy suddenly swept towards the guardian. At the center of it all was the guardian. At that moment, the person who had unleashed the move seemed to have transformed into a phoenix, and the atmospheric energy was like 100 birds paying homage to the guardian. Kill! The guardian shouted. As the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix attacked, the pressure that Lu Xian had exerted on the guardian was instantly broken. Endless amounts of atmospheric energy rapidly flew towards Lu Xian. If Lu Xian was hit by this move, he would definitely be riddled with holes and die. However, the same 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix was unleashed from Lu Xian's hands almost at the same time. It was an attack that was not inferior to the guardian's attack and collided head-on. Boom, a loud sound was heard. It was the sound of the collision of atmospheric energy. An invisible wave of air swept out. Lu Xian did not move at all, but the guardian was forced to take 3 steps back. Both of them had the same level of power, so they were only competing in terms of their comprehension of the ninth heaven sword technique of the phoenix soaring. This time, Bing Ling was finally certain that Lu Xian had truly comprehended 15% of the powerful sword technique's power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to push the guardian back so easily. Of course, just pushing the guardian back was not enough for Lu Xian to pass the stage. He still needed to defeat his opponent. Based on Lu Xian's current level of power, it was not difficult to defeat the guardian. He only needed to seize the initiative every time and attack a few times in a row. Then, the guardian would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, Lu Xian also wanted to test out the power of this newly obtained powerful sword technique. As such, he was not in a hurry to defeat the guardian. Instead, he treated it as a practice target. As soon as the guardian was pushed back, he immediately moved forward again and unleashed a new move. The third form of the ninth heaven sword technique, Red Phoenix Rising Sun, the aura of the sword had reached its peak. The guardian flicked the tip of his sword, and a burst of sword chi burst forth. It was like a miniature phoenix, possessing incredible speed and destructive power. However, it was still useless against Lu Xian. The moves were the same, and so was the concept. The only difference was the level of comprehension of the sword technique. Whoever had a deeper understanding of the sword technique would be able to unleash more power. The two did not stop attacking. Every time the guardian made the first move, Lu Xian would attack to counter it. The 9 forms of the ninth heaven sword technique of the Phoenix Soaring Sun were displayed vividly by Lu Xian. Although it had not reached the strongest level of the ninth heaven sword technique, it was already in its embryonic form. As Lu Xian's strength increased, there would be a day when he could completely master this powerful heaven-class martial technique, the 4th form of the ninth heaven sword technique, Flight of the Phoenix. The 5th form, Auspicious Light of the Phoenix. The 6th form, Cry of the Phoenix. The 7th form, Dancing Dragon and Phoenix. The 8th form, Nirvana Phoenix. The 9th form, Ninth Heaven Sword Technique of the Phoenix. Lu Xian performed the 9 forms in succession. When he used the sword technique himself, Lu Xian's understanding of it increased. In the path of swordsmanship, apart from comprehension, it was more important to practice. Only by comprehending it through practice could one truly master it. Lu Xian was done with the 9 forms. Just as he was about to finish off the gatekeeper in one go, the gatekeeper, who looked exactly like him, suddenly dissipated in the blink of an eye. This is... Lu Xian was stunned. He did not know whether he had passed the stage or not. While he was in a daze, an exquisite figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Bing Ling. At this moment, Bing Ling had a smile on her face. She looked quite charming. Lu Xian, congratulations. You have passed all the tests. Bing Ling's gentle voice was heard. But, I haven't defeated it yet. Lu Xian said in confusion. Bing Ling shook her head helplessly and said, in order to pass this stage, one way is to defeat the guardian. The other way is to do what you did just now and break all of the opponent's martial skills. None of the opponent's moves are a match for you. Isn't it a piece of cake for you to defeat him? You had several chances to defeat him in advance, but you didn't do it. Hee, that's true. I want to use it to practice. Lu Xian smiled and said. But then he remembered that he had passed all the tests. Didn't that mean that he could obtain a part of the Ice Phoenix's inheritance? Including the complete mysterious Ice Heart Sutra and countless treasures for him to choose from. Thinking of this, Lu Xian's heart suddenly burned with passion. Senior Bing Ling, can I choose my treasures now? Lu Xian asked with a face full of anticipation. Of course you can. Let's go out first. Your companion must be waiting anxiously for you. Bing Ling waved her hand and performed a sign. Lu Xian felt as if he had stepped into a teleportation formation. After a spin, he had arrived at the first ice room. Ever since Lu Xian stepped into the stone chamber, Qin Shaohan had been worried. She knew that Lu Xian's condition was not good. She did not know if Lu Xian could make it through, and she did not know how many rounds Lu Xian could pass. However, Bing Ling said that Lu Xian's strength could at least pass the first 3 rounds. It should not be a problem for him to get a drop of Ice Phoenix's essence blood to save Xianxia. Just as Qin Shaohan was lost in her thoughts, a ray of light suddenly flashed in front of her. As the light disappeared, Qin Shaohan immediately saw Lu Xian. Lu Xian, how are you? Are you okay? Qin Shaohan ran over and asked happily. No matter how many rounds Lu Xian had passed, it was enough as long as he was safe. Lu Xian smiled and touched Qin Shaohan's hair. I'm fine. I have overcome the sequela of the nether blood curse. Moreover, Xianxia can be saved. This was really good news. Qin Shaohan could not help but smile. Not only did Lu Xian overcome the sequela of the nether blood curse, but he could also save Xianxia. Obviously, Lu Xian had passed at least 3 rounds. You passed 3 rounds? Qin Shaohan could not help but ask. In Qin Shaohan's eyes, which were full of expectation, Lu Xian shook his head. When Qin Shaohan showed a trace of worry again, Lu Xian laughed and said, I have passed all 5 rounds. Qin Shaohan's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of disbelief. He had passed all 5 rounds? This was the inheritance left by the Ice Phoenix. The difficulty was absolutely unimaginable. Even the first pavilion master of the mysterious ice pavilion had only passed 3 rounds. It was really shocking that Lu Xian could pass 5 rounds in a row. As the two chatted, Bing Ling reappeared on the ice platform. She said with a faint smile, I didn't expect that after waiting for so long, the only person who passed the 5 tests was only in the 2nd layer of the spirit refinement realm. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was slightly proud of himself. So what if it was the 2nd stage of the spirit refinement realm? He could still pass it. However, what he was most concerned about right now was the reward that he could get. This was not only related to Xianxia, but it was also related to whether or not Lu Xian could completely heal the hidden injuries in his body. Bing Ling naturally knew what Lu Xian meant. Under his expectant gaze, Bing Ling took out 3 items first. There were 2 jade bottles and a jade slip. In these 2 jade bottles, there is a drop of normal Ice Phoenix blood and a drop of Ice Phoenix blood essence. In this jade slip, there is the complete cultivation method of the mysterious Ice Heart Sutra, which is even more valuable than the Ice Phoenix blood essence. Although I have given it to you, I hope that you will not spread this martial skill, especially the last 3 stages of the mysterious Ice Heart Sutra. At most, you can teach it to those who are closest to you. Bing Ling warned Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded with a serious look on his face. The value of the Ice Heart Sutra was too great. It was a heaven-class martial art that lived up to its name. Even without Bing Ling's reminder, Lu Xian would not spread it. With his current ability, he could not keep such a precious treasure. If he spread it, it would only bring him death. After taking the 3 treasures from Bing Ling, Lu Xian put the jade slip and the jade bottle that contained the normal ice phoenix blood into his storage ring. As for the jade bottle that contained the drop of ice phoenix blood essence, Lu Xian kept it. He wanted to use this drop of ice phoenix blood essence to increase Xianxia's life force and awaken her. Of course, there was no hurry. Lu Xian had not finished taking the treasures yet. Lu Xian rubbed his palms together and asked eagerly, "Senior Bing Ling, what treasures will I be able to choose from after I pass the 5th stage?" Looking at Lu Xian's impatient expression, Bing Ling smiled and said, "Because of the lack of time, there are not many treasures left behind by Master. However, they are all extremely precious. There are 5 treasures for you to choose. There are a total of 5 treasures for you to choose from. One of them is the Azure Dragon's blood essence that you care about the most. There are 3 drops in total. The second is the Ice Phoenix's blood essence, which is also 3 drops. However, you already have the Ice Phoenix's blood essence in your body. Although the Azure Dragon's blood essence is great, since you have inherited my master's legacy, the Ice Phoenix's blood essence might be more suitable for you. With another 3 drops of the Ice Phoenix's blood essence, your cultivation of the Ice Heart Sutra will be much smoother." However, Lu Xian had his own thoughts. From Bing Ling's point of view, since Lu Xian had obtained the Heaven class Mysterious Ice Heart Sutra, he would naturally change to cultivate the Mysterious Ice Heart Sutra and integrate with the Ice Phoenix blood essence. However, in fact, Lu Xian would not change to cultivate the Mysterious Ice Heart Sutra because the Tai Yi fusion skill that he was cultivating now was much more powerful than the Mysterious Ice Heart Sutra. More importantly, Lu Xian felt that the Ice Phoenix blood essence was more cold and suitable for women. On the contrary, the Azure Dragon blood essence was more suitable for him. Of course, Lu Xian did not rush to make a decision. There were still a few treasures, right? The 3rd treasure is the complete martial skill of the phoenix soaring to the 9th heaven. I think you know how powerful this martial skill is. After integrating the Ice Phoenix blood essence and cultivating the Mysterious Ice Heart Sutra, coupled with the phoenix soaring to the 9th heaven sword technique, I don't need to say more. Maybe you can consider this. A powerful martial skill will improve your strength significantly. Bing Ling's suggestion was not bad. The power of the bloodline was supplemented by a powerful martial skill and a powerful martial skill. However, Lu Xian eliminated this option first. He had already obtained the complete phoenix soaring to the 9th heaven sword technique from the sword crystal. There was no need for him to choose this. What are the 4th and 5th treasures? Lu Xian continued to ask. The 4th treasure is some of my master's cultivation comprehension. It may not improve your strength much in a short time, but it will definitely make your future path smoother. The cultivation comprehension of a powerhouse was absolutely incomparably precious. It could guide you towards the right direction, and not waste a lot of time walking on the wrong path. This was also the reason why so many experts were keen to take a master as their master. Because, as a master, they could guide you to a certain extent. Of course, how much they could guide you depended on the master's mood. Many powerhouses wouldn't teach their disciples everything they knew. Humans were selfish by nature. However, since it was the comprehension left behind by the Ice Phoenix, it should be quite complete. Lu Xian also wanted this thing very much. He was very far-sighted and was not limited to the spirit refinement realm. It was a pity that he could only choose one. Before Lu Xian could think further, Bing Ling continued, as for the 5th treasure, it is a pill called the Nirvana of Life and Death Elixir. I'm sure you can imagine how powerful this pill is just by hearing its name. Unless one is truly on the brink of death and severely injured, a single Nirvana of Life and Death Elixir is enough to save them. Lu Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. This elixir was a life-saving elixir. As a warrior, no one knew what they would encounter in the next moment. But with such an elixir, it was almost like having another life. Unfortunately, he could only choose one. Lu Xian had never been so conflicted before. In addition to the 9th heaven sword technique, Lu Xian desired the Azure Dragon blood essence, the Ice Phoenix blood essence, the cultivation comprehension, and the life and death elixir. After thinking for a long time, Lu Xian asked, if I merge with the 3 drops of Azure Dragon Blood Essence, will I be able to cure all the hidden injuries in my body? Hearing this, Bing Ling shook her head and said, no. Even if you merge with the Ice Phoenix Blood Essence, you will only be able to cure them to a certain extent, but not cure them completely. Lu Xian suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that the hidden injuries left by the forbidden skill could not be cured completely? Although he did not feel any effect at the moment, he knew that if he could not cure the hidden injuries, it would become more and more difficult for him on the path of martial arts. Is it really impossible to cure the hidden injuries caused by the forbidden skill? Lu Xian did not give up and asked. Of course. Out of Lu Xian's expectation, Bing Ling's answer was rather straightforward this time. The forbidden skill you used is considered to be of a very low level. It is not troublesome to cure it. Merging with a powerful blood essence is one of the methods. However, 3 drops of blood essence is still too little. Apart from that, this life and death elixir is enough to cure the hidden injuries completely. Lu Xian immediately felt helpless. Such a precious elixir that could save one's life was used to cure the hidden injuries. Moreover, this elixir could only be used once. It could not be compared to a treasure like the Azure Dragon Blood Essence, which could bring him long-term benefits. Is there any other way? Lu Xian asked again. If it was not necessary, he really did not want to waste this precious opportunity to choose the life and death elixir. Bing Ling thought for a while and asked, do you know about the body tempering sect? Body tempering? Lu Xian was startled. He naturally knew about the body tempering skill. There was a body tempering skill in the Tai origin skill. Could it be that the body tempering skill could cure the hidden injuries? Lu Xian immediately asked the question that had been bothering him. That's right. The body tempering skill allows you to form divine runes. Every divine rune has a different effect. If you can form the 9-water divine rune, the hidden injuries in your body can be completely cured under the effect of the 9-water divine rune. Bing Ling nodded, but then she sighed softly and said, it's a pity that Master is an ice phoenix, a natural divine beast. You don't need to temper your body, so I don't have a body tempering skill. Otherwise, you can give it a try. Although Bing Ling's words sounded a little regretful, Lu Xian was undoubtedly elated. Wasn't it just a body tempering skill? I have it. Moreover, it's the powerful Tai origin skill's body tempering skill. Senior Bing Ling, I have a body tempering skill. However, it requires the support of powerful spiritual materials, which are difficult to find, Lu Xian said excitedly. You have a body tempering skill? As far as I know, the Sky Sword continent seems to have been lost a long time ago. Bing Ling was stunned. I got this from a secret place. As long as I have enough spiritual materials, I will definitely be able to train my body, Lu Xian said confidently. Bing Ling immediately smiled. I don't have other spiritual materials here, but if you want to form the 9-water divine rune, it's fine. As I said, you can use all the spiritual materials here after you pass the 5th test. The ice attribute spiritual materials behind the 2 doors are more than enough for you to form the 9-water divine rune. This was like parting the clouds and seeing the blue sky. Before this, Lu Xian had already sensed that behind the 2 stone doors, there was a dense Aishuan power aura. It must be some ice spiritual materials. Lu Xian had successfully passed the 5 trials. He could use any of the spiritual materials here. Coupled with the Tai origin arts body refining method, successfully condensing a divine emblem wouldn't be a pipe dream. After being excited for a while, Lu Xian gradually calmed down. Since he already had a solution to the hidden injuries in his body, he didn't need to worry about this aspect when it came to choosing treasures. He could choose according to his own needs. After pondering for a while, Lu Xian opened his mouth and said, I choose the 3 drops of Azure Dragon Essence blood. Although the Ice Phoenix Essence blood was good, it was not as suitable for him as the Azure Dragon Essence blood. Although the cultivation insights left behind by the Ice Phoenix were also priceless treasures, Lu Xian could rely on himself to slowly cultivate it. As for the life and death nirvana pill, it was a one-time use treasure. It might be able to save his life in a critical situation. However, Lu Xian believed in his own strength more. Therefore, after considering everything, perhaps the Azure Dragon Essence blood was the most suitable. It could bring him long-term benefits and strengthen the power of his bloodline. Seeing that Lu Xian had already made his choice, Bing Ling didn't say anything else. Although she hoped that Lu Xian could choose the 3 drops of Ice Phoenix Essence Blood or the Phoenix Soaring Ninth Heaven Sword technique in order to completely inherit the Ice Phoenix's inheritance, the right to choose was still Lu Xian himself. With a wave of Bing Ling's hand, a jade bottle appeared. It was exactly the same as the jade bottle that contained the Ice Phoenix's essence blood. A treasure like the Divine Beast's essence blood couldn't be stored in an ordinary container. In order to preserve the blood's characteristics, a special jade bottle had to be used. Just this jade bottle alone was extremely valuable. The 3 drops of Azure Dragon Essence Blood are all in this jade bottle. Before you condense a divine emblem, you can first fuse with these 3 drops of essence blood to enhance the power of your bloodline. This will greatly increase the success rate of condensing a divine emblem. Bing Ling threw the jade bottle over and reminded. Understood. Lu Xian carefully caught the jade bottle, which contained 3 drops of Azure Dragon Essence Blood. Lu Xian had only obtained 1 drop of Azure Dragon Essence Blood from the Zhang clan's ancestor back then, and it had already changed him tremendously, let alone 3 drops. If others were to find out that he had such a treasure, even the pavilion master of Xian Ice Pavilion would not be able to resist the urge to snatch it from him. Lu Xian was not in a hurry to assimilate the 3 drops of Azure Dragon Essence Blood. He had more important things to do at the moment, and that was to save Xianxia. Lu Xian took Xianxia from Qin Xiaohan's bosom and carefully placed her down. Only then did he take out the jade bottle that contained the Ice Phoenix Essence Blood. Just as he was about to place the drop of essence blood on Xianxia's forehead, Lu Xian suddenly remembered that when he was fusing with the Ice Phoenix Essence Blood, he encountered quite a bit of resistance. With Xianxia's current state, would she be able to withstand the eruption of the Ice Phoenix Essence Blood? After thinking for a while, Lu Xian suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look at Bing Ling and asked, Senior Bing Ling, will my companion be able to withstand the power of the Ice Phoenix Essence Blood? Bing Ling slowly walked over and said, Don't worry. Her situation is different from yours. You have the Azure Dragon bloodline in your body, so naturally, there will be a certain degree of conflict. But she doesn't. Moreover, she is a woman, so her nature is Yin, which is compatible with the Ice Phoenix bloodline. In addition, she has not lost her primordial Yin, so she meets the requirements of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Bing Ling deliberately looked at Lu Xian when she mentioned that she had not lost her primordial Yin. Since she had not lost her primordial Yin, it was obvious that Xianxia had not lost her chastity to Lu Xian. For a woman who had not yet become his woman, Lu Xian was actually willing to spend a drop of the precious Ice Phoenix Essence blood to save her. This really made Bing Ling think highly of him. Bing Ling's gaze was naturally noticed by Lu Xian, but he only smiled awkwardly. In his heart, he secretly cursed, I am not a stud horse. Do all the women around me have to become my women? However, Bing Ling's words finally made Lu Xian feel at ease. He calmed himself down and carefully opened the jade bottle. A drop of red light instantly ran out. It was the drop of Ice Phoenix Essence Blood. Lu Xian, who was already prepared, did not give it a chance to escape. He tightly bound it with a strand of Yuan power, and then quickly pressed it between Xianxia's eyebrows. A dark red spot suddenly appeared between Xianxia's eyebrows. Together with her refined appearance, there was a different kind of seductive beauty. This drop of Ice Phoenix Essence Blood was suppressed by Lu Xian and there was no way out. It could only penetrate between Xianxia's eyebrows. The dark red color gradually faded until it completely disappeared. Obviously, this incomparably precious drop of Ice Phoenix Essence Blood had already begun to merge with Xianxia's body. What happened next was not something that Lu Xian could do. He could only hope that Bing Ling was right and that Xianxia could really successfully merge with this drop of Ice Phoenix Essence Blood. Lu Xian and Qin Xiaohan both stared unblinkingly at Xianxia, carefully observing her every movement. If anything unexpected happened, Lu Xian would definitely intervene. No matter what, he would not let anything happen to Xianxia. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened, and it seemed to be going more smoothly than expected. The unconscious Xianxia's aura was constantly rising, and a trace of coldness was emitted from her body. More importantly, Lu Xian could clearly feel that Xianxia's vitality was constantly increasing, which naturally meant that her life force was recovering. the Ice Phoenix Essence blood really lived up to its name. A drop of Ice Phoenix Essence blood could actually bring someone back to life. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Bing Ling said, "Alright, you don't have to worry. The Ice Phoenix Essence blood has already merged with her, and it is providing her with a steady stream of life force. In less than an hour, she will definitely wake up. Moreover, merging with a drop of Ice Phoenix Essence blood will be of great benefit to her future cultivation. It can be said that it will be an earth-shattering change, and it is also an opportunity for her." Lu Xian nodded slightly and let out a long breath. A big stone that had been pressing on his heart had finally been lifted. After this incident, not only could Xianxia wake up, but she would also successfully possess a trace of Ice Phoenix Essence blood. In terms of bloodline level, it was comparable to Lu Xian's Azure Dragon Essence blood. This trip to the ice cave was really a great harvest. Not only did he save Xianxia, he also successfully obtained the complete Profound Ice Heart Sutra, 3 drops of Azure Dragon Essence blood, and a large amount of ice spiritual materials that he could use freely. As his tense nerves relaxed, Lu Xian turned his head to Chen Xiaohan and asked, "Xiaohan, do you want to rest for a while? You should be tired after such a long time." Chen Xiaohan smiled and said, "I'm fine. Previously, when you were participating in the test, I was practicing the tempering soul method. As my soul power continues to grow stronger, I will be fine even if I don't rest for 3 days and 3 nights." When Lu Xian heard this, he could not help but sigh in admiration. The tempering soul method was really amazing. Unfortunately, he had been busy recently and did not have the time to practice it. Once he calmed down, he would have to start practicing the tempering soul method. After all, the soul was the foundation of a person. For a while, Xianxia would not wake up. However, Lu Xian was not busy with his cultivation. He was not in a hurry. Only when he saw that Xianxia was getting better, would he be at ease. Seeing that Lu Xian had nothing to do, Bing Ling suddenly spoke, "In the blink of an eye, another 4 years have passed. You guys are the first batch of people to come in after 4 years. How are the strengths of the disciples that entered the Profound Ice secret domain this time?" Lu Xian slightly muttered and said, "This time, a total of 200 disciples came in. The strongest 3 are at the 6th level of the spirit refinement realm. The rest of the disciples have varying strengths, ranging from the body refinement realm to the 5th level of the body refinement realm." Hearing this, Bing Ling sighed softly. The mystic ice hidden domain is getting more and more unstable. The disciples that can enter are getting weaker and weaker. When the mystic ice hidden domain was at its most stable, it could still accommodate great void realm martial artists. But now, not even origin realm martial artists can enter. I'm afraid that the mystic ice hidden domain will be destroyed soon. Lu Xian was silent. He had heard from the Profound Ice Pavilion that the stability of the Profound Ice secret domain was constantly decreasing. So much so that the Profound Ice Pavilion had no choice but to lower the strength requirement to enter the Profound Ice secret domain. However, Lu Xian did not think too much about it. These things had nothing to do with him. At least, he was the lucky one who managed to enter the Profound Ice secret domain before it was completely destroyed. He even successfully excavated the true treasure of the Profound Ice secret domain, the inheritance of the Ice Phoenix. From what Senior Bing Ling said, it seems that quite a number of people have entered the Profound Ice secret domain before. But why haven't I heard of anyone mentioning the inheritance of the Ice Phoenix in the Profound Ice secret domain? Even the Profound Ice Pavilion themselves don't seem to know about it. Lu Xian asked. This had always been a question in his heart. Since the first pavilion master of the Profound Ice Pavilion knew about the inheritance of the Ice Phoenix and even obtained the method to enter the Profound Ice secret domain, why didn't he tell the disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion? Instead, he allowed them to wander around the Profound Ice secret domain. Bing Ling smiled indifferently and said, "It doesn't mean that quite a number of people have come here. The Profound Ice secret domain is located in an extremely dangerous place. It is a space that my master personally opened up to store his inheritance. But because it is located in such a dangerous place, no one has entered for a long time. The first pavilion master of the Profound Ice Pavilion that you mentioned was the first person who accidentally entered this place. His luck was really good. He actually found this place by accident, which is the real place of inheritance. That's how he managed to pass the 3 trials. Lu Xian was a little surprised. He didn't expect the first pavilion master of the Profound Ice Pavilion to be the first person to enter this place. The Profound Ice secret domain must have been quiet for a long time before this. Bing Ling just said that when the Profound Ice secret domain was opened, it could accommodate Void Realm cultivators. When the first pavilion master of the Profound Ice Pavilion entered this place, he was only at the Origin Realm. Then what happened? Lu Xian continued to ask. He still didn't get the answer he wanted. He only passed 3 trials, which naturally didn't satisfy me. So I gave him the method to enter the Profound Ice secret domain and asked him to provide more genius disciples to enter this place. Perhaps it was because of this that he established the Profound Ice Pavilion. Bing Ling looked into the distance as if she was reminiscing. However, Master said that if you want to obtain the inheritance she left behind, you must have potential, comprehension, and luck. So before he left, I made him swear a heart demon oath. He said that he could let other disciples enter the mysterious ice secret realm, but he could not reveal anything about Master's inheritance. He could only let the disciples who entered find their own opportunities. Once the news is leaked, his heart demon oath will break out and he will never be able to reincarnate. Speaking up to this point, Bing Ling added, not only him, but every martial artist who had the opportunity to enter this place made the same heart demon oath. Because of this, none of you will know anything about Master's inheritance. Therefore, the fact that you are able to come here proves that you are indeed lucky. Hearing this, Lu Xian finally understood. It turned out that the first pavilion master of the Mysterious Ice Pavilion established the Mysterious Ice Pavilion mainly because of Bing Ling's instructions. The reason why he did not know about the Ice Phoenix's inheritance was also because he was forced by the Heart Demon Oath. Then, after the Mysterious Ice Pavilion master left, how many people came here? Lu Xian asked curiously. There are less than 10 people who could enter this place, but there are dozens of people who found this ice cave. Bing Ling said faintly, however, those who could not enter this place basically died in the hands of the mysterious ice demons in the ice cave. These people can only prove that they have enough luck, but not enough strength. If they want to enter this place, they must have both luck and strength. Lu Xian felt a chill run down his spine when he heard that dozens of disciples had found the ice cave and died miserably within it. He immediately thought of Luo Ning. If he had not saved him, Luo Ning would have probably died at the hands of those mystical ice demons. In fact, if he was slightly weaker, the last mystical ice demon that the ice spirit had possessed would have killed him without any hesitation to protect the secret of the ice cave. Now, Lu Xian finally understood why there was no news about the Ice Phoenix's inheritance after so many years. It was because those martial artists either made the Heart Demon Oath or died directly. Then, Lu Xian remembered something and asked again, you said that a disciple came here a few years ago. Who is he? Those who were able to make it here were definitely not weak. They must be outstanding people in the Mysterious Ice Pavilion. He might have heard of them before. Bing Ling pondered for a while and said, I think her name is Zhao Bing'er. She has a good aptitude, and even rarer is the mysterious Ying body. She is indeed the best candidate to inherit Master's inheritance. It's a pity that she exceeded the time limit of 10 breaths in the second test, so she couldn't continue to the third test. Otherwise, she might be the first person to pass all 5 tests before you. Hearing Bing Ling's words, Lu Xian's eyes widened. It was Zhao Bing'er. That's right, back in the cave in the Hengduan mountain range, when he and Zhao Bing'er were intimate, he vaguely saw a scene of a dragon and a phoenix. The dragon was naturally the azure dragon bloodline in his body, and the phoenix was the drop of ice phoenix blood that Zhao Bing'er had obtained from there. He didn't expect Zhao Bing'er to have such an opportunity, but it made sense. Zhao Bing'er was only 23 years old and had already reached the Origin Realm. She was extremely talented, but because they were too close, Lu Xian didn't think of her at the moment. After knowing that the person who participated in the last test was Zhao Bing'er, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel pity for her. She was only 10 breaths away. If she was a little faster, she could at least pass the third test and obtain a drop of Ice Phoenix blood essence. Zhao Bing'er's physique, is it very suitable to inherit the Ice Phoenix's inheritance? Lu Xian couldn't help but ask. She has the mysterious Ying body, which is also called the Ice Phoenix body. It just so happens that she cultivates the mysterious Ice Heart Sutra, which is extremely compatible with her. Although she has obtained a drop of Ice Phoenix blood and has a trace of Ice Phoenix bloodline, it is still too thin. If she can merge with the Ice Phoenix blood essence and greatly increase the density of her bloodline, then she can completely bring out the magic of her body. Bingling nodded and praised Zhao Bing'er. Obviously, she had high hopes for Zhao Bing'er. Unfortunately, Zhao Bing'er didn't pass the second test, so she couldn't do anything. After a pause, Bingling asked, "Why, do you know her?" When Lu Xian heard this, he laughed in his heart. More than knowing her, Zhao Bing'er could be considered as his real woman. In terms of intimate relationship, perhaps only Lin Sini could compare with her. But then, Lu Xian's smile disappeared, and he said with some annoyance, "If I knew that the Ice Phoenix blood essence was so important to her, I wouldn't have used that drop of Ice Phoenix blood essence. With my own strength, I should be able to withstand the invasion of the heart demon." Bing Ling was slightly taken aback. She looked at Lu Xian meaningfully. From the looks of it, Lu Xian's relationship with that little girl wasn't shallow. He was actually willing to risk the invasion of the heart demon just to save a drop of Ice Phoenix blood essence. If that was the case, to be honest, if Bing Ling had to choose a successor of the Ice Phoenix, she would probably be more willing to choose Zhao Bing'er than Lu Xian. It wasn't that Lu Xian's talent and comprehension were inferior to Zhao Bing'er's. In terms of the test, Lu Xian was undoubtedly superior. Although there were some tricks along the way, it was a part of one's strength. Who didn't have a few trump cards? The reason why she was more willing to choose Zhao Bing'er was because the inheritance of the Ice Phoenix was more suitable for a female to inherit. In particular, Zhao Bing'er's innate mysterious body added a lot of points to her. "Lu Xian, who is Zhao Bing'er?" Chen Xiaohan asked with a face full of suspicion. She couldn't help but feel a trace of vigilance in her heart. This could be counted as a girl's sixth sense. She could feel that this girl named Zhao Bing'er definitely had a close relationship with Lu Xian. She was a great enemy. The degree of danger she was definitely higher than Xianxia and comparable to Lin Sini. Suddenly hearing Chen Xiaohan's question, Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. He braced himself and said, a friend, a disciple of the Profound Ice Pavilion. She is also the only personal disciple of Elder Zhao." "Ordinary friend? Not too ordinary, then how special is she?" Facing Chen Xiaohan's question, Lu Xian suddenly sweated profusely. How should he answer this? As expected, women were fiercer than tigers. Lu Xian would rather face the profound ice demon, who was at the 7th level of the spirit refinement realm, than be in such an awkward situation. Seeing Lu Xian like this, how could Chen Xiaohan not understand? She was not a foolish woman. Moreover, Lu Xian never hid anything, so she already understood in her heart. At that moment, she was slightly infuriated and fiercely pinched Lu Xian's arm, causing Lu Xian to grimace in pain. He hadn't tempered his body yet, so if he didn't use his origin energy to resist, he wouldn't be much different from an ordinary person. "She's your woman again, isn't she?" Chen Xiaohan asked angrily. Although she felt that the word again was a little awkward, it was an indisputable fact. Lin Sini was undoubtedly one of them. That Zhang Dongshuang had never hidden her feelings for Lu Xian. There was also herself, coupled with the ambiguous Xianxia, and now there was Zhao Bing'er. If one were to carefully count, the number of people could be counted on one hand. Hearing this, Lu Xian was slightly startled, then nodded seriously and said, "Yes, she is my woman." As Lu Xian said these words, this time it was Chen Xiaohan's turn to tremble. She clearly felt that Lu Xian's attitude was a little different. Moreover, Lu Xian seemed to have never admitted that anyone was his woman. Other than Lin Sini, which everyone already knew, this was the first time Lu Xian personally said it. For a moment, Chen Xiaohan couldn't help but be at a loss for words. Her heart was rather uncomfortable. "Then, does Sini know?" Chen Xiaohan asked after a long time. "She knows. To be more specific, Bing'er became my woman before Sini." Lu Xian nodded and said. In any case, he was now holding an attitude of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. "You mean, you have already?" Chen Xiaohan said in a very surprised voice. "Ahem, it's just a freak combination of factors." Being pointed out so bluntly by Chen Xiaohan, Lu Xian was a little embarrassed. But at this moment, Qin Shaohan had already thrown away the uncomfortable feeling in her heart. She raised her delicate eyebrows and said, "Good, Lu Xian, you are a big pervert. Who has done that with you? You will admit her identity, right?" "You can't say that." Lu Xian tried to refute, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he did have this kind of intention. He had already slept with her, so she naturally deserved to be his woman. On the other hand, he had not touched Qin Shaohan and the others. If Qin Shaohan ever came to her senses and didn't like him anymore, she could leave at any time. It was in order to give them a last way out that Lu Xian had not touched Qin Shaohan all this time. "If she is your woman, then what am I?" Qin Shaohan asked without the slightest concession. Lu Xian took a deep breath, looked into Qin Shaohan's eyes and said, "As long as you are willing, you are also my woman." Lu Xian felt that he had to show some manliness. As a woman, Qin Shaohan had let go of all her reservations and had always been with him. How could he keep letting her down? Perhaps Qin Shaohan's feelings were not as delicate as Lin Sinyi's, nor was she like Zhao Binger's love at first sight. But her feelings for him were the kind that would never leave or abandon him. Lu Xian had purposely revealed his messed-up feelings in front of Qin Shaohan many times. He wanted Qin Shaohan to see him clearly and think about him seriously. Perhaps Qin Shaohan was angry and sad, but no matter what, she still chose Lu Xian. Especially during this trip to the mystical ice mystic realm. Originally, Qin Shaohan only needed to stay in the Wind Sword sect and cultivate quietly. However, in order to take risks with him, she was willing to risk her life to enter the mystical ice mystic realm. Perhaps she could not be of much help to him, but this was something that could not be erased. Moreover, when Lu Xian thought of Qin Shaohan giving up on him one day and being with another man, it was something that Lu Xian couldn't bear. Instead of letting others take advantage of him, he would rather take advantage of himself. Why did he have to make things difficult for himself? Just as Lu Xian said those words that he thought were full of masculinity, Qin Shaohan suddenly looked at Lu Xian with a shy gaze. She lowered her head and pursed her lips into a smile. "Can you not be such a hooligan? Although I won't reject you, how can you say it so directly?" Lu Xian was stunned. He didn't know how he was a hooligan. He had forgotten that Qin Shaohan had said that whoever did that with Lu Xian would acknowledge that person. What he said just now was indeed a bit ambiguous. All right, I'm just joking with you. I like you even if you're a hooligan." Qin Shaohan giggled as she hugged Lu Xian's arm and shook it. Her two soft mounds kept rubbing against him, causing Lu Xian to feel a little restless. Seeing Lu Xian and Qin Shaohan flirting, a gentle smile flashed across Bing Ling's face. Humans are so nice. The purest love between a young man and a young woman is really enviable. Unfortunately, she's just a weapon spirit. Lu Xian, is there anything else you want to ask me? I'll try my best to tell you, Bing Ling said. Hearing this, Lu Xian immediately put away the charm in his heart. He thought for a while and said, "I wonder if Senior has heard of the Sky Sword." He suddenly recalled the message that the sword crystal conveyed to him. One of the most important keywords was the Sky Sword. He also thought of the 9 layers of Sky Sword. Without a doubt, the 9 layers of Sky Sword was an extremely powerful martial arts technique. Just the first form of unity of man and nature was already so powerful. How powerful would the rest be? Lu Xian vaguely felt that the Sky Sword and the 9 layers of Sky Sword might be related in some way. Sky Sword? Isn't this continent called the Sky Sword continent? Bing Ling was slightly stunned. Hearing this, Lu Xian was a little disappointed. Even Bing Ling doesn't know about it? Back then, she followed Ice Phoenix and also came from the mysterious Heaven Realm. If even Bing Ling doesn't know about it, then I don't know about it either. Seeing Lu Xian's disappointed expression, Bing Ling suddenly realized that the Sky Sword that Lu Xian mentioned was definitely not the Sky Sword continent. Wait, let me think. I seem to remember something. Bing Ling furrowed her brows. Apparently, she was trying to recall something. Sky Sword. I remember that it's an extremely powerful weapon in the Heaven Realm. It's in the hands of the human clan. Then it seems. I can't remember. Bing Ling's frown deepened. As she tried her best to think, her entire body showed signs of collapsing. Her body was only formed by her yuan qi. It wasn't a physical body. Seeing this, Lu Xian was shocked and quickly asked, Senior Bing Ling, are you alright? I'm fine. Bing Ling shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Her body instantly recovered and she explained, in the past, I followed my master to battle. In the final battle, I was severely injured and I don't remember many things. When I woke up, I was already here. Other than the inheritance, I don't have much of an impression of anything else. So that's how it is. Lu Xian nodded lightly. Although the ice spirit didn't remember much, at least he understood one thing. The sky sword came from the heaven realm. The heaven realm again. The Tai fusion technique mentioned the heaven realm, the heaven sword came from the heaven realm, and Bing Ling kept mentioning the heaven realm. Where was the heaven realm? Now that he had thought of it, there was no way he would miss the opportunity to ask Bing Ling about it. He asked right away, Senior Bing Ling, can you tell me more about the heavenly domain? Don't you know about heaven region? This time, Bing Ling was a little stunned. In her opinion, even though the heavenly sword continent was only a plane of the lower realm, it should at least know about the heaven region. I don't know. Should we know? Lu Xian asked. The warriors of the lower realm should aim to ascend to the heaven domain. It's strange that you don't know about the heaven domain. However, your strength is still low, so it's understandable. Bing Ling shook her head in confusion. She paused for a moment before continuing to explain to Lu Xian, there are many planes in the lower worlds like the heavenly sword continent. Compared to the heavenly sword continent, the heavenly domain is an upper-class plane. Its territory is vast, and the number of warriors there far surpasses that of the lower worlds. Because the warriors are getting stronger and stronger, they need to consume more and more resources to continue to improve. A plane of the lower realm can't provide so many resources. So, when the warriors reach a certain level, they will ascend to the heaven domain. Bing Ling sorted out her thoughts and said. Although she had forgotten many things, she still remembered this kind of common sense. Because of this, the heaven domain is very big, and there are a lot of people. Not only are there martial artists from the heaven domain, there are also endless martial artists from the lower realms. With so many martial artists gathered in the heaven domain, you can imagine how vast the heaven domain is. Lu Xian was taken aback by what the ice spirit said. A higher plane? The heavenly sword continent is just a lower realm? There are many other places like the heavenly sword continent. Lu Xian felt as if a new door had opened in front of him. In the past, he was only in the small Qingshan town. For him, Lin City was not small. After he participated in the entrance examination of the Wind Sword School, he found out that there were 3 empires under the jurisdiction of the Wind Sword School. Above the Wind Sword School, there was the Mysterious Ice Pavilion, a 4th-grade sect. Above the Mysterious Ice Pavilion, there was the even more powerful 5th-grade sect. He thought that these were big enough, but now he knew that he was really a frog at the bottom of a well. It turned out that in front of the mighty warriors, the entire heavenly sword continent was just a lower realm. Only the heaven domain was the true paradise for warriors. A vast and boundless world represented limitless resources. Those who could ascend to the heaven domain were all outstanding warriors from the lower realm. The entire heaven domain was a gathering of countless geniuses. Only those who could stand out from the crowd could become a true expert. Thinking of this, Lu Xian couldn't help but be fascinated. So this was the heaven domain. It seemed that he still had a long way to go on the path of martial arts. If he could ascend to the heaven domain and see the scenery for himself, how great would that be? But don't think that the heaven domain is a paradise. Where there are people, there will be fights. Not to mention, the heaven domain is not only populated by humans, but also by other races. While humans are fighting among themselves, they also have to deal with external enemies. Plus, there are a lot of warriors in the heaven domain. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Bing Ling's cold voice came, timely pouring a bucket of cold water on Lu Xian. No matter how big the heaven domain is, it can't accommodate an unlimited number of warriors. So, every second, countless warriors die. Because of this, the heaven domain can continuously accommodate new warriors and natives. It doesn't matter. If I don't grow in battle, how can I become a true expert? One day, I will step into the heaven domain. Lu Xian said confidently. This surprised Bing Ling. She thought that after pouring a bucket of cold water on Lu Xian, he would be a little afraid. She didn't expect that it would actually increase Lu Xian's fighting spirit. Your heart of martial arts is very firm. Bing Ling nodded lightly. Being able to pass the third stage of the Ice Phoenix's test proved that Lu Xian's heart of martial arts was quite firm. The heart of martial arts was the rarest. It had nothing to do with anything but the warrior's own nature. Unless they experienced some especially big setbacks or failures, it was very difficult to change their heart of martial arts. Lu Xian smiled, but he was deep in thought. The heaven sword was something from the heaven domain. Why did the sword crystal tell him this? Could it be, he had a vague guess, but he didn't dare to believe it. Even Bing Ling said that the heaven sword was an extremely powerful weapon. That proved that the power of the heaven sword was far beyond his imagination. How could such a powerful weapon appear in the heaven sword continent and be obtained by him? Just as Lu Xian was laughing at himself for thinking too much, he suddenly thought of the heaven sword continent. Why was it called the heaven sword continent? Was it a coincidence? Or was it related to the heaven sword? In the past, Lu Xian had always thought that. The reason why his continent was called the heaven sword continent was because there were many people who used swords. But now that he knew the existence of the heaven sword, he couldn't help but think more. Although he had obtained a lot of information from Bing Ling, there were still countless mysteries in Lu Xian's mind, but no one could explain them to him. When I am strong enough, I will definitely be able to solve these mysteries. I will see if the sword crystal in my body is the legendary heaven sword. Lu Xian secretly set a goal for himself. Senior Ice Spirit, according to what you said, the heavenly sword continent is just a plane of the lower worlds. Even existences like dragons and phoenixes are only legends in the heavenly sword continent. No one has ever seen them. So, the real dragons and phoenixes should be divine beasts of the heavenly domain. But why did Senior Ice Phoenix leave her legacy in a plane of the lower worlds like ours? Lu Xian asked another question on his mind. Before knowing about the heaven region, Lu Xian didn't have too many doubts. He thought that the heaven sword continent was big enough. So, no matter what he encountered, it was only natural. However, there was a heaven region, and an existence like the Ice Phoenix obviously came from the heaven region. Why would the inheritance be in the heaven sword continent? After listening to Lu Xian, Bing Ling didn't think about it this time. She answered directly, "You don't have to ask this question. I have thought about it countless times. Unfortunately, I seem to have lost all my memories. I can't find the reason either. I don't even know if my master is alive or dead." Lu Xian didn't expect to get such an answer. Even Bing Ling didn't know. It seemed that the battle between Bing Ling and the Ice Phoenix was quite tragic. However, after I gradually recovered over the years, I vaguely remembered some things. It seems that the location of my master's last battle was in the void near the Heaven Sword continent. Maybe it was because of this that my master was forced to leave her inheritance in the Heaven Sword continent. Bing Ling provided another piece of information. Then, she sighed softly and said gloomily, "Although I don't know about my master's situation, since she took out the profound Ice Heart Sutra and set up the inheritance in a lower plane, I'm afraid she's in trouble." Senior Bing Ling, don't worry. Since Senior Bing Ling is so powerful, she should be fine. Moreover, the body of a divine beast won't be damaged so easily. Lu Xian comforted her. Besides, isn't the phoenix able to rise from the ashes? Bing Ling shook her head and said, "Being reborn from the ashes is not an easy task. It requires a great price. Moreover, if the enemy knows that Master can be reborn from the ashes, they may take some targeted measures, such as directly destroying Master's soul. Although for the Phoenix clan, there is still a chance of being reborn after the soul is destroyed, the hope is even slimmer." The phoenix was also known as the immortal bird, but it did not mean that it was truly immortal. It could only mean that even if it died, there was a chance for it to be reborn, but it required a great price. Regarding this, Lu Xian did not know what to say. He only hoped that the Ice Phoenix was blessed by the heavens and would be fine. After all, he had already integrated with a drop of the Ice Phoenix's essence blood, and also obtained the mysterious Ice Heart Sutra and the Phoenix Soaring Ninth Heaven Sword technique. He could be considered as half of the Ice Phoenix's successor. He was quite interested in the battle between the Ice Phoenix and the Ice Spirit, but it was a pity that the ice spirit could not remember anything. Lu Xian had almost asked everything he needed to ask, so he did not say anything more and quietly waited for Xianxia to wake up. As time passed, the life force on Xianxia's body became stronger and stronger. After more than an hour, Xianxia's tightly closed eyes suddenly moved. This scene instantly fell into the eyes of Lu Xian, who had been paying attention to her. The ice spirit was indeed right. It had only been more than an hour and Xianxia actually showed signs of waking up. Xianxia originally did not have any serious injuries, but her life force was consumed by the poison. After successfully integrating with a drop of the Ice Phoenix's essence blood and replenishing her life force, she naturally woke up soon. Under the gaze of Lu Xian and Bing Ling, Xianxia slowly opened her eyes. After half a month of running around, Lu Xian finally succeeded in waking her up. After waking up, a trace of confusion flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Obviously, she did not know where she was, but she soon saw Lu Xian. Lu Xian? Are you also dead? It's so cold here. Is this the legendary hell? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Looking at her silly appearance, Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, we are all alive and well, you see, Xiaohan is also here. Xianxia, how are you feeling? Chen Xiaohan asked with concern. Little Han? You're here too. Are we really fine? Xianxia gradually regained consciousness. Only then did she feel as if she was really alive. However, she had clearly consumed a deadly poison. How could she still be alive? Chen Xiaohan smiled faintly and said, You're fine, we're also fine. It's great that you're awake. In order to wake you up, Lu Xian had been running around for nearly a month. Realizing that she was really still alive, Xianxia could not help but feel a trace of joy in her heart. No one wanted to die. Lu Xian, thank you very much. I thought I was going to die. Xianxia revealed a grateful smile as she held Lu Xian's hand and said. Lu Xian shook his head and said, What are you thanking me for? I had to save you no matter what. Let's not talk too much. It's good that you're awake. Feel your body and see if there are any problems. Xianxia obediently nodded. Then she sat up and began to examine her own situation. Although she had been unconscious for so long, she had successfully fused with a drop of Ice Phoenix blood essence. Unexpectedly, she didn't feel weak at all. After a careful examination, Xianxia opened her eyes in surprise. Lu Xian, why do I feel like I've suddenly become stronger? It's like my body is filled with great power. You fused with a drop of Ice Phoenix blood essence. Now that you have the Ice Phoenix bloodline, you naturally feel incomparably powerful. The Ice Phoenix bloodline has many magical uses. In the future, you will slowly feel it when you cultivate. I hope you don't waste this bloodline. A cold voice was heard. It was Bing Ling. She had already returned to the longsword on the stone platform. After all, she needed to use her origin power to maintain her body, which consumed a lot of energy. This is Senior Bing Ling. The Ice Phoenix blood essence that you fused with was given to you by Senior Bing Ling, Lu Xian explained to Xianxia. Hearing this, Xianxia immediately stood up and slightly bowed to Bing Ling. Thank you for saving my life, Senior Bing Ling. Bing Ling shook her head and said, No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Lu Xian. The Ice Phoenix blood essence was obtained by him. He was the one who gave it to you. Lu Xian, what's going on? Why do I feel like a lot of things happened after I took the poison? Xianxia was in a completely confused state. Where is this place? What's going on with the Ice Phoenix blood essence? I clearly took the poison, but I'm still alive. Lu Xian smiled and said, Indeed, a lot of things happened. I'll tell you slowly. Immediately, Lu Xian told the story from when he met Xianxia and Kong Wenbin. He killed Qing Hong, ran into the pursuers. And Kong Wenbin sacrificed himself to stop them. He talked about how he and Chen Xiaohan were forced into the ice cave by the profound ice current. Even though Lu Xian tried his best to make it short, it still took him a lot of time to finish. I didn't expect Senior Brother Kong to use his life to save us. It seems that I misunderstood him. Unfortunately, he's already dead. I can't thank him. Xianxia said with some emotion. No matter what he did in the past, at least in the last moment of his life, he was worthy of my respect. Lu Xian nodded lightly. To a certain extent, Kong Wenbin could be counted as his savior. At that time, Lu Xian was not Han Feng's opponent at all. Without talking about Kong Wenbin, Xianxia looked at Lu Xian and said, "You got the Ice Phoenix blood essence by passing Senior Ice Phoenix's test. Why did you use such a precious treasure to save me? If you fuse with it, you'll be able to cultivate the profound Ice Heart Sutra and the Ninth Heaven Sword Art with twice the results with half the effort." However, Lu Xian didn't care and said, "As long as it can save you, a drop of Ice Phoenix blood essence is nothing." Hearing this, Xiaoqianxi's heart immediately warmed. She looked at Lu Xian with an increasingly gentle gaze. She already had a good impression of Lu Xian. If she didn't know that Lu Xian was engaged to Lin Sini, she would have already confessed her feelings to Lu Xian. Now, in order to save her, Lu Xian not only fed her his blood to save her life, he was even willing to give her a treasure like the Ice Phoenix blood essence. How could Xiaoqianxi not be touched by this friendship? Qin Shaohan, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly sighed in her heart when she saw Xiaoqianxi's gaze. It's over, it's over. Qianxi has really fallen for Lu Xian this time. Why does Lu Xian have so many love debts? However, this time, she didn't show any jealousy. Anyway, she had set her mind on Lu Xian. As long as there was a place for her in Lu Xian's heart, it was enough. Moreover, now that Lu Xian already had Lin Sini and Zhao Binger, even if there was another Xiaoqianxi, it wouldn't be unacceptable. She didn't want to be jealous anymore, otherwise, she would be jealous to death. At this moment, Lu Xian turned to Bing Ling and asked, "Senior Bing Ling, I want Qianxi to cultivate the Ice Heart Sutra and the Phoenix Soaring Ninth Heaven Sword Art. Is that okay? Since it's already yours, it's up to you to decide. Moreover, she hasn't lost her primordial yin, and her bone structure is also excellent. Although it's not as good as you and Zhao Binger, it's not bad either. Now that she has merged with the Ice Phoenix's blood essence, cultivating the Ice Heart Sutra is the best choice," Bing Ling said. Hearing that Bing Ling hadn't lost her primordial yin, Lu Xian said a little awkwardly, "Binger's primordial yin is gone. Will it affect her future cultivation?" Bing Ling immediately glared at Lu Xian. Zhao Binger's primordial yin was obviously given to this guy. After thinking for a while, she said, "If it was given to someone else, it would definitely affect her cultivation. But if it was given to you, it might not be a bad thing. You have the Azure Dragon's blood in your body, and she also has a trace of the Ice Phoenix's blood in her body. Hee, that's good. We can do it a few more times in the future." Lu Xian laughed shamelessly. "Lu Xian, you are so proud of yourself." Qin Shaohan pinched Lu Xian's waist with her small hand. Saying such shameful things in front of them was really asking for a lesson. Lu Xian groaned in his heart, but he could only endure the pain coming from his waist. Who asked him to be so shameless? Bing Ling pretended not to notice Qin Shaohan's actions. Although she hadn't been in contact with Lu Xian for a long time, she could clearly tell from their conversation that Lu Xian had many women. As a woman, she naturally liked men who were loyal to one man. Even though Bing Ling was only an artifact spirit, she was still a woman. After watching Lu Xian and the others fooling around for a while, Bing Ling said, "Since there's nothing to worry about, Lu Xian, you should prepare to fuse with the Azure Dragon's blood essence. After that, you have to condense the divine rune. Based on your current situation, if you want to completely heal your internal injuries, you have to condense the 9 divine rune. There are many spiritual materials here, the two of them can use them as they please." He didn't expect Bing Ling to be so generous. This made Lu Xian extremely happy. He didn't waste any more time. There were only about 2 months left in the Profound Ice Secret Realm. He had to make the best use of his time. Behind the stone door on the left, there are all kinds of ice attribute spiritual materials, including all kinds of ores and medicinal herbs. Condensing the divine rune is a must. Behind the stone door on the right, there are a large number of ice attribute yuan stones. You can take advantage of this opportunity to increase your cultivation level. Your cultivation level is too low. After you increase your cultivation level, you will be safer in the future," Bing Ling said. She didn't want to meet a person who had inherited the Ice Phoenix's inheritance, only to die halfway. Naturally, she hoped that Lu Xian would grow stronger. I will start preparing now. Lu Xian nodded. Go, if there's anything, just call me. After saying that, the ice spirit disappeared again. It was obvious that she had returned to her original body, which was the long sword that was stabbed into the ice platform. Looking at the sword, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a little envious. He didn't know what grade of weapon it was, but it could actually produce such a powerful artifact spirit. It should be the weapon that the Ice Phoenix used in the past. It should be at least a heaven-ranked artifact. If the Ice Spirit knew what Lu Xian was thinking, it would probably give Lu Xian a good beating. This was the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword used by the Ice Phoenix in the past. It had already reached the level of a spiritual weapon. How could a mere treasure weapon compare to it? However, Lu Xian was not to be blamed. After all, his horizons were limited. A high-grade human steppe treasure, the shattered ice sword, was extremely precious to him. It was only natural for him to think that a heaven steppe treasure was the most powerful one. As the ice spirit returned to its body, only Lu Xian and the other two were left in the ice room. Without hesitation, Lu Xian led the other two and directly pushed open the stone door on the right. This place was full of treasures. How could they be polite? Previously, through the stone door, Lu Xian could feel a powerful fluctuation of yuan power coming from behind it. Now, as he pushed open the stone door, an incomparably rich aura of yuan power instantly spread out. At this moment, the three of them seemed to be in an ocean of yuan power. Endless yuan power, without needing to be absorbed, automatically poured into their bodies. With every breath they took, they felt as if they were inhaling a large amount of yuan power. This place is simply a martial artist's paradise. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Previously, in the ice room, she felt that the concentration of yuan power was countless times higher than the outside world. But when she entered here, she discovered that compared to here, the concentration of yuan power in the ice room was nothing. Lu Xian could not help but nod his head. This was too shocking for him. Putting aside the fact that there were a large number of primordial stones here, just the primordial force in the air alone was enough to make this place a precious place for cultivation. Of course, the primordial qi was emitted by the primordial stones. Therefore, the real treasure was the primordial stones. This stone room wasn't big, but almost half of it was scattered with countless yuan stones. These yuan stones were not uniform. Some were big, some were small. Obviously, they hadn't been cut. It seems that these yuan stones came from those powerful profound ice demons. Their bodies were condensed to the extreme, turning into pure yuan stones. Some of the bodies of the mystic ice demons he killed before had already been turned into primal stones. However, the grade of the primal stones was not high, being only at the level of mid-grade primal stones. The most condensed parts of the primal stones were only at the level of high-grade primal stones. Lu Xian, look. The source stones in the deepest part are all supreme-grade source stones. Qin Xiaohan's eyes were sharp. She directly glanced at the innermost part of the stone chamber. The primordial stones scattered there were obviously darker in color. They were the best grade primordial stones. Looking in the direction of Qin Xiaohan's finger, Lu Xian was even more shocked. There were so many primal stones, at least 1,000 of them. This was a huge treasure trove. A single top-grade primal stone was enough to enter the profound ice pavilion. The value of over 1,000 top-grade primal stones was simply unimaginable. The three of them hurriedly walked over. Looking at the densely packed top-grade primal stones, they felt as if they were in a dream. They had never thought that they would be able to see so many top-grade primal stones with their own eyes. They could only imagine it in their dreams. Hey, there is some liquid here. It is also emitting a strong yuan qi fluctuation. Could it be the legendary yuan liquid? Xianxia discovered that there was an uneven piece of top-grade primal stone in front of her, and there was some liquid scattered on top of it. It really is yuan liquid. This is a priceless treasure. It is much more precious than a top-grade primal stone. Lu Xian rushed over to take a look and instantly recognized it. Just before, he had drunk a small bottle of yuan liquid. He didn't expect that this stone chamber would also have it. Lu Xian quickly took out a jade bottle and carefully poured all the yuan liquid on this piece of primal stone into the jade bottle. The effect of yuan liquid was stronger than that of a top-grade primal stone. Whether it was used to break through realms or to restore strength in battle, it was extremely practical. Lu Xian continued to search for the liquefied elemental energy as he said, "Don't move around recklessly. Let's see if there's any liquefied elemental energy nearby. Let's collect them first." Yuan liquid was something that could only be produced in large primal stone veins that were very rich in yuan qi. Although the stone chamber was not a natural primal stone vein, it could be regarded as a man-made vein. Moreover, it was a very high-quality vein. In a normal primal stone vein, there would not be so many top-grade primal stones, let alone yuan liquid. Under the search of the three people, the remaining yuan liquid was collected by Lu Xian one after another. In total, he had collected 10 full bottles of yuan liquid. Each bottle was equivalent to twice the small bottle that Lu Xian drank before. "Lu Xian, come over and take a look. What is this sticky thing? It's neither primordial stones nor liquefied elemental essence." Qin Shaohan made a new discovery and immediately called Lu Xian over. The thing that Qin Shaohan pointed at was a gelatinous mass. It was not as hard as a primordial stone, but it was not liquid like a liquefied elemental liquid either. Lu Xian suddenly had a guess. "I'm afraid this is yuan essence." Lu Xian suppressed the surprise in his heart and continued, "The most common resource that we use is primal stone, but there are many impurities in primal stone. We can only absorb the yuan qi contained in the primal stone. Next is yuan liquid. Yuan liquid is made up of pure yuan qi and does not have many impurities. The yuan qi contained in yuan liquid is also much more than that of primal stone. However, when the yuan qi contained in yuan liquid reaches a certain concentration, it will turn into a semi-solid substance. This is what we see now, commonly known as yuan essence." After listening to Lu Xian's long explanation, Qin Shaohan directly asked, "In other words, this thing is even more precious than yuan liquid?" Lu Xian nodded without hesitation and said, "Of course. Don't be fooled by the small amount of yuan essence. In terms of value, it is completely comparable to our 10 small bottles of yuan liquid." Qin Shaohan did not care about that. She only needed to know that this thing was valuable. After hearing Lu Xian's words, she immediately gulped and said, "We've really struck it rich this time. I wonder if we can take these things away." Qin Shaohan seemed to have instantly transformed into a little miser. She could not wait to take all these things away. However, it was not only her. Even Lu Xian and Xianxia were a little restless. Xianxia suddenly turned her head and said to Lu Xian, "Lu Xian, later on, talk to Senior Ice Spirit and see if you can take a portion of it away. You only need to take a portion and the first place in the Profound Ice secret territory will definitely be yours. At that time, you can directly become a direct disciple of Profound Ice Pavilion. That Han Feng will definitely not dare to have any ideas about you anymore." After hearing this, a confident smile flashed across Lu Xian's eyes and he said, "With so many resources for my cultivation, even if I don't become a direct disciple, I am not afraid of Han Feng finding trouble with me. At that time, the winner and loser will not be determined." When he was at the first tier of the spirit refinement realm, he was able to fight head-on with Han Feng without being defeated. Now that he was at the second tier of the spirit refinement realm, he would probably be able to fight evenly with Han Feng. He only needed to increase his cultivation level by one small level and he should have the ability to defeat Han Feng. Of course, there was also the possibility of Han Feng breaking through. Once Han Feng broke through, he would be at the 7th tier of the spirit refinement realm, a true late-stage spirit refinement realm. His battle strength would increase greatly. Thinking of this, Lu Xian did not delay any longer and said, "There are still 2 months before the Profound Ice secret territory ends. During this period of time, we will stay here and cultivate properly. After we leave, there will be no more places like this. Put away the yuan liquid and yuan essence, we will use these yuan stones to cultivate." After hearing this, the two girls nodded. Xianxia was a martial artist and naturally needed yuan force to cultivate. Although Qin Shaohan was a soul talisman master, her forging soul method also needed to use yuan force to forge the soul. After the three of them looked at each other, they sat down with their legs crossed. There was an endless amount of yuan stones around them, allowing them to use them. "Xianxia, use your original cultivation method to break through to the spirit refinement realm first. After you break through to the spirit refinement realm, don't be in a hurry to condense your natal yuan force. Change to the Profound Ice Heart Sutra, Lu Xian advised. Since Xianxia had already merged with a drop of Ice Phoenix's blood essence, cultivating the Profound Ice Heart Sutra would be twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, the Profound Ice Heart Sutra was a heaven-class cultivation method. Compared to normal cultivation methods, it was much stronger. Even if the Profound Ice Pavilion only had the first 3 stages of the Profound Ice Heart Sutra, it was not allowed to be taught to non-core disciples. It could be seen how much importance the Profound Ice Pavilion placed on the Profound Ice Heart Sutra. I'll listen to you. Xianxia smiled at Lu Xian and nodded obediently. This made Lu Xian a little absent-minded. After merging with the Ice Phoenix's blood essence, Xianxia's entire temperament had changed. She was already extremely beautiful, and now she was even more beautiful than Zhao Bing. Lu Xian shook his head and threw away the charming thoughts in his mind. Then, he made a copy of the Profound Ice Heart Sutra that Bing Ling had given him and gave it to Xianxia. After doing all this, Lu Xian took a deep breath and took out an exquisite jade bottle. In this jade bottle, there were 3 drops of extremely precious Azure Dragon's blood essence. Not in a hurry to merge with the 3 drops of Azure Dragon's blood essence, Lu Xian first operated the Tai Return to Origin skill and raised his condition to the peak. Previously, when he merged with the drop of Azure Dragon's blood essence, Lu Xian still had a lingering fear in his heart. Although he was no longer the same as before, and even possessed a trace of Azure Dragon's blood, he still did not dare to be careless. Holding the 2 supreme-grade primordial stones in his hand, Lu Xian constantly absorbed pure yuan power from them. When the 2 supreme-grade primordial stones were mostly absorbed, Lu Xian opened his eyes. Now, his essence, qi and spirit had been raised to the peak. It was time to merge with the Azure Dragon's blood essence. Picking up the jade bottle beside him, Lu Xian directly opened the stopper. In an instant, 3 rays of red light burst out like 3 small dragons. Lu Xian had already expected this. Yuan power swept out and instantly bound the 3 drops of blood essence. Without any hesitation, he pressed them between his eyebrows. The 3 drops of blood essence were still struggling, but it was all in vain. Helpless, they could only obediently enter Lu Xian's body. As the blood essence entered his body, the power of Lu Xian's bloodline was immediately activated. Currently, Lu Xian's bloodline had already merged with the Azure Dragon's blood essence and the Ice Phoenix's blood essence. The 2 divine beasts' blood essence did not conflict with each other. Instead, they smoothly merged together, causing the power of his bloodline to rise to another level. Originally, Lu Xian thought that he would have to go through another ordeal to fuse with the 3 drops of Azure Dragon Essence blood. However, the reality far exceeded his expectations. As the 3 drops of Azure Dragon Essence blood entered Lu Xian's body, the moment they came into contact with Lu Xian's bloodline, they automatically started to fuse with him. Although the speed was not fast, at least the 3 drops of essence blood did not cause any trouble. It was only a matter of time before they completely fused with Lu Xian's bloodline. Lu Xian thought to himself, I assimilated the Azure Dragon Essence so smoothly. It seems that it's because I already have a sliver of the Azure Dragon bloodline in me that it won't clash with the Azure Dragon Essence. It's a pity that the power of my bloodline is still too weak. Otherwise, the assimilation would have been even faster. Immediately, he continued to circulate the Tai regression technique. At the same time, he continuously absorbed the yuan qi from the peak-grade yuan stones so that the Azure Dragon Essence blood could fuse with him faster. The 3 drops of powerful Azure Dragon Essence blood continuously fused with Lu Xian's bloodline. His aura unknowingly rose and a formless energy immediately enveloped Lu Xian's surroundings. Chen Xiaohan and Xianxia, who were cultivating, were quickly startled awake by this energy and came out of their cultivation state. The 2 of them exchanged glances before Xianxia praised, what a strong aura. It seems that Lu Xian's strength has increased tremendously after fusing with the 3 drops of Azure Dragon Essence blood. Chen Xiaohan nodded her head gently, that's right. Back then, he only fused with 1 drop of Azure Dragon Essence blood and was already able to display such great strength. Now that he has fused with 3 drops of Essence blood, there will likely be a qualitative change. It seems that we cannot slack off. Otherwise, we will only be a burden to him in the future, Xianxia said firmly as she looked at Lu Xian with a gentle gaze. Chen Xiaohan agreed with this statement. Although she was already working hard to catch up, Lu Xian's improvement was simply too fast. The two of them sat down at a spot a distance away from Lu Xian and continued cultivating. Lu Xian's aura was too strong. Anyone near him could not cultivate at all. Time slowly passed. The 3 drops of azure dragon essence blood continuously permeated Lu Xian's bloodline. Fusing with the divine beast essence blood was not just a matter of blood. It could also completely change Lu Xian's bloodline. Even though all of Lu Xian's blood had been drained, the next blood he produced contained the power of the azure dragon essence blood. This was the power of the bloodline. This was the power of the bloodline. After fusing with 3 drops of azure dragon essence blood, Lu Xian's bloodline was much stronger than before. After a full day and night, the 3 drops of azure dragon essence blood were finally completely fused with Lu Xian. Lu Xian's tightly shut eyes opened and a terrifying light flashed in them. I've finally fused completely. The power of the bloodline is indeed incomparably strong. Lu Xian checked the state of his body and could not help but exclaim in joy. After fusing with the 3 drops of azure dragon essence blood, Lu Xian felt that his body was filled with boundless power. If he were to use the 7 dragon transformation swords now, his power would increase by at least 30%. If he were to fight against Han Feng now, he would be able to put up a fight just by relying on the 7 dragon transformation swords. There was no need for him to use unity of heaven and man. After that, Lu Xian checked the internal injuries in his body. These internal injuries were left behind by using 2 forbidden techniques. Ordinary elixirs would not be able to heal them. However, with the help of the 3 drops of azure dragon essence blood, they were more or less healed. When they sensed that Lu Xian's aura had disappeared, Xianxia and Xianxia, who were cultivating, woke up again. Lu Xian, is the fusion successful? Xianxia asked. Yes, you two continue to cultivate here. I'm going to prepare to temper my body. This time, I have to heal all the internal injuries in my body. Lu Xian nodded and said. You said that the path of tempering the body is very dangerous. Will there be any problems? Xianxia was a little worried. Previously, Lu Xian had given them a simple introduction to the body tempering system, especially the exploding acupoint opening technique. It sounded a little shocking. No matter how dangerous it is, I have to give it a try. If I can't completely heal my internal injuries, it will be increasingly difficult for me to walk the path of martial arts in the future. Lu Xian said firmly. If his goal was only to stand out in the profound ice pavilion, perhaps these internal injuries would not matter. But since he knew about the existence of the heaven region from Bingling, as a martial artist, how could he not yearn for it? If he wanted to go to the heaven region, he had to at least reach the peak of the Sky Sword continent. The origin realm was not his goal at all. I believe in you. I will wait for you here. Xianxia smiled. Ever since she was forcefully pulled back from the hands of the Grim Reaper by Lu Xian, her attitude towards Lu Xian had obviously changed. She no longer had so many scruples and only cherished what she wanted to cherish. How's your cultivation? Lu Xian rubbed his nose and smiled. He felt good about Xianxia's change in attitude. I'm about to break through to the middle stage of the 10th level of body tempering. With so many resources for me to use, I should be able to break through to the spirit refinement realm before the profound ice hidden domain ends. Speaking of her cultivation progress, Xianxia couldn't help but be happy. After successfully integrating a drop of Ice Phoenix blood essence, she felt that her affinity with Ice attribute essence force was getting higher and higher. Her innate talent was already extraordinary, so naturally, she was even more outstanding. That's good. After you reach the spirit refinement realm, remember to change to the profound Ice Heart Sutra. Lu Xian reminded her and then said to Xianxia, Xiaohan, do you want to follow me to the other stone room? Is there anything? Xiaohan asked doubtfully. Her face immediately turned red and she secretly cursed in her heart. Could this guy be up to no good? Fortunately, Lu Xian didn't have such thoughts now. Xiaohan guessed wrongly. She only heard Lu Xian say, there are all kinds of spiritual materials in that stone door. Maybe there are some that can strengthen soul force. If you can find some spiritual materials, it will be of great benefit to you. That's good. Let's hurry over and take a look. If my soul force can be improved a little, maybe I can become a 5-star talisman master. Chen Xiaohan said with slight excitement. A 5-star talisman master was enough to dominate the Wind Sword School. Her father, Chen Mo, was only a 5-star talisman master. Of course, Chen Mo had already reached the peak of 5-star talisman master and could advance to 6-star talisman master at any time. It was far from what a 5-star talisman master could compare with. The two went straight out of the stone room filled with yuan stones and pushed open the stone door at the side. After pushing open the door, a similar wave of yuan qi rushed over. The concentration of yuan qi was actually not the slightest bit inferior to the previous stone room. Wow, so many spiritual herbs. Chen Xiaohan couldn't help but exclaim as her gaze swept across the stone room. This stone room was much bigger than the previous one because there were countless spiritual herbs growing here. At a glance, all kinds of rare and precious herbs were everywhere. There were at least a dozen stalks of the profound ice jade leaf lotus that Lu Xian had painstakingly searched for. Furthermore, the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus was not the most valuable of all. Lu Xian saw at least 3 other spirit medicines that were more valuable than the mysterious ice jade leaf lotus. For example, the Heaven Water Fairy Vine. According to the contribution point exchange list provided by the Mysterious Ice Pavilion, 1 inch of it was equivalent to 10,000 contribution points, which was equivalent to the price of a supreme-grade primal stone. And that Heaven Water Fairy Vine was actually 3 feet long. In other words, just this Heavenly Water Fairy Vine alone was worth 100 top-grade yuan stones. Other than the Heavenly Water Fairy Vine, there was also a stalk of frost mystical ginseng that was not inferior to the Heavenly Water Fairy Vine. A normal frost mystical ginseng that was 3 inches long was already extraordinary, but this stalk of frost mystical ginseng was nearly 10 inches long. If Lu Xian had not seen it with his own eyes, it would be really hard to believe that a stalk of frost mystical ginseng could grow to such a size. Of course, this also had to do with the environment of the profound ice mystic realm. The concentration of yuan qi was extremely high, and no one harvested it at all, allowing it to grow freely. Who knew how many years it took for it to grow to this extent? It's a pity that we don't have anyone here who knows how to refine medicine. If we could refine all these spiritual herbs into elixirs, the value would be unimaginable. Lu Xian said as he looked at the spiritual herbs in the room. Later, you can discuss with Senior Bing Ling and see if we can bring some out. We don't need a lot, just a few stalks to bring back, and we'll be rich, Chen Xiaohan said excitedly. Lu Xian smiled. Regardless of whether they could bring them out or not, since they were here, they naturally had to eat to their heart's content. Xiaohan, eat that stalk of frost mystical ginseng later. Once you digest the medicinal power of this stalk of frost mystical ginseng, there will be no problem for you to become a 5-star spiritual talisman master. Lu Xian said as he pointed to the only stalk of frost mystical ginseng. Hearing this, Chen Xiaohan could not help but swallow her saliva and murmured, "Isn't this too wasteful? This stalk of frost mystical ginseng is worth more than 100 primordial stones." She wanted to eat it, but she was somewhat reluctant. After all, the value of these things was too high. If she took it out, she was afraid that countless big forces would fight over it. Although a stalk of frost mystical ginseng could not bring the dead back to life, it would definitely have a miraculous effect on some dying martial artists. What's there to be afraid of? There are many good things. Using it to increase one's strength is the most important thing. Moreover, Senior Bing Ling said that we can use it as we wish. Anyway, I don't think she will need it, Lu Xian said confidently. However, if Bing Ling knew that Lu Xian called her an old lady, she was afraid that she would immediately drive Lu Xian out. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chen Xiaohan nodded. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and directly harvested the stalk of frost mystical ginseng. As Chen Xiaohan harvested the frost mystical ginseng, Lu Xian did not stand on ceremony and directly took the celestial water fairy vine. However, he needed more than one celestial water fairy vine. If he wanted to condense divine runes, he would need to consume a lot of resources. Xiaohan, go over there and cultivate. Stay away from me, I'm preparing to temper my body. Lu Xian said as he pointed to a place against the wall. He was afraid that there would be any danger that would affect Chen Xiaohan. Chen Xiaohan nodded her head. A stalk of frost mystical ginseng was already sufficient for her. If she wanted to consume the medicinal energy within it, she would need a lot of time. After Qin Shaohan sat down, Lu Xian plucked a few stalks of powerful spiritual herbs. These things were incomparably precious in the outside world, but in front of Lu Xian, they were like cabbages that could be found everywhere. Before condensing the divine runes, he still needed to break through his acupuncture points. He needed the assistance of spiritual herbs, otherwise, there was a high possibility that his acupuncture points would collapse. Facing such an important matter, Lu Xian had no choice but to be careful. Lu Xian only stopped after selecting a lot of precious elixirs in one breath. If he wanted to condense the 9 divine rune, he must first open all the acupoints related to the 9 divine rune. Although Lu Xian had now opened 45 acupoints, including 27 fatal acupoints, he hadn't opened all the acupoints needed to condense the 9 divine rune. So the first thing Lu Xian had to do was to use the exploding acupoint opening method to open all the relevant acupoints. This was undoubtedly extremely difficult. Almost all the cultivators who cultivated both body and mind were stuck at this step. Many martial artists were afraid of the danger or did not have enough resources, so they stopped at this step. Fortunately, Lu Xian's luck was excellent. There were enough resources for him to use. Not to mention opening all the 5 major divine runes, Lu Xian still had a certain degree of confidence in opening the 9 divine rune. This time, the elixirs Lu Xian selected were all extremely powerful. Only with the support of strong medicinal efficacy could Lu Xian be able to stabilize the acupoints at the moment of bursting and buy himself enough time to open the acupoints. Lu Xian then sat down with his legs crossed after putting the herbs he had picked out to the side. He immersed his mind into his body, and the Tai primordial harmony skill began to work naturally. At the same time, the body training method of the Tai primordial harmony skill appeared clearly in his mind. The 5 basic divine runes are Gengjin, 9 water, 9 earth, 9 fire, and 2 wood, which correspond to the 5 internal organs of the human body. The 5 internal organs are the heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney. The heart is fire, the liver is wood, the spleen is earth, the lung is metal, and the kidney is water. If I want to condense the 9 divine rune, I must open all the acupoints related to the kidney, a total of 36 acupoints. Among the 36 acupoints, there are 4 major acupoints and 32 minor acupoints. Of the 4 major acupoints, one is the lower dantian, the second is the Yongquan acupoint, the third is the Xianxia acupoint, and the fourth is the Yaoyan acupoint. These 4 acupoints are the most important. If one of them is not opened, it will be impossible to successfully condense the 9 divine rune. Lu Xian recalled the body refining technique. Under the guidance of the Tai origin technique, the Yuan Qi in his body suddenly wandered in his body and accurately pointed out the positions of the 36 acupoints. Among the 36 acupoints, Lu Xian had not opened many of the 32 minor acupoints. Among the 4 major acupoints, Lu Xian had already opened 2, the lower dantian and Yongquan acupoints. This undoubtedly greatly reduced the difficulty for Lu Xian. After all, opening the major acupoints was far more difficult and dangerous than the ordinary of the minor points. Then I should start with the Xianxia acupoint. Lu of Shin acupoints. The Xianxia acupoint was located an inch on either side of the 2nd and 3rd lumbar vertebrae. This acupoint had a huge impact on the kidneys. If it was struck, it would directly impact the kidneys, injuring the qi and causing paraplegia. Even for an ordinary person, this was an extremely important acupoint. Divine of Xian was not in a hurry to open the acupoint. Before doing so, he must first consume an elixir and use its medicinal power to maintain the stability of the acupoint. Otherwise, if anything went wrong, the acupoint would immediately collapse. Lu Xian casually picked up an elixir beside him and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing it, he swallowed it. His method of consuming elixir was undoubtedly a waste of medicinal power. However, the effect was excellent. It was even better than directly consuming elixirs. No matter how good an elixir was, there would still be elixir toxins. Consuming pure elixirs directly would not have any. After consuming the elixir, Lu Xian continued to operate the Tai origin technique. While adjusting his condition, he waited for the effect of the elixir to take effect. In less than 10 minutes, a trace of extremely comfortable heat was produced between Lu Xian's chest and abdomen. The effect of the elixir had already begun to take effect. Lu Xian took a deep breath. He was a little nervous. After all, this was the first time he had used the exploding acupoint opening technique. If he failed, the consequences would be unthinkable. However, since things had come to this, he had no other choice. Whether it was to cultivate his physique or to heal his internal injuries, Lu Xian had to do this. After a slight hesitation, Lu Xian quickly mobilized the Tai force in his body. At the same time, he wrapped a portion of the elixir and began to concentrate it near the Xianxia acupoint. After a slight hesitation, Lu Xian no longer hesitated. There were no shortcuts in the path of martial arts. To succeed, one must take risks. The powerful Tai force was instantly mobilized by Lu Xian without reservation. It suddenly blasted the Xianxia acupoint. It was as if a soundless explosion was heard within Lu Xian's body. The Xianxia acupoint had been blasted open by Lu Xian right there and then. At that moment, countless cracks appeared on the acupoint, which was originally very intact. It looked like it would collapse at any moment. Now was the time. With a spurt of energy, Lu Xian frantically channeled the Tai force into the Xianxia acupoint. Only by channeling his yuan power into it could he truly control this acupoint. As Lu Xian forcefully broke through the acupoint, the already cracked acupoint became even more unbearable. It swayed as if it could collapse at any time. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. Lu Xian could only walk this path to the end. Fortunately, at this moment, the elixir finally took effect. The powerful elixir forcefully stabilized the acupoint and continuously repaired the cracks on it. For a time, the acupoint was stable. Soon after, Lu Xian's yuan power had already successfully channeled into the Xianxia acupoint. At this moment, he did not dare to mess around anymore. He no longer forcefully tried to break through the acupoint. Instead, he began to circulate his yuan power and actively repaired the nearly broken acupoint. Under the dual restoration of yuan power and elixir, the entire acupoint was repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, the cracks on the acupoint began to heal. It was only a matter of time before the acupoint returned to its original state. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian finally heaved a sigh of relief. The bursting of the acupoint should be considered a success. At least there were no mistakes. The first bursting of the acupoint was the most dangerous. After all, there was no prior experience. Now that Lu Xian's yuan power could freely enter and exit the Xianxia acupoint, this acupoint had been successfully broken through. He only needed to wait for the acupoint to be repaired. Looks like this bursting acupoint opening technique is not as dangerous as I imagined. Lu Xian thought to himself, come to think of it, this is the experience of countless sages. As long as there is a powerful elixir to help stabilize the acupoint, it will not be a problem to endure through the most dangerous period. However, Lu Xian was taking things for granted. Just because he was able to succeed in bursting his acupoints did not mean that others would be able to do the same. The advantages that he possessed were not something that ordinary martial artists could compare to. First of all, Lu Xian had already successfully fused with 4 drops of Azure Dragon Essence blood and 1 drop of Ice Phoenix Essence blood. His recovery ability was incomparably strong. In addition, he cultivated the Tai Return to Origin technique, which produced a powerful Tai force within his body. His recovery ability was countless times stronger than ordinary life force. Compared to these advantages, the elixir Lu Xian consumed could only be ranked at the bottom. Everyone could obtain elixirs, but bloodline power and a powerful cultivation technique like the Tai Return to Origin technique were extremely difficult to obtain, let alone Lu Xian who had both. Looking at the entire Skysword continent, there might not be a single person who cultivated both body and mind. Even in the celestial realm, those who dared to cultivate both body and mind were all outstanding geniuses from various sects and holy lands. Lu Xian could be considered as a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. He did not know how difficult it was. Of course, in terms of talent and opportunities, Lu Xian was not inferior to those geniuses. Lu Xian kept an eye on the condition of his Xianxia acupoint as he continued to operate his cultivation method. After about half an hour, the Xianxia acupoint was completely repaired, and his first attempt to break through the acupoint was a complete success. This success also gave Lucian a lot of confidence. 3 of the 4 major acupoints had been broken. Next, he only needed to break the Yaoyan acupoint, and the 4 major acupoints for condensing the 9 divine glyph would all be broken. The following minor acupoints would be even easier to break. Sensing that the efficacy of the elixirs he had consumed before had not been completely consumed, Lucian did not delay any longer. Circulating his yuan power, he quickly locked onto the location of the Yaoyan acupoint. Although there were many elixirs here, Lucian did not want to waste them too much. Taking advantage of the fact that the efficacy of the elixirs had not been completely consumed, he prepared to break the Yaoyan acupoint in one go. Under Lucian's control, a stream of Tai force wrapped in a portion of the medicinal efficacy slowly came to the Yaoyan acupoint. The Yaoyan acupoint was located 3 to 4 inches to the left and right of the spine of the 4th lumbar vertebra. The Yaoyan acupoint was equivalent to the kidney. Although it was not as important as the kidney meridian acupoint, it could not be ignored. At least, if Lucian wanted to condense the 9 divine glyph, this was a hurdle that he had to overcome. With his previous experience of success, he was relatively more relaxed this time. After a little preparation, the powerful power of Tai rushed out and blasted right at the Yaoyan acupoint. At the moment the Yaoyan acupoint was broken, the efficacy of the elixirs and Lucian's own recovery ability worked at the same time, stabilizing the acupoint again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lucian infused his yuan power into the acupoint with ease. Once again, the Yaoyan acupoint was under his control, and then he began to repair it step by step. Exploding acupoints and opening orifices seems to be quite easy. Lucian thought to himself with some pride. Although he did not know the various reasons that led to him being able to succeed so easily, there was no doubt that it had greatly boosted his confidence and strengthened his idea of cultivating both his mind and body at the same time. He still remembered the description of an expert at the peak of the body refining stage in the Tai integration technique. When the 9-star divine glyph was condensed, the power of one punch could break the sky, the power of one kick could destroy the earth, the soul could not die, and the body could not be destroyed. This realm was really something that people yearned for. Although it was certainly not easy, as long as there was a chance, Lucian would not give up. After breaking through 2 major acupoints in a row, the efficacy of the elixirs that Lucian had taken before was almost fully activated. Picking up another elixir and putting it in his mouth, Lucian continued to wait for the efficacy to take effect. After all, there were still 32 small acupoints waiting for him to break through. Lucian looked at the 32 small acupoints and found that he had only broken through one of them. After all, he had mainly used it to break through the major acupoints, such as the fatal and vital acupoints. Fortunately, Lucian had the experience of exploding his acupoints twice, so it wouldn't be too much of a problem for him to break through these minor acupoints. Time passed quickly. One by one, Lucian consumed the herbs. Even the precious celestial aqua vine was eaten by Lucian inch by inch. It was indeed worthy of being a top-grade spiritual herb. It was full of fragrance without the slightest bitterness. After nearly a day and a night, Lucian continuously broke through his acupoints and finally broke through all 32 minor acupoints. Although it sounded simple, it wouldn't have been so easy to succeed without the assistance of so many precious spiritual herbs. Slowly opening his eyes, Lucian glanced at Xianxia beside him. She was still focused on cultivating the soul-tempering method to strengthen her soul force. She had already consumed a small portion of the frost wonder ginseng beside her. Lucian didn't disturb her. He stood up and continued to look for spiritual materials. Now that I've broken through 36 acupoints, I already have the conditions to condense the 9 divine rune. However, I still need to find the corresponding spiritual materials to condense the divine rune, Lucian thought silently. The physique tempering lineage was different from the spirit tempering lineage. The spirit tempering lineage required primordial stones, but the physique tempering lineage didn't. The physique tempering lineage required a variety of ores, from which the corresponding essence could be extracted to form a divine rune in the body. The higher the star of the divine rune, the more essence was needed, and naturally, more precious ores were needed. The physique tempering technique in the Tai origin conversion technique was right. If one didn't have enough resources, there was no need to consider physique tempering lineage. The spirit-tempering lineage could also absorb yuan qi from heaven and earth. However, if a physique-tempering lineage didn't have enough resources, it would be difficult for him to advance on the path of cultivation. Fortunately, there were plenty of spiritual materials in this stone chamber apart from the endless number of spiritual herbs. Lu Xian soon found a place to store spiritual materials in the stone chamber. A rather messy pile of ores appeared before Lu Xian's eyes. All of them were dazzling like crystals, and they seemed extremely gorgeous when piled together. These ores were exactly what Lu Xian required to condense the ninth water divine crest, and they were called ice crystals. These ice crystals should be enough to condense a 1-star 9 water divine rune, but they're far from enough to condense a 2-star 9 water divine rune. Lu Xian slowly shook his head. Every time a divine imprint was raised by 1 star, the amount of elemental essence required would multiply or even increase by 10 times. The grade of the ores required would naturally also increase. Ice crystals could also be considered a pretty good ore. In the outside world, they could be used to forge weapons and armors that weren't low grade. But to a physique refiner, they could only be used to condense a 1-star divine imprint. However, Lu Xian didn't think too much about it. The physique refiner lineage was difficult to begin with, and it wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. For him, it was already not bad to be able to condense a 1-star divine rune. At the very least, he could resolve the problem of his hidden injuries. Sitting down, Lu Xian held the 2 ice crystals in his hand and sank his consciousness into his body. The Tai origin art instantly circulated, and as the cultivation method circulated, a trace of invisible energy surged out from the 36 acupoints that Lu Xian had just broken. The 36 energies slowly circulated, with 4 of them being the strongest, while the other 32 were slightly weaker. Very soon, all the energies gathered in Lu Xian's body. With the 4 strongest energies as the core, they gradually formed a vortex, and a trace of suction force was immediately emitted. With regards to the appearance of this suction force, Lu Xian wasn't the slightest bit surprised. According to the description of the physique refiner's cultivation method, one had to make use of this suction force to extract the elemental essence within the ores. Only by absorbing the elemental essence into one's body would one be able to condense the corresponding divine rune. Under Lu Xian's guidance, the suction force was immediately transmitted to his hands, and soon after, it seeped into the 2 ice crystals. In an instant, an extremely cool feeling was transmitted over. Lu Xian could clearly feel that he had already absorbed a trace of the elemental essence within the ice crystals. Although it was an extremely small amount, this was only the beginning. Lu Xian's consciousness was unprecedentedly focused, and he didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Condensing a divine rune must be successful on the first try. If he failed, all of his previous efforts would be wasted, and the elemental essence that he had painstakingly absorbed would also completely dissipate. Manipulating this trace of elemental essence, Lu Xian slowly guided it through his meridians and circulated it within his body. The body-refining divine rune was incomparably complex. Even if it was only a 1-star divine rune, it was still formed by the combination of countless tiny divine runes. This point was similar to the Tao of talismans. The elemental essence was the material used to inscribe a talisman, and the entire body was the scroll that contained the talisman. The revolving energy whirlpool within Lu Xian's body unceasingly extracted traces of elemental essence from the ice crystals, and absorbed them into his body. Very quickly, the ice essence within the 2 ice crystals was completely absorbed. At this moment, the ice crystals in Lu Xian's hands had already turned into 2 ordinary stones, and there wasn't the slightest bit of abnormality in them. However, the elemental essence of merely 2 ice crystals was merely a drop in the ocean when compared to the amount required to condense a divine rune. Another 2 ice crystals entered Lu Xian's hands, and new elemental essence entered his body. As one ice crystal after another was consumed, the amount of elemental essence that Lu Xian absorbed into his body increased. After muttering to himself for a moment, Lu Xian began to attempt to condense a divine rune. Circulating his body refining cultivation technique, a trace of the elemental essence that was condensed by Lu Xian was rapidly extracted. Carefully controlling this trace of elemental essence, Lu Xian gradually outlined the outline of a divine rune. He originally had the foundation of a talisman master, and now that he had condensed a divine rune, it was no different from inscribing a talisman. Very quickly, the first divine rune was successfully condensed. However, this didn't mean that the condensation of the 9 divine rune was successful. The 9 divine rune was extremely complicated. The first divine rune that Lucian condensed was just a small detail. If the 9 divine rune was understood as a complete talisman, then the first divine rune of Lucian would be the rune that formed the talisman. The success of the first divine rune increased Lucian's confidence a lot. Sensing that there was still a lot of elemental essence left in his body, Lucian didn't stop and continued to condense the second divine rune. The whirlpool of energy in his body was still revolving, constantly providing new elemental essence to Lucian. One divine rune after another was added by Lucian. When the entire 9 divine rune was nearly half completed, Lucian already felt a little strained. The power of the divine rune was too strong, and he had a feeling that he couldn't control it, as if it would collapse at any time. I must not collapse, otherwise, all my previous efforts would be in vain. Lucian secretly clenched his teeth and persevered. Although there were a lot of ice crystals here, they could only support him for 2 attempts at condensing the divine rune. If he failed the first time, then he must succeed the second time. In this way, it was completely a gamble. Lucian naturally didn't want to gamble, so he must succeed on the first try. The elemental essence in his body increased more and more, but the speed at which Lucian condensed the divine rune was getting slower and slower. It wasn't that he didn't want to be fast, but the slightest mistake would result in complete failure. This was a situation where one wrong move would result in a complete loss. Finally, when the elemental essence in his body reached a certain level, Lucian stopped absorbing the ice crystals. With so much elemental essence, if everything went smoothly, it would be enough for him to condense the 9 divine rune. Not having to absorb the ice elemental essence made it slightly easier for Lucian, and he could concentrate on condensing the divine rune. Looking at the outline of the 9 divine rune that was gradually taking shape in his body, Lucian carefully added new divine runes to it. Every time he added a divine rune, the entire 9 divine rune would fluctuate, causing Lucian to tremble with fear. He was afraid that the slightest mistake would cause it to collapse. Under such a tense state, Lucian didn't know how long had passed. When he had almost completed 80% of the 9 divine rune, he felt that he had reached the limit of his control, and he didn't dare to continue. He was sure that if he added another divine rune in his current state, it would immediately collapse. It's just condensing a 1-star divine rune, is it so difficult? Looks like I've underestimated the difficulty of body refinement. Lucian gritted his teeth and said. But in his current state, it was impossible for him to dismount. He was naturally unwilling to give up, but he couldn't maintain this state forever. Otherwise, when he was exhausted, the divine rune would still collapse, and at that time, the ice elemental essence in his body would instantly dissipate. Right, I still have the power of my bloodline. Lucian suddenly recalled that the body refinement section had special instructions. Those with special bloodlines would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when refining the body, and the ice spirit also told him to first fuse with the azure dragon blood essence before condensing the divine rune. When he thought of this, Lucian instantly felt as if he had grasped onto a life-saving straw, and he didn't hesitate any longer. He instantly activated the power of his bloodline. The power of his bloodline was an extremely miraculous power. Besides one's own bloodline, it wasn't related to anything else. As the power of his bloodline was activated, Lucian seemed to have gained a trace of power out of thin air. The 9 divine rune that was on the verge of collapse miraculously stabilized, and Lucian felt that he had the strength to add another divine rune. In his joy, Lucian swiftly continued to extract the ice elemental essence and started to condense a new divine rune. The ice elemental essence in his body rapidly decreased, and the 9 divine rune became more and more complete. It seemed like success was right before his eyes. Finally, when Lucian successfully added the last divine rune, the entire 9 divine rune shook violently. This time, the divine rune didn't collapse, but it had been completely condensed. Under Lucian's inner vision, the 9 divine rune suddenly enlarged, and suddenly expanded to cover Lucian's entire chest and abdomen. An invisible wave instantly emerged in Lucian's body, and an extremely cool feeling suddenly appeared in Lucian's limbs and bones. It was extremely comfortable, and Lucian almost let out a sound of comfort. When the divine rune was condensed, the body was used as a carrier to exert the power of the divine rune. It could be said that now, Lu Xian's entire body was filled with the power of the 9 divine rune. The 9 divine rune focused on recovery and resistance. The softness of water was the source of life. After successfully condensing the 9 divine rune, Lu Xian's recovery and resistance had been greatly improved. At the moment of attack, the power of the 9 divine rune would automatically help Lu Xian resist a certain degree of damage and repair it at the same time. After silently sensing the state of his body, Lu Xian could feel an inexplicable sense of comfort. He knew that this was the 9 divine rune actively healing his hidden injuries. The reason why hidden injuries were called hidden injuries was because they couldn't be seen with one's own eyes, and could only be vaguely felt. Because of this, there was no specific treatment. He could only rely on the medicinal power of heavenly treasures or the power of the 9 divine rune. After knowing that the 9 divine rune could really heal his hidden injuries, Lu Xian finally let out a long sigh of relief. Although it might not be completely healed in a short period of time, with the passage of time, the hidden injuries would definitely disappear completely. The ice spirit also said that he didn't use any profound forbidden technique, so the damage caused was limited. I've already felt the healing power of the 9 divine rune. I wonder how the recovery power is. Lu Xian opened his eyes and reached out to pinch his left arm. There seemed to be nothing wrong. Tilting his head and thinking for a moment, Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, then took out the shattered ice sword and made a gentle cut on his hand. Then, Lu Xian was stunned. He only saw the shattered ice sword cut his hand, but apart from a white mark, there was not a trace of a wound. One had to know that the shattered ice sword was a high-grade human tier martial technique. Putting aside its ability to channel origin power, just the blade itself was extremely sharp. It was not an exaggeration to say that it could cut through iron as if it were mud. In the secular world, it could be treated as a peerless treasure sword and kept as a treasure. However, such a sharp sword was actually unable to leave a mark on Lu Xian's body. I didn't expect my physical body to be so strong. If I can condense another Earth Divine Rune, it will be amazing. Lu Xian was pleasantly surprised. He already had the Azure Dragon and Ice Phoenix bloodlines in his body, and coupled with the 9 Water Divine Crest's resistance, his body was already rather tough. It could be said that his bones were truly made of iron. At that moment, Lu Xian slightly circulated a trace of essence power and slashed again. This time, he finally managed to cut open a wound. Lu Xian was temporarily unable to use his physical body to defend against an attack that was infused with essence power. As his left arm was sliced open, traces of dark red blood began to seep out. But very quickly, Lu Xian's wound began to heal at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Just as a trace of blood flowed out, it stopped flowing and the wound began to scab. This recovery speed caused Lu Xian to gasp in amazement. This 9 Water Divine Mark really wasn't condensed in vain. Rumor has it that when one's body refinement reaches a profound level, one's limbs can be regrown, and one's physical body is indestructible at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. From the looks of it now, the rumor is probably true. Lu Xian nodded and muttered to himself. This also strengthened his determination to continue on the path of refining his body. With a strong body, his chances of survival would undoubtedly be greatly improved. Standing up, Lu Xian looked at the remaining ice crystals at the side. After thinking for a while, he directly stored all the ice crystals into his storage ring. These ice crystals were not small. Although he had consumed half of them, according to the Profound Ice Pavilion's price, they were at least equivalent to 100 supreme-grade primordial stones. Senior Ice Spirit is so generous. She definitely won't care about these things. Lu Xian comforted himself. After all, Ice Spirit only said that he could use them as he pleased. She didn't say that he could keep them. After storing the pile of ice crystals, Lu Xian walked towards Chen Xiaohan. He didn't know how Chen Xiaohan's cultivation was going. At this moment, the exotic frost ginseng next to Chen Xiaohan had already disappeared. Obviously, she had consumed all of it. Ginseng was an extremely powerful tonic, not to mention the exotic frost ginseng. Chen Xiaohan's face was flushed red. Obviously, her blood qi was extremely strong. This was all brought to her by the exotic frost ginseng. Although she didn't consume much each time, and it took her more than a day to finish consuming a single exotic frost ginseng, the medicinal effects were still slowly accumulating in her body. She only used the medicinal effects of the exotic frost ginseng to temper her soul. This extremely strong blood qi could not be consumed in a short period of time. Seeing this, Lu Xian was not in a hurry to leave. He sat down next to Qin Shaohan and observed her situation. Not long after, Qin Shaohan slowly opened her eyes. She immediately saw Lu Xian in front of her. At this moment, Lu Xian was also staring straight at Qin Shaohan. Their eyes met and Qin Shaohan suddenly said, "Lu Xian, I feel so hot." Hot? Lu Xian was a little surprised. They were at the bottom of the ice lake. Moreover, the surroundings were filled with dense ice elemental energy. It was good enough that ordinary people didn't feel cold. He didn't expect Qin Shaohan to feel hot. However, Lu Xian immediately understood. It must be because of the extremely strong blood qi in Qin Shaohan's body. After consuming such a large exotic frost ginseng, it was normal for her to be drenched in sweat. Calm down and absorb this blood qi. Absorbing the blood qi of a complete exotic frost ginseng will be extremely beneficial to your body. Lu Xian said. It's still so hot. I want to take off my clothes. Qin Shaohan blinked her eyes and looked at Lu Xian. Hearing this, Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. However, at least he was still rational and quickly said, "Then do as you please. I'll go to Xianxia first." Just as Lu Xian was about to get up and leave, Qin Shaohan directly pounced on him. She directly pressed Lu Xian under her body and stared at Lu Xian with her clear eyes. She was both embarrassed and angry as she said, "Lu Xian, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid?" This time, Lu Xian understood. Qin Shaohan wasn't really hot. She was probably intoxicated and didn't want to drink. Young men and young men were already in their most vigorous period of love. Moreover, this wasn't the first time Lu Xian had tasted flesh. Qin Shaohan's soft body pressed on top of his body made him feel a little hot. "I want to be your woman, a real woman." Qin Shaohan seriously stared at Lu Xian and said. Her breathing was slightly rapid. It was obvious that she wasn't calm. However, this didn't affect her decision at all. Lu Xian understood that Qin Shaohan must have remembered what he said before. However, Lu Xian had already accepted Qin Shaohan in his heart. He wasn't going to let her go, but there's no need to do that now. Xianxia is in the stone room next door. What if she sees us? Lu Xian resisted the urge to do Qin Shaohan on the spot and said. So what? I've seen you do it with Cini. Qin Shaohan's body became tighter and tighter. Her entire body was pressed on top of Lu Xian. It was as if she had no strength left. How could you say something like that? Lu Xian was a little speechless. Although he knew that Qin Shaohan had always been passionate, he didn't think that she would really ignore everything when she went crazy. You have to do it today. Even if you can't, you still have to do it. Next time, you might run away. When we get to the Xian Ice Pavilion, you'll definitely go find your Miss Bing-er. Qin Shaohan's face was red, but she spoke with determination. Zhao Bing-er and Xia Chenxi's appearance made her feel a sense of danger. She originally thought that she only had one love rival, Lin Cini. Who knew that two more would suddenly appear? In the past, she felt that she had wronged Lin Cini. However, now that she knew that Lin Cini had even accepted Zhao Bing-er, who she had never met before, she didn't care about one more. After staring into Qin Shaohan's eyes for 2 breaths of time, Lu Xian suddenly flipped over and pressed Qin Shaohan under his body. This was not what a man would do. He had been pushed down by Zhao Bing-er and Lin Cini the last 2 times. This time, he had to take the initiative no matter what. Qin Shaohan panicked a little when she felt what Lu Xian was doing, but she was also delighted at the same time. She took the initiative to offer her red lips to Lu Xian, allowing him to taste them. Speaking of which, this was not the first time the two had kissed. Back in the enchantment hall, the two had already done something romantic. Piece by piece, her clothes were peeled off and scattered on the ground. Qin Shaohan's beautiful body was completely exposed to Lu Xian's eyes, causing him to gulp with difficulty. Perhaps it was because she was excited, or perhaps it was because she had consumed the frosty wonder ginseng, but Qin Shaohan's snow-white skin was slightly flushed. Due to the natural shyness of a woman, Xianxia covered her private parts with her hands and smiled shyly. I'm a little nervous. How about we just forget it? Hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes widened. The arrow was already knocked, and now she was telling him to stop? Today, you have to do it, even if you can't. Lu Xian returned Xianxia's words. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and hugged Lu Xian, saying, I lied to you. But, I eavesdropped on you and Cindy. Cindy seemed to be in pain. Does it hurt? You'll know soon enough if it hurts. Lu Xian said directly. Why would he explain this to Xianxia? Then. Come on, I'll admit it even if it hurts. Xianxia said as if she was about to be tortured. Lu Xian immediately began the process of pushing her down. He was ready to take Xianxia's blood. In an instant, the entire stone room was filled with the color of spring. Only the precious spiritual herbs were left as witnesses. Xianxia woke up from her cultivation. When she saw that Lu Xian and Hansini were not back yet, she couldn't help but worry. She had heard from Lu Xian that physique tempering was not a small risk. After hesitating again and again, she decided to go and take a look. At least, she could feel at ease. Walking out of the stone room, Xianxia looked to the side. She was shocked to find that Bing Ling was standing in front of the stone room where Lu Xian was. What was Senior Bing Ling doing here? Xianxia was a little confused. She was about to greet Bing Ling, but she didn't expect that Bing Ling would disappear the moment she saw her. Obviously, she had returned to her body. Xianxia was even more confused. What was Senior Bing Ling doing? Bing Ling, who had escaped into the profound Ice Phoenix blood sword, was also very embarrassed. She was startled by the sound of Lu Xian and Hansini. She thought that something had happened and came out to take a look. Who knew that she would find Lu Xian and Hansini doing that intimate thing inside? Although Bing Ling had been alive for a long time, she was still ignorant about the matters between men and women. In the past, Bing Feng had never been close to any man and had always maintained her virginity. Bing Ling had never seen such a hot scene before, so she couldn't help but stare blankly. She did not expect that Xianxia would rush out at this critical moment. Bing Ling had no choice but to run away. Although she did not understand Bing Ling's behavior, Xianxia did not think too much about it. She only thought that Bing Ling might be protecting Lu Xian. Just as Xianxia walked to the door, she suddenly heard a strange sound coming from behind the stone door. It sounded like pain and excitement, but for some reason, when she heard this sound, Xianxia's legs actually turned to jelly and her emotions became chaotic. However, Xianxia quickly regained her composure. After all, she was as pure as a piece of white paper. She had yet to realize what had happened inside. She was just a little worried. Could it be that there was a problem with Xiaohan's cultivation? After all, the sound just now was obviously Xiaohan's. When she was about to push the door open, Bing Ling suddenly appeared again. Don't go in. Bing Ling's face was slightly red, and she quickly stopped Xianxia. Although it was a little embarrassing, she felt that it was better not to disturb Lu Xian and Chen Xiaobei. Senior Bing Ling, what happened to them? Did something happen while they were cultivating? Xianxia was puzzled. No, you go back to your cultivation. I will keep an eye on them. Bing Ling was a little embarrassed to say it. Really? But I am still a little worried. I suddenly felt nervous. Xianxia felt that Bing Ling's behavior was a little strange. Seeing that Xianxia insisted, Bing Ling gritted her teeth and said, they are doing things inside. Let's pretend we don't know. Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened. Lu Xian and Xiaohan were inside. Although she could clearly feel that Xiaohan liked Lu Xian, she did not expect that they would go this far, but wasn't Lu Xian engaged to Cindy? Why did he do this? Xianxia was suddenly a little angry. She felt that Lu Xian had gone too far. How could he do this behind Cindy's back? She also had a great affection for Lu Xian, but it was because of Lin Cindy that she had been suppressing it. But now, she could not accept this situation at all. Xianxia wanted to push the door open several times, but in the end, she was too shy. Moreover, Xiaohan's soft moans reached her ears. She also heard Xiaohan's soft moans, which made her even more flustered. Before, she did not know what they were doing inside. Now that she knew, it was inevitable that her imagination would run wild. Stamping her feet, Xianxia returned to the original stone room. She had made up her mind that when Lu Xian came out, she would interrogate him. Even if it was not for herself, she would seek justice for Cindy. After a round of sex, Qin Shaohan was like a kitten in Lu Xian's arms. Her face was full of laziness. After her first period, she looked even more attractive. She stretched out a finger and drew circles on Lu Xian's chest. She looked at Lu Xian coquettishly and said, "Lu Xian, am I considered your real woman now? Why do you ask that? You have always been mine." Lu Xian was very surprised by Qin Shaohan's words. "Humph, at least you have a way with words." Qin Shaohan smiled with satisfaction. Lu Xian immediately admired his own wit. A woman's words were full of traps, and he had to be careful when dealing with them. "Put on your clothes. You should first absorb the power of qi and blood brought by the frost ginseng. Don't waste it. It will be very beneficial for you." Lu Xian let go of Qin Shaohan and urged her. Hearing this, Qin Shaohan stuck out her tongue and said, "After what happened just now, I feel like I have absorbed a lot of it." "There's such an effect?" Lu Xian asked curiously. He did not know that the power of his bloodline was very mysterious, and that Qin Shaohan had benefited a lot from having sex with him. It was especially so for some warriors who were good at dual cultivation, and they were even more adept at it. After laughing for a while, the two of them put on their clothes and left, returning to the previous stone room. Before entering the door, Qin Shaohan felt a little guilty. After all, she had just sneaked over to eat. However, when she remembered that it was Lu Xian who had taken advantage of her, she felt relieved. It should be Lu Xian who felt guilty. As soon as Lu Xian opened the door, he happened to meet Xianxia's eyes. Seeing that Xianxia seemed to be unkind, Lu Xian was slightly surprised. Did she find out something? Sure enough, what he feared had come true. He saw Xianxia suddenly stand up and say, "Lu Xian, how can you face Cindy by doing this? You know everything?" Lu Xian asked with a little guilty conscience. Xianxia snorted coldly and said, "Of course I know that. Cindy and I grew up together, and she has never pretended to be nice to any man. Since she has set her mind on you, then she will definitely follow you. But you actually went behind her back and with Shaohan, Xianxia, don't blame Lu Xian. I took the initiative." Before Lu Xian could speak, Qin Shaohan took the initiative to stand up. Besides, Cindy also knows that Lu Xian has other women. "I am only the third." Qin Shaohan's voice sounded a little wronged. Not only did she fail to grab Lin Cindy, but there was also Zhao Binger who was ranked ahead of her. Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. This result was completely beyond her expectation. What was going on? Cindy knew that Lu Xian had other women? And she accepted it? Wasn't she too indulgent? For a moment, Xianxia didn't know what to say. She originally wanted to seek justice for Lin Cindy, but now that the parties involved were fine, what else could she say? This matter is indeed my fault. I am too fickle. Lu Xian openly admitted, to be able to gain Xianxia's favor, I should cherish it. But as for Shaohan and Bing I really can't give them up. Maybe you don't believe me, but I really treat each and every one of them with all my heart. No matter who it is, I can do anything. Furthermore, I have never hidden anything from Xianxia. It was obviously very shameless words, but coming from Lu Xian's mouth, it seemed so natural. Xianxia couldn't refute it. For Lin Cindy, Lu Xian was willing to violate the Wind Sword School's rules and kill his way to the Saber sect to save her. For Qin Shaohan, Lu Xian was also willing to risk his life to deal with the disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion. This kind of relationship was unquestionable. After a long silence, Xianxia said, "In short, I hope you can treat Cindy well. I don't want to see her sad." "Of course. Unless I die, I won't let anyone be sad," Lu Xian said very firmly. He naturally had to take responsibility for what he did. After getting Lu Xian's promise, Xianxia didn't say anything more. After all, even Lin Cindy had given her permission. How could she reprimand Lu Xian? Sitting down cross-legged again, Xianxia wanted to re-enter her cultivation, but she found that she was inexplicably upset. she couldn't calm down. The reason she had always resisted accepting Lu Xian was because of his relationship with Linsini. But now, her understanding was completely overturned. Linsini actually accepted Qin Shaohan and Zhao Binger, whom she had never met before. Then why did she keep resisting? Would Cini also accept her? When this thought popped up in her mind, Xianxia was suddenly shocked by herself. What was she thinking? How could she think of such a thing? Although she had a good impression of Lu Xian, he might not be too much of a playboy. However, although he was a playboy, she could see that he really treated everyone sincerely, so he wasn't too bad. Xiaoqianxi's heart was extremely conflicted. On one hand, she thought about Lu Xian's shortcomings, but on the other hand, she couldn't help but help him. In the end, she made herself more and more confused. Seeing that Xiaoqianxi didn't make things difficult for her, Qin Shaohan naughtily stuck out her tongue at Lu Xian and pulled Lu Xian to sit on the other side. Since they broke through the last layer of relationship, she became closer to Lu Xian. After consuming the mysterious frost ginseng, how is your training? Lu Xian asked in a low voice. Only now did he have the time to ask Qin Shaohan. The mysterious frost ginseng is indeed a rare item. My spiritual strength has been greatly enhanced and it should be able to support me in inscribing a 5-star soul symbol. However, I still need to spend some time practicing 5-star soul symbols. Only when I can truly inscribe a 5-star soul symbol master will I be considered to have stepped into the threshold of a 5-star soul symbol master. Qin Shaohan said. That's great. I believe that when Master knows that you have already become a 5-star soul symbol master, he will definitely be so shocked that he can't close his mouth. Lu Xian said with a smile on his face. Looks like Qin Shaohan's talent in the symbol Dao was indeed extraordinary. Although she had obtained the help of a mysterious item, her own aptitude and talent were equally important. After the two whispered for a while, they began to train. The mysterious ice secret domain would end in 2 months and they had to cherish this rare time. After they left, there wouldn't be such a treasure land for them to train in. Qin Shaohan naturally began to learn about 5-star soul symbols. After Lu Xian successfully condensed the 9-water divine rune, it was only a matter of time before the hidden injuries and hidden dangers in his body disappeared. What he needed to do now was to do everything possible to raise his cultivation. At the very least, he needed to reach the 3rd stage of the spirit refinement realm. Only then would he truly have the strength to face Han Feng and the rest, and not purely rely on the unity of man and nature to resolve the situation. The unity of man and nature was his trump card. Since it was a trump card, he naturally couldn't use it so easily. As the few of them entered into a state of cultivation, a rare tranquility entered the stone chamber. The 3 of them maintained a tacit understanding and didn't disturb each other. Instead, they focused on their cultivation. Time passed bit by bit. While Lu Xian and the other 2 were cultivating at the bottom of the ice lake without any worries, the profound ice secret realm was in a state of chaos. There were disciples dying one after another, either because they were trying to steal treasures or because they ran into powerful profound ice demons. There were risks, but there were also opportunities. There were also disciples who came across all kinds of treasures, or supreme-grade vital stones, or rare spiritual materials. There were even disciples who picked up powerful weapons, which were left behind by the people who had entered the mystic ice mystery realm before. Of course, no matter what they obtained, they could not be compared to Lu Xian. In the entire profound ice secret realm, where could there be more treasures than the bottom of the ice lake? Just the value of the supreme-grade primal stones in Lu Xian's stone room alone was more than what all the disciples had obtained. 2 months passed very quickly while cultivating. Lu Xian and the other 2's strength had increased tremendously. Xiaoqianxi had merged with a drop of Ice Phoenix's blood essence, which had completely changed her physique. She even possessed the power of the Ice Phoenix's bloodline. In just a month, she had successfully broken through to the spirit refinement realm. After that, under Lu Xian's advice, she started to focus on cultivating the profound Ice Heart Sutra. With the Ice Phoenix's bloodline, cultivating the profound Ice Heart Sutra would be twice the result with half the effort. Now, Xiaoqianxi's strength had increased to the peak of the 1st tier of the spirit refinement realm. She could break through to the 2nd tier of the spirit refinement realm at any time. Compared to her strength before entering the profound ice secret realm, it was a complete change. Furthermore, Lu Xian had also taught Xianxia the phoenix soaring the ninth heaven sword technique, which instantly made her combat prowess not inferior at all. This was a genuine heaven-level martial technique. Although it was impossible for Xianxia to completely comprehend it, she only needed to comprehend 10% or even 5% of it to be able to surpass most middle-grade profound-level martial techniques, or even upper-grade profound-level martial techniques. Right now, Xiaoqianxi's temperament was vaguely similar to that of Bing Ling and Zhao Bing'er. It must be because they both came from the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Qin Xiaohan's improvement was not inferior to Xiaoqianxi's at all. For a soul talisman master, the most important thing was the strength of the soul. With the method of tempering the soul, as well as countless primordial stones and elixirs for her to use, Qin Xiaohan had completely stepped into the threshold of a 5-star soul talisman master in 2 months. A 5-star soul talisman master was equivalent to the strength of a mid-spirit refinement realm martial artist. If there was someone to protect her, a 5-star soul talisman master could display combat power that even exceeded that of an ordinary mid-spirit refinement realm martial artist. Of course, this was only for ordinary martial artists. Martial artists like Lu Xian, who could fight a few levels higher than him, were not included in this scope. Even existences like Xiao Zhaohong and Han Feng were not people that Qin Xiaohan could fight against. However, if Qin Xiaohan was chased by Gao Jian and the others, even if she could not kill them, it was more than enough for her to protect herself. The one who had the biggest improvement was undoubtedly Lu Xian. He had broken through the third spirit refinement realm without any suspense, and was currently trying to break through the bottleneck of the fourth spirit refinement realm. The bottleneck of the fourth spirit refinement realm was more important than the third spirit refinement realm, because once he stepped into the fourth spirit refinement realm, he would enter the mid-spirit refinement realm, and his strength would have a qualitative change. At this moment, Bing Ling's voice suddenly sounded in the stone room. Lu Xian, your time in the Xian Ice Mystery Realm is almost up. Come out. Hearing this, the three of them opened their eyes at the same time and looked at the large amount of primordial stones on the side reluctantly. The time was almost up, they were really reluctant to leave. If they left this place, where else could they find such an excellent place to cultivate? The primordial qi concentration was equivalent to 20 times that of the outside world, and there was a large amount of primordial stones for them to use. However, no matter how reluctant they were, Lu Xian and the other two had no other choice. Once the Xian Ice Mystery Realm ended, it would be difficult for them to leave. With their current strength, they could only rely on the jade plate given by the Xian Ice Pavilion to teleport them out. Let's go, it's time to say goodbye to Senior Bing Ling. This is a great opportunity for us, Lu Xian said. He was more open-minded and knew that people should be satisfied with what they had. Everything they had obtained had far exceeded their initial goal. Yes, without the things provided by Senior Bing Ling, it would be impossible for us to improve so quickly. Qin Xiaohan nodded. I still have to thank Senior Bing Ling for saving my life. Without the Ice Phoenix's blood essence, it would be extremely difficult for me to wake up. Xiaoqianxi also said. Hearing this, Lu Xian suddenly felt that it was unfair. Qianxi, I also contributed a lot, why don't I see you thanking me? Xiaoqianxi chuckled and tilted her head to look at Lu Xian. Why, do I need to thank you? That's true. Lu Xian was a little uncertain about Xiaoqianxi's thoughts. Ever since that incident, although Xiaoqianxi questioned him at that time, she did not mention it again and acted as if nothing had happened. The relationship between the three of them was the same as before. As for what Xiaoqianxi was thinking, only she knew. The three of them walked out of the stone chamber. Bing Ling was already waiting there. Her temperament was as cold and elegant as ever, but when she looked at Lu Xian, her eyes were obviously a little unnatural. As the guardian of this place, she could check on the movements in any place at any time. Even if she was in the profound Ice Phoenix blood sword, she could still easily see the scene of Lu Xian and Qin Xiaohan in the stone chamber. No longer thinking about those messy things, Bing Ling looked at Lu Xian and said, according to the rules, before the three of you leave, you must swear a heart demon oath not to reveal anything about this place. If you do so, the heart demon will immediately invade you and you will never be able to reincarnate. Warriors believed in reincarnation. Being unable to be reincarnated for eternity was even more terrifying than death. It meant that they would never be able to reincarnate. In this way, even before death, no one would dare to reveal any information about this place. I heard that swearing a heart demon oath requires the legendary oath stone. Does Senior Bingling have it? Lu Xian asked. The oath of heart demon oath was extremely restrictive on cultivators, but it was not something that could be made as one wished. One had to leave a life mark on the oath stone. Lu Xian and the others naturally did not have an oath stone, nor had they seen it before. Otherwise, Chen Xiaohan would not have needed to use the curse symbol to prevent them from leaking the information about the soul-forging method. Bingling nodded. Of course, the cultivators who came in before all left their marks on the oath stone. Senior Bingling, please take out the oath stone. We will swear a heart demon oath. Lu Xian did not say much. Since this was the rule, it was impossible to change it. After all, the oath only forbade them from leaking any information about this place. There were no other restrictions. After waiting for Lu Xian to finish speaking, Bingling did not rush to take out the oath stone. Instead, she smiled and said, "That is the rule. However, you have one chance to draw the sword." One chance to draw the sword? Lu Xian was stunned. He did not understand what Bingling meant. Those who pass the 5 tests in a row will have the opportunity to obtain Master's complete inheritance. The inheritance you have obtained is only a part of it. If you can draw the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword, you will be able to take away Master's sword. This is the complete inheritance. Bingling said faintly. However, when her indifferent words fell into Lu Xian's ears, it was no different from a stormy sea. As long as I can draw the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword, I will be able to take it away? Lu Xian could not believe it. This was the Ice Phoenix's sword. Its grade was unimaginably high. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword was Bingling's home. In other words, if he could take away the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword, wouldn't Bingling leave with him? Moreover, Bingling was the guardian of the profound Ice secret realm. If Bingling left with him, would he be able to take away all the resources in the profound Ice secret realm? Thinking of this, Lu Xian's mind was in a daze. He was thinking of pleading with Bingling to see if she could let him take away some of the resources. Now, he suddenly found out that he had the opportunity to take away all the resources. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Lu Xian swallowed hard and asked, "Senior Bingling, if I can draw the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword, will I be able to take away all the resources left behind by the Ice Phoenix? Including you?" Senior Bingling hearing this, Bingling's face turned slightly red. What did he mean by including me? No matter how she heard it, it was a strange feeling. However, she still nodded and said, "You are right. As long as you can draw this sword, it means that you have the Master's approval. Not only can you take away the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword, but you can also take away all the primordial stones and spiritual materials in the 2 stone rooms. Moreover, the 5 treasures that I let you choose earlier, the Nirvana Pill, the Master's Cultivation Insights, and the remaining Ice Phoenix's blood essence, will all be yours. In short, when you have the Master's approval, everything here will be yours." What the Ice Spirit said completely verified Lu Xian's conjecture. It was as if there was a huge treasure trove right in front of him. As long as he opened the door of the treasure trove, he would be able to claim anything he wanted. Not to mention Lu Xian, even Chen Xiaohan and Xianxia were shocked by this. Although the profound Ice secret realm had existed for so many years, in order to maintain the stability of the profound Ice secret realm, as well as to provide rewards to those who were lucky enough to pass the trial, a lot of the resources had been used up. However, the things that were left were still priceless. In the stone room where the primordial stones were stored, the value of the remaining primordial stones was estimated to be more than 2,000 high-grade primordial stones. As for the spiritual materials and spiritual herbs in the other stone room, the value was not inferior at all. Of course, in order to obtain all of this, the key was still Lu Xian. If Lu Xian could draw out the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword and obtain the approval of the Ice Phoenix, all of this would belong to him. Otherwise, he could only swear the oath of the inner demon on the oath stone and leave this place. Only now did Lu Xian understand that the opportunity to draw out the sword was the most important part of the inheritance. Only those who passed the 5 trials would have this opportunity. In that case, I will give it a try. Lu Xian took a deep breath and said. With that, Lu Xian slowly walked forward and walked towards the profound ice phoenix blood sword that was stabbed into the ice platform. From the looks of it, the sword seemed to be stabbed casually, as if it could be pulled out with just a little bit of force. But Lu Xian knew that it wasn't that simple. But Bing Ling didn't give him any hints, so he could only take his time to find a way to pull out the sword. Chen Xiaohan and Xia Chenzi both looked at Lu Xian nervously. They were silently encouraging Lu Xian in their hearts. This was a great opportunity. If Lu Xian could grasp this opportunity, he would be able to obtain a large amount of wealth. With so much wealth, even if Lu Xian cultivated to the origin realm, it would be an easy task. Bing Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. Indeed, she also hoped that Lu Xian would be able to obtain the recognition of the Ice Phoenix. The profound ice hidden domain was becoming more and more unstable. Furthermore, maintaining the profound ice hidden domain required a large amount of resources. Even if all the resources here were to be consumed, the profound ice hidden domain could only be maintained for another 10 or so years. In such a short period of time, the chances of attracting a genius like Lu Xian who could pass 5 stages in a row was too slim. Once all the resources here were consumed, the profound ice hidden domain would disappear completely. She would also be drawn into the spatial turbulence and drift around. If she was lucky, she might be found by some powerful martial artist wandering in the void. If she was unlucky, she would be annihilated by the powerful spatial turbulence. Although the profound Ice Phoenix blood sword was powerful, it had been severely damaged after the battle with the Ice Phoenix. It couldn't withstand the power of the spatial turbulence. Under the gaze of the three, Lu Xian reached out his right hand and slowly grasped the hilt of the profound Ice Phoenix blood sword. Once he grasped the sword, Lu Xian's nervous mood instantly relaxed. He had a very close feeling towards the sword. As long as he had the sword in his hand, he wouldn't panic. Immediately, an extremely intimate feeling came over him. Lu Xian instantly felt as if there was an invisible connection between him and the sword, as if they were connected by blood. Bing Ling's voice sounded in a timely manner. The profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword was forged from a complete piece of profound ice crystal that was 10,000 years old. Later on, Master continued to use his own blood essence to refine it. Only then did it become Master's natal weapon. Therefore, those who possess the Ice Phoenix's bloodline will feel a connection with this sword. Just this sword alone has absorbed more than a few hundred drops of Ice Phoenix's blood essence. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh in amazement upon hearing this. Even for the Ice Phoenix, every drop of blood essence was extremely precious and couldn't be easily consumed. However, she had actually used several hundred drops of blood essence to temper a sword. It could be said that she had spent a great deal of effort on this sword. Would he be able to pull out the sword if he possessed the Ice Phoenix bloodline? A guess emerged in Lu Xian's mind. Immediately, without any hesitation, he exerted a little force and pulled the sword upwards. However, the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword didn't move an inch. It was as if it wasn't inserted into the ice platform, but had completely fused with the entire ice platform. This result was within Lu Xian's expectations, but it was also somewhat unexpected. Although he hadn't used much force just now, it was still a piece of cake for him to pull out a sword. Now that he hadn't succeeded, it could only be said that the method he used to pull out the sword was wrong. Thinking about it, if one only needed the Ice Phoenix's bloodline to pull out the sword, then all the cultivators who had entered this place would only need to pass 3 tests and obtain a drop of Ice Phoenix's blood essence to pull out the sword. There would be no need to obtain the Ice Phoenix's approval. Still holding the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword in his right hand, Lu Xian began to ponder, thinking about how to obtain the Ice Phoenix's approval. Bing Ling didn't urge Lu Xian, letting him do as he pleased. The reason why the Ice Phoenix left behind the profound ice secret realm and the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword should be to find a true successor. What kind of successor is the Ice Phoenix looking for? Lu Xian kept thinking. As long as he found out the reason, the chances of obtaining the Ice Phoenix's approval would be higher. Talent? Comprehension? Lu Xian was the first to think of these 2 points, because no matter who recruited a disciple or successor, this was the most important thing. However, this was also the first thing Lu Xian ruled out. To obtain the opportunity to pull out the sword, one must pass 5 tests in a row. Talent and comprehension had already been tested in the 5 tests, so the Ice Phoenix naturally didn't need to go through the extra steps. Seeing Lu Xian frowning in deep thought, Bing Ling didn't say anything. She only looked at Lu Xian indifferently. Perhaps she knew how to pull out the sword, but she wouldn't tell him. Only Lu Xian himself knew how to truly possess the sword. Even if she didn't want to stay in the profound ice secret realm, or even fall into the void turbulence, she wouldn't show any favoritism in this matter. While thinking hard, Lu Xian's mind suddenly flashed. Heart. Yes, he definitely needed a heart, a sincere heart. Immediately, Lu Xian's thoughts turned quickly. The Ice Phoenix had encountered a great battle at the last moment of her life. Even if she escaped, she must have been on the verge of death. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left her natal weapons behind. Even the Phoenix soaring ninth heaven sword technique and the profound Ice Heart Sutra here. Moreover, it was very likely that she had already died. In that case, what was the Ice Phoenix thinking about at the last moment of her life? Lu Xian slowly put himself in the shoes of the Ice Phoenix's emotions. Perhaps it was revenge. Generally speaking, when one was chased to death by an enemy, they would definitely want revenge. For the time being, Lu Xian could only think of this. After all, he didn't know the specific situation. He didn't even know the reason why the Ice Phoenix had experienced that battle. Thinking of this, Lu Xian's right hand slowly exerted force again, and a trace of perception covered the profound Ice Phoenix blood sword. Although this was only the Ice Phoenix's natal weapon, since Bing Ling said that he needed to obtain the Ice Phoenix's approval, it seemed that the Ice Phoenix had done something to this sword, so it could sense his thoughts. Senior Ice Phoenix, when I succeed in martial arts, I will definitely find out the truth of your battle and help you kill your enemy. Lu Xian expressed his thoughts through his own perception. Perhaps the Ice Phoenix had sensed Lu Xian's thoughts. The profound Ice Phoenix blood sword, which had been motionless all this time, was suddenly pulled out by Lu Xian a little, and a section of the sword's body that was hidden in the ice platform was suddenly exposed. Chen Xiaohan, Xianxia, and Bing Ling, who had been watching Lu Xian, had a look of joy on their faces at the same time. The profound Ice Phoenix blood sword had actually been pulled out a little by Lu Xian. There was hope. Chen Xiaohan and Xianxia's hearts tightened, and they only hoped that Lu Xian would be able to pull it out completely in one go. Did he really obtain the master's approval in such a short time? Bing Ling thought to herself. Although she vaguely knew how to pull out the profound Ice Phoenix blood sword, she did not know the specifics. After all, she had lost a large part of her memory. Even if she told Lu Xian, she would only be able to use it as a reference. Lu Xian was also a little happy in his heart. Since the profound Ice Phoenix blood sword had moved, it meant that he had really found the right method. At that moment, Lu Xian did not stay any longer, and he suddenly exerted force, preparing to pull out the profound Ice Phoenix blood sword completely in one go. However, when the profound Ice Phoenix blood sword was halfway out, it was stuck again. No matter how hard Lu Xian tried, it did not move at all, and it returned to its previous state. Seeing this, Chen Xiaohan and Xianxia, who were a little excited just now, suddenly froze. Why was it not moving? Did something happen again? Bing Ling was also a little confused. He had clearly pulled it out before, so why was it stuck again? Lu Xian tried a few more times, and only stopped when he was sure that he really could not pull it out. He turned his head to look at Bing Ling, wanting to ask her what was going on. Meeting Lu Xian's gaze, Bing Ling slowly shook her head. Don't ask me, I don't know either. But I think there is only one reason, and that is, you have not obtained the master's complete approval. Is that so? Lu Xian murmured, frowning again in deep thought. Previously, he felt the will of the Ice Phoenix, and made a promise to take revenge. The profound Ice Phoenix blood sword was pulled out, which meant that there was no problem with his train of thought. If that was the case, then perhaps avenging the Ice Phoenix was not the only wish of the Ice Phoenix. Just as Lu Xian was deep in thought, the silent sword crystal in his body suddenly moved again. Lu Xian was slightly surprised. He clearly did not touch the sword crystal, so why did the sword crystal appear again? Could it be related to the profound Ice Phoenix blood sword? A gentle sword aura was quickly emitted by the sword crystal, following Lu Xian's body, directly reaching his right arm, and finally pouring into the profound Ice Phoenix blood sword. Lu Xian was even more puzzled. Could it be that the sword crystal wanted him to use his yuan power to activate the profound Ice Phoenix blood sword? But he had not obtained the approval of the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword, so he could not activate it at all. The Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword was a spirit tool, not an ordinary artifact, so not everyone could use it. And while Lu Xian was thinking, a change suddenly occurred. The sword aura of the sword crystal easily entered the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword, and as soon as it sensed the sword aura, the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword trembled, and even Lu Xian's right hand, which was holding the hilt, also trembled. Xing! A sword cry rang out, and without any need for Lu Xian to use any strength, the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword actually jumped out of the ice platform by itself, and was easily held in Lu Xian's hand. This sudden change made Lu Xian incomparably stunned. What was going on? He could only pull out half of the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword with all his might, but as the sword crystal poured in the sword aura, the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword actually jumped out by itself, as if it was afraid that he would give up on pulling it out. I pulled it out. I pulled it out. Chen Xiaohan's face was flushed with excitement, and she held on to Xia Chenxi's hand as she jumped up and down, appearing to be even more excited than Lu Xian. She could not help but be excited. This was the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword. And more importantly, the significance of Lu Xian pulling out this sword represented, this meant that Lu Xian had already obtained the approval of the Ice Phoenix, and could obtain all of the Ice Phoenix's inheritance, including the 5 precious treasures, as well as a large amount of spirit materials and yuan stones. Success! Bing Ling's face immediately revealed a relieved smile. Since the will left by the Ice Phoenix on the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword had acknowledged Lu Xian, then she didn't have to stay here anymore. She could continue looking for a successor for the Ice Phoenix. Lu Xian, congratulations. Now that you have gained the Master's approval, everything here should be yours. Bing Ling smiled and said, unfortunately, you came a bit too late. The resources here have already been used up. If you were born a few thousand years earlier, then you would have obtained even more wealth. That's enough. The resources here are already a huge fortune for me. I don't dare to ask for more. Lu Xian shook his head slowly. He was a bit happy in his heart. Although he didn't know why he suddenly pulled out the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword, at least it meant that he could take away a large amount of primal stones here. Can you tell me, how did you gain the Master's approval? Bing Ling asked curiously. I only know that in order to gain the Master's approval, I must inherit her will. But I don't know the details. Hearing this, Lu Xian was slightly stunned. He thought for a moment and said, I don't know what happened either. I promised to avenge the Ice Phoenix, so I pulled out half of the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword. But later, I don't know what happened, but it jumped out by itself. Lu Xian didn't lie. He really didn't know why the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword suddenly became excited and jumped out when the sword crystal sword chi came in contact with it. But regarding the sword crystal, he naturally hid it. It was his biggest secret. Bing Ling frowned slightly, unable to understand what was going on. She knew that while the Ice Phoenix was no longer around, the mysterious Ice Phoenix Blood Sword was still her natal weapon. She still left a lingering will on it. If it were not for her approval, Lu Xian would never have been able to pull out the mysterious Ice Phoenix Blood Sword. Perhaps, this is your destiny. I hope that you will be able to find out the truth behind the battle between our master and you will be able to accomplish great things in the future. Bing Ling stopped thinking about it and said, of course. Since I've inherited what Senior Ice Phoenix left behind, I've also inherited her will. However, Senior Ice Spirit, do you really not remember anything? Lu Xian couldn't help but ask. That battle with the Ice Phoenix had happened far too long ago. It was at least thousands of years ago, or even tens of thousands of years ago. With the guidance of the Ice Spirit, finding the truth of that battle would be much easier. Bing Ling hesitated for a moment before replying, perhaps I'll be able to recall some of it once my strength recovers. After a short pause, Bing Ling continued, my consciousness recovered about thousands of years ago. At that time I was extremely weak and couldn't remember anything. I didn't even know where I was. Later on, I used the Yuan Qi in the Profound Ice Secret Realm to slowly recover my strength. Only then did I gradually remember some things. I remembered the battle and I also knew that our master had left behind the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword, the inherited cultivation method, and some treasures like Essence Blood. In recent years, as my strength continues to recover, I remember more things. For example, some things about the heaven realm. Therefore, I think that as my strength continues to increase, I'll be able to recover more of my memories. I see. Lu Xian nodded. This made him feel relieved. It seemed that as long as Bing Ling continued to recover, she would be able to remember everything sooner or later. At that moment, Chen Xiaohan looked at Bing Ling and asked, "Senior Bing Ling, what's your strength now? If you follow Lu Xian out, will you be able to go on a killing spree?" Lu Xian was worried about their safety. Without a doubt, they were also worried about Lu Xian. This guy often took risks and was often in life-threatening situations. If Bing Ling followed Lu Xian in the future, then Lu Xian's safety could be guaranteed. Hearing this, Bing Ling smiled and shook her head. In the Profound Ice Secret Realm, I can display the strength of a peak origin realm martial artist. Because the Profound Ice Secret Realm has an array set up by our master, I don't need to use my body to display my strength. But once I leave the Profound Ice Secret Realm, I won't be able to display my strength. After all, I'm just a weapon spirit. If I can control the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword, I might still be able to fight. Unfortunately, the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword is severely damaged. Other than being a shelter for me, it can't display the power of a spirit weapon. Only a spirit weapon can be controlled by a weapon spirit. Hearing this, Lu Xian and the others were dumbfounded. Previously, he thought that with Bing Ling by his side, his safety would be guaranteed. But he didn't expect that after leaving the Profound Ice Secret Realm, Bing Ling wouldn't be able to display her strength unless the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword was repaired. Thinking of this, Lu Xian couldn't help but look down at the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword in his hand. From afar, the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword looked like an ordinary longsword. But looking at it from a close distance, one could see that the Profound Ice Phoenix Blood Sword was engraved with countless complicated runes. Just from these runes, one could tell that this sword was extraordinary. However, that was not what Lu Xian was paying attention to at the moment. Instead, he was paying attention to the countless tiny cracks on the mysterious Ice Phoenix's blood sword. Indeed, the mysterious Ice Phoenix's blood sword had been severely damaged. Even though it used to be an extremely powerful spirit weapon, it was now just a broken spirit weapon. It could not even exert the most basic functions of a spirit weapon. If it had been a normal weapon, it would have been reduced to a pile of shards after being broken to this extent. However, the mysterious Ice Phoenix's blood sword was indeed a spirit weapon. Even though it had been broken to this extent, it still retained a powerful might. Lu Xian felt that even though the mysterious Ice Phoenix's blood sword was broken to this extent, its might was not inferior to the upper human-level treasure weapon, the ice-shattering sword. Can the Profound Ice Phoenix blood sword be repaired? Lu Xian looked at Bing Ling and asked. Of course. Bing Ling nodded with great certainty. Master has spent a great deal of effort to nurture it. How can an ordinary spiritual weapon compare to it? Even in the heaven region, the Profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword is one of the top-ranked weapons. However, it is not easy to repair it. The spiritual materials required are extremely rare. I'm afraid that even if all the spiritual materials in the Heavenly Sword continent were added together, it would still be impossible to repair it completely. Bing Ling's words were very arrogant. The spirit materials of the whole continent combined would not be able to repair the Profound Ice Phoenix blood sword. It sounded a little unbelievable. It can't be, right? Lu Xian was in slight disbelief. The Profound Ice Pavilion is only a 4th-grade sect in the Heavenly Sword continent. There are even more powerful 5th-grade sects above them. Even with so many resources, they are still unable to repair the Profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword. Bing Ling smiled and said, "Do you know the classification of weapons? Do you know what a spirit weapon represents?" Lu Xian was shocked. Isn't a spirit weapon a level higher than a bejeweled tool? Of course not. Of course not. Treasured weapons are divided into 3 ranks: heaven, earth, and human. High, middle, and low. Above treasured weapons are sacred weapons. Sacred weapons are also divided into 3 ranks and 3 ranks. Above sacred weapons are spiritual weapons. Only spiritual weapons can produce spiritual weapon spirits, which can greatly increase a warrior's combat ability. Even in the Qingyun realm, spiritual weapons are extremely precious. Normal warriors can never have one. Seeing that Lu Xian really did not know anything, the ice spirit immediately explained to him. After hearing the explanation, Lu Xian was really shocked. He thought that above bejeweled tools were spirit tools. He didn't know that there were sacred tools, and above sacred tools were spirit tools. The shattering ice sword, which was merely a human-level upper-grade treasure weapon, was already extremely precious to Lu Xian. But now, he was holding a spirit weapon in his hand. It was a spirit weapon that was countless times more powerful than a human-level treasure weapon. It was a spirit weapon that would drive countless warriors in the Qian domain crazy. Lu Xian felt his hands tremble a little. It was due to his excitement. Although the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword was damaged, and it was extremely difficult to repair, there was still a chance that it could be repaired. No wonder Bing Ling said that even if all the spiritual materials in the entire Sky Sword continent were gathered together, they still might not be able to repair the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword. Looking at it this way, it really wasn't an exaggeration, because there was no such thing as a spirit tool in the entire Sky Sword continent. Don't be impatient. It is not easy to repair a spirit tool. Although the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword is damaged and has lost its function as a spirit tool, its material and its master's tempering means that it is not an ordinary item. At the very least, it is equivalent to an Earth-tier bejeweled tool. As long as you continue to find materials to repair it, it will not be difficult to repair it to the level of a sacred tool. Bing Ling comforted. After all, Lu Xian was only a small spirit refinement realm warrior. To say that he could completely repair the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword was just a pipe dream. I know, but I will definitely try my best. Lu Xian nodded firmly. This profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword was really not that easy to obtain. Although he had obtained so many primal stones and spiritual medicines from the profound Ice secret territory, they were not even worth mentioning compared to what he needed to repair the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword. Moreover, apart from the profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword, Lu Xian also needed to find some treasures that could help Bing Ling recover as soon as possible so that she could remember more things. Not to mention Bing Ling's strength, just her memory alone was a precious treasure. She could tell Lu Xian many things that he did not know, such as the Heaven Realm and the Heaven Sword. Bing Ling lightly nodded, then waved her hand, and a few more items appeared in front of her. Lu Xian looked at them and suddenly felt that they were a little familiar. They were the treasures that Bing Ling had taken out for him to choose from. Now that he had received the complete inheritance of the Ice Phoenix, these things naturally belonged to him. Life and Death Nirvana Pill, Master's Comprehension, 9th Heaven Sword Art of the Phoenix Soaring, and the remaining Ice Phoenix's blood and Ice Phoenix's essence are all here. Keep them well. Apart from the resources in the 2 stone rooms, these are the only things I can give you. After saying that, Bing Ling lightly waved her hand, and the series of treasures flew directly in front of Lu Xian. Gently taking these things, Lu Xian's heart was beating very fast. Previously, he was very conflicted, not knowing which to choose. Unexpectedly, he did not need to choose at all. These things all belonged to him. There are more than 30 drops of Ice Phoenix's blood here, but only 7 drops of Ice Phoenix's essence are left. If you are familiar with the girl called Zhao Binger, you can give her a drop of Ice Phoenix's essence. After fusing with the Ice Phoenix's essence, it will be even more beneficial to her, Bing Ling said. There are still 7 drops of Ice Phoenix blood essence left? Lu Xian was surprised. Didn't you say there were only 3 drops? Bing Ling rolled her eyes at Lu Xian and said, 3 drops of Ice Phoenix blood essence is only a reward for passing the 5th level. How can I give you all the blood essence before you pull out the profound Ice Phoenix blood sword? Lu Xian smiled sheepishly. That was true. If he had taken away all the Ice Phoenix blood essence, no one else would have the chance to obtain it. Of course, all the Ice Phoenix blood essence was now in Lu Xian's hands. Then, do you still have any more Azure Dragon blood essence? Lu Xian asked, a little unsatisfied. No. As long as Master is willing to pay the price, you can give me a lot of Ice Phoenix blood essence. But Master asked for the Azure Dragon blood essence from Azure Dragon. How can I have so much? Bing Ling shook her head. That's a pity. Lu Xian looked a little disappointed. He had already experienced the power of the bloodline. It would be great if he could absorb a few more drops of Azure Dragon blood essence. If there's nothing else, go and collect the things in the 2 stone rooms. I think Profound Ice Pavilion will summon you soon. Bing Ling said again. This time, Lu Xian did not refuse. He could not miss out on so many good things. He immediately took Xianxia and Linsini and got busy. First, he put a large number of primordial stones into his storage ring. Then, he began to collect various spiritual herbs. It was obvious that some of the spirit herbs had yet to reach their full potential. While it would be a waste to pick them up, he had no other choice. He couldn't just watch these things go to waste. After all, with the ice spirit gone, it was only a matter of time before the Xianbing secret realm collapsed without her and the other spirit herbs. This was just a space that the ice phoenix had casually created. It had existed for tens of thousands of years, and it had long reached its limit. I didn't expect this to be the last time the Profound Ice Mystery Dimension will be opened. If Profound Ice Pavilion finds out that I destroyed the Profound Ice Mystery Dimension that they relied on, they will probably come after me with their lives on the line, said Lu Xian with a smile as he collected the spiritual herbs. Xianxia smiled faintly. Profound Ice Pavilion has gained a lot of benefits from the Profound Ice Secret Realm over the years. It can be said that they have a firm foothold among the fourth-grade sects. They should be satisfied. After all, these things were given to them by Senior Ice Spirit. That's right, that's right. If it wasn't for the fact that the Profound Ice Pavilion took away a lot of good stuff over the years, they would have left you even more. Chen Xiaohan agreed. She was quite protective of her own people, treating the wealth of the Profound Ice Mystic Realm as Lu Xian's. You can't say that. The Profound Ice Pavilion at least allowed us to enter the Profound Ice Mystery Land. If we didn't come in, we wouldn't have a share of these things. Lu Xian smiled and shook his head. Everything should not be so perfect. After the three of them quickly put away the things, they took out the jade tokens that the Profound Ice Pavilion had given them and waited for the Profound Ice Pavilion's summons. Take these primordial stones and keep some for your own cultivation. Give a piece of top-grade primordial stone to Elder Gu Qi and we can enter the Profound Ice Pavilion together. Lu Xian took out a lot of primordial stones and gave them to Chen Xiaohan and Xianxia. Seeing that Lu Xian had taken out so many primordial stones, Xianxia said, "This is too much. I don't need so much. Give me at most 10 top-grade primordial stones and some high-grade primordial stones." That's right. You have to train your spirit and body. Plus, you have broken through too many acupoints. You will need to consume even more primordial stones. You should keep them for yourself. Chen Xiaohan also refused. Among the primordial stones that Lu Xian took out, there were hundreds of top-grade primordial stones and quite a number of high-grade primordial stones. To the two ladies, it was too much. The total amount of primordial stones that the Profound Ice Pavilion had obtained from the Profound Ice Mystery Land was probably not much more than this. Lu Xian didn't mind at all and said, "Just take it. Don't worry and cultivate in the future. At least you won't be affected by the lack of primordial stones. What's more, I still have close to 1,000 top-grade primordial stones and a large number of high-grade primordial stones. It's nothing." To his own people, Lu Xian naturally wouldn't be stingy. Resources were meant to be used. Anyway, he couldn't use them all by himself. Even if he needed a lot of resources for cultivation, the remaining primordial stones were enough for him to cultivate to the origin realm. Chen Xiaohan still wanted to say something, but Lu Xian glared at her and said, "Don't say any more. You're my woman. What's mine is yours too." Hearing this, Chen Xiaohan's heart instantly felt sweet as if she had eaten honey. She smiled happily at Lu Xian and didn't decline anymore. She kept the primordial stones in her storage ring. If it wasn't for Xianxia and Bing Ling, she would have taken the initiative to kiss Lu Xian. Seeing Lu Xian and Chen Xiaohan flirting with each other, Xianxia didn't feel good in her heart. She snorted lightly and thought for a moment. She also took her share and turned around, ignoring Lu Xian. Lu Xian was a little surprised. He didn't know how he had offended this young mistress. Chen Xiaohan understood in her heart. She secretly smiled and whispered into Lu Xian's ear, "Lu Xian, Chenxi is jealous. It must be because you said I'm your woman." Hee. It can't be. Me and Chenxi. There's nothing. Lu Xian said embarrassedly. Go lie to a fool. A woman's senses are very sharp. Chen Xiaohan snorted lightly. After thinking for a moment, she continued to lie on Lu Xian's shoulder and whispered, "Lu Xian, why don't you take Chenxi as well?" Hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes instantly widened. He looked at Chen Xiaohan with surprise. "What did you just say? Did I hear it wrong? Aren't you women very petty? Why are you all?" Lu Xian thought for a long time, but he really didn't know how to describe it. Fortunately, Chen Xiaohan also understood what he meant. She faintly sighed and said, "Do you think I want to? But based on my understanding of you, will you be so honest? Instead of looking for a stranger, it's better to find a familiar person. Everyone won't be so awkward. It just so happens that Chenxi is also Sunny's playmate since childhood. I think Sunny won't have any objections." Lu Xian's breath stagnated. He then shook his head gently and said, "Let's see fate." "Good, Lu Xian. You really have such thoughts." Chen Xiaohan's 2 fingers instantly pinched the soft flesh on Lu Xian's waist and said fiercely. Feeling the sharp pain on his waist, Lu Xian couldn't help but facepalm. It's over, he fell into this little girl's trap again. Women really aren't that easy to fool. Seeing that Lu Xian was at a disadvantage, Chen Xiaohan immediately felt a little proud. Just as she was about to properly teach Lu Xian a lesson, to prevent him from continuing to fool around, the jade tablets that the 3 of them took out all emitted a faint light at the same time. Seeing the movement of the jade tablets, Lu Xian immediately felt as if he had grasped onto a life-saving straw. He quickly said, "The Profound Ice Pavilion sent a message, we're preparing to go out." "Humph, count yourself lucky. I'll let you go this time." Chen Xiaohan unwillingly let go of her hand and said. Immediately, the 3 of them crushed the jade tablets at the same time. 3 rays of light were released from the jade tablets at the same time. They quickly landed on the ground and formed 3 small teleportation formations. The other end of the teleportation formation was connected to the large teleportation formation in the valley of the Profound Ice Pavilion. These jade tablets were all specially made. There was a small teleportation formation carved in them with an extremely delicate technique. As long as the jade tablet was crushed, the teleportation formation would take shape. This method was naturally not thought of by the Profound Ice Pavilion. It was originally given by the Ice Spirit sect to the first sect leader of the Profound Ice Pavilion. "Senior Ice Spirit." Lu Xian looked at Ice Spirit and called out. Ice Spirit immediately nodded. Without saying anything, the illusory body instantly dissipated and returned to the Profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword in Lu Xian's hand. Ice Spirit had once told Lu Xian that the Profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword must be carried at all times and could not be placed in a storage ring. On one hand, it would allow Lu Xian to be more compatible with the Profound Ice Phoenix's blood sword. On the other hand, it would make it convenient for Ice Spirit to contact Lu Xian at any time. "Let's go." Lu Xian looked at the 2 girls and said. The 2 of them nodded and stepped into the small teleportation formation in front of them. Seeing that they had disappeared, Lu Xian did not hesitate and directly walked towards the teleportation formation. Finally, he was going to leave the Profound Ice Mystery Land. At the same time, teleportation lights flashed continuously in various places of the Mystic Ice Mystery Realm. The disciples who had entered the Mystic Ice Mystery Realm started to leave one after another. There were also some jade plates that were lying quietly in storage rings, emitting a light that no one knew about. Some were hanging on corpses, continuously calling out to their owners. Unfortunately, their owners could no longer leave. The Profound Ice Mystery Land is finally over. I wonder how many disciples of the Crimson Cloud Palace will be able to come out alive. Elder Huoliehua of the Crimson Cloud Palace looked at the shining teleportation formation in front of him and sighed. According to the usual pattern, there should be a 70% survival rate. Instructor Yang said with his hands behind his back. He was also quite worried. The disciples who had entered the Profound Ice Mystery Land this time were all the elites of the Wind Sword School. They might even be the pillars of the school in the future. Especially Lu Xian, he was a rare peerless genius. Unfortunately, if a jade was not cut, it would not be useful. Beautiful flowers could not be cultivated in a greenhouse. They had to take these risks. Huoliehua looked around and realized that no one was paying attention to them. He whispered to Instructor Yang, actually, many of our disciples died in the hands of the Profound Ice Pavilion disciples every time. If they did not kill and steal the treasures, there would not be such a high death rate. The survival rate of the Profound Ice Pavilion disciples is much higher than ours. Instructor Yang's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said, Elder Hua, be careful of what you say. Although he said that, Instructor Yang also knew that what Hua Liehua said was the truth. However, there was nothing he could do. They were just living under the eaves. The quota to enter the Profound Ice Mystery Land was given by the Profound Ice Pavilion. The only person he was worried about was Lu Xian. Lu Xian was not afraid of anything. Who knew if he would provoke the disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion? In his opinion, although Lu Xian was talented, his strength was still too low. The strength of the body refinement realm was nothing in front of the disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion. Instructor Yang naturally did not know that Lu Xian's strength was not the same as before. He was still stuck in his impression of Lu Xian before he entered Xian Ice Pavilion. When Hua Lai heard Instructor Yang's words, he immediately laughed and stopped talking about this matter. He changed the topic and said, Old Yang, your strength has improved a lot in the past few months. Are you comfortable living in the guest building? Hearing this, Instructor Yang smiled and said, Not bad, not bad. Although he said this, Instructor Yang was obviously proud of himself. In the past 3 months, when Lu Xian and the others entered Xian Ice Secret Land, he had been living in the guest house of Xian Ice Pavilion. Not only was the service very good, but more importantly, he could use the Yuan Gathering Formation to cultivate every day. Even though he was the chief instructor of Wind Sword School, enjoying the Yuan Gathering Formation every day was an extremely extravagant thing for him. With the help of the Yuan Gathering Formation, after 3 months of cultivation, he actually showed signs of a breakthrough. Now he had reached the peak of LV8 of spirit cultivation and could break through to LV9 at any time. The obvious improvement of Instructor Yang's strength was naturally noticed by the leaders of the other 4 third-grade sections. For example, Elder Hua Lai and the others were naturally envious of Instructor Yang. They did not know which big shot in Xian Ice Pavilion that Instructor Yang was being treated so well. Unfortunately, no matter how they tried, Instructor Yang did not reveal anything, which made them feel quite helpless. At this moment, the large teleportation formation in front of them suddenly shone brightly, immediately attracting everyone's attention. They're coming out. I hope they can all come back safely. Everyone stretched their necks, looking forward to it nervously. A light flashed, and a disciple suddenly appeared on the teleportation formation. The first disciple to enter Xian Ice Secret Land had successfully come out. Countless people's eyes were focused on him. Seeing so many people looking at him, the disciple was a little dumbfounded, not knowing what was wrong with him. Fortunately, many people quickly looked away, because it was not the person they were expecting to see. Xingji, not bad. It's good that you can come back safely. Go to the side and wait. Elder Gu Qi, who was in charge of the opening of Xian Ice Secret Land, smiled and nodded. The disciple who came out was from Xian Ice Pavilion. Thank you for your praise, Elder Gu. Hearing Gu Qi's praise, the disciple named Xingji's face immediately lit up and he obediently stood to the side. He did not expect Elder Gu Qi to remember his name. Following the return of the first disciple, the teleportation formation flashed continuously. One disciple after another appeared. Most of them were from the Profound Ice Pavilion, but there were also disciples from the 5 rank 3 sections. After all, the disciples of the Profound Ice Pavilion were much stronger than those of the rank 3 sects, both in terms of numbers and strength. Seeing the disciples of Sky Saber sect, Red Cloud Palace, and other sects appearing one after another, but not a single disciple of Wind Sword School, Instructor Yang couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It couldn't be that they were all wiped out, right? In that case, Wind Sword School would really suffer a great loss. Originally, the younger generation of Wind Sword School had been lacking in the past few years. With the loss of so many elites, Wind Sword School would have a hard time in the future. Senior Sister Du is out. Senior Sister Du is a strong candidate for the first place this time. I wonder how many resources she has gotten. That's not necessarily true. Senior Sister Du doesn't like to fight with others. She often shares the resources she gets with us equally. I think senior brother Xiao Zhaohong and senior brother Han Feng have a higher chance of getting the first place. That's not necessarily true. The reward for the first place this time is not ordinary. She can directly become a personal disciple. Senior sister Du will definitely be tempted. Seeing Du Xiaomao's appearance, the disciples of Profound Ice Pavilion who were standing to the side began to discuss. They were talking about the candidate for the first place this time. If she won the first place, she could choose any elder to become her personal disciple. No one would not be tempted. As one of the 3 disciples in the 6th level of spirit refinement realm, Du Xiaomao was indeed a strong candidate. Instructor Yang was not in the mood to care so much. He just stared at the teleportation formation, hoping to see the next disciple of Wind Sword School, even if it was just one. A light flashed again, and a few more people appeared on the teleportation formation. Instructor Yang took a closer look and was immediately overjoyed. It was Xiao Long. Without waiting for Instructor Yang's greeting, several disciples of Wind Sword School appeared one after another. It was Yu Feng and 3 other disciples of Wind Sword School. Instructor Yang laughed heartily this time. He did not expect to see 5 people appear before he did not see any of them. His worried heart was immediately relieved. Xiao Long's aptitude might not be as good as Lu Xian and Kong Wenbin, but he was also a rare talent. Yu Feng was the same. He was one of the few people in Wind Sword School who could pass the potential test and choose a martial skill. Xiao Long, Yu Feng, come here. Instructor Yang called out happily. Xiao Long and the others quickly saw Instructor Yang. They immediately turned around to thank Du Xiaomao and walked over. Xiao Long, you actually broke through to the spirit refinement realm? Instructor Yang said with surprise and joy. He had just noticed the change in Xiao Long's strength. Xiao Long smiled happily and said, the Profound Ice Secret Realm is indeed a good place. The concentration of Yuanli is extremely high. Coupled with the continuous battles and the help of some elixirs and primordial stones, it was only a matter of time before I broke through. Yu Feng has now reached the peak of the body refinement realm, breaking through is only a matter of time. Good, good. Instructor Yang happily said, this trip to the Profound Ice Secret Realm was not in vain. Now, other than Kong Wenbin, our Wind Sword School has another disciple in the spirit refinement realm. I think Lu Xian should also be breaking through soon. As soon as he said this, Xiao Long and Yu Feng immediately became silent. Instructor Yang quickly realized this, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. A trace of uneasiness flashed through his heart. He just mentioned Kong Wenbin and Lu Xian. Could it be that something happened to either of them? Senior Kong has already met with misfortune, Xiao Long said in a heavy voice. Instructor Yang's heart suddenly felt like it was hit by a heavy blow. Before Lu Xian came, Kong Wenbin was the undisputed #1 core disciple of Wind Sword School. His strength and talent were both excellent. Who would have thought that? Forcefully calming himself down, Instructor Yang asked in a low voice, what happened? What about Lu Xian? Is he fine? Xiao Long lightly shook his head. We met Junior Lu once in the Profound Ice Secret Realm. At that time, Junior Lu was fighting with Profound Ice Pavilion's Xiao Zhaohong. Xiao Zhaohong? The Xiao Zhaohong from the Spirit Refinement Realm? Instructor Yang almost shouted out loud. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. He was worried that Lu Xian would provoke a disciple from the Profound Ice Pavilion. Xiao Long was slightly taken aback, but he immediately understood and quickly said, Instructor Yang, don't worry. Let me finish. Junior brother Lu is fine. We have the protection of senior sister Du Xiaomao of the Mysterious Ice Pavilion. In the end, the battle between junior brother Lu and Xiao Zhaohong ended without a conclusion. Moreover, the news of senior brother Kong's death was also told by junior brother Lu. Then why didn't he come out with you? We received the protection of senior Du for the sake of safety. Yu Feng, junior Lu, and a few other junior brothers followed senior Du. However, at that time, junior Xia was unconscious. In order to save junior Xia, junior Lu took junior Qin Shaohan and went out on his own. As for what happened to him now, I don't know either. Xiao Long said everything he knew. Instructor Yang suddenly felt a headache coming on. Now, many things had happened in the Profound Ice Secret Realm. Not only had Kong Wenbin met with misfortune, but even Xia Chenxi had met with misfortune. Moreover, Lu Xian did not need the protection of Profound Ice Pavilion and went out on his own. After calming himself down, Instructor Yang said to Xiaolong, "What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." After that, Xiaolong organized his thoughts and told Instructor Yang everything. Kong Wenbin and Xianxia were threatened by Profound Ice Pavilion's disciples. Lu Xian saved them, Kong Wenbin's death, Xianxia's unknown fate, and Du Xiaomao's inexplicable protection. He told Instructor Yang everything. In that case, it was the Sky Saber sect who caused trouble. After listening, Instructor Yang's face turned somewhat gloomy. Although it was Qing Hong who did it, if Wei Suo had not instigated it, so many things would not have happened. This time, the enmity between Wind Sword School and the Sky Saber sect was huge. Instructor Yang, don't worry too much. Junior Lu's strength is extraordinary. He was able to exchange 3 blows with Xiao Zhaohong and not die. Nothing bad will happen. Just wait and see. Xiaolong comforted him. Yes. Instructor Yang looked at the teleportation portal with a heavy heart. Lu Xian had offended Han Feng and had a conflict with Xiao Zhaohong. If they met in the Profound Ice Secret Realm, it would be hard to say whether he would live or die. Senior Xiao is out. Senior Han is out too. Xiao Zhaohong and Han Feng appeared at almost the same time. They looked at each other and did not say anything. They walked straight to where the Profound Ice Pavilion's disciples were gathered. Next, they would be competing for the first place. Whoever obtained the first place would be able to become a direct disciple and soar to the sky. Just when everyone was paying attention to Xiao Zhaohong and Han Feng, another 3 rays of light flashed on the teleportation portal. 3 disciples wearing the Wind Sword School's uniform appeared. The Profound Ice Pavilion's disciples only took a glance before looking away. In their opinion, the Profound Ice Pavilion's disciples were the real protagonists this time. It's Junior Lu. And Junior Xia and Junior Chen. Haha, they all came out safely. Junior Lu actually managed to save Junior Xia. Seeing the 3 of them, the Wind Sword School's disciples immediately cheered. Every one of them was in high spirits. This time, there were only 12 people from the Wind Sword School who entered the Profound Ice Secret Realm. Including Lu Xian and the other 2, there were at least 8 people who returned alive. It was something worth celebrating. Lu Xian, that kid, did not disappoint me. It's good that he is back. Instructor Yang waved his fist fiercely, releasing the nervousness in his heart. Lu Xian scanned the entire valley and quickly saw Instructor Yang and his group. He immediately turned his head and said to the 2 of them, "Over there. Let's go." When Lu Xian walked over, Instructor Yang slapped Lu Xian's shoulder heavily. "Good lad, you're still alive. Tell me more about Kong Wenbin later. This matter won't end so easily." Lu Xian, who was happy to see everyone, suddenly became serious when he heard this. Although one's life and death were up to fate in the Mystic Ice Mystery Land, no one said that one couldn't take revenge afterwards. Moreover, Wei Suo was the one who stirred up trouble from the beginning. If it weren't for him, Kong Wenbin and Xianxia wouldn't have been put in a difficult position by the Mystic Ice Pavilion. Not only did Kong Wenbin die for him, but he also almost killed Xianxia. Lu Xian had already remembered this grudge. If Wei Suo dared to come at him openly, perhaps Lu Xian would admire him. However, Wei Suo dared to attack the people around him. Lu Xian couldn't tolerate it. Lu Xian couldn't help but look at the Skyblade sect. Wei Suo was among them. He had been following Han Feng and was lucky to be alive. Lu Xian snorted coldly. "I will take revenge personally. Don't give me a chance. Otherwise, Wei Suo will die." He didn't care if Wei Suo was the son of the Skyblade sect's sect leader. Since he provoked him, he should be prepared to pay the price. At that moment, Xiaolong suddenly said in surprise, "Junior brother Lu, what's your cultivation level now? I can't see through you?" Instructor Yang was slightly stunned. Xiaolong had already broken through to the spirit refinement realm. If even he couldn't see through Lu Xian's cultivation level, wouldn't Lu Xian have at least reached the 2nd layer of the spirit refinement realm? Instructor Yang took a closer look and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Lu Xian, you've reached the 3rd layer of the spirit refinement realm. Am I seeing things? Before entering the Mystic Ice Mystery Land, you were only in the 10th layer of the body refinement realm. Only 3 months have passed. This increase in strength is truly too shocking. This time, Instructor Yang was really shocked by Lu Xian's monstrous speed of improvement. In 3 months, he had advanced from the 10th level of Body Refinement Realm to the 3rd level of Spirit Refinement Realm. On average, he had broken through one small realm in a month. More importantly, Lu Xian was only 17 years old now. In Instructor Yang's opinion, Lu Xian had reached the 10th level of the Body Refinement Realm at the age of 17. Although he was talented, it was not too shocking. But now, he had reached the 3rd level of the Spirit Refinement Realm at the age of 17, which was enough to break the record of the Wind Sword School. In the entire history of Wind Sword School, no one could be compared with Lu Xian. Now, perhaps only the powerful proto-disciples of Mysterious Ice Pavilion could be compared with Lu Xian. I was lucky. Lu Xian shook his head gently and said, later on, we had some opportunities. Xianxia has also broken through to the Spirit Refinement Realm. Hearing this, everyone looked at Xianxia again. Just as Lu Xian said, Xianxia had also reached the Spirit Refinement Realm. Xiaolong couldn't help but say with some envy, I really envy your talent. Back then, when junior brother Lu and junior sister Xia entered the sect, your strength was lower than mine. Now, junior sister Xia has already caught up to me, and junior brother Lu has left me far behind. As expected, comparisons are odious. Senior brother Xiao, you don't have to belittle yourself. My current strength was exchanged by a narrow escape. If senior brother Xiao had chosen to explore the world by himself instead of following senior sister Du Xiaomao of Mysterious Ice Pavilion, you might not be inferior to me. Lu Xian said seriously. Xiaolong held his breath and nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, he did not have Lu Xian's drive, so he could not be compared to Lu Xian. He also did not have Kong Wenbin's drive, so he could not be compared to Kong Wenbin. No matter what, this trip to the Wind Sword sect was not in vain. Everyone's strength has increased significantly. Although there might be a few disciples who will remain in the Xian Ice Mystery Land forever, this is everyone's choice. Death and injury are unavoidable. Since you've successfully come out alive, then you must return them alive, Instructor Yang said as his gaze swept across everyone's faces. After a slight hesitation, Lu Xian looked at Instructor Yang and said, Instructor Yang, this time, Xianxia, Xiaohan and I may take this opportunity to join Mysterious Ice Pavilion. However, Wind Sword School will always be our sect. Join Mysterious Ice Pavilion? The 3 of you? Instructor Yang was a little surprised. You have gathered enough primordial stones? Yes, it's enough. Lu Xian nodded his head. After getting an affirmative answer, Instructor Yang was both a little regretful and a little relieved. He regretted that Lu Xian would eventually leave Wind Sword School, but he was relieved that Lu Xian could get better training. He had long seen that Lu Xian would not be satisfied with a 3rd-grade sect like Wind Sword School. Moreover, staying in Wind Sword School would be a waste for Lu Xian's talent. Instructor Yang patted Lu Xian on the shoulder and said, That's good too. I'm afraid that only a 4th-rank sect like the Mystic Ice Pavilion will allow you to display your talents freely. Furthermore, you'll have someone important to take care of you in the Mystic Ice Pavilion, so you'll definitely have a better life than in the Wind Sword sect. Don't forget to visit the Wind Sword sect when you have time. I will. No matter what, I won't forget Wind Sword School. Lu Xian nodded his head firmly. Wind Sword School might not be strong enough for him to climb to the peak of martial arts, but it was a place where he could start. The 3 elders of the sword faction of the inner sect, Chen Mo of the Enchantment Hall, Elder Jin, and Instructor Yang were all very good to him and took good care of him. Lu Xian was naturally not the kind of person who did not repay their kindness. Junior Lu, I knew you would be extraordinary during the martial arts competition, but I didn't expect you to be able to join Mysterious Ice Pavilion so quickly. Just don't forget this friend of yours in the future. Xiaolong walked in front of Lu Xian and smiled. Me too. If it wasn't for Lu Xian's guidance, I might not have been able to improve so quickly. However, it seems that I won't be able to ask for your guidance in the future. Yufeng walked up and said with some regret. Ever since he lost to Lu Xian in the martial arts competition, Yufeng was completely convinced of Lu Xian's ability. The other disciples also walked up and sighed with Lu Xian and the rest. It was not easy to get out of the Mystic Ice secret realm, but it was like a farewell banquet. Lu Xian had quite a number of supreme-grade primordial stones. If he wanted to, he could totally give each of them a supreme-grade primordial stone and let Xiaolong and the rest join Mysterious Ice Pavilion. However, to Xiaolong and the rest, this might not be a good thing. They had limited talent, and perhaps their ambition was not to reach the peak of martial arts. Joining Mysterious Ice Pavilion might not even be as comfortable as staying in Windsword School. In Windsword School, they were the pride of the heavens, the backbone of the next generation. However, in Mysterious Ice Pavilion, they could only be at the bottom, slowly drowning in the crowd of disciples. Those who did not have a firm mind might sink because of this, unable to recover. Moreover, Lu Xian did not want Xiaolong and the rest to leave Windsword School. Otherwise, the young generation of elite disciples in Windsword School would really be empty. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian took out a batch of high-grade primordial stones from his storage ring. After all, they were from the same sect, so he naturally had to take care of them. These high-grade primordial stones might not be much to him, but to Xiaolong and the rest, they were extremely precious. One high-grade primordial stone was equivalent to 100 middle-grade primordial stones. Immediately, Lu Xian handed over 10 high-grade primordial stones to each of them and said, "This time, I had a fortuitous encounter in the Mystic Ice secret realm and obtained quite a number of primordial stones. Don't reject it, I can still afford these things." Seeing so many high-grade primordial stones, everyone's eyes widened. 10 high-grade primordial stones, that was equivalent to 1,000 middle-grade primordial stones. Xiaolong smiled bitterly and said, "Lu Xian, I am a little regretful now. If I had gone to explore by myself, I might have been able to obtain more resources. However, I will accept these things. After breaking through to the spirit refinement realm, I realized that the amount of cultivation resources I need has increased by several folds." As he spoke, Xiaolong accepted the things that Lu Xian gave him without hesitation. He knew that since Lu Xian could take out so many things in one go, he must not be lacking in resources. Xiaolong, would remember this favor. The other disciples hesitated for a moment, then they also thanked Lu Xian and accepted the things. No cultivator could not be tempted by a large amount of cultivation resources. Seeing this, Lu Xian smiled slightly. He liked this kind of straightforwardness. Giving away 50 high-grade primordial stones in one go, Lu Xian did not even blink. He then turned his head to look at Instructor Yang. "There is no need to look at me. As the chief instructor of the Cloud Sky Mountain, I do not lack cultivation resources. You can keep them for your own cultivation." Instructor Yang chuckled. However, Lu Xian did not deny it. He still took out some things from his storage ring. "Here are 2 abstruse ice jade leaf lotuses and a chilling heart spiritual fruit. The abstruse ice jade leaf lotuses have miraculous healing and detoxification effects. The chilling heart spiritual fruit can even prevent chi deviation. Instructor Yang, you often travel outside. If you are injured, the abstruse ice jade leaf lotuses should have a miraculous effect. If you consume this chilling heart spiritual fruit when you are breaking through, the success rate will be higher." Instructor Yang had just rejected Lu Xian, but when he saw the 3 sets of spiritual herbs in Lu Xian's hands, he could not take his eyes off them. This time, Lu Xian had really grasped his weakness. He was not lacking in primordial stones. Otherwise, he would not have given all the 1,000 middle-grade primordial stones that Duan Geng had returned to him to Lu Xian. However, for things like elixirs, to him, the more, the better. Martial artists travel outside all year round. It was common for them to get injured. Even if they could be cured, there would more or less be some hidden dangers. Some powerful spiritual herbs could completely eliminate these hidden dangers. The abstruse ice jade leaf lotus was undoubtedly one of them. One must know that the abstruse ice golden lotus pill refined from the abstruse ice jade leaf lotus was a limited supply in the abstruse ice pavilion. It was extremely difficult for Instructor Yang to obtain it. Even the chilling heart spiritual fruit was a rare treasure that could stabilize one's mind. Instructor Yang was about to break through to the 9th tier of the spirit refinement realm. With the chilling heart spiritual fruit, the success rate would be greatly increased. "Good lad, you are really to my liking this time. It will be hard for me to reject you." Instructor Yang could not suppress his excitement. "I will remember this favor. Not to mention the other things, I will definitely take good care of your two female companions in the inner sect. Hearing this, Xianxia was a little confused. Two female companions? Could there be another one other than Cindy? She did not know of Zhang Dongshuang's existence. Lu Xian coughed twice and quickly changed the topic. Instructor Yang, you've been taking care of me all this while. This is nothing. Instructor Yang glanced at Xianxia and Chen Xiaohan behind Lu Xian. A smile of understanding appeared on his face, but he did not expose him. At this moment, the light from the teleportation formation in the valley gradually dimmed. Clearly, after such a long time, all the disciples who had entered the profound ice secret dimension should have come out by now. As for those who had yet to come out, there was only one possibility: they were in eternal slumber within the profound ice secret dimension. Some people were happy, some people were sad. The path of martial arts was cruel. If you wanted to obtain more than ordinary people, you had to keep fighting. In the process of fighting, you might succeed, or you might only be able to sleep forever. The people from Wind Sword School gradually quietened down. Looking at the teleportation portal that was about to close, the smiles on everyone's faces had long disappeared. Up until now, only two groups of people from Wind Sword School had come out. One group was Xiao Long and the other four, who came out with Du Xiaomao. The second group was Lu Xian and the other two. There were only 8 people in total from the two groups, and there were 12 people from Wind Sword School who entered the profound ice secret realm. Huang Lei died in the hands of Han Qing from the profound ice pavilion, but I've already avenged him and buried his body properly. Kong Wenbin should have been killed by Han Feng, but I didn't have time to look for his body, Lu Xian said softly. Instructor Yang nodded with a slightly heavy expression. Now it seems that the other two people should have died in the profound ice secret realm, but I don't know if they died in the hands of martial artists or because of the dangers of the profound ice secret realm itself. Those who were selected to enter the profound ice secret realm were the elites of Wind Sword School. Losing one of them was a great loss, not to mention that 4 of them died at once, including Kong Wenbin, who was once the first core disciple. Instructor Yang really could not be happy. Fortunately, we have Senior Du's protection this time around. Otherwise, I'm afraid that at least 1 or 2 of us would have to stay behind. Xiao Long said in a low voice. The other 4 nodded and followed Du Xiaomao. Although they couldn't freely search for treasures, at least they could guarantee their safety. The disciples of Profound Ice Pavilion and other rank 3 sects wouldn't attack them. As the few of them spoke, the teleportation array finally stopped operating and the light disappeared. This also meant that the trip to the mystical ice secret realm, which happened once every 4 years, had finally come to an end. Silence, everyone! A loud and clear voice resounded in everyone's ears. It was Elder Guqi who circulated his yuan power to speak. His clear voice spread throughout the entire valley. Immediately, the disciples who were in the midst of their discussions all fell silent and turned to look at Elder Gu, waiting for him to continue. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Elder Gu spoke again. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the disciples who successfully came out of the Profound Ice Secret Realm. To be able to enter the Profound Ice Secret Realm, it means that your talent and strength have been recognized. To be able to come out alive from the Profound Ice Secret Realm, you are the elites among the elites. Hearing this, the disciples of Profound Ice Pavilion were all delighted. To be able to receive the recognition of an elder was a great honor for them. One must know that the elders of Profound Ice Pavilion were all in the Origin Realm. Although we also have a lot of elite disciples who died in the Profound Ice Secret Realm, the path of martial arts is originally built on countless bones. Only with risk will there be rewards. Only by continuously struggling can you become a true expert. Undergoing the baptism of the Profound Ice Secret Realm will be very beneficial for your growth and strength. Elder Gu's voice echoed throughout the valley, encouraging the disciples. Indeed, many of the disciples felt their blood boiling. After 3 months of training in the Profound Ice Secret Realm, they had indeed grown a lot. Becoming a martial artist wasn't something that could be achieved by just cultivating. Disciples of Profound Ice Pavilion, for your gains from the Profound Ice Secret Realm, each of you will have to pay 3,000 contribution points worth of resources. Of course, the sect will not take these resources for free. All of them will be converted into contribution points and distributed to you. You can exchange them for any resources you need. Elder Gu finally talked about the resources. Profound Ice Pavilion did not open the Profound Ice Secret Realm for free. The disciples would have to pay a portion of the resources they obtained from the Profound Ice Secret Realm to Profound Ice Pavilion. In exchange for the contribution points, they would be able to read the various manuals of Profound Ice Pavilion or use some cultivation grounds. After a pause, Elder Gu continued, disciples of the 5 great third-rank sects don't need to pay. As a subordinate sect of Profound Ice Pavilion, this is what you deserve. Of course, if you want to join Profound Ice Pavilion, you only need to pay 10,000 contribution points worth of resources. Profound Ice Pavilion will take half of these resources, and the other half will belong to you. As soon as this was said, the disciples of Profound Ice Pavilion were in an uproar. Obviously, they felt that it was somewhat unfair. They were clearly disciples of Profound Ice Pavilion, while those third-rank sects were outsiders. However, they actually had to pay resources, while outsiders did not. Silence. This has been the rule of Profound Ice Pavilion for many years. Do you have any objections? Elder Gu shouted softly. Profound Ice Pavilion controlled the 5 great third-rank sections. Naturally, they had to give them some benefits. Moreover, the disciples of the third-rank sects were not strong. Profound Ice Pavilion did not think that they would be able to obtain anything good. If they also collected 3,000 contribution points worth of resources, then the disciples of the third-rank sects would have come here for nothing. Seeing that no one else spoke, Elder Gu then said, don't be in a hurry to pay the resources. The disciple who obtains first place in the Profound Ice Secret Realm will have a chance to become a direct disciple. Disciples who think that they have obtained enough resources can come forward and display them. However, half of the resources that you display will be given to the elder you choose as a disciple. Finally, the selection of the first place was about to begin. All the disciples of Profound Ice Pavilion were excited. Their gazes constantly swept across Du Xiaomao, Xiao Zhaohong, and Han Feng. In their hearts, these 3 were undoubtedly one of the predetermined candidates. The first place would definitely come from these 3. However, the 3 of them did not move. Han Feng was about to step forward, but after glancing at Du Xiaomao and Xiao Zhaohong, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he stopped. No matter how many resources they took out, they would have to pay half of it. Naturally, they did not want to expose their trump cards. If they took too much, they would not be willing to part with it. If they took too little, it would not be enough. They all wanted to see what other people's trump cards were. Seeing this, Du Xiaomao smiled softly, walked forward, and said, then I will go first. However, there are not many resources. While speaking, Du Xiaomao had already walked in front of Elder Gu. She took out items from her storage ring and placed them on the stone table in front of her. The first thing that Du Xiaomao took out was naturally the primordial stones. Primordial stones were the easiest to calculate. One after another, she gently placed the supreme-grade primordial stones on the table. Many disciples felt that it was worth it just to look at them. This was a supreme-grade primordial stone. One was equivalent to 10,000 mid-grade primordial stones, which was equivalent to 10,000 contribution points. It was hard not to be tempted. Hey, Lu Xian, I see that senior sister Du is taking good care of you. Could it be that she likes you? What would happen if you took her as your wife? She is beautiful and powerful. Xiao Long said mysteriously in Lu Xian's ear. Lu Xian was shocked and hurriedly covered Xiao Long's mouth. When he realized that Qin Shaohan and Xia Chenxi did not look over, he breathed a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, Senior brother Xiao, don't talk nonsense. I didn't even know senior sister Du before. Xiao Long suddenly smiled, but it was just an ambiguous smile. He did not say much. He did not know about Zhao Binger's relationship. He only knew that when Du Xiaomao knew that Lu Xian was in danger, she hurriedly ran to save him. No one would think too much about it. Lu Xian was helpless and did not explain. This kind of thing, the more he explained, the worse it would get. At this moment, Du Xiaomao had taken out 20 supreme-grade primordial stones and placed them neatly on the table. Then, she began to take out various spiritual materials and spiritual medicines and placed them in a pile. All the resources this disciple has obtained are here. Elder Gu, please have a look. Du Xiaomao slightly bowed and said. Elder Gu touched his beard and showed a trace of a smile. Very good. To be able to obtain so many supreme-grade primordial stones. Even these spiritual medicines are rare. The total value is about 260,000 contribution points. Who else wants to compete for first place? Lu Xian's eyes swept over the pile of resources on Du Xiaomao's body. He said to Xiaolong with some surprise, "You guys are lucky. You actually found so many good things?" Xiaolong gently shook his head and said, "In fact, we only narrowly escaped death. We found a secret place, but we did not expect it to be a black ice demon's nest. It was Senior Sister Du who almost single-handedly killed them. Then, we found that these black ice demons had hidden a lot of supreme-grade primordial stones. Originally, Senior Sister Du wanted to share them with everyone, but we did not contribute, so we gave them all to Senior Sister Du, so that's how it is." Lu Xian suddenly understood. It seemed that in addition to the ice spirit, some of the wandering black ice demons also knew to form teams and collect primordial stones for cultivation. At this time, another voice sounded. It was Xiao Zhaohong who stood up and said, "Let me." Everyone looked at Xiao Zhaohong again. Seeing that Du Xiaomao still dared to step forward after taking out the things, it proved that Xiao Zhaohong's resources would at least be no less than this. Hee, it seems that this time the disciples have gained a lot. Elder Gu laughed loudly. Xiao Zhaohong did not dawdle. He went straight forward and began to take out his own resources. The value of the spiritual medicines and spiritual materials he took out was similar to Du Xiaomao's. However, there was one more piece of supreme-grade primordial stone. There were actually 21 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones. No one knew if it was just right or if Xiao Zhaohong deliberately controlled the number of supreme-grade primordial stones he took out. After all, half of them had to be handed over. "Xiaomao, do you have more?" Xiao Zhaohong smiled at Du Xiaomao. He was sure that Du Xiaomao must have a trump card. It was impossible for her to take out everything at once. Unexpectedly, Du Xiaomao just smiled and shook her head gently. "No, all the resources I got are here, you win." After saying that, Du Xiaomao was ready to put away the things she had taken out. Since her resources were less than Xiao Zhaohong's, she naturally lost the battle for first place. Xiao Zhaohong was also a little surprised. He did not expect Du Xiaomao to not hold back at all. At this moment, a shout suddenly rang out, "Senior Sister Du, all the resources here are given to me by you. These should belong to you. Although it's not much, I'll still help Senior Sister." "That's right, the resources here should also belong to Senior Sister Du." For a time, there were several voices in succession. Several disciples of Profound Ice Pavilion went straight forward, took out resources from their storage rings, and began to pile them in front of Du Xiaomao. Once someone took the lead, more people followed. Some disciples who had been helped by Du Xiaomao in the Profound Ice Secret Realm hesitated for a long time before stepping forward, taking out a part of their resources and putting them in front of Du Xiaomao. With the support of more than a dozen disciples, the value of Du Xiaomao's resources quickly surpassed Xiao Zhaohong's. Seeing this scene, Elder Gu not only did not stop them at all, but also smiled. Du Xiaomao's popularity was not unrelated to her style of doing things, which was also what Elder Gu wanted to see. As fellow disciples, they naturally had to help each other. Seeing that the number of resources Du Xiaomao had exceeded Xiao Zhaohong, the disciples close to Xiao Zhaohong could not help it. Xiao Zhaohong was also a very loyal person, and his popularity was also not low. Immediately, some disciples began to step forward and put their resources in front of Xiao Zhaohong. This battle for first place became more and more chaotic. It seemed to be a competition of who had more supporters. "Let's also go up and help Senior Sister Du. If it was not for Senior Sister Du's protection, maybe we would have already died in the Profound Ice Secret Realm," Xiao Long said aloud. Although he did not have many resources, and for him, every resource was extremely precious, but since he had received a favor, he naturally had to repay it. "Okay." Yu Feng and the rest of the disciples responded and stepped forward at the same time, placing pieces of high-grade primordial stones in front of Du Xiaomao. Seeing the arrival of Xiao Long and the others, Du Xiaomao was slightly stunned, and when she saw the high-grade primordial stones they took out, she felt a burst of warmth in her heart. Although the value of a high-grade primordial stone was far from comparable to a top-grade primordial stone, it was still a considerable resource for Xiao Long and the others. but now, in order to help her win first place, they were willing to take it out. You don't have to do this. These resources are extremely important to you. It doesn't matter if I miss this opportunity, Du Xiaomao said softly. However, Xiaolong shook his head. Senior sister Du, you don't have to say anything more. I know that this is just a drop in the bucket. However, we will never forget the care that senior sister Du gave us in the profound ice mystery realm. I'm afraid that we won't have the chance to repay you in the future. I can only take this opportunity to express my gratitude. Leaving behind a pile of high-grade primordial stones, Xiaolong and the others directly left. At this moment, the various spiritual materials and primordial stones in front of Du Xiaomao and Xiao Zhaohong had piled up into a small hill. There were both high-grade and low-grade primordial stones. Thank you all for your care. I would like to thank you in advance. If I can get first place this time, I will return double the resources that you have given me in the future. Du Xiaomao turned around and bowed to everyone present. Xiao Zhaohong followed suit and also thanked everyone. Seeing that no one else came forward, Elder Gu counted the resources of the two again. Du Xiaomao obtained resources worth 360,000 contribution points. Xiao Zhaohong obtained resources worth 330,000 contribution points. Elder Gu announced the final results of the two in a loud voice. The gap between the two could be said to be big or small. 30,000 contribution points was only the value of 3 top-grade primordial stones. However, each top-grade primordial stone was extremely rare. Seeing that he was defeated in the end, Xiao Zhaohong was quite relieved. He smiled at Du Xiaomao and said, "All right, you win." However, Han Feng hasn't made a move yet. He must have a lot of resources in his hands. After speaking, Xiao Zhaohong kept his share of resources and directly walked down. Immediately, he began to return the resources contributed by the disciples one by one. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Han Feng. Xiao Zhaohong had already been defeated. The only one who could compete with Du Xiaomao should be Han Feng. Xiao Zhaohong, lend me a portion of your resources. I will return it to you later. At this time, Han Feng was transmitting his voice to Xiao Zhaohong. If it was just to defeat Du Xiaomao, Han Feng was still confident. However, Du Xiaomao had too many supporters. Even with all the resources he could barely reach 360,000 contribution points. If Du Xiaomao continued to have the help of her supporters, it would be hard to say who would win. Hearing Han Feng's message, Xiao Zhaohong was slightly startled. Immediately after, he smiled with slight disdain and said, "Why don't you lend yours to me?" Hearing Xiao Zhaohong's reply, Han Feng's face instantly turned ashen. He coldly snorted and no longer paid attention to Xiao Zhaohong. Instead, he turned to the disciples beside him and said, "Give me all the resources in your hands. After this, I will return you double." As long as one could become a direct disciple, they would be able to enjoy a lot of resources. Their status would also instantly rise. For the sake of obtaining first place, Han Feng could be said to not care about anything. Hearing Han Feng's words, some of the disciples beside him hesitantly took out their storage rings. Although they felt that Han Feng's cheating behavior was a little disdainful, no one dared to offend him. After obtaining all the resources from over a dozen disciples, Han Feng instantly became even more confident. He was determined to obtain first place. Taking large strides forward, Han Feng did not even look at Du Xiaomao. He directly took out the resources from his storage ring. Du Xiaomao was on Zhao Binger's side, while he, Han Feng, was on eldest senior brother's side. Naturally, they did not get along well. Piece after piece of supreme-grade primary stones were taken out by Han Feng. He was different from Xiao Zhaohong and Du Xiaomao. He was extremely ambitious and determined to obtain first place this time. Therefore, in the profound ice secret realm, all the resources obtained were taken by him alone. Unlike Du Xiaomao, who would even distribute the resources to her companions, Xiao Zhaohong relied on his own strength to obtain various resources. A total of 30 supreme-grade primary stones were taken out by Han Feng. Just the value of these supreme-grade primary stones had already reached 300,000 contribution points. After taking all the supreme-grade primary stones, Han Feng then took out spiritual materials and spiritual medicines one after another. The quantity was extremely large. With a rough estimate, it was no less than 70 to 80,000 contribution points. Seeing Han Feng take out so many items, Du Xiaomao's supporters immediately became worried. It seemed that senior sister Du was actually going to lose. Although Han Feng's strength was not low, he was not as popular as Du Xiaomao in the Profound Ice Pavilion. Naturally, there were more supporters for Du Xiaomao. It's this Han Feng again. Xiaolong clenched his fists tightly. In the Profound Ice Pavilion, there was no doubt that Xiaolong hated Han Feng the most. This was because Kong Wenbin had died in Han Feng's hands. Now, he had actually suppressed Du Xiaomao. Lu Xian, do you still have enough resources? If it's still generous, can I go and help senior sister Du? No matter what, we cannot let this bastard Han Feng obtain first place. Otherwise, it will be even more difficult for us to avenge senior brother Kong in the future. Xiaolong looked at Lu Xian and asked. Their wealth was limited. Even if they took out everything they had, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Only Lu Xian was someone they could not see through. He could easily take out dozens of high-grade primal stones and various spiritual medicines. He even had enough primal stones for Lu Xian and the other two to enter the Profound Ice secret realm. At this moment, Lu Xian's gaze was calm as he looked at the person in front of him. He said softly, "Don't worry. Han Feng will not obtain first place. No matter who it is, it will not be him." This first place, Lu Xian was determined to obtain. Whether it was to find a reasonable identity to interact with Zhao Binger or for his own future development, he had to obtain first place. Are you so sure? Xiaolong was a little stunned. He did not know where Lu Xian's confidence came from. At least for now, it seemed that Han Feng had an absolute advantage. However, Lu Xian did not reply. He quietly waited for the development of the situation. He wanted to wait for Han Feng to be at his most complacent. Then, he would make a move and completely defeat him. Wouldn't that be even more fun? Thinking of this, the corner of Lu Xian's mouth rose into a smile. Qin Xiaohan, who was beside him, noticed Lu Xian's smile. She immediately laughed. She knew Lu Xian very well. Naturally, she knew what Lu Xian was planning. After arranging all the resources, Han Feng looked at Du Xiaomao, who was beside him. Then, he confidently cupped his hands towards Elder Gu and said, "Elder Gu, please check." Elder Gu nodded and began to check the value of the resources that Han Feng had taken out. Soon, the results were calculated. Rounding off the number, all of Han Feng's resources are worth 380,000 contribution points. Elder Gu loudly announced. Then, he looked at Du Xiaomao and said, "The value of Han Feng's resources is 20,000 contribution points higher than yours. Do you have any other resources?" Du Xiaomao slowly shook her head. In the beginning, she did not intend to fight for first place. It was only with the support of her fellow disciples that she helped to gather so many resources. She did not expect that she would still lose to Han Feng. She could only let down her fellow disciples. Seeing Du Xiaomao shake her head, the smile on Han Feng's face grew even wider. There was a trace of unconcealable pride between his brows. How could he not be proud? Du Xiaomao's defeat meant that he was the first place this time. The identity of a direct disciple was waiting for him. "Elder Gu, since that's the case, I believe that I'm the first place this time, right?" Han Feng said to Elder Gu. "If there's no one else who wants to compete, then the first place is yours." Elder Gu lightly nodded. Then, he shouted, "Is there anyone else who wants to compete for first place?" Seeing Elder Gu's superfluous action, Han Feng sneered in his heart. The 3 disciples at the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm had already come out. Who else was qualified to compete with him? Han Feng was not the only one who thought so. Everyone present had the same thought. In their opinion, the first place had long been decided among Du Xiaomao and the other two. Now that Du Xiaomao and Xiao Zhaohong had lost, it would undoubtedly be Han Feng. Unfortunately, this matter was destined to exceed everyone's expectations. Under the shocked gazes of Xiaolong, Instructor Feng Yang, and the others, Lu Xian slowly took a step forward and said a word without hesitation, "Yes." The short word "have" was uttered at this time. It seemed so untimely. Everyone looked at Lu Xian in astonishment. When they saw where Lu Xian was standing, they were even more astonished. Did I hear wrongly? Did this guy say that he had? This joke is a little too much. A little guy from a third-grade sect? He's just playing to the gallery. I'd like to see what he has to offer. Everyone was in disbelief. They did not believe that there was anyone who could defeat Han Feng, not to mention that the person who spoke was a mere disciple of a third-grade sect. As members of the Profound Ice Pavilion, when had they ever put a third-grade sect's disciple in their eyes? Lu Xian, you. Instructor Yang recovered from his astonishment and wanted to say something. However, he saw that Lu Xian had already left the Wind Sword School and was walking straight towards Elder Gu. Lu Xian's expression was indifferent. He did not care about the gazes of the bystanders. As he walked, he opened his mouth and said, "If I remember correctly, before entering the mysterious ice secret realm, Elder Gu once said that as long as one has enough resources, even a third-grade sect disciple can participate in the competition for the first place. Am I wrong?" Elder Gu sized up Lu Xian with great interest and gently nodded his head. "That's right. That's indeed the case. As long as you can come up with enough resources, you can also compete for first place. If you can even win first place, you can directly become a direct disciple of the mysterious ice pavilion. It all depends on whether you have the strength to do so." After hearing the conversation between Lu Xian and Elder Gu, Xiao Long was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "Lu Xian previously said that Han Feng would not be able to obtain the first place. Does he mean that he wants to suppress Han Feng with his own strength? If I'm not dreaming, this should be true." Yu Feng swallowed his saliva and said. He looked at Lu Xian with a fanatical gaze. Lu Xian is really domineering. Let's not talk about whether he has the ability or not. He just had to make a move when Han Feng thought that the outcome was already set. This is simply a slap to Han Feng's face. If he can really drive Han Feng off the stage, it will be really satisfying. Did this kid really strike it rich? That's 380,000 contribution points. Since he dares to go forward, does he really have that many resources? Instructor Yang murmured. When he saw Lu Xian easily take out a batch of yuan stones and spiritual grass, he knew that Lu Xian must have gained a lot. However, he did not expect him to be so domineering. Seeing Lu Xian walk over, a trace of playfulness flashed across Han Feng's eyes. "I didn't think that you would still be alive. Looks like your luck is not bad." When Han Feng did not find the corpses of Lu Xian and the others, he naturally thought that Lu Xian had been frozen by the mystical ice stream. He did not think that Lu Xian was actually still alive. If he did not see Lu Xian again, Han Feng would have almost forgotten about him. After all, to Han Feng, killing a third-grade sect disciple like Lu Xian was not even a small matter. "My luck is not bad. That means that your luck is not so good. I will slowly settle the score with you for killing my fellow sect members," Lu Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, Han Feng sneered, "Just you?" "Just me." "All right, this disciple, can you tell me your name?" Elder Gu interrupted the two of them. Although it seemed that Han Feng had some enmity with this third-grade sect disciple, this was not a place for personal enmity. Lu Xian turned around and bowed to Elder Gu. "I am from Wind Sword School, Lu Xian." Hearing Lu Xian announce his name in front of everyone, Xiao Zhaohong rubbed his chin and smiled. He sent a message to Du Xiaomao, "This kid is not bad. He was so arrogant and yet he still came out alive. I thought he had been killed by Han Feng. It's not just not bad. Take a closer look at his strength." Du Xiaomao replied indifferently. Xiao Zhaohong was stunned. Only then did he notice Lu Xian's strength. With one look, his expression suddenly changed, third grade of spirit refinement. And looking at his aura, it was very likely that he was at the peak of the third tier of the spirit refinement realm. Xiao Zhaohong still remembered the first time he met Lu Xian. At that time, Lu Xian had just broken through to the spirit refinement realm and had not even stabilized the first tier of the spirit refinement realm. However, in less than 3 months, Lu Xian's strength had undergone such an earth-shattering change. This completely subverted Xiao Zhaohong's understanding. In order to reach the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm, he had spent so much time and trained so many times. But now, Lu Xian had only used 3 months to directly reach the 3rd tier of the spirit refinement realm. On average, he improved by 1 tier every month. Based on this, if Lu Xian was given another 3 months, wouldn't he be able to reach the 6th tier of the spirit refinement realm? Even if it took a little longer, it would not take more than a year. As expected of the person that senior sister Zhao paid attention to. This level of talent is simply monstrous. From the looks of it, I'm afraid that he isn't just playing to the gallery. Han Feng might really be defeated by him. Xiao Zhaohong sighed. Du Xiaomao could not help but nod her head. Although she had received Zhao Binger's request to take care of Lu Xian as much as possible, she did not know what was so special about Lu Xian that Zhao Binger would personally instruct him. From the looks of it now, Lu Xian's talent was already enough to make others shrink back. Lu Xian, although you are not a member of my mysterious ice pavilion, since you want to fight for the first place, it is also allowed. Take out the resources that you have obtained. If you are able to obtain the first place, you can directly become a direct disciple of my mysterious ice pavilion. Elder Gu nodded his head as he spoke. He was also a little curious. Where did a disciple from a third-rank sect get the confidence to compete? Han Feng coldly snorted at the side, quietly waiting for Lu Xian's action. He did not believe that Lu Xian could really take out a lot of resources. The biggest possibility was that Lu Xian was just playing to the gallery to disgust Han Feng. Lu Xian reached out to touch his storage ring, and a primal stone immediately appeared in his hand. Judging from the size, color, and density of the primal force that the primal stone emitted, one could tell at a glance that it was a top-grade primal stone. He actually can really take out a top-grade yuan stone. Haha, continue. Han Feng waved his hand without a care. So what if it was a top-grade yuan stone? If someone wanted to take out more than what he had, they would need at least 39 top-grade yuan stones. He wanted to see where a little fellow from a third-rank sect could get so many. Completely ignoring Han Feng, Lu Xian continuously took out one top-grade yuan stone after another and neatly placed them on the table in front of him. 5 yuan stones, 10 yuan stones, 15 yuan stones, 20 yuan stones. As the top-grade yuan stones that Lu Xian took out increased, the sound of people inhaling continuously rang out in the valley. Those disciples who were mocking Lu Xian previously did not dare to look down on him anymore. This guy could actually take out so many top-grade yuan stones. Could it be that Han Feng was really going to be defeated by this guy from a third-rank sect? In the history of Mysterious Ice Pavilion, the first place of the opening of the Mysterious Ice Secret Realm was obtained by a disciple from a third-rank sect. This had never happened before in the history of Mysterious Ice Pavilion. If Lu Xian could really do it, then he would be the person who set this record. At this moment, Han Feng's expression also kept changing. From the initial relaxed expression, to a serious expression, then to a solemn one, all the way to the current dignified one. In contrast to Han Feng, the people from Wind Sword School did not know what Lu Xian was planning. However, when they saw that Lu Xian actually took out so many top-grade yuan stones continuously, all of them became excited. Since Lu Xian could take out so many top-grade yuan stones, since Lu Xian still dared to go forward despite knowing that Han Feng's contribution points had reached 380,000, it proved that Lu Xian really had the confidence to surpass Han Feng. 34, 35, 36. Xiao Long continuously counted the top-grade yuan stones that Lu Xian took out. His expression became more and more excited. If he takes out another 3 top-grade yuan stones, he will be able to surpass Han Feng. 37. 38. Lu Xian took out 38 top-grade yuan stones in one go. A rich yuan qi aura filled Lu Xian's surroundings. 38 top-grade yuan stones were neatly stacked together, looking extremely spectacular. 38 top-grade yuan stones, that was 380,000 contribution points. Han Feng's contribution points were only a little over 380,000. Furthermore, a portion of it was accumulated from various spiritual materials and elixirs. Right now, Lu Xian only needed to take out another top-grade yuan stone or a few stocks of extremely valuable elixirs to defeat Han Feng. Do you still have more? Han Feng said with a gloomy expression. The corner of Lu Xian's mouth curled into a smile. He wanted to torture Han Feng like this. He knew that Han Feng's heart must be incomparably perturbed right now. However, this level of revenge could not even be considered as interest. Do you think I still have more? Lu Xian was not in a hurry to continue attacking. Instead, he looked at Han Feng with a smile and conversed with him with interest. I advise you to stop while you're ahead. The first place this time is mine for sure. Offend me, and you'll die very tragically. Han Feng threatened with words. He faintly had a feeling that Lu Xian absolutely could still take out resources. Offend you, and I'll die very tragically? Ha ha ha, then I'm really sorry. I want to see how you'll make me die very tragically. Lu Xian laughed loudly. A light flashed in his hand again. Another piece of top-grade yuan stone appeared. Without any hesitation, it was placed on the pile of top-grade yuan stones in front by Lu Xian, 39 top-grade yuan stones, worth 390,000 contribution points. The total value already surpassed Han Feng. This boy actually really took out 39 pieces of top-grade yuan stones. My god, I'm not dreaming, right? A rank 3 sex disciple can actually obtain so many resources. Seeing your apprentice brother Han actually lost? Simply inconceivable. Could it be that the first place this time is really going to be obtained by Lu Xian? The entire mountain valley was filled with the clamor of all the disciples. Lu Xian's performance was seriously too dazzling. The instant Lu Xian stood out, no one thought that Lu Xian really had the strength to contend for the first place. But now, the truth was placed right before their eyes. End of chapter 410. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.